Chapter 90. Fan Tung's Demise, Xian Shuang's Jade Body. Why has this He Kuei been gone for so long, without returning with the person? Is he trying to court death by keeping us waiting here? Inside the tent, Fan Tung spoke coldly, visibly displeased. Perhaps he's been delayed by unforeseen circumstances. Let's wait a bit longer. He is but an insignificant insect, and would not dare to play tricks in our presence. Hong Shuangfei interjected. Meanwhile, sitting on a chair, Shangguan Yulei furrowed her brow slightly, her expression shifting. After a brief moment, Shangguan Yulei suddenly rose to her feet. Something must have gone awry. Let us head to the mine. Having uttered these words, Shangguan Yulei turned and strode out of the tent. What? Something has happened? Upon hearing this, Fan Tung and Hong Shuangfei were momentarily taken aback. Finally, without further hesitation, they hurriedly got up and followed Shangguan Yulei out of the tent. Child, are you certain your master can lead us away? Perhaps it would be better to reconsider. Why not depart with your master? We have lived for a significant portion of our lives. We shouldn't impose trouble on you or your master. Old man Niu spoke softly to Ma Liang, who had just gathered everyone together to inform them of the possibility of leaving the xianxia mine. Upon hearing that Ma Liang's master could assist them in escaping this cursed place, the group was filled with excitement. However, Old man Niu remained somewhat concerned, fearing he might burden Ma Liang. Grandfather Niu, you need not worry too much. My master is exceptionally strong. With him here, we have nothing to fear from Kunlun Hall. Trust me this time. Do not continue your work. Come with me to leave quickly. If we miss this opportunity, we may not have another chance. Liang urged. Well, very well. I shall heed your advice. After a moment of hesitation, Old man Niu ultimately nodded in agreement. Excellent, Grandfather Niu, everyone follow me. Seeing Old man Niu nod, Ma Liang immediately smiled. Before long, under Ma Liang's guidance, all the workers from the mine gathered at Li Rufu's side. This Ma Yu's master. He appears rather young, doesn't he? Is he truly as formidable as Ma Yu claims? Upon their first meeting, Old man Niu felt a flicker of doubt arise within him. This was an unavoidable sentiment, especially considering that Li Rufu seemed to be in his 20s, which did not align with the image of a powerful figure. Master, I have brought everyone. When shall we depart from here? Approaching Li Rufu, Ma Liang immediately inquired. Now that everyone is present, let us leave. Casting a glance at the group nearby, Li Rufu replied calmly. He then turned and proceeded towards the exit of the mine, and Liang quickly beckoned Old man Niu and the others to follow suit. Before long, Li Rufu and his group emerged from the xianxia mine. Arriving at the plaza outside, I could see that moment. 3 figures obstructed Li Rufu's path. These figures were none other than Shangguan Yulei and her companions. Is there something you need? Li Rufu addressed the trio blocking his way with a nonchalant tone. You are quite arrogant, are you not? And who might you be? What do you intend to do bringing so many people here? In response to Li Rufu's question, Fan Tung stepped forward, exuding arrogance. Arrogant. Who do you think you are, a wild dog? Do I owe you an explanation for my actions? Li Rufu smiled indifferently, speaking leisurely. You dare insult me? You are courting death. I am from Kunlun Hall. In all my years, I have never encountered anyone bold enough to call a member of Kunlun Hall a wild dog. Very well. Your path in life is narrowed. Insulted directly by Li Rufu, Fan Tung immediately retaliated with fury. That's so. Well, at least you won't die without knowing who dared to insult you as a wild dog. Li Rufu replied coolly. What do you mean? Fan Tung asked, puzzled at it means. You can die now. Rufu's expression turned cold, and in an instant, he vanished from sight. The next moment, he appeared behind Fan Tung. Thud. In an instant, Fan Tung collapsed to the ground, his voice faltering. Before he could finish speaking, his head fell lifelessly. In mere moments, the once arrogant Fan Tung had lost all vitality. This scene left everyone present utterly astonished. However, the most shocked were undoubtedly Shangguan Yulei and Hong Shuangfei, who were with Fan Tung. At this moment, both stared in disbelief at the nearby Li Rufu, their breaths becoming increasingly rapid. And you, will you not avenge him? Suddenly, Li Rufu's voice resonated slowly. This sound jolted Shangguan Yulei and Hong Shuangfei from their shock. Holy Maiden, this person is far beyond our capability. In my view, the best course of action is to retreat. There is no need to sacrifice our lives for Fantong. Hong Shuangfei suggested softly to Shangguan Yulei that I am not blind, that do you believe we could leave if he does not wish it? Shangguan Yulei replied coldly, devoid of emotion. This. Holy maiden, do you not have a life-saving card given by the palace master? If not now, when will you use it? Hong Shuangfei continued. This time, Shangguan Yulei did not respond, but calmly regarded Li Rufu before her. Ding. Host, this girl is quite intriguing. Shall we take a look at her panel? Suddenly, the system's voice echoed in Li Rufu's mind. Intriguing. Then I must see what makes her so interesting. Display her panel. Understood. Host. Name, Shangguan Yulei. Realm, Golden Immortal 8th Layer. Fortune value, 1800. Physique, Xianxiang UT high-grade furnace body, best suited for ice attribute cultivators. Information, born with the Xianxiang UT, leading to the murder of her biological parents and being raised by their killers, awaiting the complete awakening of her physique too. Be harvested by her enemies. Negative? Is it possible for fortune to be negative? Having read Shangguan Yulei's panel, Li Rufu pondered in confusion. Indeed, such occurrences exist. Fortune in the world has its constants, both positive and negative. What does negative fortune signify? It indicates that this person is destined to die. Not even the mightiest can save them. Oh, that is rather intriguing that I have never encountered someone with a guaranteed demise. Alas, it is a pity, though it does not concern me. Li Rufu spoke indifferently. Host, do you not have any other thoughts? For instance, saving her? Save her. Did you not say that even the mightiest cannot change her fate? If so, why should I waste my time? Furthermore, she is no kin of mine. Why should I save her? Her Xianxiang UT does possess some utility, yet with my current strength, it holds no significance for me. In summary, there are no benefits, thus it is of no concern to me. Li Rufeng replied with a hint of indifference. Actually, it is not entirely without merit. After all, it allows for mutual cultivation. Stop right there. Am I truly such a superficial person? System, I must say I have misjudged you. How could you even utter the words, mutual cultivation? It is clearly due to her tragic background and tumultuous fate that I felt a pang of compassion and offered her assistance. In the end, her gratitude merely led her to desire to repay me. Li Rufeng stated with utmost seriousness. 6. Truly, the esteemed host has proven that the system is indeed shallow. That's good to know. Next time, please refrain from uttering such superficial remarks. Li Rufeng replied contentedly. Meanwhile, in the outside world, Shangguan Yulei observed Li Rufeng, who had suddenly fallen into deep contemplation and was left somewhat puzzled. Esteemed Senior Yu. After a few moments, Shangguan Yulei could no longer hold her tongue. Chapter 91. Decisive Actions and Recognizing the Truth. What is it? Upon hearing Shangguan Yulei's voice, Li Rufeng immediately returned to his senses and spoke in a calm manner. That matter from before was merely a misunderstanding. Fanting's actions towards the senior were indeed deserving of punishment. If the senior has no other business, might we be allowed to leave? Rest assured, the events of today will not reach Kunlun Hall, Shangguan Yulei respectfully stated. However, within the palm of her right hand, she tightly gripped a jade token, a trump card bestowed upon her by the master of Kunlun Hall. Until she had completely confirmed whether Li Rufeng would allow her to leave, Shangguan Yulei did not relax her vigilance in the slightest. Oh, you claim that Kunlun Hall will be unaware. Is that truly the case? Even if you remain silent, what about him? How can you guarantee he will not report my matters to Kunlun Hall? Li Rufeng retorted, a hint of intrigue dancing on his lips. Rest assured, I assure you that I will not report your affairs to Kunlun Hall. I implore you to let us go. Before Shangguan Yulei could respond, Hong Shuangfei immediately bowed and solemnly guaranteed. Yet, in the face of Hong Shuangfei's assurance, Li Rufeng remained silent, fixated on Shangguan Yulei's eyes, a knowing smile lingering at the corners of his mouth. Suddenly, a sound broke the silence as Shangguan Yulei's sword was drawn. PFF. Holy Maiden. You. PFF. Hong Shuangfei gazed in disbelief at the sword lodged in his chest, his eyes filled with confusion and reluctance. Thud. Moments later, Hong Shuangfei collapsed to the ground, devoid of breath. Senior, he will not disclose anything regarding you now. Gradually sheathing her sword, Shangguan Yulei spoke with an unflinching demeanor. Witnessing this swift turn of events, Li Rufeng's interest in Shangguan Yulei intensified. Intriguing. You are indeed ruthless. However, Li Rufeng began, his tone laden with implication. However, what? Shangguan Yulei questioned, perplexed. However, someone like you has been deceived for so long. Thinking this, you seem somewhat pitiable. Li Rufeng remarked indifferently. The younger generation does not comprehend the senior's meaning. Shangguan Yulei furrowed her brow, a hint of confusion in her response. Not understanding is of no consequence. Once you witness everything with your own eyes, you shall grasp what I mean. So, are you prepared? Li Rufeng suddenly said with a smile. At this moment, Shangguan Yulei grew even more bewildered, completely at a loss regarding Li Rufeng's words. Just as she continued to ponder, Li Rufeng abruptly raised his hand and touched her forehead. Time rewind. In the next instant, Li Rufeng calmly uttered. In an instant, Shangguan Yulei lost consciousness, and within her mind, a vivid past began to unfold. The scenes depicted her journey from birth to being brought back to Kunlun Hall, revealing the truth behind her parents' murder, fully manifesting in her consciousness. In the outside world, Li Rufeng had retreated to the side, observing the motionless Shangguan Yulei with a tranquil expression. Master, what is happening to her? Ma Liang approached Li Rufeng, his curiosity palpable. It is nothing. She is merely immersed in the events of the past. Soon, she shall return to normal. Li Rufeng replied nonchalantly. Meanwhile, in the depths of Shangguan Yulei's consciousness, her expression began to crumble as she witnessed the images flashing before her. No, this cannot be. It is absolutely impossible. An illusion. It must be an illusion. It cannot be like this. How could it be the master? He clearly saved me. Suddenly, Shangguan Yulei clutched her head, her emotions spiraling into turmoil. No, I refuse to believe it. This must be a facade. As she beheld her parents being slaughtered, Shangguan Yulei's emotions spiraled completely out of control. In the external realm, Shangguan Yulei's body erupted with power. In the blink of an eye, an overwhelming chill began to emanate outward. Within mere moments, the vast mining square was encased in frost, while only the area surrounding Li Rufeng remained untouched by the cold. Master, what is happening to her? This chill, had it not been for your presence, we would surely have perished. Ma Liang remarked, astonished, as he observed the frigid fury of Shangguan Yulei not far away. Has she truly lost control? She is still too young, unable to withstand even the slightest setback. Alas, if she were to perish, it would benefit me little. With that, Li Rufeng's figure appeared before Shangguan Yulei. Without hesitation, Li Rufeng reached out and touched her forehead. In an instant, the unleashed chill began to recede, and the surrounding cold gradually dissipated. Moments later, Shangguan Yulei's body stabilized, and her consciousness returned. She slowly opened her eyes, traces of despair lingering in her gaze. What is happening to me? Feeling the changes within her body, Shangguan Yulei spoke weakly. Congratulations, perhaps this is a blessing in disguise. Your physique has now fully awakened. Li Rufeng smiled as he regarded the somewhat despondent Shangguan Yulei. Physique? Shangguan Yulei questioned, puzzled by Li Rufeng's words. Oh, you are unaware? Li Rufeng replied with a knowing tone. Hearing this, Shangguan Yulei subtly shook her head. How tragic indeed. You possess the xianxiaaudiobooks, and it is precisely for this reason that you harbor such formidable cold energy within you. However, you likely remain ignorant of its significance. Li Rufeng stated calmly. What is so extraordinary about it? Shangguan Yulei inquired. The xianxiaaudiobooks is a top-tier furnace physique. By the way, this physique greatly benefits practitioners of ice attributes. I wonder, do you have any powerful ice attribute cultivators within Kunlun Hall? Li Rufeng feigned curiosity, observing Shangguan Yulei's stunned reaction as she stood frozen in place, her eyes reflecting a flicker of astonishment. Ice attribute? How could that be? Could it be that the images I just witnessed were all true? At this moment, Shangguan Yulei's heart was engulfed in confusion, unable to discern what was genuine and what was fabricated. Judging by your expression, could it be true? Let me guess. Is this person someone close to you? How intriguing. Now that your physique has fully awakened, this individual may indeed take action against you. Sigh, having lived for so long, you have remained trapped in a web of deceit. Setting aside the facts, you truly deserve my pity for a fleeting moment. Li Rufeng remarked indifferently. Trapped in deceit, you say? How ironic. I never imagined that the one I regarded as my savior would turn out to be this. Shangguan Yulei suddenly spoke with self-mockery. Thank you for revealing this to me, senior. Should I survive, I shall return to repay your kindness. Shangguan Yulei continued. With that, her expression turned cold, and she turned to head in a specific direction, the direction back to Kunlun Hall. Chapter 92. The space within the painting, mysterious figures. Xiaoyang. Let us take our leave as well. Gazing at Shangguan Yulei's receding figure, Li Rufeng softly spoke. Master, has she truly been deceived by Kunlun Hall? If so, upon her return, does she seek vengeance? Yet, that is Kunlun Hall. Upon her return, she should be deemed as good as dead. Truly, the Kunlun Hall is notorious for its despicable and shameless tactics. Reflecting on her own plight and recalling the recent incident involving Shangguan Yulei, Ma Liang could not help but express his indignation. Despicable and shameless indeed. Little Liang, perhaps you are correct. Yet this does not imply that Kunlun Hall is in the wrong. The realm of cultivation is inherently fraught with deception and cruelty. From the perspective of Kunlun Hall, what they have done is not erroneous. In this world, not everything can be reduced to mere right or wrong. Remember, if you wish to avoid becoming a stepping stone for others, you must possess formidable strength. Only then can you survive. Now let us depart. First, we must see to those who follow you. Afterwards, we shall join the festivities at Kunlun Hall. After all, it is the foremost power in the Kunlun immortal domain. Perhaps it will pique my interest. With that, Li Rufeng stepped forward in the direction where Shangwan Yulei had departed. Formidable strength, you say? Rest assured, master. I shall devote myself to diligent cultivation. With a silent vow in his heart, Ma Liang promptly followed Li Rufeng's lead, accompanied by those behind him. In the Qingyun immortal domain, at the Qingyun sect, after several days of organization, Su Yang had completely taken command of the Qingyun sect. Throughout these days, he had generously allocated the resources provided by Li Rufeng for the disciples' cultivation. Gradually, the Qingyun sect began to flourish. While the disciples of Qingyun sect toiled day and night in their training, Su Yang sat alone within the grand hall, holding a painting that had originally been given to him by Lu Xianxia. At this moment, Su Yang gazed intently at the painting, his mind engulfed in deep curiosity. It seemed to be calling out to him. However, despite his prolonged scrutiny, he could not discern anything amiss with the artwork. Or was it possible that he was merely overthinking? Su Yang pondered quietly, just as he was about to give up. The painting in his hands suddenly emitted a blinding white light. This is... Before Su Yang could react, he vanished from the grand hall in a flash of white light. The painting fell to the ground with a thud. What is this place? As Su Yang slowly opened his eyes, he discovered he had arrived in an unfamiliar realm. Remaining calm, he began to explore this new space, questioning the circumstances that had led him here. All he remembered was the painting emitting a white light. And then he found himself in this place. Could this be the world within the painting? However, after searching for some time, he had yet to encounter even a trace of life or discover an exit. Surely, I am not to be trapped here indefinitely? After a while, impatience began to take hold of Su Yang. All he desired was to leave this eerie place, and the sooner, the better. How peculiar. Just as Su Yang was about to seek further clues for an escape, a perplexing voice resonated within the space. Who? Come out. Do not play tricks. Startled by the voice, Su Yang immediately summoned his Shurgod gun, his expression icy as he called out. Simultaneously, he scanned his surroundings, attempting to locate the source of the voice. As the words faded, a figure slowly materialized before Su Yang. To his utter astonishment, this figure bore an uncanny resemblance to him. You, who are you? How is it that you look exactly like me? After recovering from his shock, Su Yang pointed an accusatory finger at the figure. What do you think? Why do you suppose I look just like you? The figure retorted. Humph. Do you think I would guess? Stop feigning mystery. Speak plainly. Su Yang, gun in hand, directed it towards the figure, his tone cold. Being threatened by oneself is quite an unusual sensation, the figure remarked with a faint smile. Myself? What do you mean? Su Yang's expression turned serious upon hearing the figure's words. What do you mean? It is quite literal. I am you, and you are me. You should understand by now, shouldn't you? The figure spoke leisurely, a mysterious smile curling at the corners of its mouth. You are me? Nonsense. I am myself. If you do not tell me the truth, I shall shoot you. Su Yang retorted sharply. Are you out of your mind? I have been quite clear. And yet you still demand more? The figure appeared somewhat flustered by Su Yang's words, even his expression darkening. Humph. Not willing to speak, are we? Fine. If you refuse to speak, I shall compel you. Watch the gun. Without hesitation, Su Yang raised his Shurgod gun and launched an attack at the figure. What is going on? The timing of this appearance is odd enough, and now the mind seems to be faltering as well. Seeing Su Yang act on impulse, the figure was engulfed in confusion. Stop. Su Yang, I can prove that I am you. If you still do not believe me afterward, you may attack. In this crucial moment, the figure shouted emphatically. Because of this declaration, Su Yang's assault abruptly halted. Very well, then tell me how you intend to prove it. Should I find out that you are deceiving me, I will not hold back. Su Yang warned sternly. All right. With Su Yang pausing, the figure let out a sigh of relief. In truth, proving that I am you is quite simple. Each person harbors a secret deep within their heart. A secret they would never divulge to anyone. If I can reveal the secret nestled within your heart, would that not serve as proof that I am indeed you? After all, who but oneself can truly comprehend the innermost secret of one's own heart? The figure spoke slowly. Oh, and what is this secret that lies deep within my heart? Su Yang inquired lightly. Naturally, the figure responded and approached Su Yang closely. The secret is... Then, the figure leaned in to whisper in Su Yang's ear. Moments later, the figure straightened and stepped back a few paces. How about that? I trust one have not erred. Now you must believe that I am you. and you are me. To be precise, I am merely a projection of your future self. The reason for my appearance here is to await your arrival. However, according to the plan, you should not have reached this space for several millennia. Therefore, may I inquire why you have arrived here so swiftly? The figure asked with curiosity. A projection of the future? Upon hearing this, Su Yang frowned slightly. Just moments ago, the figure had indeed spoken of a secret that resided in Su Yang's heart, yet he remained unconvinced. Yes, the figure nodded. Very well, I will tentatively accept your words. The reason I stand here now is purely coincidental. I stumbled upon a sect that happened to possess a painting identical to mine. It was because of that painting that I found myself here. Now, I have explained myself. It is your turn to elucidate why you are here and what your purpose is in this space. Su Yang spoke with calm composure. Coincidental, you say? No matter. As long as you successfully arrived here, the rest is inconsequential. You wish to know my purpose for being here, do you not? It is quite simple, naturally. It is because of you, the silhouette spoke softly. Chapter 93. Incomplete Techniques, the Assault of Jiuxingzong. Because of me? What does that mean? Su Yang feigned astonishment. In the future, due to certain circumstances, you will encounter an immensely powerful adversary. For various reasons, ultimately, you will not be able to defeat this individual and will perish at their hands. To alter this fate, the future you, at the moment of death, will utilize a significant means. This is also the reason for my presence here. My sole task is to deliver a technique to you. This technique was created by your future self. Given sufficient time, with this technique, your future self would have been able to conquer your enemy. Unfortunately, at that time, future you had no time to cultivate this technique. Thus, future you met a tragic end. However, the present you possesses the chance to change all of this. As long as you diligently cultivate the technique I present to you, you will not repeat the same fate of falling at the hands of your enemy. As the words fell, the silhouette slowly produced a technique and tossed it before Su Yang. The technique. Observing the technique before him, Su Yang raised his hand to receive it. So, you are saying that in the future, I will die at someone's hands? And this technique is the key to altering my destiny? Su Yang did not immediately examine the technique, but asked calmly. Indeed, the technique has now been entrusted to you. My mission is complete. Whether you can change the future rests entirely upon you. Remember, this technique must be cultivated diligently. Your time is limited. And as for how far you can progress, it all depends on fate. As he spoke, the silhouette began to dissipate slowly. Upon witnessing the scene before him, Su Yang found himself at a loss for words. You need not concern yourself with me. I was never meant to exist in this world. Now that my task is complete, I must vanish. The silhouette assumed Su Yang was worried about its condition and responded calmly. By the way, do you know Jiwu Dao? Just as the silhouette was about to completely disappear, Su Yang suddenly inquired. Jiwu Dao? The moment this name was mentioned, a look of bewilderment crossed the silhouette's face. Yet, in an instant, its expression returned to normal. Yes, I am aware. Why do you ask? The silhouette replied softly. So it is him. If I am not mistaken, Jiwu Dao must be my enemy, right? If I knew where he was, I would have long desired to shatter him into pieces. Su Yang exclaimed angrily. Yes indeed. It is him. Sigh. I originally did not wish to inform you prematurely. Since you have guessed, there is nothing left for me to conceal. However, Jiwu Dao is not as simple as you imagine. Therefore, before you fully master that technique, do not act impulsively in seeking revenge against him. After a brief pause, the silhouette immediately concurred. I understand. Thank you. I shall remember your words. Before you disappear, could you please tell me how to leave this place? I cannot remain trapped here indefinitely, can I? Su Yang spoke with a calm demeanor. That is simple. This space exists because of me. Once I vanish, this space will also dissolve. At that time, you will be able to leave and return to the real world. The silhouette replied. I see. Then please disappear quickly. The sooner you leave, the sooner I can cultivate the technique you have given me. This way, I can also seek revenge against Jiwu Dao sooner. Su Yang spoke earnestly. Why does it feel somewhat off? Yet, why can I not discern what is amiss? Forget it. The objective has been achieved. With these thoughts, the silhouette soon dissipated entirely. Just as the silhouette vanished, the entire space began to fracture. Moments later, Su Yang's figure emerged from this space. Qingyunzong. In the main hall. After leaving that space, Su Yang returned here unscathed. At the same time, the painting on the ground suddenly burst into flames. Within moments, the painting was reduced to ashes. Su Yang did not pay much attention to this occurrence. Ignoring the ashes of the painting, he began to examine the technique he had just acquired. This technique, why does it resemble the one my master gave me? However, this technique's content is evidently incomplete, and it includes additional elements. My master's technique did not have a limit. Yet this one states it can only reach a maximum of 9,999 levels. What a worthless technique. Even a dog would shake its head at this. After a brief examination, Su Yang expressed his disdain. Subsequently, He destroyed the technique in his hands without the slightest hesitation. And that fool, I merely made a slight explosion. And he revealed himself. With such intellect, he dares to claim to be me? Bah, I am embarrassed. It seems the secrets I possess should be connected to the person behind this. Future me? Or is someone deliberately sowing confusion to make me let my guard down? Indeed, my master was right. In this world, unless one possesses absolute strength, it is better to remain cautious. I wonder how my master, as well as my junior brothers and sisters, are faring. Alas, rather than overthinking, it is better to focus on diligent cultivation and expedite the development of Tianyuan Zone. When the time for the battle of the myriad sects commences, I do not wish to be outdone by my junior brothers and sisters, especially that Jiwu Dao. After conversing with himself, Su Yang ceased to waste time and began to close his eyes to cultivate. Ancestor, it is bad. Jiuxing Zone. The leader of Jiuxing Zone has surrounded us. Within less than an hour of Su Yang's cultivation, a hurried voice suddenly echoed within the sect's main hall. Upon hearing the voice, Su Yang slowly opened his eyes, his aura surging slightly. The leader of Jiuxing Zone? I did not seek him out. Yet he dares to provoke me first. Very well, let us seize this opportunity to eradicate this menace once and for all. Su Yang gradually stood up, his countenance turning cold. Xianyi, gather the disciples of the sect. This time, follow me to completely annihilate Jiuxing Zone. Su Yang instructed lightly, gazing at the breathless Lu Xianyi who had rushed in. Yes, ancestor. Lu Xianyi responded before promptly departing the hall. Meanwhile, outside Tianyuan Zone. At this moment, the entire entrance of Tianyuan Zone was encircled by disciples of Jiuxing Zone. A preliminary estimate indicated that nearly 1,000 disciples from Jiuxing Zone had arrived, while Tianyuan Zone barely had 20 individuals. This vast disparity in numbers clearly indicated that Jiuxing Zone had come with the intention of annihilating Tianyuan Zone. Chapter 94. The Black-Robed Powerhouse. The battle begins. Sectmaster, we have gathered all the information. It is said that the ancestor of Tianyuan Zone, Su Yang, has exited seclusion. This individual was at the 9th level of true immortal before entering seclusion, and now, after several millennia, he may have ascended to the Xian immortal realm. If we cannot deal with Su Yang, the situation will turn unfavorable for us. In the high skies before the mountain gate of Tianyuan Zone, a blue-robed elder reported to a middle-aged man beside him. The middle-aged man was none other than Shi Zhengxiang's father, who perished at Su Yang's hands, and the leader of Jiuxing Zone, named Shirley. Xian immortal realm? Tianyuan Zone has truly struck gold. At such a time, their ancestor has emerged from seclusion. Forget it. I had not intended to utilize that trump card. But how dare they take the life of my son? This time, I shall annihilate xianxiaaudiobooks. As he spoke, SHL produced a jade tablet. After much hesitation, he crushed it in his hand. Once that esteemed individual arrives, we shall commence our assault. Until then, allow no one from xianxiaaudiobooks to escape. SHL's voice turned cold. Understood. The elder in the blue robe acknowledged and promptly departed to relay SHL's orders. Meanwhile, Xiang led the assembled disciples of xianxiaaudiobooks to the sect square. As they emerged, Xiang noticed SHL hovering high above. His aura was the strongest here. Surely, he must be the leader of xianxiaaudiobooks. If I can eliminate him, the rest will crumble without resistance. Gazing at SHL, Xiang's lips curled into a smile akin to that of a hunter spotting his prey. So this is Xiang? Humph. What realm is he in? I have never encountered such a presence before. This is perplexing. Even above the Su Nexi N realm, I should have sensed it. How strange. SHL, too, had taken note of Xiang below. However, he found himself puzzled, uncertain of Xiang's true cultivation level. Yet this was not entirely his fault. After all, Xiang was merely at the refining cheese stage. In fact, even a dog from the immortal realm would likely surpass this level. It was reasonable that SHL could not discern it at first glance. What are they waiting for? Do they perhaps have reinforcements? This delay in combat is truly tiresome. In that case, I shall see whom you can summon. Regardless, this time, anyone who comes will perish. Before long, Xiang discerned SHL's hesitance to attack and remained unperturbed. After all, if things turned dire, he possessed a trump card. Thus, approximately the span of an incense stick later, a figure cloaked in black suddenly appeared above xianxiaaudiobooks. He has arrived. I am SHL, the leader of xianxiaaudiobooks, and I am honored to meet you, senior. The moment the figure in black appeared, SHL stepped forward respectfully. Rest assured, who shall I eliminate for you? My time is limited, and I prefer not to engage in idle chatter. The figure in black nodded slightly before speaking coldly. I understand. The individual in question is Xiang, the ancestor of xianxiaaudiobooks. You need only deal with him. SHL raised his hand, pointing towards Xiang below as he spoke. Ancestor of xianxiaaudiobooks? Xiang? Which Xiang? The figure in black suddenly inquired. What do you mean, senior? SHL responded, somewhat perplexed by the black-cloaked figure's words. Is it the XYing from several millennia ago? The figure in black spoke with a hint of detachment. I am not entirely certain. However, based on the investigations conducted by my people, this individual is likely the same XYing who has been in seclusion for thousands of years. SHL was unsure why the figure in black asked this, but nevertheless shared all he knew. He is still alive. How intriguing. Very well. I will assist you in dealing with XYing. However, you are aware of the price I demand for my intervention, are you not? The figure in black stated coldly. Yes. I have prepared the items in advance. They are all within this storage ring. Upon hearing the black figure's words, SHL immediately presented a storage ring. Excellent. Wait here. It shall not take long. After accepting the storage ring, the figure in black slowly descended towards XYing. You all fall back. This individual possesses formidable strength. For now, maintain a defensive posture. Once I have dealt with the stronghold of xianxiaaudiobooks, you may launch your attack. Watching the descending figure, XYing summoned his xianxiaaudiobooks, his demeanor turning serious. Understood, ancestor. The others echoed in agreement. Promptly retreating. XYing, you truly are fortunate. That attack from thousands of years ago did not claim your life. Upon landing, the figure in black chuckled coldly. Thousands of years ago. This individual must be referring to the original XYing of xianxiaaudiobooks. Alas, that XYing has likely perished. From his words, it seems that XYing's death is connected to him. In that case, given our fateful connection, I shall avenge that XYing for you today. From now on, xianxiaaudiobooks shall be entrusted to me. XYing gazed intently at the figure in black, deep in contemplation. If a fight is to ensue, then let it commence without further ado. XYing replied nonchalantly. How amusing. You do not think that after meditating in seclusion for thousands of years, you are invincible, do you? Last time, I was careless and allowed you to escape. This time, I assure you, you will meet your end. The figure in black spoke coldly. Delusional. SHSHNGSH. Third style PX. Without hesitation, XYing unleashed his ultimate technique in response to the figure's arrogance. In an instant, the SHSHN surged forth with a terrifying force aimed directly at the figure in black. This aura. Shadowless. Sensing the overwhelming energy emanating from the SHSHN, the figure in black had no time to ponder and immediately countered. Bang! The sound echoed. And as the dust settled, a massive pit several meters deep appeared in the square. Where do you think you're going? Qiying, attack! LRF-ing leaped forward and shouted, charging towards the figure in black in the sky. I underestimated you before. I did not anticipate you had shifted to wielding a spear. Yet no matter how you struggle, today, you are destined to die. Prepare to perish. As XYing closed in, the figure in black chose not to evade, instead striking out with a palm to meet XYing head-on. In an instant, the battle was upon them. What is happening? How can this XYing unleash such powerful momentum? He is actually able to contend with the senior. Fortunately, I had the foresight to summon a senior. Otherwise, had I recklessly attacked, I would likely be a corpse by now. Observing the fierce struggle between XYing and the figure in black, SHL felt a twinge of relief. Lord, XYing is currently restrained. This is our prime opportunity to launch an assault. The elder in blue robes quietly reminded him. Indeed, you speak wisely. Relay the command to commence the attack. Spare not a single disciple of xianxiaaudiobooks. Annihilate them all. Without further deliberation, SHL acquiesced to the elder's suggestion. Kill. In an instant, over 1,000 disciples from xianxiaaudiobooks surged forward, an uncountable barrage of attacks hurtling towards Li X New York and the others in the square. Chapter 95. The Deadly Tower, the Annihilation of xianxiaaudiobooks. This is not good. All disciples, form the Qianxian sword array. We must endure until the ancestor emerges victorious. Recognizing the dire situation, Li X New York issued a decisive command. Understood. Qianxian sword array. In an instant, over 20 disciples of Qianxian raised their voices in unison. Subsequently, a green light enveloped Li X New York and the others. Bang! Bang! Mere moments after the barrier's manifestation, wave upon wave of attacks collided violently with the shield. This is bad. Damn it, this opponent is far more formidable than anticipated. If he only seeks to restrain me, I truly cannot achieve a swift victory. The disciples of Qianxian cannot hold out for long. Perceiving the unfolding events in the square, XYing felt a flicker of urgency. Dare you to divide your focus against me? You cannot even ensure your own safety, yet you concern yourself with those beneath you. Soul-chasing hand. Noticing XYing's anxious expression, the figure in black intensified his onslaught. Sigh, what is the need for this? I merely wish to engage in playful banter, yet you force my hand. Very well, since you choose to overwhelm me with numbers. Do not blame me for unleashing my trump card. Dodging the black figure's attack, Xying suddenly stowed away the SHSH in Qiying, a peculiar smile gracing his lips. What do you mean by that? The figure cloaked in black, sensing something amiss, coldly inquired. What does this mean? Hee. You shall soon find out, came the reply. Do you truly believe a mere practitioner of the Qi refinement stage can be easily bullied? Disciple Su Yang, at your service. Master, Su Yang proclaimed, producing a token which he decisively shattered. In an instant, a silhouette materialized before him. You. Why is it always your affairs that cause the most trouble? Perhaps I should simply reside with you, Li Rufu remarked as he slowly opened his eyes. A look of disdain crossing his face. Well, master, there is little I can do. After all, I am but a small cultivator in the Qi refinement stage. They all seem eager to pick on me. I implore you to take my side. Su Yang feigned indignation. A mere Qi refinement cultivator? You dare to bully my disciple? After a light-hearted retort, Li Rufu turned to glare at the figure in black. Throughout Li Rufu's arrival and his subsequent questioning, the cloaked figure remained utterly motionless. This was not due to a lack of desire to act, but rather an inability to do so. At this moment, the black-clad individual felt his mind shatter completely. He could not fathom how Su Yang had summoned a master. And the instant Li Rufu appeared, he found himself unable to budge an inch. This is a case of the younger generation failing to recognize the formidable. I am willing to apologize to your disciple and hope you might spare my life, esteemed elder. In response to Li Rufu's inquiry, the cloaked figure spoke humbly. What is this Zhu Minglu? Do you think it worthy of my consideration? As for your apology, it is unnecessary. Just be more cautious in your next life. With a snap of his fingers, Li Rufu casually caused the figure to explode into a mist of blood. Another snap, and every member of the Jiuxing sect, including their leader, Shi Li, was obliterated in an instant. For Su Yang, such a spectacle was hardly surprising. However, for the disciples of Qin Yun sect below, it was a profound shock to both sight and spirit. What incredible strength! With just a snap of the fingers, they are gone. In the Qin Yun sword formation, the disciples gazed in awe at Li Rufu above, their hearts deeply shaken. Truly, our ancestor is formidable. I knew he was powerful, but I never imagined he would be this strong. Heaven bless our Qin Yun sect. With the ancestor here, no one will dare to bully us again. Below, Lu Xinya looked up at Li Rufu, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Meanwhile, high above, Su Yang said, Thank you for your intervention, master. Since you have come all this way, why not finish the job and ensure that no one is left behind? Although the Jiuxing sect has suffered greatly, there must still be many disciples and elders remaining. To prevent future troubles, would you not assist me in eradicating the Jiuxing sect? Su Yang spoke with a playful grin. You truly know how to command me. Very well, I shall assist you in dealing with the Jiuxing sect. However, in the spirit of reciprocity, you must assist me with a task, Li Rufu replied. A task for you? Master, do you hold me in such high regard? You wish for me to handle something you cannot? Su Yang replied weakly. Fear not, it is not a difficult matter. I merely require you to look after someone. Li Rufu stated calmly. Just look after someone? You should have said so earlier. I thought you wanted me to confront an adversary. You can trust me with this. But who do you wish for me to oversee? Su Yang asked, curiosity etched upon his face. You will know soon enough. With that, Li Rufu suddenly closed his eyes. Moments later, he raised his hand and forcefully grasped at the beside him. In an instant, the void shattered, and a figure was pulled forth. Is it him? Su Yang wondered to himself. Where's this? Came a voice of confusion from the newly arrived individual. Master, you are here too? Upon seeing Li Rufu, the figure was taken aback. It was none other than Ma Liang, the disciple Li Rufu had recently taken under his wing. Master, he too is your disciple? When did this happen? It hasn't been long since you took on a new student, Su Yang pondered, bewildered by the sudden development. Yes, Xiao Liang, I have brought you here. This is your senior brother, Su Yang. For a while, you shall stay by his side, Li Rufu instructed. You must take good care of your junior brother, he added, turning back to Su Yang. Rest assured, master. I will look after the 7th junior brother with utmost diligence. 7th junior brother, you have heard. I am Su Yang, your senior brother. Should you encounter any issues, feel free to approach me. I will certainly assist you to the best of my abilities. Su Yang approached Ma Liang and greeted him with a smile. Greetings, senior brother. I am Ma Liang. I look forward to your guidance. Ma Liang replied politely in response to Su Yang's warmth. No worries. By the way, you have yet to meet your other senior brothers and sisters, right? Once we have the time, I will gladly share their information with you, Su Yang remarked cheerfully. Enough chatter. You two can converse down below at your leisure. I shall take my leave for now. I will deal with the Jiuxing sect. When the dust settles, you can manage the aftermath, Li Rufu stated before vanishing from sight. Moments later, hundreds of miles away, the Jiuxing sect was reduced to ruins by a single strike from Li Rufu. Following that, his avatar dissipated into nothingness. Chapter 96, Kunlun Hall, Feng Xiankong. In the Kunlun immortal realm, the Kunlun Hall stood. At that moment, Shangwan Yulei returned to this place. Raising her gaze to the grand hall in the distance, she resolutely walked toward it. Shortly thereafter, Shangwan Yulei entered the main hall of Kunlun Hall. Within, a middle-aged man clad in white, exuding an ethereal presence, sat in the highest seat. The moment Shangwan Yulei entered, the man slowly opened his eyes. Ah, it is Yulei. Was the operation successful? Did you bring back Maoyang? Upon seeing Shangwan Yulei, the man's expression brightened as he inquired. This white-clad individual was none other than Feng Xiankong, the lord of Kunlun Hall, his strength reaching the terrifying realm of the immortal emperor. Shangwan Yulei halted her steps, slowly raising her head to regard Feng Xiankong with an expression of indifference. Yulei, what has transpired? Has Ma Liang escaped again? Noticing something amiss in Shangwan Yulei's demeanor, Feng Xiankong's brows furrowed, and he spoke gravely. No, Ma Liang has not escaped. He was simply rescued by someone. I have returned with a question for you, Shangwan Yulei continued. Rescued? We can address questions later. First, tell me who dares to oppose Kunlun Hall. Ma Liang is someone we seek, and yet this individual is unafraid of death, daring to intervene? Feng Xiankong spoke coldly, a hint of displeasure in his tone. I do not know. If you wish to uncover the true identity of this individual, you may investigate it yourself. Now, it is my turn to ask you a question. I shall pose but a single query to you. You mentioned that you once passed by a small village and subsequently saved me. I yearn to ascertain the truth of your words, said Shangnyli, her voice soft yet piercing. Upon hearing her inquiry, the expression on Feng Xiankong's face grew noticeably cold. He did not respond. Instead, fixing his gaze intently upon Shangnyli, his eyes narrowing slightly. Why do you ask this today, Yli? You were but a chance encounter in that village I passed through, and I rescued you. Is there any doubt to be had? After a moment of silence, Feng Xiankong finally spoke. Is that so? Then allow me to inquire. Are you aware of your own constitution? Furthermore, do you comprehend the specifics regarding it? Shangnyli queried with an air of calmness. At her words, Feng Xiankong appeared momentarily taken aback. A flicker of unusual light passing through his gaze. Constitution? Where did you hear such things? He asked, his tone now cool and collected. That is of no concern to you. Simply inform me, do you know or not? Shangnyli, I replied coldly. Yli. Do you realize whom you are addressing? Even if I were aware of your constitution, what of it? Does that alone lead you to question my gratitude for saving your life? Feng Xiankong responded, unfazed. Gratitude for saving my life. How audacious of you to utter such words. I witnessed everything that transpired in that village. You slaughtered its inhabitants. All for the sake of coveting my Sun Shu Ing Yt, did you not? Even now, you continue to feign innocence. You are truly repugnant. Shangnyli retorted, her anger rising as she spoke her mind, her body trembling with fury. Above, after absorbing Shangnyli's accusations, Feng Xiankong's expression shifted to one of surprise. Moments later, a slight smirk appeared at the corners of his mouth. I am indeed curious. How did you come to know of these events? Is it connected to the one who saved Liang? Feng Xiankong rose slowly, speaking with an air of disinterest. So you admit it? Shangnyli pressed, her tone sharp. What if I were to deny it? Surely, you would not believe my words regardless. Thus, what purpose would it serve to lie? Indeed, you are correct. I have indeed set my sights upon your Su and Shu Ing Yt. It aligns perfectly with the Su In Being power I cultivate. I have been trapped at the 8th level of the immortal emperor for eons. You are the key to breaking the shackles of this million-year confinement. Now that you know everything, I am curious, what emboldened you to return to KNL and DN? Logically, you should have sought refuge elsewhere. Or perhaps, out of gratitude for the years of nurturing, you intend to fulfill my desires? Feng Xiankong's tone remained indifferent, though a hint of curiosity glimmered in his eyes. Fulfill your desires? How shameless of you. My return was predicated on the knowledge that no matter where I hide, I cannot escape your grasp. Therefore, since I am destined to fall into your hands sooner or later, why should I struggle in vain? Yet do not mistake my acceptance as surrender. Before my demise, I long to witness the expression upon your face should your coveted Sun Shu Ing Yt suddenly vanish. As she spoke, a peculiar smile crept across Shangnyli's lips. What do you mean by that? Feng Xiankong's expression turned grave upon hearing her enigmatic words. Just as Shangnyli began to laugh, her countenance turned pale, and she coughed forth a torrent of black blood. In the next moment, her breath quickly weakened, and she began to sway unsteadily. You have poisoned yourself? You wretched fool. Effing Su and Kang's calm demeanor shattered, replaced by panic and rage as he beheld Xianxiaaudiobooks' sudden deterioration. Without hesitation, he rushed to her side, channeling his celestial energy into her body. Haha, it is futile. The Jiju in me XNDN is inescapable. Effing Su and Kang, you wish to possess my constitution, yet how could I allow you to achieve your desires? I shall never have the chance for vengeance in this lifetime. However, even in death, I find solace in knowing I can cause you some distress. I laughed heartily, despite the vitality draining from her. To seek revenge, you would go to such lengths. Very well, but before I perish, your first shall be mine. Though the effect may be diminished, it is better than obtaining nothing at all. With my strength, I can sustain you for half an hour longer. During this time, relish these final moments, for they shall be exquisite. Effing Su and Kang sneered, a sinister grin forming as he laughed before Xianxiaaudiobooks. You are inhuman. I shall haunt you even in death. Enraged by Effing Su and Kang's provocations, Xianxiaaudiobooks spat more black blood, her eyes brimming with tears of despair. Humph. You forced my hand. Had you been compliant, I might have spared your life. But since you are so ungrateful, I shall not extend you any further courtesy. Years of planning shall not end in failure. It cannot. Effing Su and Kang bellowed, extending his hand to touch Xianxiaaudiobooks' body. Chapter 97. The KNLNZHSH in Grand Formation. Effing Su and Kang's demise. Haha, what a splendid performance. It appears I have arrived at the perfect moment. Just as the situation reached a critical juncture, a voice suddenly echoed from the entrance of the grand hall. In an instant, Effing Su and Kang's hand froze in midair. Who is it? He exclaimed, raising his head sharply to gaze at the entrance, his expression brimming with vigilance. That voice belonged to the elder. Meanwhile, Xianxiaaudiobooks swiftly discerned the identity of the newcomer. You are the master of KNL and DN? Your strength seems adequate, though your demeanor leaves much to be desired. Effing strolled leisurely into the hall, approaching Effing Su and Kang with an air of nonchalance. Who are you? Effing Su and Kang demanded as he laid eyes on Effing. Who am I? Did she not inform you? I forgot. She mentioned maintaining secrecy. But no matter, a dying man need not know my name. Effing replied with indifference, drawing closer. Humph. How arrogant. I care not who you are. Since you have entered my KNL and DN, you shall remain here today. Effing Su and Kang retorted coldly, his patience wearing thin at Effing's audacity. Haha, even without your invitation, I intend to remain in KNL and DN. This place is quite pleasant, and I wish to rest for a while. However, your visage is rather unsightly, and I would prefer not to behold it. Therefore, I must kindly ask you to leave. Effing said, halting before Effing Su and Kang. You wish for me to depart? Let us see if you possess the capability to enforce such a request. I have urgent matters to attend to. So do enjoy the hospitality of the KNL and ZHSH in Grand Formation. Effing Su and Kang declared, raising his hand in a sweeping motion. In the next breath, golden light erupted from the pillars on either side of the hall, and in an instant, numerous formations manifested throughout the grand chamber. Rufeng stood firmly at the very heart of the Kunlun Jushin Great Formation. This formidable array, even against a peak CND, would prove insurmountable. I scoff. Hoping your prowess matches your bravado, may you not falter even within the span of a single incense stick. Beside him, Feng Xiankong, observing Rufeng ensnared within the Kunlun Jushin Great Formation, spoke with an air of arrogance. Is this all? Do you truly believe that a mere formation can subdue me? Upon witnessing the sudden emergence of the Kunlun Jushin Great Formation, Rufeng felt no trepidation, rather an overwhelming sense of tedium. You may boast, but I lack the leisure to indulge your prattle any longer. Once I conclude my affairs, should you still draw breath, I shall grant you a swift end. After uttering these ominous words, Feng Xiankong directed his attention back to Shangwan Yule. At that moment, in Feng Xiankong's mind, the urgent priority was to absorb the power of the Xianxiang Ut. As for the unexpectedly appearing Rufeng, he dismissed him entirely. Apologies, but you shall not have that opportunity. Suddenly, Rufeng raised his right hand and snapped his fingers lightly. In an instant, the space within the grand hall fell into a stasis. Following this, much to Feng Xiankong's disbelief, Rufeng strolled leisurely out of the Kunlun Jushin Great Formation, which had not launched a single attack against him throughout the encounter. What? I cannot move. This power, it is the force of space. How could this be? Even I cannot break free from this spatial confinement. His strength. Beside him, as Rufeng approached, Feng Xiankong was engulfed in shock. Soon, Rufeng stood directly before him. In a swift motion, Rufeng flicked his fingers, rendering Feng Xiankong's cultivation null and void. After accomplishing this, Li Rufeng snapped his fingers once more, dissolving the spatial confinement in the grand hall. What have you done to me? Who are you? I refuse to believe you possess such strength. The moment the spatial confinement was lifted, Feng Xiankong crumpled to the ground, his face a portrait of terror as he incessantly questioned Li Rufeng. Yet, Li Rufeng paid him no heed. At that moment, his attention was solely focused on the gravely injured Shangguan Yulei. What have you consumed? I sense you are on the brink of death. Approaching Shangguan Yulei, Li Rufeng inquired with a curious tone, seemingly teasing her. The Jiozhuan Mia Xiandan. Thank you, Senior, for your assistance. I never imagined your strength would surpass my expectations. Though it may be somewhat inappropriate, I have a humble request. Might you consent to it? Shangguan Yulei, enduring the excruciating pain coursing through her body, spoke with calm reverence. Oh, do tell, Li Rufeng replied. Might you allow me to handle him? All I possess is contained within. Though it may not be of interest to you, should you agree to my request, it shall belong to you. As she spoke, Shangguan Yulei removed a storage ring from her finger and extended it towards Li Rufeng. Gazing at the ring offered before him, Li Rufeng refrained from reaching out. Instead, a smile graced his lips. You speak truthfully. I indeed find no value in your meager possessions. As for him, I have rendered him powerless. You may deal with him as you wish. With that, Li Rufeng strode towards the highest seat in the hall. Thank you, Senior. Upon hearing Li Rufeng's words, Shangguan Yulei's face lit with joy. Subsequently, she drew her sword and, with great difficulty, approached the prostrate Feng Xiankong. No, you cannot kill me. Laer. I realize my mistakes. I beg you, spare my life. Setting aside the facts, I have cared for you over the years, have I not? Not only providing you with cultivation resources, but I also appointed you as the Holy Maiden of Kunlun Hall. For these reasons, I implore you to let me live. Faced with the specter of death, even the lofty master of Kunlun Hall would reveal a despicable side. As Shangguan Yulei drew closer, Feng Xiankong hastily bowed his head in supplication. Feng Xiankong, at this juncture, do you still hope for mercy? Cough, cough, splat. It is impossible for me to let you go. You shall accompany me on this journey to your demise. Reaching Feng Xiankong, Shangguan Yulei unhesitatingly raised her sword and thrust it forward. Splat. I refuse to accept this. I was so close to breaking through to the 9th level of CND. It should not have ended this way. Ugh. I refuse to accept this. Thud. With Shangguan Yulei's sword withdrawn, Feng Xiankong expelled his final breath of blood, collapsing to the ground, his eyes wide open. Until the very end, he harbored deep resentment. Ugh. Splat. Thud. Moments later, Shangguan Yulei too could no longer endure. She coughed up black blood and fell to the ground. Gradually, her eyes began to lose their luster. Chapter 98, Juku Lincoln Dan, the 8th Disciple. Indeed, a rather grim fate. System, is there still hope if I consume that Miaxine Dan? Leaning against the seat, Li Rufeng inquired of the system. There is still a chance. However, should the host delay any further, it may become futile. Oh, how can I save her? The Juku Lincoln Dan can be purchased from the system marketplace for a mere 10 million kill points. 10 million? It is not absolutely essential for me to intervene. Li Rufeng replied weakly. Understood. Well, a trivial sum of 10 million for a Xianxiang UT is not a loss. System, purchase the Juku Lincoln Dan, understood. Esteemed host. The next moment, a crystalline pill appeared in Li Rufeng's hand. After examining it briefly, he waved his hand and forcefully infused the Juku Lincoln Dan into the body of Shangguan Yulei, who lay on the ground. As the effects of the Juku Lincoln Dan began to take hold, Shangguan Yulei, once on the brink of death, gradually began to regain her vitality. System, open my panel. As Shangguan Yulei recovered, the bored Li Rufeng addressed the system. Of course, esteemed host. Name, Li Rufeng. Realm, CND Level 9, Peak of the Xian Realm. Constitution, Hongming Indestructible Body, Immortal Soul. Kill points, 70 million. Remaining cultivation rewards, 600 million years. Weapon, 100 fan. Cultivation techniques, perfect mastery of all techniques learned through sign-ins and from disciples. Martial arts, perfect mastery of all martial arts learned through sign-ins and from disciples. Pet, Shaokuan. Taichu Small World. Current evolutionary time 100,000 years. Mastered Dao, Dao of Space, Dao of Spears, Dao of Heavenly Mechanisms, Dao of Time, Dao of Blood, Dao of Chess, Dao of Reincarnation, Dao of Creation. Disciples, Su Yang, Jiwu Dao, Chu Yi, Ho Qing, Yu Ruoxue, Zhu Jusi, Mal Yang. Only this many kill points. A reward of merely 600 million years of cultivation. Alas, it seems the path to invincibility is long and arduous. Observing his information panel, Li Rufeng sighed lightly. Esteemed host need not be overly anxious. Once your disciples complete the 10,000 sex battle task, generous rewards will be bestowed. Moreover, with this system at your disposal, the goal of invincibility is not as distant as it may seem. Indeed, hearing your words alleviates my fears of weakness somewhat. Yet, I never anticipated that merely achieving CND level 9 would require over 300 million years of cultivation rewards. Uncertain of the heights to which those individuals have ascended, and the many years of cultivation required to attain such rewards, Rufeng's thoughts drifted back to the formidable auras he had sensed in the lower realm. He decided to take each step as it came. My dear disciples, whether I can achieve unmatched cultivation rests entirely upon your shoulders. In the end, Rufeng chose to cast aside his worries, placing all his hopes upon Su Yang and the others. Meanwhile, as Rufeng examined his own panel, the figure of Xianguan Yulei gradually regained consciousness on the ground. What is happening? After a brief moment, Xianguan Yulei slowly opened her eyes, feeling somewhat bewildered by her surroundings. Am I in the Grand Hall? Did I not perish? After a few breaths, overwhelmed with confusion, she carefully sat up. I am not dead? What is the meaning of this? Gently shaking her head, Xianguan Yulei whispered in inquiry. Ah, you are awake? Just as she was lost in her thoughts, Rufeng's voice suddenly resonated. Senior? Could it be that you saved me? She asked, her voice laced with disbelief. But the 9 revolutions heart-extinguishing pill is said to be unsolvable. As she rose and gazed at Rufeng, Xianguan Yulei murmured softly. You are not foolish. You know it was I who saved you. As for that pill, I know not whether it can be resolved, nor do I care. What I do know is that I spent 1 million to save you. Forget it, you wouldn't understand. Just be aware that I paid a hefty price for your salvation, Rufeng replied with a calm demeanor. Indeed, a life saved is a debt that cannot be repaid. If you do not mind, I am willing to serve you wholeheartedly from now on. This life of mine will belong to you. With sincerity, Xianguan Yulei knelt before Rufeng. Serve? Ahem, am I that sort of person? Such declarations should be made in private, otherwise, others might think I am a man seeking beauty. He paused, curiosity glinting in his eyes. By the way, may I inquire if such service extends to other forms? Xianguan Yulei's face flushed crimson at Rufeng's words, her ears burning with embarrassment. That, if the senior desires, I can oblige. Stop. I merely asked. Do not overthink it. All right, rise now. We must discuss serious matters. Before Xianguan Yulei could continue, Rufeng interjected earnestly. Yes, of course. She stood but kept her gaze lowered, unable to meet Rufeng's eyes due to the earlier conversation. Firstly, you have seen through everything and avenged yourself. From this moment forth, you can embark on a new life. I perceive your talent is commendable, and I wish to accept you as my disciple. Would you be willing? Rufeng stated with a placid expression. I am willing. I, disciple Xianguan Yulei, pay my respects to my master. Without hesitation, Xianguan Yulei knelt again, expressing her deep respect. Very well. Henceforth, you shall be my 8th disciple. I am known as Rufeng. As for your senior brothers and sisters, I shall introduce them to you later. Rufeng nodded with satisfaction. Understood, Xianguan Yulei replied. All right, rise. There is no need for such frequent kneeling. I do not adhere to such customs. Now, let us address the second matter. You must participate in the upcoming Wanzhong battle. Not only you, but your senior brothers and sisters will also take part. Therefore, you should be aware of what you need to do. Rufeng inquired with a hint of expectation. To participate in the Wanzhong battle, one must be part of a sect's power. Thus, if my master wishes for me to join, I must either join an existing sect or establish my own. I understand. Master, do you mean for me to take control of Kunlun Hall? Xianguan Yulei suddenly exclaimed, realization dawning upon her. Indeed, you are not foolish. You were originally a member of Kunlun Hall, and now that the hall master has perished, a new leader is required. Naturally, you are the most suitable candidate. Rufeng affirmed. Master, that is indeed an excellent idea. After all, Kunlun Hall ranks among the top 3 in the entire immortal realm, even though Feng Xinkong has died. With your presence, Kunlun Hall's strength will undoubtedly surpass what it once was. Perhaps only the 10 Domains Immortal Alliance can rival us, Xianguan Yulei remarked. No. The Wanzhong battle is your affair. I will not partake in such trivial games. Therefore, you must exclude my uncertain strength from your calculations, Rufeng responded nonchalantly. Without your guidance, Master, I fear I will lack the strength to command Kunlun Hall. The elders there are not to be underestimated. They certainly will not willingly obey a disciple's commands. Xianguan Yulei voiced her concerns. Rest assured, I have already considered these matters. Before I depart, I will ensure you gain full control of Kunlun Hall. Now, summon all the elders of Kunlun Hall to the Grand Hall. At that time, you need only sit back and watch as I perform. Rufeng feigned a cough, and then spoke with a casual tone. Yes, I shall inform the elders of Kunlun Hall at once. With a prompt response, Xianguan Yulei turned and exited the Grand Hall. Chapter 99. Dissuading the Elders and Seizing Control of Kunlun Hall. Before long, Xianguan Yulei returned, accompanied by nearly 100 elders of Kunlun Hall. Among them, the most powerful elder had reached the 7th level of the immortal emperor realm, while even the weakest possessed the strength of an immortal lord. Master, these are all the elders of Kunlun Hall. Upon reaching Li Rufeng, Xianguan Yulei announced, "Not bad. There are a few more than I had anticipated. And they are slightly stronger as well," Li Rufeng remarked as he surveyed the elders before him. "Saintus, who is this person? Did you not say the hall master summoned us to the grand hall for a meeting? Where is the hall master?" A voice suddenly questioned from among the ranks. The speaker being Wu Han, the grand elder and the strongest after Feng Xiankong. "Grand elder, the reason I summoned you here is not at the behest of Feng Xiankong. As for Feng Xiankong, he is right there," Xianguan Yulei replied coolly. Upon hearing Xianguan Yulei directly mention Feng Xuankong's name, Wu Hanshan's brow furrowed, and he turned to look at the ground beside him. Soon, a familiar figure came into view. Without hesitation, Wu Hanshan swiftly approached the figure. "This is the hall master." Upon recognizing Feng Xuankong's features, he was taken aback. A formidable immortal emperor at the 8th level, now lifeless within the grand hall. Wu Hanshan was no fool. He quickly realized that there was someone even stronger than Feng Xiankong present in the hall. His gaze swept over Xianguan Yulei before finally settling on Li Rufeng, seated calmly. The saintess refers to him as master. Could it be that he is the one who killed the hall master? Did the saintess instruct her master to do so? Or is there another explanation? In an instant, Wu Hanshan's mind was filled with various conjectures. "Saintess, do you not intend to explain? Moreover, did you summon us here with the intention of capturing us all at once? The Kunlun Palace has treated you well. Why then would you resort to such actions?" After a moment of silence, Wu Hanshan slowly rose to his feet, his expression calm as he directed a question towards Xianguan Yulei. At this moment, Wu Hanshan chose not to flee the Great Hall, for he understood that anyone capable of slaying Feng Xiankong would not allow him the chance to escape. Thus, Wu Hanshan resigned himself to his fate, seeking to uncover the truth before his impending demise. An explanation? Feng Xiankong deserves to die. That is my explanation. Elder, out of respect for your past kindness towards me, I will not beat around the bush. With Feng Xiankong now deceased, I aim to take control of the Kunlun Palace. I hope to receive your support and assistance. Should you agree, you will continue to hold the position of elder, second only to me. If you refuse, then I advise you to think carefully before making your decision." In response to Wu Hanshan's barrage of inquiries, Xianguan Yulei spoke with an air of tranquility. "What? The palace master is dead. How could the palace master possibly die? Holy maiden, how dare you act so outrageously? If you do not provide us with an explanation today, do not blame us for seeking vengeance for the palace master." At that moment, a piercing voice rang out, aimed squarely at Xianguan Yulei. "Indeed, if we do not receive an explanation today, I doubt you will be able to retain your position as the Holy Maiden." With one person leading the charge, soon several others began to shout in unison. Truly a collection of fools. Observing the ruckus created by the elders, Wu Hanshan rubbed his head, feeling a wave of exasperation wash over him. He even began to envision the tragic outcomes awaiting these individuals. Foolish people are indeed everywhere. You seek an explanation? Very well. However, I wonder if you can endure the truth. From his seat, Li Rufeng leaned back, resting his chin on his hand, a mocking smile playing at the corners of his lips. A mere child dares to act brazenly in the Kunlun Palace. Everyone, let us unite and show him the consequences of arrogance. Upon hearing Li Rufeng's derisive remarks, some elders below were instantly consumed with rage. As elders of the Kunlun Palace, they had always been the ones to flaunt their superiority before others. When had they ever endured such humiliation? How amusing. You are the loudest, are you not? Die. Fixing a cold glare upon the elder who had shouted the loudest, Li Rufeng's eyes narrowed. In the next moment, the elder who had been the most vocal found his head pierced through. What just happened? Witnessing the sudden collapse of their fellow elder, the surrounding elders were struck with shock, particularly those who had joined in the uproar. Now they were breaking out in a cold sweat, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Next, it is your turn. Before anyone could regain their composure, Li Rufeng's voice resounded once more. Following that, yet another elder who had barked like a dog fell to the ground, blood spewing forth. The next one. Continue. What unfolded next was a particularly grim spectacle within the Great Hall. One by one, elders collapsed, bloodied and lifeless. In this manner, the once over 100 elders dwindled to merely half in the span of mere moments. How much quieter it has become. Do any of you still require an explanation? If so, speak up. I am not without my merits. I simply enjoy fulfilling others' requests. Anyone else? Upon finishing, Li Rufeng turned towards the remaining standing elders, a broad smile illuminating his face. Below, as they gazed at the corpses littering the ground, the surviving elders dared not utter another word. Their courage had been utterly shattered, cold sweat dripping from their brows, their limbs trembling involuntarily. Hee. It seems there are no further questions. If that is the case, allow me to speak a few words. From this day forth, the Kunlun Palace shall be governed by my disciple. Should anyone dare to defy this decree, they shall meet the same fate as their fallen brethren. Those who survive will be deemed wise. I hope you will refrain from any foolish actions in the future. Li Rufeng spoke with a nonchalant tone. As his words settled, he raised his hand and waved it gently. In the next instant, a surge of energy coursed through the bodies of all the elders present. I have placed a restriction within your bodies. Should you harbor any rebellious thoughts, you will share the same fate as them. Now, you may leave. After completing these tasks, Li Rufeng dismissed the remaining elders. Soon, upon hearing his words, the elders hurriedly exited the Great Hall, each eager to avoid being the next target of Li Rufeng's wrath. Do you have something to say? Before long, the Great Hall was left with only Wu Hanshan still present. Glancing at him, Li Rufeng inquired with indifference. That is, Senior, I have some matters I wish to discuss with you. Faced with Li Rufeng's inquiry, Wu Hanshan stammered. Chapter 100. The Domain Lord of the Shifeng Immortal Alliance, Deceiving Shangguan Yulei. Oh, speak. Li Rufeng replied, not refusing Wu Hanshan's request. Yes, Senior, your strength is formidable. But I must still caution you. The background of Feng Xiankong is not simple. The Shifeng Immortal Alliance, you must be aware. Within the Shifeng Immortal Alliance, there are immortal lords and 10 domain lords overseeing it. Moreover, Feng Xuankong's brother is one of the 10 domain lords. This individual had already reached the 9th tier of the Immortal Emperor realm millions of years ago. Now, he has likely begun to comprehend the legendary divine realm. Should he learn of his brother's demise, he will undoubtedly come to the Kunlun Palace for revenge. Thus, it would be wise for you to prepare in advance. Wu Hanshan spoke candidly. Oh, a domain lord? Immortal Emperor 9th tier? Divine realm? I did not expect him to have such a brother. I understand now. You are quite thoughtful. As long as you assist Yulei well, once I depart, I shall allow you to take the position of that so-called immortal lord. Li Rufeng remarked with a smile directed at Wu Hanshan. I cannot accept that. I am well aware of my own capabilities. The position of immortal lord is one that only a powerhouse like you can fulfill. Wu Hanshan hastily flattered in response to Li Rufeng's words. Enough. I have little interest in such a trivial title as immortal lord. Now be on your way. Li Rufeng waved his hand, dismissing him. Yes, I take my leave. This time, Wu Hanshan did not linger any longer, respectfully bowing before exiting the Great Hall. Master, I had no idea that Feng Xiankong possessed such a background. Had I known, I would have spared his life. I have caused you trouble, Master. After Wu Hanshan departed, Shangguan Yulei immediately spoke up, her tone tinged with a hint of regret. Causing trouble? A mere domain lord. Is that considered trouble? You speak of me in such a way. It is a clear insult. Leaving aside everything else, do you think an ant could truly be a source of trouble for you? Clearly not. In the future, be a bit bolder. I am far stronger than you can imagine. Now then, you have just taken over the Kunlun Palace and must have matters to attend to. As for that domain lord, should he dare approach, he shall meet his end. I am feeling somewhat fatigued. I shall take my leave to rest. With that, Li Rufeng rose from his seat and made his way towards the exit of the Great Hall. I will see you off, Master. Shangguan Yulei bowed respectfully. Li Rufeng responded softly, quickening his pace slightly. Giggling, Master, look what I have brought you. Just as Li Rufeng was about to approach the Great Hall's entrance, a figure suddenly burst in from outside. Xiao Kunken, how have you fared until now? I had thought you might have been devoured by some ferocious beast. Li Rufeng jested upon seeing Xiao Kun burst into the Grand Hall. Devour me? I am the emperor among chickens. Any beast capable of consuming me has yet to be born. Enough of that. Master, I have brought you some game. With that, Xiao Kun dragged the prey from behind him before Li Rufeng. What is this? A rabbit? Goodness, this rabbit is larger than a tiger. Where did you find it? Li Rufeng inquired with curiosity at the sight of the enormous rabbit before him. Well, it is quite simple. Did you not ask me to procure some beast meat for you? I stumbled upon this fellow while traversing through a garden, and thus, I seized the opportunity to capture it. Master, this creature is so large, it looks absolutely delectable. Shall we roast it now? Xiao Kun spoke eagerly. Very well. You may proceed. I desire 2 legs, and you may handle the rest as you see fit. Once I have rested, I shall join you, Li Rufeng declared, continuing his stride towards the hall's exit. Before departing, he offered Xiao Kun an encouraging gesture. Oh, come on. Must I, the esteemed Kunken, undertake this arduous task myself? Xiao Kun murmured reluctantly as he watched Li Rufeng's retreating figure. By the way, are you that chicken? When I first met Master, you were right by his side. I never imagined you were his pet. You must be quite formidable to have caught Master's favor. A voice interjected as Shangguan Yulei approached curiously. Master? Whom do you refer to as master? Turning to Shangwan Yulei, Xiao Kuan questioned with a hint of confusion. Naturally, I refer to master as master. The same as you call him, Shangwan Yulei replied. You are master's disciple? How long has it been since master took you under his wing? Oh well, it does not concern me. Why should I fret? Wait. Ahem, little girl, since you have pledged yourself to master, I have a daunting yet honorable task to bestow upon you. As if struck by a sudden thought, Xiao Kuan spoke with utmost seriousness. What task? Shangwan Yulei inquired immediately, intrigued by Xiao Kuan's words. It is, of course, the task of honoring your master. Behold, this is something I, Kunkin, have brought for your master. It is his favorite delicacy. Initially, I had no intention of granting you this opportunity for filial piety. But seeing as we share a fateful connection, I shall reluctantly bestow this rare chance upon you. How does that sound? Kunkin remarked. The opportunity to honor master? Truly? I cannot shake the feeling that you are deceiving me, Shangwan Yulei said, her expression filled with skepticism. Deceive you? If you do not believe me, then let us forget what I just said. Other little girls seem to understand better. I shall reserve such opportunities for them in the future, Xiao Kuan retorted swiftly. Other little girls? What do you mean by that? Upon hearing Xiao Kuan's words, Shangwan Yulei's heart tightened, and she immediately pressed for clarification. It means exactly what it says. You are not the only female disciple of master. Is there a problem with that? Now step aside. I must roast the rabbit meat for master, Xiao Kuan replied. No, wait, esteemed Kunkin. I was mistaken. I should not have doubted your good intentions. Allow me to handle the roasting of the rabbit. If possible, I would gladly take on such splendid tasks in the future, Shangwan Yulei said with a beaming smile. Sensing Xiao Kuan's growing impatience. Oh, you no longer doubt my honesty? In response to Shangwan Yulei's words, Xiao Kuan inquired with an expression of calmness. I do not doubt. I do not doubt. Esteemed Kunkin, you are magnanimous. Do not hold a grudge against a mere girl like me. Here, I offer you my secret stash of xian stones and some elixirs, as a token of my respect for you. Without hesitation, Shangwan Yulei produced a storage ring and handed it over. Ahem, very well. Given your sincerity, I shall refrain from holding a grudge against a younger generation. This rabbit is now yours. Your master requested 2 rabbit legs. Make haste. Oh, and I shall take the remaining 2 legs. The rest is entirely yours. Go forth. I have faith in you, Kunkin said, accepting Shangwan Yulei's storage ring with an unperturbed demeanor. Thank you, esteemed Kunkin. Shangwan Yulei sighed with relief upon hearing Xiao Kuan's words. Without wasting another moment, she drew her sword and began to process the enormous rabbit before her. In no time, the 4 rabbit legs were sizzling over the flames. Throughout this, Xiao Kuan pretended to offer guidance, occasionally instructing Shangwan Yulei on when to turn the legs and when to add seasonings for flavor. Soon, the aroma of roasted rabbit meat wafted through the grand hall, and Shangwan Yulei gradually became captivated, turning into a little admirer of Xiao Kuan. Of course, Li Rufeng remained blissfully unaware of the events unfolding in the grand hall. If he were to discover this, it might very well be not merely roasted rabbit legs, but roasted chicken instead. Chapter 101. The Carefree, Immortal Domain. The 3 ancestors of the Tianji Pavilion. In the carefree, immortal domain, amidst a mountain range teeming with beasts, Ji Wudao's figure appeared. In his hand, he grasped a black compass. According to its guidance, the ancestors should be in this direction. However, as he approached the mountain range, an inexplicable force began to interfere with the compass's readings. Henceforth, I must rely on my own intuition, Ji Wudao contemplated, stowing away the compass. He then summoned the He Tu and Luo Shu, commencing his calculations. Moments later, Ji Wudao's eyes lit up, as if he had uncovered something. Without hesitation, he retracted the He Tu and Luo Shu and continued onward in a specific direction. Meanwhile, within the depths of the mountain, in a concealed cave, nearly 200 individuals lay hidden. Someone has entered. Suddenly, an elderly man with white hair, who had been meditating, slowly opened his eyes. Beside him sat 2 other elderly men, also in meditation. The man in the center, who had spoken, was the founder of the Tianji Pavilion from the lower realm, known as the Tianji Daoist, one of the 3 ancestors. The other 2 were the 2nd and 3rd ancestors, named Xinyanzizi and Daoxuanyi, respectively. Ancestor. Could it be that individuals from the immortal realm have come for us? That should not be possible. The 3 of us combined our efforts to conceal our presence. Logically, it should not have been so easily unraveled by those from the immortal realm. The 2nd ancestor, Xinyanzizi, expressed his confusion. No, it should not be those from the immortal realm. According to my senses, the approaching presence is very weak, and there is only one person. If it were someone from the immortal realm who discovered our hiding place, they would not send merely one individual, the Tianji Daoist responded. One person? Could it be an outsider who inadvertently wandered into this mountain range? Should I investigate? The third ancestor, Daoxuanyi, inquired, having remained silent until now. That seems reasonable. You may go and check. If anything seems amiss, do not act recklessly. Return quickly. The Tianji Daoist considered for a moment before nodding slightly. Very well. With that, Daoxuanyi's figure vanished from his seat. Alas, why can I not discern any information about this person? It is what it is. Fortune and misfortune are intertwined. One cannot escape their fate. Shenyenzi, for the sake of caution, please gather everyone first. If anything seems amiss, we shall retreat. After Dao Xuanzi departed, Tianji Daoren suddenly sighed. Understood, ancestor. After acknowledging, Shun Yinzi vanished from his seat. Meanwhile, aided by He Tu and Luo Shu, Jiwu Dao drew ever closer to the cave where Tianji Daoren was hiding. We are nearly there. I wonder how the ancestors are faring now. If I can gain their support, I will have complete confidence in this upcoming one-zone war. Jiwu Dao pondered as he quickened his pace. Just as he was within several dozen miles of the cave, Dao Xuanzi appeared on the path leading to it. When Jiwu Dao was less than 100 meters away from Dao Xuanzi, he abruptly halted. Something feels off. There is an anomaly. He too Luo Shu manifest. Sensing the peculiar circumstances surrounding him, Jiwu Dao summoned He Tu and Luo Shu without hesitation. In an instant, he was enveloped by their power. Tianji's deduction. Reveal. As Jiwu Dao's voice echoed, He Tu and Luo Shu emitted a radiant white light that dispersed in all directions. The art of Tianji? This individual also practices it. Moreover, the object in his hand is quite peculiar. Perched on a nearby branch, Dao Xuanzi observed Jiwu Dao's actions, astonishment flooding his mind. Found you. Go. Just as Dao Xuanzi remained in shock, Jiwu Dao suddenly unleashed an attack towards him. Not good. This brat has managed to detect my position. Realizing the incoming attack, Dao Xuanzi had no time to think and swiftly dodged to the side. Boom. With the sound of an explosion, Dao Xuanzi's figure was fully revealed before Jiwu Dao. That is, I feel I have seen his likeness before. The moment Jiwu Dao laid eyes on Dao Xuanzi, a familiar sensation flickered in his mind. It is Sanzu, though his appearance has slightly changed. He still resembles the image I have seen. Haha, what a stroke of luck to encounter Sanzu upon my arrival. After a brief moment of recollection, Jiwu Dao recalled a portrait he had seen in the Tianji Pavilion in the lower realm. The figure depicted bore an uncanny resemblance to Dao Xuanzi standing before him. Without hesitation, Jiwu Dao joyfully leaped towards Dao Xuanzi. However, Dao Xuanzi had never encountered Jiwu Dao before, thus his sudden approach raised a wave of vigilance within him. So weak, what does he intend? Is it a deception? After sensing Jiwu Dao's cultivation level, Dao Xuanzi looked at the rapidly approaching figure with a puzzled expression. I, Jiwu Dao, the 128th generation disciple of Tianji Pavilion, pay my respects to Sanzu. Soon, Jiwu Dao had reached a distance of about 10 meters from Dao Xuanzi. Without hesitation, he knelt on one knee and spoke. What? A disciple of Tianji Pavilion? You claim to be a disciple of Tianji Pavilion? Dao Xuanzi, already on high alert, was taken aback by Jiwu Dao's declaration. Indeed. To be precise, I am the young master of this generation of Tianji Pavilion. Here is my identity token. Furthermore, this is the token of authority held by the pavilion masters throughout the generations. As he spoke, Jiwu Dao produced an identity token and the black compass he had previously used. This is. Upon seeing the black compass, Dao Xuanzi hurriedly approached Jiwu Dao and took it to examine closely. It truly is it. Rise. Other things may be fabricated, but this item cannot be faked by those of the celestial realm. I never expected to encounter a descendant of Tianji Pavilion in my lifetime. No. Quickly tell me how you arrived in the celestial realm. The ascension gate has long been sealed by those in the celestial realm. How did you come here? As if recalling something, Dao Xuanzi immediately pressed for answers. In response to Sanzu, the ascension gate was indeed sealed. However, that was in the past. The seal has since been broken. I, too, ascended to the celestial realm through the ascension gate recently. Jiwu Dao replied. What? The seal has been broken? When did this happen? Such a significant event. Why have I received no information? Upon hearing Jiwu Dao's words, Dao Xuanzi was both shocked and elated. It was only a few days ago, roughly 3 or 4 days. Moreover, it was my master who broke the seal. After that, I followed the guidance of the black compass to find my way here. Jiwu Dao continued. Your master? Who is your master? He managed to break the seal of the ascension gate? Dao Xuanzi was astonished once more. Ahem, Sanzu, would you kindly lead me to your temporary residence? Once I have met with the other ancestors and seniors, I will explain everything in detail. In response to Dao Xuanzi's inquiries, Jiwu Dao spoke gently. Very well. Since your identity has been confirmed, come with me. If the other 2 ancestors learn that a descendant from the lower realm has arrived, they will surely be pleased. Dao Xuanzi nodded, then turned to head towards the cave. Observing this, Jiwu Dao promptly followed suit. Subsequently, under Dao Xuanzi's guidance, Jiwu Dao arrived effortlessly at the entrance of the cave. Finally, Dao Xuanzi dispelled the barrier at the entrance, and the two entered the cave together. Chapter 102, Meeting San Zhu and Facing Doubts. Shortly thereafter, Dao Xuanzi brought Jiwu Dao before Tianyuan Dao Run and Shun Yanzi. Dao Xuanzi then briefly recounted Jiwu Dao's identity. Jiwu Dao once again produced the black compass. Like Dao Xuanzi, upon seeing the black compass, Tianyuan Dao Run and Shun Yanzi quickly came to believe in Jiwu Dao's identity. Esteemed ancestors, it brings me immense joy to see you all here. If I may be so bold as to inquire, what is the level of your power? Jiwu Dao curiously asked, gazing at the three ancestors before him. Ahem. Among us three, Tianji Lao Zhu possesses the strongest power, having begun to touch the threshold of the 9th layer of the Celestial Emperor. My two ancestors and I are slightly weaker, both at the 7th layer of the Celestial Emperor. In response to Jiwu Dao's inquiry, Dao Xuanzi did not conceal anything and spoke truthfully. So powerful. Excellent. This secures our position. Esteemed ancestors, I have a request, and I hope you can grant it. Upon learning of the ancestor's Celestial Emperor status, Jiwu Dao's eyes sparkled with excitement. The three ancestors exchanged glances upon hearing Jiwu Dao's words. Wu Dao, please articulate your request. If it is within the capability of the ancestors, we will not refuse. After a few moments, Tianyuan Dao Ren slowly began to speak. Very well, ancestor. It is as follows. Jiwu Dao briefly recounted how Li Rufeng had urged him to participate in the Wanzhong War. Of course, he also clarified his intention, which was to seek the assistance of the three ancestors. Thus, time swiftly passed, approximately half a stick of incense. Esteemed ancestors, what are your thoughts? With your strength, I believe we can secure the top position in the Wanzhong War. Jiwu Dao spoke with hopeful expectation. This Wu Dao, you say your master has instructed you to participate in this Wanzhong War? That may not be feasible. I advise you to abandon this notion as soon as possible. Tianyuan Dao Ren spoke with a heavy tone. Ancestor, why is that? I cannot possibly abandon this Wanzhong War. This is the task bestowed upon us by my master. Upon hearing the words of TNJDORN, JWDO immediately expressed his agreement. Alas, you have just arrived in the immortal realm, and there are certain circumstances you are unaware of. Currently, those from TNYUNDL are being hunted throughout the immortal realm. Over the years, countless individuals from TNYUND I have perished at the hands of those in the immortal realm. They possess a means to detect our presence. Had it not been for the concealment techniques employed by both your two esteemed ancestors and myself, you would likely not be seeing us today. Presently, those who survive from TNYUNDL are hidden throughout the immortal realm. Therefore, if you were to participate in the WNZing it would be akin to exposing yourself right beneath the noses of those in the immortal realm. WDO, you must heed our counsel this time. Compared to your very life, participating in the WNZing is simply not an option, TNJDORN gently explained. Upon hearing this explanation, JWDO fell into deep contemplation. This information is crucial. Fortunately, I have not revealed my presence during my journey here. However, my senior brother and junior siblings may still be unaware of this. I must relay this important news to them as soon as possible. In this moment, I can only seek my master. After a brief reflection, JWDO set aside thoughts of the WNZing and prepared to inform LRF of this significant information. Esteemed ancestors, this information is vital. I must summon my master and convey it to him. Later, you must remember to show respect to my master, or it would not bode well to offend one of our own. After giving this advice, JWDO promptly took out a command token and decisively shattered it. WDO's master? We are to show him respect? A powerful figure at the 8th level of the Immortal Emperor, he could not fathom showing deference to a junior. Very well, I shall observe the capabilities of the one who can break the seal of ascension. Meanwhile, upon hearing JWDO's words, TNJDORN felt a twinge of displeasure. After all, in TNJDORN's view, no matter how formidable LRFing might be, he could not surpass his own strength. The notion of being asked to respect someone he deemed weaker naturally stirred some emotions within him. As TNJDORN continued to ponder, the visage of LRFing gradually coalesced following the shattering of the command token. Moments later, LRFing's figure fully materialized. WDO, what brings you to summon me? LRFing inquired, his gaze sweeping over the surroundings before he spoke in a calm tone. Master, I have urgent matters to report, JWDO respectfully replied. Oh, urgent matters? What are they? LRFing queried. It is as follows, just moments ago. In response to LRFing's inquiry, JWDO succinctly recounted the words spoken by TNJDORN. Something that can detect your presence? And you deem this a significant issue? LRF-ing remarked, unimpressed. Are you indeed WDO's master? Given your demeanor, do you consider this matter inconsequential? You must understand, should we be discovered by the denizens of the immortal realm, we would face an onslaught of innumerable powerful foes. Even I cannot guarantee my safety once exposed to their pursuit. To suggest that WDO participate in the WNZing DZH in is tantamount to sending him to his doom. As WDO's master, should you not prioritize his safety? TNJDORN could not restrain himself from questioning LRF-ing's apparent indifference. Oh, and you are? LRF-ing turned to the speaker, his brow furrowing in confusion. Ahem, master, this esteemed figure is one of the ancestors of TNJ Pavilion, known as TNJDORN. The other two are also ancestors of our pavilion. Sensing the atmosphere becoming tense, JWDO quickly interjected to ease the situation. Ah, so it is an ancestor of TNJ Pavilion. No wonder you fled so hastily. It was to seek out your elder. LRF-ing jested lightly. It seems master has seen through me. JWDO replied with an awkward laugh. TNJDORN, is it? While I do not often concern myself with the affairs of my disciples, allow me to clarify one point. I would never send them to their deaths. Furthermore, no one in this mere immortal realm will dare to harm them in my presence. WDO must participate in the WNZing DZHN. As for your concerns about exposing his presence, I shall address that. If necessary, I will eliminate all those from the immortal realm. Is that truly a difficult task? Or do you believe that which you cannot accomplish, I am also incapable of? LRF-ing spoke with a tranquil demeanor, yet his words brimmed with an undeniable authority. Upon hearing LRF-ing's assertion, TNJDORN and the other two ancestors exchanged peculiar glances. They had encountered boastful individuals before, but never one who so brazenly claimed he could annihilate all from the immortal realm. This man certainly possessed a remarkable degree of confidence. Observing LRF-ing's serene expression, which hinted he was not jesting, TNJDORN could not refrain from a subtle critique in his heart. Since you are so confident, very well. Would you mind engaging in a spar with me? Though I may not be the strongest in the immortal realm, my strength is not to be underestimated. If you claim you can eliminate all those from the immortal realm, I am most curious to witness the extent of your prowess. After a brief pause, TNJDORN spoke, his tone laced with skepticism. Oh, a spar? No need. I prefer not to squander time on trivial matters. LRF-ing replied with a smile. Is it a matter of disfavoring wasted time? Or perhaps a lack of courage? Rest assured, it is merely a spar, and I will exercise restraint. Upon hearing LRF-ing's words, TNJDORN failed to grasp the deeper implications, even going so far as to mock him. How amusing. I believe you have misunderstood my intentions. What I mean by not sparring is that with a single strike, you shall experience the taste of despair. After all, why waste time on matters that can be resolved in one blow? LRF-ing smiled as he spoke. You. Very well, very well. Have the youth of today become so brash? TNJDORN, incensed by LRF-ing's audacity, felt a surge of anger. Not brash. Merely youthful. No need for further words. Since you question my strength, you shall have the opportunity to experience it firsthand. With a swift motion, he raised his hand, invoking the power of time and space to bind TNJDORN, SHNYNZ, and DOSUNZ. In an instant, their consciousnesses were ensnared in an endless cycle of reincarnation. From an outward perspective, TNJDORN and the others merely appeared to be in slumber. However, this slumber was far from the tranquil rest they usually enjoyed. Instead, they would be engulfed by an overwhelming sense of despair. Master, what of the ancestors? Witnessing the three elders succumb to slumber, JWDO hastily approached to plead for their mercy. Do not worry, I shall exercise discretion. While the experience of reincarnation is not pleasant, should they glean any insights from it, their realms may advance further. As for how much they may improve, that depends upon their own fortune, LRF-ing replied calmly. Ah, I see. So this is, in fact, an opportunity for the elders? Then I shall rest assured. JWDO finally felt his anxious heart settle upon hearing LRF-ing's words. Meanwhile, at the side, Rufeng cast a few glances at the three members of the Tianji Daoist, then ceased to pay them any further attention. System, do you have a solution regarding the issue of their aura? Subsequently, Rufeng began to communicate with the system in his mind. To resolve this matter, dear host, is exceedingly simple. All that is required is to replace the aura emanating from them, originating from the Tianyuan Continent, with that of the Taichu small world. Oh, is it truly that straightforward? What must I do? No, perhaps it is better for you to handle it. Transform the aura of all individuals from the Tianyuan Continent in the celestial realm to that of the Taichu small world, Rufeng stated nonchalantly. Understood, dear host. As soon as the host's voice resonated, an inexplicable force was directly conferred upon all individuals from the Tianyuan Continent in the celestial realm. Dear host, the aura of all individuals from the Tianyuan Continent has been completely replaced with that of the Taichu small world. Moments later, the system's prompt sounded once more. Well, this indeed alleviates the predicament. Thus, I need not expend energy to eliminate those celestial beings. However, I hope they display some discernment, otherwise. Rufeng pondered briefly. Wu Dao, the issue of the aura has been resolved by me. Henceforth, individuals from the celestial realm will be unable to discern any aura from those of the Tianyuan Continent. The remaining matters, you shall explain to them. I shall take my leave now. Shortly thereafter, Rufeng instructed. Resolved? So swiftly? Yes, master. Disciple respectfully bids farewell to you. Wu Dao felt a trace of surprise, followed by a respectful bow towards Rufeng. With a slight nod, Rufeng's figure gradually dissipated into the air. After Rufeng's departure, Wu Dao seated himself nearby, awaiting the awakening of the Tianji Daoist, and also serving as their guardian to prevent any interruptions during their state. In the Taishu Xinyu, at this moment, within an inconspicuous pavilion, there existed two figures in the grand hall at the top. One was a man clad in a black robe, half kneeling respectfully on the ground. Opposite him sat a woman, adorned in a black dress, whose beauty was unparalleled. Yet her lovely visage bore traces of coldness. The woman's name was Ning Ingying, the leader of the first assassination organization in the celestial realm, the Zhu Ming Lu speak. What matters require reporting? In a short while, Ning Ingying's icy voice resounded. Reporting to the leader, our people have perished in the Qingyuan Xinyu. The black-robed man replied earnestly, his tone filled with respect. Oh, what are the specifics? Ning Ingying inquired promptly. The details have been investigated by my subordinates. Our people died within the influence of a force called the Qingyuan sect. However, suddenly, the black-robed man hesitated. Speak your mind. Noticing the man's pause, Ning Ingying coldly urged. Yes. However, the strength of the Qingyuan sect, as my subordinates have looked into, is centered around an ancient ancestor, Su Yang, who has been in seclusion for many years. Yet, Su Yang's power is entirely insufficient to have slain our people. Therefore, I suspect there is someone else backing the Qingyuan sect. The black-robed man replied, displaying a puzzled expression. The Qingyuan sect. Ning Ingying mused for a moment before falling into contemplation. Below, the black-robed man, seeing her demeanor, dared not utter another word. Thus, the atmosphere in the grand hall remained silent for quite some time until Ning Ingying gradually lifted her head. I shall personally visit the Qingyuan Xinyu regarding this matter. After I depart, should anyone seek me, let them wait patiently. Do you understand? Ning Ingying slowly rose and instructed the black-robed man before her. Yes, I understand. Hearing her words, the black-robed man responded without a hint of hesitation. Ning Ingying nodded slightly, and her figure vanished from the grand hall. It was only after her departure that the black-robed man slowly stood up, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Phew. I did not expect the leader to personally visit the Qingyuan Xinyu. This time, the one who killed our Zhu Ming Lu's people is undoubtedly doomed. The black-robed man expressed his astonishment, and shortly thereafter, he exited the grand hall. Chapter 104. Young Master Yang's Outrage at the Kunlun Palace. Simultaneously, in the Kunlun Xinyu, outside the Kunlun Palace, dozens of figures suddenly appeared in the high sky. Leading them was a young man dressed in a blue robe, accompanied by several individuals exuding formidable auras. The young man's name was Yang Cheng, the young master of the Yang family in Kunlun Xinyu. The Yang family is a powerful clan with a heritage spanning millions of years. Although their overall strength does not surpass that of the Kunlun Palace, their methods and hidden cards are equally formidable. This time, the Yang family arrived at the Kunlun Palace with a purpose. Their unabashed display of auras signified that they were not to be trifled with. Soon after the appearance of the Yang family, several figures swiftly emerged from the Kunlun Palace, with the Grand Elder Wu Hanshan at the forefront. Yang Cheng, what brings the Yang family here so suddenly? Have they learned of the recent changes within the Kunlun Palace and seek to intervene? Wu Hanshan pondered upon seeing Yang Cheng standing at the front. Young Master Yang, why have you brought so many people to my Kunlun Palace? Do you intend to provoke the authority of the Kunlun Palace? Despite not comprehending the reason for Yang Cheng's visit, as the Grand Elder of the Kunlun Palace, he did not regard a junior lightly. Grand Elder, what are you saying? In the Kunlun Xinyu, who would dare to provoke the authority of the Kunlun Palace? My visit this time is merely concerning a trivial matter. To be precise, a mere chicken. If you hand over that chicken, I shall leave immediately. In response to Wu Hanshan's inquiry, Yang Cheng replied with a smile, displaying no signs of anxiety or fear. A chicken? I do not quite grasp what young Master Yang means. I have been in the Kunlun Palace for quite some time and have yet to encounter a chicken. It seems you might be mistaken. Wu Hanzhan initially paused and then spoke nonchalantly. Oh, none? Hee hee. Whether or not the Kunlun Palace possesses the chicken I seek is not for the Grand Elder to determine. Ming Lao, show the Grand Elder that item. As his voice fell, an elder named Yang Ming stepped forward beside Yang Cheng. Yang Ming, a powerful figure at the 7th level of the CND, was the source of Yang Cheng's confidence in visiting the Kunlun Palace. Soon, Yang Ming stood before Wu Hanzhan and presented a mirror. As Yang Ming infused the mirror with celestial energy, it projected an image into the air beside them, revealing a scene of Shao Kuan and Shangwan Yulei roasting a rabbit in the Grand Hall. This spectacle was quickly witnessed by all present. There truly is a chicken. At this moment, Wu Hanzhan felt a flicker of surprise and confusion in his heart. Well, that rabbit was nurtured by me with rare materials for hundreds of years. I have yet to savor its flavor, and they have already feasted upon it. Grand Elder, if I am not mistaken, the figure beside that chicken is your Kunlun Palace Sanctus, correct? Initially, I was perplexed as to why a chicken would snatch away my carefully nurtured ingredients for hundreds of years. It appears this was all orchestrated by your Kunlun Palace Sanctus. Grand Elder, shouldn't you provide me with an explanation? Upon witnessing the roasted rabbit leg displayed before him, Yang Cheng's expression soured, and his tone turned frigid. What is the meaning of this? An explanation? I would indeed like to offer you one. The crux of the matter is that the Sanctus is backed by a mysterious master. What can I do? Alas, offending the Yang family is far preferable to courting death. Faced with Yang Cheng's inquiries, Wu Hanzhan swiftly reached a decision. Young Master Yang, it is merely a rabbit. The Sanctus may have recently developed a taste for rabbit meat. How about this? Name your price. Let us consider this rabbit as purchased by my Kunlun Hall. How does that sound? After a moment's contemplation, Wu Hanzhan spoke up. Purchase? You say your Kunlun Hall wishes to buy? Huh, what a jest. Do you have any idea how much effort and time I have expended to nurture this rabbit? As for the rare materials involved, there are countless. This rabbit is essential for my breakthrough to the immortal spirit realm. And you expect me to simply let it go with a mere purchase? Very well, if you insist on buying. I have heard that Kunlun Hall possesses a celestial fruit known as xianxiaaudiobooks. If you provide me with the xianxiaaudiobooks, I shall no longer pursue the matter of the rabbit. Upon hearing this, Yang Cheng regarded Wu Hanzhan with calm eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within them. What? Xianxiaaudiobooks? Yang Cheng, you truly dare to make such a demand? For a mere rabbit, you audaciously request the Kunlun Hall to part with xianxiaaudiobooks? Even if what you claim is true, and that rabbit could aid your ascent to the immortal spirit realm, it pales in comparison to the xianxiaaudiobooks. Within the entire Kunlun immortal domain, only our Kunlun Hall possesses a single xianxiaaudiobooks. Do not think that a single rabbit, or even 100 or 1,000 of them, could ever compare to the value of a xianxiaaudiobooks. If young master truly seeks compensation, I might be inclined to cooperate. However, do you believe I am unaware of your audacity? Do you think that Kunlun Hall lacks power? Humph. Upon hearing Yang Cheng's interest in xianxiaaudiobooks, Wu Hanzhan's previously calm demeanor evaporated, replaced by an icy indifference. Humph. So, Grand Elder, you intend to withhold the xianxiaaudiobooks? Very well. Then I demand the release of that chicken, as well as your Kunlun Hall Sanctus. You may choose which to relinquish, Grand Elder, as you see fit. In the face of Wu Hanzhan's cold inquiries, Yang Cheng's expression remained unperturbed, revealing no sign of fear. Something is amiss. It is 9 parts unsettling. Typically, the Yang family would not dare to provoke Kunlun Hall so openly. Yet today, Yang Cheng seems to regard Kunlun Hall with utter disdain. Could it be that the news of Feng Xuankong's demise has reached them? Even so, how could the Yang family dare to think they could trample over Kunlun Hall? Or is there something more to this? For a moment, as he gazed at the remarkably composed Yang Cheng, Wu Hanzhan found himself puzzled by the true intentions behind their visit to Kunlun Hall. Yang Cheng, we are all intelligent individuals here. Let us speak plainly. What is the true purpose of the Yang family's visit to Kunlun Hall? I do not believe you came merely for a rabbit. A 7th-level immortal emperor, and over a dozen others of at least 5th-level immortal emperors. This spectacle would lead one to believe that the Yang family intends to usurp Kunlun Hall. At this juncture, Wu Hanzhan no longer held back, directly questioning him with a cold voice. Humph, no wonder you are the Grand Elder, difficult to deceive. Very well, I have no intention of concealing anything. I have come to Kunlun Hall today for 2 matters. First, from this day forth, Kunlun Hall shall be under the jurisdiction of the Yang family. Second, you must surrender your Sanctus, Shangwan Yulei. Yang Cheng held up 2 fingers, speaking slowly. Preposterous. You, a mere child of the Yang family. Do you think you have the right to make such demands? What is the Yang family to attempt taking over Kunlun Hall today, based solely on your words? Kunlun Hall has ample justification to annihilate your Yang family. Upon hearing Yang Cheng's declaration, Wu Hanzhan erupted in fury. Annihilate my Yang family? Ha ha. Grand Elder, you truly amuse me. In days past, perhaps that would have sufficed. But now, do you think my Yang family is unaware of anything? A Kunlun Hall without a hall master is no different from a toothless tiger. Today, you will either comply with my demands, or you will perish. Yang Cheng laughed heartily, then turned to threaten Wu Hanshan directly. You, how do you know? Upon hearing Yang Cheng's words, Wu Hanshan questioned in surprise. Is that difficult to comprehend? Grand Elder, you underestimate my Yang family's intelligence network. Enough. I do not wish to continue this trivial banter. It is time for you to choose. Will you submit or resist? Yang Cheng revealed a disdainful expression, then spoke coldly. Even if you are aware, what of it? Do not forget, behind Kunlun Hall stands a domain lord. Does your Yang family truly believe they possess the strength to confront a domain lord? Wu Hanshan replied icily. A domain lord, you say? Ha ha, in this day and age. Who doesn't have a domain lord backing them? Grand Elder, do you really think my Yang family came to Kunlun Hall unprepared? You are aware, of course, that while the immortal realm seems united at a glance, in reality, the various domains engage in fierce covert struggles. As it happens, there is a domain lord who favors my Yang family. Hence, do not expect any domain lord to come to your Kunlun Hall's aid, at least for the foreseeable future. The domain lord you mentioned is completely occupied and unable to assist you. Therefore, I advise you to recognize your position. Otherwise, do not blame my Yang family for shedding blood. Yang Cheng declared arrogantly, his expression one of sheer hubris. Such a situation has arisen. Is there another domain lord eyeing Kunlun Hall? No, it seems more accurate to say they are targeting the Kunlun immortal domain. It is said that within the Shifeng Immortal Alliance, the factions of each immortal domain are notably distinct. If a domain lord secures the backing of two immortal domains, their standing within the Shifeng Immortal Alliance will rise considerably. Now it makes sense. With Feng Xuankong's death, this presents the perfect opportunity to strike at the Kunlun immortal domain. However, does the Yang family truly underestimate the power of that senior, or do they simply disregard it? If that is the case, Yang family, your current arrogance will lead to your own downfall. Previously, Kunlun Hall had considered taking action against the Yang family, but suitable opportunities had been elusive. This time, perhaps they could eradicate the Yang family. Observing Yang Cheng's arrogant demeanor, Wu Hanshan contemplated deeply. This matter is of great significance. I must confer with the elders of Kunlun Hall. Although I am the Grand Elder, I cannot make unilateral decisions. After forming a certain conjecture, Wu Hanshan spoke in a solemn tone, adopting a pretense of compromise. Very well, I shall grant you 1 instant sticks time, Grand Elder. If I do not receive a satisfactory response after that time, I believe you understand the consequences. Upon hearing Wu Hanshan's words, Yang Cheng smiled broadly, entirely oblivious to the underlying tension. Very well. After acknowledging, Wu Hanshan ceased to linger in the air and turned to descend into Kunlun Hall. Upon returning to Kunlun Hall, he did not hesitate and hurried directly to the main hall. Young master, we hold an absolute advantage. Why grant them time? Why not attack directly? In the skies. Yang Ming approached Yang Cheng and inquired with confusion. Though Kunlun Hall is now akin to a toothless tiger, it is still a tiger. Should a conflict ensue, while my Yang family may prevail, we would undoubtedly suffer significant losses. Thus, granting them a little time is of no consequence. To become the sole ruler of Kunlun Xinyu, my Yang family has waited for so long. We are not bothered by the passage of a mere incense stick duration. One might say that perhaps even the heavens favor my Yang family. Just as that chicken captured my rabbit, the lord of Kunlun Hall encountered an inexplicable mishap. Coincidentally, that very chicken scurried into Kunlun Hall. Ming Lao, what do you think I should do with this chicken? Should I slay it or spare its life? After all, its appearance has granted my Yang family the opportunity to seize control of Kunlun Xinyu. Yang Cheng suddenly chuckled and jested. It is merely a chicken. If the young master wishes to kill it, then let it be so. Furthermore, even without it, my Yang family would still dominate Kunlun Hall. Young master, with your unique physique, once fused with the physique of the saintess of Kunlun Hall, your talent will ascend to become the foremost individual in Kunlun Xinyu, or even the celestial realm. When you mature, conquering Kunlun Xinyu will be an effortless endeavor. Yang Ming interjected calmly from the side. Haha, well said. Once I obtain Shengwan Yulei, do not be surprised if I ascend to the position of the celestial lord, not just Kunlun Xinyu. At that time, will not the entire celestial realm be under my command? Haha. Hearing Yang Ming's flattery, Yang Cheng erupted into laughter. Meanwhile, on another side, Wu Hanshan had already reached Shengwan Yulei. Saintess, trouble has come knocking. You must promptly inform your master. The visitors are from the Yang family, and they arrive with great force. They may have numerous accomplices concealed around Kunlun Hall. Only your master can resolve this crisis. Without hesitation, Wu Hanshan spoke with a serious tone to Shengwan Yulei. The Yang family? Why would they come to Kunlun Hall? The name of the Yang family is well known throughout Kunlun Xinyu. So hearing Wu Hanshan's words, Shangwan Yulei felt a wave of confusion. Naturally, they come for Kunlun Hall. The Yang family aims to seize control of Kunlun Hall and become the masters of Kunlun Xinyu. Moreover, Yang Cheng specifically demanded that we surrender you, the Saintess. This may be part of their motive. Wu Hanshan replied solemnly. Me? I understand. I will summon my master at once. Grand Elder, you handle things for now. Until my master arrives, do not take any action to avoid unforeseen circumstances. Without further thought, after giving a few instructions and disregarding the rabbit leg beside her, Shangwan Yulei immediately departed the Great Hall. Following this, Wu Hanshan glanced at the small Kun before turning to leave the hall as well. Alas, what a ridiculous Yang family. I, Kun Yi, shall remember you. A fine tool, just like that, gone. However, the rabbit leg is almost roasted. I shall endure a bit more and complete the final steps. After Wu Hanshan exited, Xiao Kun grumbled to himself, harboring resentment towards the Yang family. In a room within Kunlun Hall, after searching for a while, Shangwan Yulei finally found Li Rufeng resting. Master, something has happened. Someone has surrounded Kunlun Hall and demanded our surrender of it. Only you can resolve this predicament now. As soon as she entered, Shangwan Yulei rushed to the bedside and spoke urgently. Awakened by Shangwan Yulei's voice, Li Rufeng slowly opened his eyes. Someone is causing trouble? Who is it? Is it that so-called domain lord? Li Rufeng turned to Shangwan Yulei, casually inquiring, with no hint of panic. No, it is not. It is the Yang family. Shangwan Yulei quickly responded. The Yang family? Which Yang family? Hearing the name for the first time, Li Rufeng displayed a puzzled expression. Master, the Yang family is from Kunlun Xinyu. Observing Li Rufeng's confusion, Shangwan Yulei briefly introduced the Yang family. I see. I thought it was something significant. But it turns out to be a group of inexperienced fools. After listening to Shangwan Yulei's explanation, Li Rufeng remarked weakly. Inexperienced fools? Upon hearing the unfamiliar term, Shangwan Yulei looked on in confusion. It is nothing. Come, let us go meet this so-called Yang family. Furthermore, I just sensed a particularly intriguing power. It may prove useful to you. Rising from the bed, Li Rufeng did not address Shangwan Yulei's questions, but spoke calmly instead. He then placed his hands behind his back and walked towards the door. A particularly intriguing power? Master, wait for me. Without a moment to spare. Seeing Li Rufeng move away, Shangwan Yulei shouted and hurriedly followed. Chapter 106. The master of the Yang family goes completely berserk. Outside Kunlun Hall. In no time, Li Rufeng arrived at the location. The moment he appeared, Wu Hanshan and the other elders respectfully gathered behind him. This scene quickly caught the attention of Yang Cheng. Who is this person? Why do the people of Kunlun Hall show him such reverence? High above, Yang Cheng looked down at Li Rufeng, murmuring to himself, Young master. This person's sudden emergence, commanding the obedience of Wu Hanshan and the others, indicates his formidable strength. We must proceed with caution. I will first test his capabilities. The rest of you, protect the young master. After reminding Yang Cheng a few times, Yang Ming promptly instructed the members of the Yang family nearby. There is no rush. Let us first ascertain their intentions. If they are willing to submit, there is no need for unnecessary trouble. Hearing Yang Ming's words, Yang Cheng replied nonchalantly. Understood. Yang Ming responded. Meanwhile, below, Li Rufeng also noticed Yang Cheng and the others. Is that them? After glancing at Yang Cheng and the others, Li Rufeng smiled faintly. To the esteemed elder, they are indeed members of the Yang family. The young man in the center is the young master of the Yang family, Yang Cheng. It is he who demands our submission to the Yang family. Wu Hanshan spoke up from the side. Oh, the young master of the Yang family? Hee. Since when did a mere child dare to act so arrogantly before Kunlun Hall? Wu Hanshan, you go. Eliminate this so-called young master. Li Rufeng spoke with an air of calmness and indifference. What? Upon hearing these words, Wu Hanshan momentarily believed he was hallucinating. What? A dignified celestial emperor of the 7th level dares not even slay a golden immortal child? Seeing Wu Hanshan frozen in place, Li Rufeng teased. Of course not. It is simply that while killing Yang Cheng may be simple, there is the entire Yang family behind him. Should we provoke the Yang family, Kunlun Hall would inevitably be thrust into a fierce conflict. At that time, Kunlun Hall would likely suffer severe casualties. As the Grand Elder of Kunlun Hall, I do not wish to see such a scenario unfold. Coming to his senses, Wu Hanshan quickly explained. Oh, so you are concerned about this? In that case, you need not worry any longer. After today, there will be no more Yang family in Kunlun Xinyu. Now, you may act. Li Rufeng spoke leisurely. No more Yang family. Could it be? At that moment, a bold and shocking thought emerged in Wu Hanshan's mind. Yes, esteemed elder. Without further hesitation, Wu Hanshan slightly cupped his hands and stepped forward. Not good. Everyone, protect the young master. The next moment, Yang Ming, high above, suddenly shouted. Bang! Just as his voice fell, A sound of collision erupted abruptly. Wu Hanshan, do you dare to strike against the young master? Are you not afraid of the Yang family completely annihilating Kunlun Hall? After blocking Wu Hanshan's attack, Yang Ming immediately questioned coldly. Haha, annihilate Kunlun Hall? A joke. You should be more concerned about how to survive in my hands. Imperial law, desolate thunder. Faced with Yang Ming's inquiry, Wu Hanshan let out a hearty laugh and, without hesitation, launched his attack. How infuriating. How did this fellow suddenly become so resolute? There was no time for contemplation. I must first defend against his onslaught. DFA. Wanxiang Yushuan. Observing Wu Hanshan's merciless assault, Yang Ming dared not be complacent and immediately assumed a defensive posture. Below, as they gazed at the imposing figure of Wu Hanshan radiating a formidable aura, Li Rufeng's lips curled into a sly smile. Are you not coming out? Then how about this? Spatial shift. Just as Wu Hanshan was about to collide with Yang Ming, Li Rufeng intervened. In an instant, before everyone's astonished eyes, Wu Hanshan's figure abruptly vanished from the spot. No, how could this be? Just as the crowd remained bewildered, Yang Cheng suddenly emitted a voice filled with profound terror. This is Yang Cheng. It is the senior. In that case, perish. Regaining his composure, Wu Hanshan not only maintained his attack, but intensified it. It was clear he aimed to take Yang Cheng's life. No, Wu Hanshan, if anything happens to the young master, everyone from Kunlun Hall shall accompany him to the grave. Not far away, the sluggish Yang Ming, upon realizing Wu Hanshan's position, threatened loudly with a face full of fear. No, please don't kill me. I am the young master of the Yang family. You cannot slay me. Simultaneously, under the shadow of death, Yang Cheng shouted in terror. Yet regardless of their cries, Wu Hanshan's assault did not relent. In the blink of an eye, his attack was on the verge of striking Yang Cheng's head, mere millimeters away. Enough. Kunlun Hall, you truly seek death. I had intended to spare you, but it seems you all are destined to perish. Just at that critical moment, an enraged voice thundered from the sky. In an instant, Wu Hanshan's attack and body were completely immobilized, unable to move an inch. Father! It is father! Father, kill him! I want him dead. And those from Kunlun Hall, they all must die. Just brushing against death, upon hearing the familiar voice, Yang Cheng's emotions surged, and he shouted fervently. In the next moment, a figure appeared within the gaze of the crowd. Clad in a gray-blue robe, this individual stood with hands clasped behind him in midair, exuding an undeniable powerful aura. This person was the patriarch of the Yang family, Yang Wudi, a formidable being at the 8th level of the immortal emperor realm. Heh, I thought you wouldn't show up? Upon witnessing Yang Wudi's arrival, Li Rufeng's smile widened. Snap! Suddenly, Li Rufeng raised his hand and snapped his fingers. In an instant, the binding on Wu Hanshan was utterly erased. Bang! As the restraints vanished, Wu Hanshan's attack landed squarely upon Yang Cheng, catching the Yang family off guard. Yang Cheng, merely at the golden immortal level, could not withstand the might of the immortal emperor's strike. The outcome was all too clear. No, my son. You seek death. Moments later, regaining his senses, Yang Wudi lost all rationality. He had no idea why the binding on Wu Hanshan had abruptly disappeared. Yet in that moment, Yang Wudi had no time to ponder the matter further. In a fit of rage, he drew a spear and charged fiercely at Wu Hanshan. The momentum indicated that Wu Hanshan was almost certainly doomed. This is bad. Senior, save me. Sensing the intense murderous intent approaching from behind, Wu Hanshan's heart sank. And without a second thought, he sought refuge from Li Rufeng. Wu Hanshan himself could not fathom why the binding on him had suddenly dissipated, leaving him momentarily dazed even after slaying Yang Cheng. Had it not been for Yang Wudi's imminent approach, he would likely still be in a daze. Save you? Even if the immortal sovereign were here today, you would still die. Breaking through the void, Yang Wudi bellowed, and with a powerful thrust, he unleashed his spear. Heh, your bravado is impressive, but your strength is lacking by a millionfold. Li Rufeng chuckled lightly, and in the next moment, his figure vanished from sight. Chapter 107. The Fall of the Yang Family, Using a Knife to Kill. Freeze. In the next instant, Li Rufeng materialized before Wu Hanshan. As he uttered a single word, Yang Wudi's spear came to a halt before him. Who are you? Li Rufeng's sudden intervention slightly restored Yang Wudi's rationality amidst his rage. This individual had effortlessly nullified my full-force strike with merely a word. Even the immortal sovereign could not achieve such ease. Could it be that the senior Wu Hanshan spoke of him? As he gazed at Li Rufeng, Yang Wudi's heart began to awaken with caution. Heh, who I am is beyond your qualification to know. You must be the head of the Yang family, correct? Would it not be better for you to remain within the Yang family rather than rush toward your demise? Alas, should I encounter the King of Hell next time, I must request a reward for the services rendered. After all, I have significantly contributed to their performance. Calmly observing Yang Wudi, Li Rufeng even found the time to jest. Arrogant. Do not presume that being able to withstand my strike makes you formidable. Just now, I utilized less than 2.5% of my strength. Next, I shall be serious. As his words fell, Yang Wudi's aura began to surge dramatically. Below, many of the weaker members of Kunlun Hall found it difficult to breathe under the pressure. Oh, serious now? Haha, very well. I shall grant you this opportunity for lack of better distractions. I wonder how much stronger you will be when serious compared to just now. Observing Yang Wudi's escalating aura, Li Rufeng did not immediately eradicate the opponent, but instead felt a sense of amusement akin to playing with a monkey. This individual remained so composed, his realm completely inscrutable. In this moment, the only course of action left was to retreat. A son can be reborn, and a family can be rebuilt. But should I perish, everything would be lost. In an instant, Yang Wudi made a decision that rendered everyone speechless. Following this, in the gaze of all present, Yang Wudi, whose aura had been climbing, suddenly turned and shot off at great speed. This scenario was unexpected not only for Kunlun Hall and the Yang family, but even for Li Rufeng standing by. It was not until Yang Wudi appeared dozens of miles away that Li Rufeng slowly emerged from his state of shock. Incredible. This is the first time I've encountered someone who knows how to flee since entering the immortal realm. Truly, as the head of the Yang family, he is not devoid of intelligence. What a pity, your luck has run out, and you have crossed paths with me. To think you could escape from my grasp. You'd need to train for 8 lifetimes. Watching Yang Wudi's figure gradually fade into the distance, Li Rufeng slowly raised his right hand. In the next moment, he clenched his fist gently. Bang! Dozens of miles away, Yang Wudi's body erupted in a tremendous explosion. Thus, a generation of 8th-level immortal emperor, a member of the Yang family, was utterly annihilated. Snap! Without pausing, Li Rufeng raised his hand and swiftly dealt with the remaining members of the Yang family. The entire sequence of events unfolded so rapidly that the Yang family members scarcely had a moment to lament their fate. You should know the location of the Yang family's residence, correct? Just point the way. After eliminating all present from the Yang family, Li Rufeng turned to Wu Han and said nonchalantly, Yes, the Yang family is in that direction, atop a peak approximately 2,500 miles from here. Wu Han, responding without hesitation, quickly raised his hand and pointed to a direction. Oh, 2,500 miles, is it? Li Rufeng murmured softly, then raised his right hand. In the next moment, a spear materialized in his grasp, conjured from a terrifying force. Go. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Rufeng hurled the spear in the direction indicated by Wu Han. In an instant, the long spear vanished from the sight of the onlookers, hurtling directly towards the location of the Yang family nearby. It's done. The remaining matters are for you to handle. After imparting a word to Wu Han, Li Rufeng's figure disappeared into the air, returning to solid ground. Subsequently, under the watchful gaze of the elders in Kunlun Hall, Li Rufeng strolled back into the hall. Meanwhile, over 2,500 miles away, at the Yang family estate, Li Rufeng's attack soon manifested in the skies above. Without granting the Yang family any opportunity to react or flee, even their protective array had not yet activated. That piercing attack descended directly, instantly reducing the Yang family's position to rubble. This commotion swiftly incited panic among numerous factions within the Kunlun immortal domain. It was only after Kunlun Hall issued a statement that the inhabitants of the Kunlun immortal domain gradually comprehended the reason behind the annihilation of the Yang family. Following this incident of the Yang family's destruction, no factions within the Kunlun immortal domain dared challenge the sovereign authority of Kunlun Hall. The news of the Yang family's obliteration quickly spread to the Shifeng Immortal Alliance, particularly reaching the ears of the domain lord associated with the Kunlun immortal domain. In the Tianyuan immortal domain, at the periphery of the Tianyuan sect, after some time, Ning Yingying finally arrived. My people died right here. The Tianyuan sect is likely involved. Just then, as Ning Yingying spoke to herself, her thoughts were abruptly interrupted. She promptly retrieved a token glowing with red light. The moment the token appeared, it suddenly flew from Ning Yingying's grasp into the air beside her, transforming into a spectral figure of an upper body. Is there something you need? Ning Yingying regarded the apparition before her with an unchanging expression, her tone indifferent. Can I seek you out if there is nothing wrong? In response to Ning Yingying's cold inquiry, the specter let out a chuckle. My time is valuable. Speak plainly. Ning Yingying's retort indicated that she was not inclined to show much deference to the apparition. Mind your tone. Don't forget. Your sister's life still requires my assistance. The specter's voice turned icy upon sensing Ning Yingying's lack of respect. Our relationship is merely one of cooperation. You need my sister to coerce me into doing your bidding. You should be more concerned than I am about her safety, no? Enough with the trivialities. Just tell me, who do you want me to kill this time? Despite the specter's threats, Ning Yingying remained composed, her demeanor largely unchanged. Fine then. I must confess you, who have taken countless lives, would not completely yield to me merely for the sake of your sister. Su Yang replied with a calm smile, as if casually stating a fact. You talk too much. If you don't get to the point, just leave. Ning Yingying lifted her gaze slightly towards the specter, her tone cold. Haha, let us get down to business. The person you are to eliminate is quite special. The specter chuckled before continuing. Special? Hee hee. You can use such words? Just tell me who he is, what his name is, what realm he occupies, and where he currently is. I have no interest in what makes him special. Ning Yingying responded. That is why I said he is special, because I don't know who he is. Nor do I possess any useful information regarding his name, realm, or anything else. The specter explained. Are you jesting? Is this amusing to you? Upon hearing the specter's words, Ning Yingying's expression grew cold, her tone turning ominous. Of course not. I only know that he is most likely in the Kunlun Hall of the Kunlun Immortal Domain. Just earlier, I received news of the Yang family's extermination. Initially, I intended for the Yang family to assist me with certain tasks. Regrettably, someone intervened. Though I do not care for the fate of the Yang family, I am nonetheless displeased at losing such a valuable piece. The Kunlun Immortal Domain is his territory, and I cannot directly eliminate the one who disrupted my plans. Thus, I must ask you to undertake this task for me. With your strength, as long as you avoid the domain lords and immortal masters. No one should pose a challenge to you. Furthermore, you still possess a trump card, do you not? I have heard that even an immortal master may fall before it. I am curious to know the truth of this. As the conversation progressed, the specter suddenly posed a probing question. Chapter 108. The Four Great Kings, Perished and Extinguished. What? Do you wish to verify this? If you seek death, I would not mind facilitating it. Ning Yingying replied without a change in expression. Haha. Let us not go that far. After all, if I were to die, your lovely sister would accompany me on my journey. I believe you wouldn't act so impulsively. Would you? The specter remarked with a mocking laugh. Upon hearing these words, Ning Yingying's brows furrowed, her countenance darkening. However, she refrained from responding to the specter's taunts. Well then, I have said all I need to say. Bring me that person's head. At that time, I will provide you with 10 vials of what you need to sustain your sister's life. I hope you will not disappoint me. Otherwise, you know what the consequences will be. Of course, if you choose to completely submit to me and become my woman, you shall have as much of that substance as you desire. Laughter echoed as the specter gradually began to dissipate, reverting to a token. One day, I will personally send you on your way. After the specter completely vanished, Ning Yingying muttered coldly to herself. She then stowed the token and raised her head to gaze at the distant Qinyan sect. After a few breaths, Ning Yingying withdrew her gaze, no longer fixating on the Qinyan sect. In the next moment, her figure vanished from the spot, heading towards the Kunlun Immortal Domain. Though a myriad of reluctances swirled within her, for the sake of her sister, Ning Yingying had no choice but to complete the task assigned by the specter. Unbeknownst to her, this time, she would be confronting Li Rufu, a formidable adversary, and it was this instance that would irrevocably alter the course of her fate. In Kunlun Hall, within a certain chamber, Li Rufu was resting. Suddenly, as if sensing something, he abruptly opened his eyes. This aura. Interesting. It resembles those individuals from last time. Another opportunity has presented itself. With that thought, Li Rufu's figure vanished from the room. Meanwhile, in a void outside the celestial realm, 4 figures were rapidly flying towards the celestial domain. Just as they were nearing the celestial realm, a figure appeared out of nowhere in their path. The figure was none other than Li Rufu. Halt! Upon noticing the anomaly, the 4 figures came to a sudden stop, fixing their gazes on the abruptly appearing Li Rufu. Oh, greetings. In such a hurry, where are you all headed? By the way, did your hall master send you? Li Rufu inquired with a cheerful smile, observing the 4 figures before him. Upon sensing the dense temporal energy emanating from the 4, Li Rufu deduced that they belonged to the Temple of Time. It's you. How dare you appear before us? Upon recognizing Li Rufu's visage, one of the 4 stepped forward, astonishment evident on their face. The speaker was named He Chuan, one of the 4 great kings of the Temple of Time, and the remaining 3 were also kings of the temple. The last envoy from the Temple of Time, the 10 generals, perished at the hands of Li Rufeng, inciting the furious wrath of the temple master, Lu Yu. In a bid to definitively eliminate Li Rufeng, Lu Yu dispatched the 4 heavenly kings of the Temple of Time this time. As for He Chuan's ability to recognize Li Rufeng at a glance, it was due to someone from the last 10 generals successfully transmitting Li Rufeng's appearance back to the Temple of Time. It is said that enemies, when meeting, tend to feel a heightened animosity. Upon realizing that the figure blocking their path was indeed Li Rufeng, the expressions of He Chuan and his companions turned icy, and their auras were unleashed without concealment. Are you prepared for death, for having slain members of the Temple of Time? He Chuan remarked coldly, gazing at Li Rufeng. Oh, death. Li Rufeng chuckled. You are not the first to exhibit such arrogance before me. Regrettably, those who have shared such sentiments with me are likely 6 feet under by now, and you shall not be an exception. However, before I take your lives, let us change our venue. Your strengthened bodies will serve as splendid nourishment, and I shall not let it go to waste. With a snap of his fingers, before He Chuan and his companions could react, Li Rufeng vanished along with them into the void. Meanwhile, in the Taichu small world, Li Rufeng brought He Chuan and his companions into this new realm. Where's this place? As they regained their senses, He Chuan and his companions immediately grew vigilant, uncertain of what had just transpired or the nature of the space they now inhabited. The answer to that question shall be something you will have to ponder as you descend into oblivion. Li Rufeng taunted lightly before preparing to annihilate He Chuan and his companions. In an instant, a cold voice echoed, and the bodies of He Chuan and his companions exploded entirely. The power contained within them was swiftly absorbed and refined by the Taichu small world. The entire process unfolded in the blink of an eye. They had no time to resist, let alone react, and thus became sustenance for the evolution of the Taichu small world. Truly, the efficiency of evolution for those from the Temple of Time is remarkable. It seems that such experiences are in abundance. After a few musings, Li Rufeng departed from the Taichu small world. The next moment, he reappeared in the void where he had previously been. Without lingering any longer, he turned and returned to the immortal realm. At the very moment when He Chuan and his companions met their demise, Lu Yu, seated in the grand hall of the Temple of Time, suddenly widened his eyes in disbelief. How could this be? Even He Chuan and his group were no match for that person? Impossible. This is absolutely inconceivable. Such power cannot possibly belong to someone from the lower realms. What on earth is happening? Damn it. Must I personally intervene? Lu Yu murmured in disbelief, unable to accept that a formidable being capable of slaying He Chuan and his companions could arise from the lower realms. No, there is definitely something amiss with this person. He must be a reincarnation of a powerful being from above. If that is the case, even I would not stand a chance against him. This matter has exceeded my control. I must consult an esteemed figure from above. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Yu finally calmed himself and arrived at a bold conjecture. He then rose from his seat and exited the grand hall. Chapter 109. The Wanfa Immortal Domain, Pang Hu of the Chung family. In the Wanfa Immortal Domain, amidst the bustling city, the figure of Zhu Jusi appeared. Since parting ways with Li Rufeng, Zhu Jusi had followed an inexplicable feeling that led him to the Wanfa Immortal Domain. Arriving at Xinghuan City was also driven by this inexplicable sensation. In a tavern, Zhu Jusi sat at a table by the window. This being his first encounter with such an unfamiliar environment, the tavern was undeniably a prime location for gathering various intelligence, which was the reason for Zhu Jusi's presence. After a while, he indeed overheard numerous valuable pieces of information. Just as Zhu Jusi intended to linger a bit longer, several figures approached him directly. Hey, this spot is reserved for my young lady. You clear out. A burly man soon arrived beside Zhu Jusi, placing a foot on the stool and speaking with a fierce countenance. Suddenly confronted with trouble, Zhu Jusi turned his gaze toward the burly man, displaying a puzzled expression. May I ask who you are? After glancing at the man, Zhu Jusi spoke calmly. I am Pang Hu. Hurry and vacate the seat, or else. Do not blame me for being rude. Pang Hu threatened coldly. Pang Hu. Observing the fierce demeanor of Pang Hu, Zhu Jusi maintained his composure, showing no intention of vacating his seat. Another Pang Hu. This fellow has been notoriously arrogant, relying on the Chung family. Alas, it seems today, this young master is in for some misfortune. There's no helping it. After all, the Chung family is the most powerful force in Xinghuan City, backed by an ancestral figure in the immortal sovereign realm. If this young master were to show some tact, perhaps he could save his life. Nearby, as they witnessed Pang Hu troubling Zhu Jusi, many began to whisper among themselves. These murmurs reached Zhu Jusi's ears. Chung family, immortal sovereign ancestor. Upon hearing of the Chung family's backing, which included an immortal sovereign ancestor, Zhu Jusi's expression grew serious. The immortal sovereign realm was, at least for the present Zhu Jusi, beyond his ability to confront directly. Endure for now, and the storm shall pass. Take a step back, and the anger will only deepen. While I cannot contend against the immortal sovereign, I can still call upon my master. Chung family, you have unwittingly kicked a metal plate. Although unable to single-handedly confront the Chung family, Zhu Jusi chose not to concede. After all, with Li Rufeng as his trump card, his confidence surged. What are you dawdling for? Hurry up and clear out for this lord. Am I showing you leniency, or what? If you don't leave, I swear I'll deal with you. Just as Zhu Jusi contemplated his options, Pang Hu threatened once more in a cold tone. Oh, deal with me? You are but a mere true immortal. If one were unaware, they might think you possess great strength. Zhu Jusi replied nonchalantly, raising his teacup to savor a few sips. You seek death. Infuriated by Zhu Juxi's disdain, Pang Hu's anger surged. Without hesitation, he swung a fist toward Zhu Juxi's head. This scene astonished those around, and many wore expressions of regret. They believed Zhu Juxi was bound to perish at Pang Hu's hands, considering Zhu Juxi had yet to reach even the true immortal realm. However, facing the fist that was about to connect with his head, Zhu Juxi exhibited no sign of panic, nor did he attempt to evade. "Ha, die. This is the consequence of provoking me." Seeing Zhu Juxi's nonchalance, Pang Hu assumed that Zhu Juxi had given up entirely. The onlookers shared a similar belief. Yet, just as Pang Hu's fist was about to land, Zhu Juxi finally reacted. A slight smirk graced his lips as the power of reincarnation began to manifest around him. In the next moment, before the gazes of all present, Pang Hu's fist came to a halt mere inches from Zhu Juxi, unable to advance any further. "What? This is impossible. You, a mere human immortal, can actually block my attack?" Pang Hu exclaimed, shock written across his face as he felt the immense force behind his own fist. "Hee, is this really so difficult? It is merely the realm of true immortals. Not only can I thwart your attacks, but I can also bring about your demise." Zhu Juxi smiled faintly and then slowly rose to his feet, gazing at Pang Hu. "Haha, kill me. Youngster, you are too arrogant. Just because you blocked one of my casual punches, you believe yourself to be my equal? Now, allow me to demonstrate my true power." Pang Hu abruptly retracted his fist, and his aura began to surge violently. "How boring," Zhu Juxi remarked indifferently at that moment. Suddenly, Pang Hu spat out blood, his eyes filled with disbelief. The atmosphere in the tavern fell completely silent. Everyone stared at Zhu Juxi, their faces reflecting shock and astonishment. "You, how could this be? How do you possess such formidable strength?" Pang Hu questioned, glancing down at the wound on his chest, disbelief etched across his features. "Is it strong? Compared to my senior brothers and sisters, my strength is quite ordinary. I can only say that you are not only arrogant, but also quite ignorant. In your next life, remember to temper your pride." As the words left his mouth, Zhu Juxi swiftly withdrew his arm from Pang Hu's chest. Ugh! In that instant, Pang Hu coughed up more blood, and a torrent of crimson gushed forth from the gaping hole in his chest. Within moments, he collapsed to the ground, his breath rapidly fading. "I admit, you are indeed stronger than I. However, by killing me, your time is also limited. I will be waiting for you below." With a final laugh, Pang Hu fell to the ground, his breath extinguished, and his eyes remained wide open until the very end, betraying a glimmer of unwillingness. "A cowardly bully, who else should perish if not you? Alas, a delightful meal has been interrupted." Zhu Juxi mused, casting a glance at the fallen Pang Hu. "Chung family, you had better be wise and refrain from provoking me." With that, Zhu Juxi departed the tavern, leaving behind a crowd of stunned onlookers, his demeanor calm and composed. Good heavens, he actually killed Pang Hu. Has the realm of human immortals become this terrifying? Yet, it is a fitting end. Pang Hu has oppressed many in the past, and now he has been rid of. However, that young gentleman is likely to face retribution from the Chung family. It is truly a pity for such talent to be extinguished by them. Indeed, may that young gentleman manage to evade this calamity. After Zhu Juxi's departure, the patrons of the tavern expressed their regrets. Most believed Zhu Juxi would find it difficult to escape the grasp of the Chung family. Meanwhile, news of Pang Hu's death swiftly reached the Chung family. After leaving the tavern, Zhu Juxi proceeded directly toward the city gates, intent on departing Xinghuan City at the earliest opportunity. Just as he neared the gates, he suddenly halted his steps. "Having followed me for so long, do you intend to continue in this manner?" Zhu Juxi turned, speaking with a calm demeanor. At that moment, a figure emerged from a nearby alley. "Friend, your skills are commendable. You have detected my presence." A man holding a fan approached Zhu Juxi, a smile gracing his face. Clad in a white robe, he exuded an air of elegance. "Who are you? Why have you been shadowing me? Are you from the Chung family?" Zhu Juxi inquired cautiously, studying the smile on the man's face. "Haha, you misunderstand. I am Xinfei, a wandering cultivator. I have no ties to the Chung family of Xinghuan City." Sensing Zhu Juxi's wariness, Xinfei waved his fan and replied with a smile. "Xinfei, a wandering cultivator?" Zhu Juxi scrutinized Xinfei's exquisite attire and the ornaments adorning his waist, instantly harboring doubts. He found it hard to believe that Xinfei was truly a wandering cultivator. However, as Xinfei was reluctant to disclose his true identity, Zhu Juxi chose not to press further. After all, in the realm of immortals, few would reveal their true selves to strangers right away. "Since you have no connection to the Chung family, what is your intention in following me? Do you seek to ambush and rob me?" Zhu Juxi continued to interrogate. "Not at all. I witnessed your prowess in the tavern, and frankly, do not believe myself capable of opposing you. My intent in following you was merely to forge a friendship." Xinfei explained with a grin. "A friendship? I just offended the Chung family. Are you certain you wish to befriend me at this time? Zhu Jusu expressed skepticism at Shen Fei's words. Haha. It is merely the Chung family. My desire to befriend you is unrelated to any offense against them. If I were to forego the opportunity to befriend a remarkable person due to fear of the Chung family, it would be a significant regret in my life. Shen Fei replied calmly, seemingly undeterred by the Chung family. Oh, you are quite intriguing. Very well, considering your words, we shall consider ourselves acquainted. My name is Zhu Jusu. I must take my leave now. Farewell, Shen Xiong. Not wishing to waste any more time, Zhu Jusu decided to depart Xinhuan City. Oh, Zhu Xiong is leaving the city? What a coincidence. I too intend to depart. Why not travel together? Without waiting for Zhu Jusu to take a few steps, Shen Fei's voice rang out again. Are you certain? I have heard the Chung family possesses an elder in the Xianjun realm. Are you not afraid of being caught in the crossfire? Zhu Jusu turned to Shen Fei, probing for his motives. Indeed, an elder in the Xianjun realm is indeed fearsome. In that case, Zhu Xiong, let us make haste to leave. If the Chung family's elder were to pursue us, it would spell trouble. With that, Shen Fei began striding toward the city gates. Zhu Jusu gazed at Shen Fei's retreating figure, momentarily at a loss for words. What is this fellow's true intention? As a man, could it be that he harbors feelings for me? No, that cannot be right. Why would I think such a thing? It must be my senior brother's influence that has led me to entertain such peculiar notions. Never mind, I shall observe the situation. Should he exhibit any signs of treachery, I shall act preemptively. After a moment of contemplation, Zhu Jusu resolved to leave Xinhuan City alongside Shen Fei, though his vigilance remained unyielding. Meanwhile, members of the Chung family had already received word of Pang Hu's demise. Shortly thereafter, they dispatched individuals to apprehend Zhu Jusu. After some tracking, they pinpointed Zhu Jusu's escape route from Xinhuan City. Without hesitation, they pursued him. Zhu Xiong, are you here for the reincarnation secret realm? Shen Fei suddenly asked curiously as they flew a distance away. Reincarnation secret realm? What is that? Upon hearing Shen Fei's inquiry, Zhu Jiuxi was initially filled with a sense of confusion. His presence here was entirely driven by an instinct deep within him. Thus, when he heard the term Luanhui secret realm from Shen Fei's lips, a perplexed expression emerged on Zhu Jiuxi's face. You don't know? Shen Fei asked, visibly astonished by Zhu Jiuxi's response. Should I know? This is my first time here, and I am utterly unfamiliar with the Luanhui secret realm you speak of. What exactly is this Luanhui secret realm? Although Zhu Jiuxi was unaware of the specifics of the Luanhui secret realm, the mere association with reincarnation piqued his curiosity. Well, I thought you had come here because you had heard that news, he mused. It made sense. Such information was typically beyond the reach of ordinary people. Observing Zhu Jiuxi's demeanor, which did not suggest deceit, Shen Fei quickly accepted his words. Ordinary people wouldn't know, but how would a loose cultivator like you be aware? Zhu Jiuxi responded, slightly at a loss for words. Well, I heard it through the grapevine. I was fortunate enough to overhear others discussing this news, Shen Fei explained with a grin. Oh, you truly are fortunate. So what exactly is this Luanhui secret realm? Although Shen Fei's insincere smile betrayed him, Zhu Jiuxi was too preoccupied with his interest in the Luanhui secret realm to expose Shen Fei's facade. Oh, the Luanhui secret realm was left behind by an ancient immortal emperor. As that emperor cultivated the path of reincarnation, people came to refer to that secret realm as the Luanhui secret realm. It is said that within the Luanhui secret realm lies a hall of reincarnation, where the legacy of the ancient reincarnation immortal emperor is preserved. Anyone who can obtain that legacy will undoubtedly ascend to the exalted position of immortal emperor in the future. For this reason, every time the Luanhui secret realm manifests, it attracts countless individuals vying for its treasures. Everyone desires the immortal legacy housed within the hall of reincarnation. According to the information I have gathered, the news I have heard, this time the Luanhui secret realm's appearance will be near Xinhuan City in the Wanfa immortal domain. Shen Fei articulated, an ancient immortal emperor who cultivated the path of reincarnation and left behind a legacy? No wonder I have felt an inexplicable urge guiding me here. Could it be because of this Luanhui secret realm? Is it that legacy or? After listening to Shen Fei's explanation, Zhu Jiuxi's mind began to churn with contemplation. Chapter 111. The young lady of the Chung family, a strike from the immortal lord. Well, since I am already here, and it relates to my cultivation of the path of reincarnation, even if the Luanhui secret realm is fraught with peril, I must venture inside to have a look. Besides, with my Master-S token, I need not fear for my life. After some deliberation, Zhu Jiuxi resolved to enter the Luanhui secret realm. Of course, his primary objective was to pursue that immortal legacy. After all, as a cultivator of the path of reincarnation, if he could obtain that legacy, Zhu Jiuxi's strength would surely see a swifter enhancement. Brother Shun, Do you know where the precise entrance to this Luanhui secret realm is? Zhu Jiuxi suddenly inquired. Of course, I do not know. If I knew the exact entrance, would I still be with you? Xin Fei replied. The location of the Luanhui secret realm varies each time it appears. Knowing its approximate area of manifestation is already quite a feat if it weren't for my. Ahem, well, that's beside the point. Hehehe. In any case, no one can know the precise location of the Luanhui secret realm's entrance in advance. However, there is no need for you to worry too much. Every time the Luanhui secret realm emerges, it creates a tremendous spectacle. At that time, we will be able to reach the entrance without delay. Therefore, Zhu brother, it would be best if we do not stray too far from Xinhuan City. Of course, if you are not interested in the Luanhui secret realm, then just disregard what I said. After all, compared to the Luanhui secret realm, you would likely prefer to evade the Cheng family's pursuit, right? Xin Fei teased with a smile. Brother Xin, you underestimate me. The Cheng family is but a trivial concern. If you are not afraid, how could I possibly be intimidated? Furthermore, if the Cheng family's people were to chase me down, you wouldn't stand idly by, would you? After all, we are friends, right? Zhu Jiuxi replied with a grin. Yes. However, Zhu brother, I am merely a loose cultivator, and my strength is only at the true immortal realm. If that immortal lord from the Cheng family were to take action, I fear I would not be able to assist you much, Xin Fei stated. That is acceptable. At that time, just hold off that immortal lord from the Cheng family and give me time to escape. After all, their target is me. They surely would not deal any fatal blows to you, brother Shun, Zhu Jiuxi replied with a feigned innocence. Upon hearing this, Shun Fei's expression turned dark, and he found himself at a loss for words. Stop right there. You think you can just walk away after killing someone from the Cheng family? Suddenly, a thunderous voice rang out not far from Zhu Jiuxi and Xin Fei. So soon, Zhu Jiuxi thought. Well, I was initially planning to flee, but now that I've unexpectedly obtained news of the Luanhui secret realm and the Cheng family is upon us, I can only accompany them for a while. Hearing the voices approaching from behind, Zhu Jiuxi abruptly halted and turned to face the direction from which the Cheng family members were advancing. Zhu brother, what are you doing? Xin Fei asked, stopping alongside Zhu Jiuxi. Since they are pursuing us, there is no need to continue evading. If you leave now, you can still make it. We can continue our discussion at a later opportunity. Zhu Jiuxi calmly responded to Xin Fei's query. What are you saying, Zhu brother? I, Xin Fei, am not one to fear death. You are in trouble. As your friend, I cannot stand idly by. Rest assured, even though my strength is lacking, a mere Cheng family cannot do much to us, Xin Fei asserted, stepping beside Zhu Jiuxi and waving his fan with a smile. Haha, I appreciate it. Although I do not know you well, with your words, we can consider ourselves friends from now on, Zhu Jiuxi remarked with a smile. Just as Zhu Jiuxi and Xin Fei conversed, the members of the Cheng family arrived before them. Leading the group was a woman clad in azure. The eldest daughter of the Cheng family, Xianxiao, whose strength had reached the true immortal third stage. Beside her stood a middle-aged man named Cheng Su, an elder of the Cheng family, whose strength was at the immortal spirit seventh stage. It is you two who killed Pang Hu? Cheng Xiao questioned. Her gaze fixed on Zhu Jiuxi and Xin Fei after taking a moment to assess them. He attacked me first. I was merely defending myself, Zhu Jiuxi replied, standing his ground against Cheng Xiao's inquiry. You, arrogant, do you not know that Pang Hu was my dog? In Xinhuan City, even if Pang Hu struck first, you were still meant to endure it. However, you killed him, which was a slap in my face. Now, out of my magnanimity, I offer you a chance to live. Submit to me and become my dog, and I may spare your life. Cheng Xiao exclaimed angrily at Zhu Jiuxi's calm demeanor. You want me to die? You dare to demand my submission? Heh. I am quite curious who granted you the audacity to utter such words. The Cheng family? Zhu Jiuxi's expression turned icy, and an overwhelming killing intent radiated from his eyes upon hearing Cheng Xiao's degrading remarks. Even Xin Fei's countenance darkened upon hearing her words, for to demand Zhu Jiuxi's submission was nothing short of a profound humiliation. However, Cheng Xiao did not alter her demeanor in the slightest due to Zhu Jiuxi's words. Haha, do you know who you are speaking to? A mere insect in the realm of immortals, what audacity allows you to converse with me in such a manner? Cheng Su, the elder, upon recognizing the opponent's lack of discernment, instructed, since they do not know their place, kindly let them understand the consequences of provoking the Cheng family. Spare their breath, but do not allow them to perish too easily. With a hearty laugh, Cheng Xiao commanded Cheng Su by her side. Yes, Mississippi Humph, arrogant young one. The eldest young lady generously offers you a chance at life, yet you remain oblivious to your impending doom. In that case, allow me to demonstrate the repercussions of your hubris. Mountain-crushing seal. As her words fell, Cheng Su raised his hand and struck towards Zhu Jiuxi and his companion. In the next moment, an attack surged towards them. Bah! bullying the weak while seeking justifications. Today, as you raise your hands against me, the Chung family has met its end. With this thought, Zhu Jusi prepared to shatter the token given to him by Li Rufeng. After all, Cheng Su was a formidable figure at the immortal sovereign level. No matter how gifted he was, he could not transcend such realms to intercept the opponent's assault. Brother Zhu, do not worry. However, an attack from the Xianling realm holds no weight. Just as Zhu Jusi was about to crush the token in his hand, Shun Fei suddenly appeared before him, lifting a celestial talisman. Without hesitation, Shun Fei hurled the talisman towards Cheng Su's attack. Boom. In an instant, a thunderous collision echoed, accompanied by swirling white smoke. In Chapter 112, the explosive celestial talisman was recklessly squandered. This is a 5th-tier celestial talisman. Upon witnessing his attack effortlessly intercepted, Cheng Su's expression darkened. Celestial talismans are commonplace items in the celestial realm, categorized from 1st to 10th tier based on their power. The higher the tier, the more precious the talisman. Merely a 5th-tier talisman. Boy, I shall see whether you possess more talismans than I have attacks. Before Zhu Jusi and his companion could react, Cheng Su unleashed several attacks in succession. Quantity? Apologies, I possess nothing but an abundance of celestial talismans. As Cheng Su launched another offensive, Shun Fei smiled lightly and waved his hand in front of him. In an instant, dozens of 5th-tier celestial talismans appeared before him. What? How do you have so many 5th-tier celestial talismans? Are you a talisman master? Similar to elixirs, celestial talismans also require craftsmanship, demanding materials that are just as scarce as those for elixirs. Especially for high-tier talismans, not only do they require rare materials, but they also necessitate a specialized talisman master for their creation. This is why Cheng Su immediately concluded that Shun Fei was a talisman master upon seeing the plethora of talismans he produced. After all, ordinary individuals would not possess the celestial stones necessary to acquire such a number of 5th-tier talismans, and even if they did, few would utilize them all at once. To Cheng Su, Shun Fei's appearance resembled that of a newly affluent individual. Boom. With another crash echoing, Cheng Su's second attack was once again effortlessly neutralized by Shun Fei. A talisman master? No, I lack such prowess. Moreover, why would I craft what I can simply purchase? With a nonchalant demeanor, Shun Fei continued, you struck first. So it is now our turn. Reciprocity is a virtue I uphold. As he spoke, a peculiar smile graced Shun Fei's lips. Hearing Shun Fei's words, Cheng Su became cautious, readying himself for an immediate counter. Catch this. Explosive celestial talisman, go. Shun Fei casually produced a talisman and hurled it in Cheng Su's direction. Boom. In an instant, a colossal fireball erupted skyward, accompanied by a deafening roar. But that's all. You merely have an abundance of talismans. I refuse to believe that you can sustain this forever. Once your talismans run out, it shall be your demise. As the flames subsided, Cheng Su spoke with a scornful expression. It was evident that the explosive talisman had inflicted no harm upon him. Oh, is that so? If one won't suffice. What about 100, 1,000, 10,000? I wonder if these will suffice to claim your wretched life. With that, a thick stack of explosive talismans appeared in Shun Fei's hands. Come, Brother Zhu, take some. That fellow over there seems a bit too full of himself. If I don't blow him up today, I shall not be called Shun Fei. Without waiting for Zhu Jusi to decline, Shun Fei stuffed the entire stack of explosive talismans into Zhu Jusi's hands. Then, Shun Fei produced an even thicker stack of explosive talismans from seemingly nowhere. Brother Shin, are you not a loose cultivator? Although this is my first encounter with celestial talismans, a loose cultivator shouldn't be able to afford such extravagance, right? Glancing at the hefty stack of explosive talismans in his hands, Zhu Jusi expressed his bewilderment. Where? I merely stumbled upon these. If they are free, why not use them? Don't overthink it, Brother Zhu. With a grin, Shun Fei explained, his demeanor radiating incredulity. Seeing Shun Fei's utterly unconvincing expression, Zhu Jusi found himself momentarily speechless. Enough talk. Let's resolve the trouble before us. Explosive celestial talisman, explode for me. Shun Fei then hurled a multitude of explosive talismans towards Cheng Su. Boom. Soon, a cacophony of explosions rang out. Cough, cough. Damn. This guy is undoubtedly a talisman master. Damn it. I've underestimated the situation. Had I known, I would not have accompanied the young lady. With so many talismans, if he exerted his full strength, he could barely handle it. But who knew if Shun Fei had even higher tier talismans? No, let the green mountains remain. There will always be firewood. Retreat for now, and once I gather enough manpower, I shall return to deal with these two. Faced with Shun Fei's extravagant display, Cheng Su's resolve began to waver. Miss, this individual is highly likely a talisman master. Moreover, he carries so many talismans that we cannot possibly handle them with our current strength. I suggest we temporarily retreat and gather reinforcements. Without hesitation, Cheng Su quickly approached Cheng Xiaoxiao and urgently expressed his thoughts. What? You want me to retreat? Absolutely not. If we do not eliminate them today, I shall never retreat. Elder Cheng, mere 5th-tier talismans are beneath your notice. You handle them while I signal our ancestor. As long as we can hold until the ancestor arrives, we can decisively take them down. Cheng Su wished to withdraw, but Cheng Xiaoxiao vehemently opposed this notion. Having been pampered since childhood, she would not let anyone who disrespected her off the hook. The actions of Zhu Jusi and his companion had undoubtedly left a lasting grudge in her heart. Thus, she would not depart without eliminating them. Hearing Cheng Xiaoxiao's words, Cheng Su hesitated momentarily. Elder Cheng, do you intend to defy my orders? You must understand the severe consequences of disobedience. I advise you to heed my words. Noticing Cheng Su's indecision, Cheng Xiaoxiao immediately spoke coldly. Yes, Mississippi. However, it would be wise to act swiftly. I cannot guarantee we can hold out until the ancestor arrives, but I shall do my utmost. With that, Cheng Su ceased his hesitation and turned back towards Xun Fei and Zhu Jusi. Come, bring it on. As Cheng Su once again took the initiative, Xin Fei felt no remorse, and without hesitation, he lavishly wielded the explosion talismans. Bang, 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 bang. Subsequently, a series of explosive sounds erupted, and within mere moments, the entire sky was engulfed in raging flames. Simultaneously, Cheng Xiaoxiao promptly sought assistance from the Cheng family. Soon the ancestor will arrive. You two dare to offend this young lady. Today, your demise is inevitable. Gazing at Zhu Jioxi and his companion in the distance, Cheng Xiaoxiao maliciously mused. At the same time, a smug smile crept across her lips. Boom, bang. Just as Cheng Xiaoxiao reveled in her triumph, an immensely thunderous roar echoed through the heavens and the earth. Following that, the ground trembled violently, accompanied by several beams of golden light soaring into the sky, transforming the horizon into a dazzling spectacle of gold. It has emerged. I didn't expect it to happen so soon. This commotion quickly caught Xin Fei's attention, prompting him to cease his actions and turn to gaze in the direction of the disturbance. Chapter 113. The 10th level talismans, terrifying indeed. Emerged? Brother Shun. Could it be the reincarnation secret realm? Zhu Jioxi, hearing Xun Fei's words, immediately inquired. Indeed, there can be no mistake about it. Every time the reincarnation secret realm emerges, such phenomena occur. Brother Zhu, it seems we can no longer afford to waste time with the Cheng family. Now that the reincarnation secret realm has emerged, countless opportunities await within. If we delay, we may miss out on significant benefits. Xin Fei nodded in agreement and replied. Of course, I understand that. However, their strength is considerable. Do you have a way to resolve them swiftly? Zhu Jioxi asked. Zhu Jioxi was well aware of the importance of the reincarnation secret realm and thus wished to hasten the resolution of the Cheng family's entanglement. In fact, Zhu Jioxi was already prepared to call for reinforcements. I certainly have a plan. I was merely entertaining myself with them moments ago. Now that the reincarnation secret realm has emerged, there is no need to waste any further time. Brother Zhu, just watch. This move will be spectacular and astonishing. With that, Xin Fei stepped forward and slowly withdrew a red talisman. The moment the talisman was revealed, a terrifying aura emanated from it. Upon seeing the red talisman, Zhu Jioxi felt a wave of trepidation wash over him. Brother Shen, what is this? Although he was unclear about the specifics of the red talisman, its mere aura filled Zhu Jioxi with despair. Cough, cough. Brother Zhu, don't be anxious. It's just a trivial talisman. Why do you look so bewildered? If you're interested, I can give you one to play with later. Now, let us handle the matter at hand. If the Cheng family can withstand my attack and survive, I will let you go. Haha, I'm just joking. You are doomed. Burning flame talismans, go. With a flick of his wrist, Xin Fei tossed the talisman and immediately pulled Zhu Jioxi away, racing toward the distance. In the blink of an eye, they had covered a distance of several miles. Meanwhile, Cheng Su remained fixated on the burning flame talismans, utterly oblivious to the severity of the situation. This is the aura of a 10th level talismans. This is impossible. How could someone so young possess a 10th level talismans? Young lady, this time, the Cheng family is finished, and so are we. As the power of the burning flame talismans began to unleash, Cheng Su's face morphed into one of utter despair. In his final moments, Cheng Su was consumed by confusion, resentment, and endless regret. He could not understand why the Cheng family had offended such a terrifying individual. A 10th level talismans could only be wielded by those who stood at the pinnacle of the celestial realm. To provoke such beings means that not just one Cheng family, but even a million Cheng families would face obliteration. Boom. Soon, a thunderous sound reverberated through the air. In an instant, at the epicenter of the burning flame talisman's explosion, a towering mushroom cloud of flames reached hundreds of miles high. This scene could be clearly seen even from thousands of miles away, as the fiery mass pierced the heavens. Phew, fortunately, we ran fast. If we had been caught in that, we wouldn't die but would surely suffer great harm. At that moment, Shen Fei, having reached several hundred miles away, finally came to a halt. Beside him, Zhu Jiuxi immediately turned to observe the spectacle produced by the explosion of the burning flame talismans. Brother Shun, you call this a mere talisman? With such power, even a celestial king, no, a celestial emperor, no, a celestial sovereign would find it difficult to withstand unscathed. Wouldn't they? Gazing at the soaring flames, Zhu Jiuxi asked in astonishment. That should be the case. It's not certain, though, after all. Celestial sovereigns do have their trump cards. However, it certainly wouldn't be easy to dissipate the energy unleashed by the burning flame talisman's explosion. Shen Fei casually replied. By the way, Brother Shen, do you have more of these? Suddenly, Zhu Jiuxi turned to Shen Fei with a beaming smile. What do you want? Seeing Zhu Jiuxi display such a lecherous grin for the first time, Shen Fei felt a flicker of unease. It's nothing. I'm just concerned that I might encounter other troublesome individuals in the future. So, I'd like to acquire some of these talismans for self-preservation. Brother Shun, I don't need many, just a handful will suffice. You wouldn't refuse me, would you? Zhu Jiuxi replied with a smile. Do you think these are cabbages? I can't just give you a handful. At most, I can give you one. Hearing Zhu Jiuxi's words, Shen Fei instantly wore a black expression. Brother Shun, we are friends now, why are you so stingy? I want 10, how about that? Or do you not even have 10? Surely you wouldn't be unable to produce 10 of those talismans, would you? Zhu Jiuxi immediately goaded. A mere 10? You underestimate me too much. Fine. I will give you 10. I'm not boasting. I can have as many as I want. Provoked by Zhu Jiuxi's taunts, Shen Fei raised his hand and produced 10 burning flame talismans. I knew Brother Shen wasn't that stingy. Thank you for these talismans, Brother Shen. Without waiting for Shen Fei to react, Zhu Jiuxi swiftly snatched the talismans and immediately stored them in his storage ring, fearing that Shen Fei might change his mind. Brother Zhu, you're acting like a bandit. I said I'd give them to you, so I wouldn't go back on my word. You clearly don't trust me. Witnessing Zhu Jiuxi's fluid motions, Shen Fei felt quite speechless. Where? I'm just worried that the talismans might accidentally explode. It's safer to store them away. By the way, Brother Shen, we should hurry to the location of the reincarnation secret realm's emergence. Didn't you say that if we arrive late, we wouldn't get any opportunities? We can't afford to miss such a chance to seize fortune. To shift the topic, Zhu Jiuxi quickly interjected. You're right. Then let us move swiftly. The news of the reincarnation secret realm's emergence should have reached many people by now. At this moment, numerous forces are likely gathering their members to head our way. If we enter the reincarnation secret realm first, our chances of obtaining opportunities will be greater. Shen Fei agreed with Zhu Jiuxi's statement. After all, the reincarnation secret realm harbored the legacy of the reincarnation celestial emperor, a treasure that no one could easily refuse. All right, then what are we waiting for? Let us go? Zhu Jiuxi nodded slightly, then set off swiftly towards the golden light emanating from the reincarnation secret realm. Brother Zhu, wait for me. Upon seeing Zhu Jiuxi's retreating figure, Shen Fei promptly followed suit without hesitation. Simultaneously, the 10 great domains of the xianxia became aware of the emergence of the reincarnation secret realm through various channels. Almost concurrently, these factions dispatched their respective members towards the realm. Due to their geographical proximity, the forces from the Wanfa Xinyu held an inherent advantage. From this moment forth, a tempest of bloodshed was gradually brewing, sweeping across the entire xianxia. The reincarnation secret realm, the legacy of the reincarnation Xian Emperor, heralded the impending commencement of a fierce battle for its treasures. Chapter 114. One Ice, One Fire, the Oath of the Great Dao. In the Kunlun Xinyu. Within the Kunlun Hall. Senior, should we send someone to the reincarnation secret realm now that it has emerged? Wu Han's Han, the Grand Elder, inquired respectfully. It harbors various cultivation resources, along with the legacy left behind by the reincarnation Xian Emperor. If our Kunlun Hall could obtain even a fraction of it, our strength would surely ascend to new heights. The reincarnation secret realm? Are you suggesting that the disturbances we just witnessed in the heavens were caused by this realm? Li Rufeng, seated calmly, responded. Indeed, Senior. The reincarnation secret realm surfaces at intervals in the xianxia. However, its location is not fixed, this time. It has manifested in the Wanfa Xinyu, Wu Han's Han quickly replied. The reincarnation secret realm in the Wanfa Xinyu? I recall that Jusu seems to be. How fortuitous. The reincarnation secret realm, the reincarnation Great Dao. Li Rufeng lowered his head slightly, deep in contemplation. Very well, given the opportunities within this secret realm. Let us make the journey. Grand Elder, you shall arrange this. You will lead the expedition to the reincarnation secret realm, and Layer will accompany you. After a brief moment, Li Rufeng gradually rose and instructed Wu Hanshan below. Yes, senior. I shall make the arrangements immediately. Wu Hanshan replied respectfully, not daring to delay, and promptly departed the hall. Master, regarding this reincarnation secret realm, are you not going as you send the Grand Elder? After Wu Hanshan left, Shangwan Yulei, who had been silent, curiously inquired. Me? No. I have little interest in a mere secret realm. With you and the Grand Elder going, that is more than sufficient. Now, let us not dwell on this. Before you embark, I have a gift for you. Sit cross-legged and prepare to receive it. The process may bring some discomfort, so brace yourself. Li Rufeng turned to Shangwan Yulei, speaking earnestly. A gift? Very well, master. Upon hearing Li Rufeng's words, Shangwan Yulei did not hesitate and immediately sat down cross-legged. Master, I am ready. After completing her preparations, Shangwan Yulei raised her head to speak. Li Rufeng nodded slightly, then slowly raised his right hand. Moments later, a sphere of red light materialized in his palm. It begins. After uttering this softly, Li Rufeng decisively infused the orb into Shangwan Yulei's body. Ugh. Upon the entry of the red substance, a trace of pain flickered across Shangwan Yulei's face. After several moments, her complexion gradually improved. She then closed her eyes, focusing intently on absorbing the essence infused within her. System, is this sufficient? There won't be any issues, will there? Observing Shangwan Yulei entering a state of slumber, Li Rufeng inwardly questioned the system with uncertainty. Host, there is no need for concern. You simply need to wait for Shangwan Yulei to fully absorb the power. If luck is on her side, her physique will experience a significant enhancement. Even if luck is slightly lacking, there will be no life-threatening dangers. Well, considering Layer's high fortune, it shouldn't be that bad, right? Upon hearing the system's response, Li Rufeng murmured softly, feeling considerably reassured. Meanwhile, Wu Hanshan swiftly selected disciples and elders to accompany him to the reincarnation secret realm. Since Kunlun Hall required some individuals to remain behind for oversight, Wu Hanshan planned to bring only 10 elders and 100 talented disciples. However, for safety's sake, the accompanying 10 elders were all at least at the Xian Emperor level. It can be said that Kunlun Hall dispatched roughly a quarter of its elite forces for this expedition to the reincarnation secret realm. This was made possible due to Kunlun Hall's abundance of Xian Emperor strongholds. For smaller factions, gathering even a single Xian King or Xian Emperor would prove immensely challenging. After finalizing the selections, Wu Hanshan returned to the hall. Upon entering, he immediately spotted Shangwan Yulei seated on the ground. Not only that, but she was enveloped in a swirling mix of blue and red energies. Reporting, Senior, everything has been arranged. Wu Hanshan briefly reported before turning to Shangwan Yulei and inquiring curiously, what is the situation with the Saintess? Nothing much. It is merely a collision of ice and fire energies. Once Layer awakens, you may set forth, Li Rufeng responded casually, seemingly unconcerned about Shangwan Yulei's condition. Ice and fire? Shouldn't these energies be mutually exclusive? Wu Hanshan asked, suddenly anxious. Senior, will the Saintess be all right? Be all right. I am present. What issues could arise? Li Rufeng dismissed the concern. Now, let us not discuss Layer any further. Grand Elder, your current strength is merely at the 7th level of the Xian Emperor. It truly leaves much to be desired. Do you wish to grow stronger? Li Rufeng suddenly smiled at Wu Hanshan. I dare not. In comparison to you, Senior, I am indeed weak. Moreover, I am well aware of my own talents. Without a significant opportunity, I am likely to remain at this level for my lifetime. However, reaching this point has already brought me great satisfaction, Wu Hanshan humbly replied, lowering his head. Ah, you possess quite a degree of self-awareness. No wonder you hold the position of Grand Elder in Kunlun Hall. However, my question was not posed for idle chatter. Simply tell me if you wish to grow stronger. Li Rufeng stated plainly. Well, since you put it that way, I shall be frank. I indeed desire to grow stronger. I have lingered at the 7th level of the Xian Emperor for countless years. Initially, I exhausted every means to break through to a higher realm, elixirs, various heavenly treasures. All were attempted. Regrettably, I have been unable to surpass this hurdle, Wu Hanshan expressed, his tone laced with a hint of frustration. Desiring strength is one thing. The opportunity is now before you. Whether you can seize it will depend on your performance henceforth, Li Rufeng spoke earnestly. Opportunity? Are you saying that you possess a method to help me break through to the 8th level of the Xian Emperor? Wu Hanshan was momentarily taken aback before immediately expressing excitement. Of course, not only the 8th level of the Xian Emperor, but even the pinnacle of the Xian Emperor is within reach. However, as I mentioned, there are no free lunches in this world. If you wish to obtain it, you will need to offer something in return. I trust you understand this principle better than I do, Li Rufeng replied calmly. Yes, I understand. As long as you can truly assist me in breaking through to a higher realm, from now on, I Wu Han's Han, will follow you unconditionally. My life henceforth belongs to you, esteemed senior. Upon receiving a confirmed response from Li Rufeng, Wu Han's Han promptly knelt on the ground and declared earnestly. Remember the words you uttered today? Li Rufeng replied calmly. However, I am not interested in your life. Your sole duty henceforth is to assist Lei Er in managing Kunlun Hall. Apart from that, once you venture into the reincarnation secret realm, I shall take my leave from Kunlun Hall. The celestial realm is vast, and I cannot remain here indefinitely. After I depart, the safety of Lei Er will rest in your hands. You can manage that, can you not? Li Rufeng gazed at Wu Han's Han, his expression tranquil as he spoke. Certainly. Rest assured, esteemed senior, even without your directive, I will exert every effort to ensure the safety of the Saintess. Here, I vow an oath upon the great path. Unless I, Wu Han's Han, perish, no one shall harm even a hair of the Saintess. Should I breach this vow, my soul shall be annihilated, and I shall suffer the endless torments of purgatory. Wu Han's Han resolutely pledged, without the slightest hint of hesitation. Rise. Consume this. Observing Wu Han's Han, Li Rufeng nodded in satisfaction and casually tossed a pill to him, stating nonchalantly. Understood. Wu Han's Han accepted the pill, swallowing it without a glance. It must be acknowledged that although Wu Hanshan's strength was somewhat lacking, he possessed a keen perception of circumstances. As the pill entered his body, a wave of warmth began to circulate within him. Chapter 115, Jiu Qiao Tai Xian Dan, the Secret Realm Unveiled. This pill, known as Jiu Qiao Tai Xian Dan, not only aids you in breaking through to the 8th layer of Celestial Emperor, but also enhances your cultivation foundation and innate talent. After such a long period of accumulation, you may very well achieve the pinnacle of the 9th layer of Celestial Emperor in a short span. At that point, even if that domain lord returns, you need not fear him anymore, Li Rufeng explained softly. Thank you, esteemed senior, for bestowing this celestial pill. I can already sense the changes within my body. As long as I wish, I should be able to break through to the 8th layer of Celestial Emperor at any moment. In fact, I feel that within a month, I will step into the pinnacle of Celestial Emperor. Wu Han's Han exclaimed, his expression brimming with excitement. Throughout his cultivation journey, he had never experienced such exhilaration as he did today. It is noteworthy that reaching the pinnacle of Celestial Emperor is a feat accomplished by merely a handful within the entire celestial realm. This underscores the immense challenges inherent in achieving such a breakthrough. Very well, proceed with your breakthrough. Afterward, once Lei Er awakens, you may set forth, Li Rufeng concluded, turning his attention away from Wu Han's Han and returning to his seat. Understood. Wu Han's Han wasted no time, promptly seating himself in a meditative posture, embarking on the journey toward the coveted 8th layer of Celestial Emperor. Thus, the Grand Hall once again fell into a profound silence. Concurrently, a figure was making its way toward Kunlun Hall from 1,000 miles away. This individual was none other than Ning Yingying, the master of the Juming Tower. Her objective was none other than Li Rufeng within Kunlun Hall. In the Wan Fa Celestial Domain, at the entrance of the Reincarnation Secret Realm, a vast and boundless plain stretched out. After a considerable journey, Zhu Jiuxi and Shun Fei successfully arrived at this expanse. Upon landing, Zhu Jiuxi was captivated by the scene around him. There are so many people who arrived even faster than us. Moreover, among them, there are several whose auras I cannot fathom. Observing the crowded spectacle, Zhu Jiuxi muttered in astonishment. What's so strange about that? If I can determine the approximate location of the Reincarnation Secret Realm, surely others can as well. They must have arrived here early, waiting for the emergence of the Secret Realm before rushing to this spot. The crowd is still manageable now, but soon enough, individuals from all over the Celestial Realm will converge here. This exemplifies the allure of the Reincarnation Secret Realm. Brother Zhu, the greater the crowd, the more perilous it becomes. The likelihood of conflict for treasures is almost certain. It would be prudent for us to stick together, as it provides mutual protection. Otherwise, one could easily fall victim. Shun Fei softly cautioned. Agreed. However, I am curious, with your abilities, you could easily manage alone. I still cannot comprehend why you seek my company. Brother Shun, perhaps you should clarify your intentions. Not knowing your purpose leaves me somewhat uneasy. You wouldn't stab me in the back, would you? Zhu Jiuxi inquired timidly. Oh, Brother Zhu, you overthink. I genuinely wish to befriend you. To be frank, you are my first friend. Among friends, mutual assistance is essential. Is that not reasonable? Shun Fei waved his fan and spoke earnestly. Your first friend? Surely not. After all this time, you have only known me? Zhu Jiuxi questioned skeptically. I have indeed encountered many, yet I hold no interest in them. It was only upon meeting you that I sensed the potential for friendship. Brother Zhu, you do not suspect I have ulterior motives, do you? You may rest assured. Truth be told, there is nothing about you that piques my interest. Shun Fei smiled gently. All right, Brother Zhu. According to our calculations, the entrance to the secret realm will soon open. We must prepare ourselves. Once it does, the time to seize opportunities will arrive. We shall enter the reincarnation secret realm at the earliest opportunity, and we can discuss the rest once inside. Xun Fei continued. Understood, Zhu Jiuxi nodded, refraining from further inquiries about Xun Fei's previous comments. As time progressed, an increasing number of individuals arrived from all directions, including some of the most formidable powers from various celestial domains. Even the mightiest faction in the celestial realm, the Shi Fang Xianming, dispatched individuals to the reincarnation secret realm. It has opened. The legacy of the reincarnation celestial emperor, I am coming. Approximately a quarter of an hour later, the entrance to the reincarnation secret realm finally opened. In an instant, hundreds surged toward the entrance. Being the first to enter the reincarnation secret realm would confer a significant advantage. Soon, in mere moments, one figure after another entered the reincarnation secret realm. The representatives of the great powers scrambled eagerly toward the entrance. Brother Zhu, we must hurry in. Remember to stay close to me. Observing the influx of individuals entering the reincarnation secret realm, Xun Fei hesitated no longer. After reminding Zhu Jiuxi, he leaped and soared toward the entrance. Zhu Jiuxi, seeing this, did not delay and quickly pursued Xun Fei. Although uncertain of Xun Fei's true intentions, Zhu Jiuxi felt a sense of security being near him. After all, Xun Fei, who could produce a plethora of celestial talismans, must possess a remarkable identity. With this realization, Zhu Jiuxi resolved to temporarily accompany Xun Fei. Before long, the two successfully entered the reincarnation secret realm. Outside, individuals continued to make their way toward the realm. At Kunlun Xianyu, within Kunlun Hall, a magnificent and grand celestial vessel rested upon the plaza. Wu Hanshan and Shangwan Yulei had already boarded the vessel. Alongside them were 10 elders from Kunlun Hall and 100 disciples. Master, we are setting sail. On board the celestial vessel, Shangwan Yulei waved goodbye to Li Rufeng below, her voice tinged with reluctance. Indeed, upon hearing Shangwan Yulei's words, Li Rufeng uttered no more than a slight nod. In the next moment, the celestial vessel ascended gracefully. Before long, it sped swiftly toward the direction of the Wanfa Xinyu, disappearing from Li Rufeng's sight in the blink of an eye. If all goes well, they might cross paths. Wait, it seems I forgot to inform Layer about matters concerning Jiuxi. Alas, it should not pose any issues, should it? Shaking his head, Li Rufeng dismissed further thoughts and prepared to depart from Kunlun Hall, continuing his journey through the immortal realm. This aura, is it the pinnacle of Xiandi? Just as Li Rufeng had taken a few steps, an aura approaching Kunlun Hall caught his attention. Could it be that domain master? Very well, since they have arrived, I shall deal with it conveniently. After murmuring to himself, Li Rufeng's figure vanished from the square. Chapter 116, The Life Source Technique, Tai Su Domain Master. Simultaneously, merely several dozen miles from Kunlun Hall, Ning Yingying appeared in the vicinity. Just as she was preparing to draw closer to Kunlun Hall, Li Rufeng's figure materialized before her, directly blocking her path. As their gazes met, both Li Rufeng and Ning Yingying expressed their confusion in unison. Who are you? Who are you? The scene rendered them both momentarily speechless, their expressions marked by a tinge of bewilderment. Who are you? Why are you obstructing my way? After a brief silence, Ning Yingying took the initiative to address Li Rufeng once more. Upon hearing Ning Yingying's inquiry, Li Rufeng offered no response. Instead, he began to examine her identity information. Name, Ning Yingying. Realm, CND 9th level. Luck value, 1250. Information, Master of the Juming Tower, a descendant of the ancient divine witch clan. Adept in the dark path, proficient in assassination, and possesses a unique innate ability. Special ability, can activate the life source technique on one individual, forcibly erasing the selected person's existence from the world, both physically and spiritually. Note, once initiated, the life source technique cannot be halted, disregarding the disparity in realms, and carries an extremely high danger level. Cost of employing the life source technique, death of the user. By heavens, a trump card that disregards the disparity in realms. Is this not an ultimate gambit of exchange? This is simply outrageous. System, if she employs this life source technique against me, will I perish? After reviewing Ning Yingying's panel information, Li Rufeng acknowledged that there was indeed a moment when he felt a surge of anxiety. After all, Ning Yingying's life source technique was excessively formidable, verging on the miraculous. Consequently, to ascertain the perilous nature of her ability, Li Rufeng hastily inquired within his mind. Dear host, there is no need for concern. This person's life source technique holds no effect on you. With your Hongming immortal body and indestructible soul, no one can bring about your demise. However, being unkillable does not imply that there are no other means to contend with you. So it is prudent to exercise caution when facing unknown formidable foes. Hearing your words brings me considerable relief. Fortunately, I possess my own trump cards. Otherwise, today could have been perilous. I never anticipated this woman would wield such an extraordinary ability. For safety's sake, it is best to eliminate her outright. Though her capability is ineffective against me, it poses a significant threat to Su Yang and the others. Moreover, the master of the Juming Tower. This name sounds familiar. When have I heard it before? I cannot seem to recall at this moment. Gazing at Ning Yingying before him, Li Rufeng fell into contemplation. A trace of confusion etched on his face. What is the matter with this individual? Suddenly appearing is one thing, but I cannot discern her realm at all. To evade my perception and approach me, her strength must surely rival my own. Yet, in the immortal realm, only domain masters and xianxiu surpass me. When did such a figure emerge? No, we are merely dozens of miles from Kunlun Hall, and she conveniently blocks my path. Could it be that she is the target of my mission? If so, the annihilation of the Yang family becomes explicable. Damn it, that individual must have sensed something, prompting them to find me and test my strength. Cursed be it, my instincts tell me that I am no match for her. I must flee. But if I escape, what will become of my sister? As the master of the Juming Tower, Ning Yingying swiftly grasped the situation, her instincts proving accurate. She could not possibly contend with Li Rufeng. Nevertheless, she did not choose to flee. After all, she could escape, but the cost would be her sister's life. Should her actions be deemed inadequate, one life is her own, the other is her sister's. In that moment, Ning Yingying found herself ensnared in profound inner turmoil. Li Rufeng, observing her indecisive demeanor, noted her expression of uncertainty. What is the matter with this woman? Why does she display such a countenance? I seem to have said nothing. Nor have I done anything, right? Gazing at Ning Yingying's pallid face, Li Rufeng felt a surge of exasperation. Ahem, may I inquire about your purpose in appearing here? Are you heading toward Kunlun Hall? I suggest you answer honestly. I do not take kindly to fabrications. Do not claim that you are merely passing through. The esteemed master of the Juming Tower is unlikely to visit the vicinity of Kunlun Hall out of boredom. After observing Ning Yingying's somewhat abnormal expression, Li Rufeng spoke in a calm tone. You know me? Upon hearing Li Rufeng recognize her as the master of the Juming Tower, Ning Yingying's expression grew even more solemn. At that moment, she regarded Li Rufeng as a formidable being of domain master caliber. Moreover, she wished to avoid offending an unknown power. I do not know. However, I am aware that you possess a life source technique. I advise against considering a trade with me, for the consequences of utilizing the life source technique will only lead to your demise. Before Ning Yingying could ponder further, Li Rufeng continued, a slight smirk playing upon his lips, exuding an air of control over the situation. You, who exactly are you? I have never disclosed my life source technique to anyone. How could you possibly know of it? Previously, Ning Yingying felt a measure of trepidation toward Li Rufeng, but now, she was engulfed in profound fear. To casually reveal her greatest trump card transformed Li Rufeng into an entity she could not provoke. Indeed, at this moment, Ning Yingying had abandoned the notion of escape. Furthermore, she sensed an instinctive warning that should she take a single step to flee, she would assuredly meet her end. How I know this is irrelevant to you? Do you not believe it is time for you to answer my inquiries? My patience is limited. Although you possess a pleasing appearance, I would not hesitate to resort to extreme measures. As he spoke, Li Rufeng slowly raised his right hand, a terrifying force beginning to manifest within his palm. The aura emanating from this power sent shivers down Ning Yingying's spine. I will tell you everything. I beg you to spare my life. Realizing Li Rufeng's inclination to act, Ning Yingying hastily exclaimed, there are alternative methods I can devise for my sister. If I perish here today, that individual will surely break their promise, and my sister's life would be irrevocably lost. One has a glimmer of hope, while the other is destined for certain death, as long as I survive. There remains a sliver of possibility. Ultimately, after a fierce internal struggle, Ning Yingying chose to divulge everything to Li Rufeng. Oh, I have a fondness for intelligent individuals, particularly for a woman of your caliber. Pray tell, what is your purpose? Li Rufeng retracted his right hand and spoke in a measured tone. In response to the elder, I am here at the behest of another, to visit the Kunlun Palace. The individual in question, whom you must have heard of, is the Lord of the Taishu domain, Xianxian, one of the 10 great domains of the celestial realm. Ning Yingying knelt before Li Rufeng, respectfully replying, the Lord of the Taishu domain, Xianxian? What does he desire of you at Kunlun Palace? Li Rufeng inquired. To answer, the elder, Xianxian has tasked me with eliminating the mastermind behind the destruction of the Yang family of Kunlun Xinyu. May I inquire if that Yang family pertains to you? As she spoke, Ning Yingying slightly raised her gaze towards Li Rufeng. You are correct in your assumption. The Yang family was indeed annihilated by my hand. Li Rufeng discerned the implications of Ning Yingying's words and replied calmly. As expected, with your prowess, it would certainly be a trivial matter to exterminate the Yang family. Elder, I was left with no choice but to contemplate assassinating you. I humbly beseech you to spare my life, in light of my candidness. Ning Yingying implored once more. This scene would undoubtedly astonish onlookers, as few would anticipate that the ruthless leader of the Juming Tower could display such a side of pleading. No wonder the Yang family dared to confront Kunlun Palace. It appears they had Ji Nancian backing them. Now that the Yang family has been vanquished, Ji Nancian seeks retribution? Li Rufeng did not respond to Ning Yingying, but instead spoke to himself in a detached manner. Elder, you overthink it. I am well acquainted with Ji Nancian. He is solely concerned with his own interests and would not avenge the Yang family. I suspect Ji Nancian harbors intentions of eliminating you due to the humiliation you inflicted upon him. Furthermore, Ji Nancian is cunning and treacherous. It would be prudent for you to exercise caution in the future. Should he learn of my failure to act against you, he will undoubtedly employ other methods to deal with you. Hearing Li Rufen's musings, Ning Yingying felt compelled to clarify. Oh, is that so? How fortuitous. He wishes to eliminate me, and I wish to eliminate him. From the moment he conceived thoughts against me, he has sealed his fate. You shall lead me to this Ji Nancian, and in return, I shall spare your life. Li Rufeng stated calmly, showing no concern for Ning Yingying's warnings. This, Elder, Ji Nancian's strength is formidable. Moreover, as a domain lord, he typically resides within the Shifang Xianming. Within the alliance, there are not only countless strong individuals, but also the 10 domain lords and celestial lords stationed there. Although the relationships among the 10 domain lords are strained, they tend to unite against external threats. While your strength is indeed remarkable, facing such a multitude of strong adversaries may prove challenging. Ultimately, Ning Yingying refrained from continuing, believing that her words would dissuade Li Rufeng from seeking Ji Nancian. However, this was merely her personal conjecture. Li Rufen's might could easily obliterate not just the Shifang Xianming, but even the entirety of the celestial realm with a mere gesture. Haha, is that so? Then it is fortuitous. With so many formidable beings, my Ranhuang banner has already begun to stir. Enough. Lead the way. As for the rest, I shall manage. Li Rufeng stated coolly, a disquieting smile gracing his lips. Yes, of course, Elder. Observing Li Rufen's terrifying smile, Ning Yingying had no choice but to acquiesce. A feeling arose within her that the Shifang Xianming was on the brink of upheaval. Subsequently, under Ning Yingying's guidance, Li Rufeng departed the Kunlun Xinyu, heading directly towards the Shifang Xianming. The Shifang Xianming is situated upon a floating island. This island has existed since the inception of the celestial realm and lies beyond the jurisdiction of the 10 great domains. Only the Shifang Xianming and those granted permission by it are entitled to set foot upon this island. The island not only boasts a more concentrated celestial aura than any other place in the celestial realm, but also hosts the Tongtian stele. Legend has it that the Tongtian stele connects the celestial realm with the divine realm. Those who can unravel the secrets of the Tongtian stele may transcend to the divine realm. It is precisely because of the Tongtian stele's existence that this island is referred to as Tongtian Island. Li Rufen's mission is to uncover the secrets of this enigmatic Tongtian Island. In the Wanfa Xinyu, within the reincarnation secret realm, 2 figures emerged from behind a hill. They were none other than Zhu Jusu and Xin Fei, who had entered the reincarnation secret realm some time ago. At this moment, nearly 100 individuals had gathered not far from them, all targeting a celestial herb located in the center of a nearby lake. This celestial herb, known as Bu Qinglian, is a rare cultivation resource. Whether used for concocting celestial pills or directly consumed, it can significantly enhance one's cultivation level. Brother Shun, there are far too many people here. Moreover, many of their auras surpass ours. It seems unlikely we will have the opportunity to acquire the Bu Qinglian. Zhu Jusu observed the multitude of cultivators surrounding the lake and quietly spoke to Shun Fei beside him. Brother Zhu, why the haste? The Bu Qinglian has yet to fully mature. This is a top-tier cultivation resource, not something we can easily abandon. Fear not, in the past, every valuable item was surrounded by throngs of people, yet they still ended up in our hands. We shall proceed according to our original plan. Brother Zhu, you will distract their attention while I seize the opportunity to take action. Once I succeed, we shall retreat immediately. If we cannot fight, we can at least flee, right? Xin Fei's eyes sparkled with excitement as he gazed at the Bu Qinglian in the lake, responding eagerly. Ah, good heavens. So I shall be the one to attract their firepower while you remain unconcerned. The number of participants this time exceeds all previous encounters combined. Nevertheless, if you want me to draw their attention, I can manage that. Brother Shen, do you have any treasures left? Quickly lend me something. That celestial array map you previously utilized seemed quite powerful. Could you spare it for me? Only then will I have the confidence to draw their fire. Zhu Jusu spoke with a slight smile, casting a knowing glance at Xin Fei. So it turns out you have set your sights on my celestial array map? Very well. For the sake of the Bu Qinglian, I shall sacrifice a portion of my trump cards. Here are 5 7th-tier celestial array maps. They should suffice for you to handle these individuals. Just be sure to conserve them, as there are still many opportunities awaiting us. After saying this, Xin Fei, with a pained expression, handed Zhu Jusu 5 7th-tier celestial array maps. Not only celestial array maps, but whenever Xin Fei produced something valuable, Zhu Jusu would seize the chance to benefit. This had begun to make Xin Fei regret associating with Zhu Jusu. Worry not. Such valuable items I will be sure to use sparingly without your prompting. Now, with the celestial array maps you have provided, I am confident I can hold these individuals at bay. When the time comes, the Bu Qinglian shall be entrusted to you, Brother Shun. As always, we shall split the spoils evenly. Zhu Jusu received the celestial array maps with a broad smile. Good, the time is drawing near. Brother Zhu, please exercise caution. Though feeling somewhat helpless, Xin Fei still advised Zhu Jusu to prioritize his safety. Rest assured, I value my life more than anyone else does. Should danger arise, I will be the first to flee. After all, with so many trump cards in your possession, I need not worry about your safety. Zhu Jusi nodded in acknowledgement. Upon hearing this, Xin Fei was momentarily rendered speechless. It had begun. The Bu Qinglian had matured. Just then, someone suddenly pointed at the Bu Qinglian and shouted loudly. This commotion swiftly captured the attention of everyone present, including Zhu Jusi and his companion, who were hiding behind a hill. The moment had arrived. Xin brother, I shall proceed. Without waiting for Xin Fei's response, Zhu Jusi's figure shot forth like an arrow. In the blink of an eye, he appeared above the lake and, under the gaze of all, raced directly towards the central Bu Qinglian. Chapter 118. The mantis stalks the cicada, while the yellow bird lies in wait. Damn, kid. You're courting death. What are you all waiting for? Hurry, join me in stopping him. Those who regained their senses were instantly filled with fury and rushed after Zhu Jusi. How dare you seize the Bu Qinglian in front of so many of us? You shall pay. At that moment, the quickest of them, a man, chased after Zhu Jusi while launching an attack. With one person initiating the assault, soon more began to attack Zhu Jusi. Though they had contemplated monopolizing the Bu Qinglian, they lacked the courage. This hesitation was precisely why they did not rush towards the Bu Qinglian from the outset, granting Zhu Jusi the opportunity to seize the initiative. Bu Qinglian, it shall be claimed by the fated. Since you chose to hesitate, I shall gladly accept it. But a group of cowards like you dares to bark at me? With a decisive gesture, Zhu Jusi suddenly stopped and tossed a 7th-tier Xianjun 2 towards the oncoming assailants. In an instant, a formation emerged from the Xianjun 2, enveloping the foremost several dozen individuals. This is bad. It's a formation. Everyone, attack together. Those who reacted quickly felt a sense of foreboding and shouted urgently. Too late. You shall all perish. Boom. At the moment Zhu Jusi's voice fell, a violent explosion erupted within the formation. Much like the Xianfu, the Xianjun 2 served as a lethal weapon. The distinction lay in its ability to first trap a certain range of enemies before proceeding to eliminate them, effectively minimizing the chance of escape. Thus, within the same tier, Xianjun 2 was deemed more precious than Xianfu. However, these considerations were irrelevant to Zhu Jusi, for he had acquired these items from Xin Fei, and thus felt no remorse for their consumption. This guy possesses an Xianjun 2 of considerable rank. Everyone, we must disperse and launch our attacks. This way, the Xianjun 2 cannot deal with us all at once. Moreover, he likely does not have many Xianjun 2s stay. Once his trump cards are exhausted, he will be doomed. After witnessing the power of the Xianjun 2, those pursuing Zhu Jusi quickly formulated a response. Little did they know, everything was falling into Zhu Jusi's plan. He intended for these individuals to focus all their attention on him, enabling Xin Fei to act at the opportune moment. At that instant, Xin Fei had already blended into the group chasing Zhu Jusi. Taking advantage of everyone's attention on Zhu Jusi, Xin Fei seized the moment and shot forth. Exploding Xianfu Go. As Xin Fei sprang into action, Zhu Jusi, in perfect synchrony, produced dozens of exploding Xianfu and hurled them toward the scattering cultivators. Boom, boom. In a flash, the sound of explosions echoed one after another. This caused everyone to scramble to evade the force unleashed by the exploding Xianfu, entirely oblivious to the figure drawing near the Bu Qinglian. Xin Fei wasted no time. Upon nearing the Bu Qinglian, he skillfully gathered all the Bu Qinglian into his storage ring. Let us go. After successfully executing their plan, Xin Fei signaled Zhu Jusi. In quick succession, Zhu Jusi threw out another batch of exploding Xianfu. Without waiting for the explosions, Zhu Jusi sped away in a specific direction. In the blink of an eye, he had covered several miles. This is bad. That guy is escaping. No, he hasn't taken the Bu yet. Damn. Where are my Bu Qinglian? This is terrible. We've been tricked. That guy has an accomplice. Quick, pursue. Upon realizing that all the Bu Qinglian had vanished, Many individuals suddenly recognized they had fallen into a trap, and their anger surged. Boom, boom, boom. But before those individuals could chase after Zhu Jusi, dozens of Xian Fu exploded, causing them to miss the optimal opportunity to pursue him. As Zhu Jusi heard the furious shouts and explosions behind him, he quickened his pace. Soon, Zhu Jusi successfully reunited with Shen Fei, and the two chose a direction to swiftly vacate the troublesome area. Initially, Zhu Jusi and Shen Fei believed they would secure their prize effortlessly, but an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Hand over the Bu Qinglian, and I shall spare your lives. Suddenly, a dozen figures materialized before Zhu Jusi and Shen Fei. Without giving them a moment to react, the group surrounded them. The speaker was a middle-aged man, exuding a powerful aura. Under this pressure, Zhu Jusi and Shen Fei found themselves immobilized. Damn, when did these individuals appear? A classic case of the mantis stalking the cicada while the yellow bird lies in wait. This time, I was careless. Zhu Jusi's expression grew grave as he regarded the middle-aged man before him. He had not anticipated that someone would lay an ambush nearby. It's them, Shen Fei whispered, recognizing the attire of the middle-aged man. Do you know these people? Zhu Jusi inquired, his curiosity piqued. Not personally, but their clothing signifies they belong to the Wanfa Hall. Zhu brother, it seems we are in deep trouble. The Wanfa Hall is not something we can provoke. Moreover, the aura he emits suggests he is at least in Xianhuan. He will not grant us any opportunity for retaliation. Sighing, Shen Fei lamented, after all this effort. He merely crafted a garment for others. You possess some insight. Knowing we are from the Wanfa Hall, you should promptly hand over the Bu Qinglian. The middle-aged man coldly demanded. Very well, the Bu Qinglian can be yours. But first, you must ensure our safe departure, Shen Fei replied calmly. Agreed. Where is the Bu Qinglian? The middle-aged man asked, his expression unchanged. Here, without hesitation. Shen Fei produced the several Bu Qinglian from his storage ring and tossed them towards the middle-aged man. Though Shen Fei had means to confront in Xianhuan, he refrained from doing so. Firstly, it would be nearly impossible to utilize his hidden cards in front of Xianhuan. Secondly, the Wanfa Hall was powerful. Killing the middle-aged man would invite significant trouble. Weighing these factors, Shen Fei opted for compromise. Zhu Jusi quietly observed this exchange without interjecting. However, as the middle-aged man shifted his focus entirely to the Bu Qinglian, Zhu Jusi discreetly acquired a token in his hand. This was Zhu Jusi's last resort, Li Rufu. Yet, Zhu Jusi did not shatter the token immediately, as he wished to avoid trouble unless absolutely necessary. Although Li Rufu would certainly not be concerned about such matters, his disciple, Zhu Jusi, was reluctant to comply. Of course, if it were a matter of life and death, Zhu Jusi would not hesitate in the slightest. His desire to avoid trouble did not equate to a disregard for his life. How splendid to have so many Bu Qinglian. Excellent. You may leave now. Upon receiving the Bu Qinglian, the middle-aged man immediately displayed a look of delight. Let us go? Without hesitation, Shen Fei grasped Zhu Jusi and swiftly departed in a certain direction. However, what Shen Fei failed to notice was that, not 10 meters from their departure, the middle-aged man's gaze towards them had turned icy. How foolish. To believe I would let you go. It's like you are unworthy of survival. Prepare to meet your demise. A cunning smile appeared on the middle-aged man's lips as he struck towards Zhu Jusi and Shen Fei with a powerful palm. In an instant, the attack from the Xianhuang realm surged towards them. Chapter 119. The Body of Pai Xiao, Shen Fei's request. Not good. Damn it. This guy is indeed untrustworthy. In that case, I cannot hold back any longer. Compared to Shen Fei's eagerness to flee, Zhu Jusi was quietly observing the middle-aged man's every move. It was precisely because of this vigilance that he had time to react when the middle-aged man launched his attack. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhu Jusi decisively crushed the token in his hand. The next moment, Li Rufu's figure appeared before him. At that very instant, the middle-aged man's attack reached Li Rufu. Unsurprisingly, the assault dissipated before it could even touch Li Rufu. What a surprise, to be attacked upon arrival. And aimed at my face? Li Rufu's voice rang out calmly. Disciple pays respects to master. I am incompetent and have once again troubled master to take action. At this moment, Zhu Jusi hastily approached Li Rufu, bowing respectfully. Incompetent? If you are indeed incompetent, does that not imply that I am as well? Otherwise, why would I have taken notice of you? Upon hearing Zhu Jusi's self-deprecation, Li Rufu responded softly. Disciple does not dare. Zhu Jusi quickly replied to Li Rufu's inquiry. That is good. Do not speak such words again. If you feel your strength is lacking, instead of belittling yourself, it would be better to strive for improvement. Now, allow me to resolve this immediate trouble for you. You dare to attack my disciple? As he spoke, Li Rufu turned to face the middle-aged man. Merely a clone. That previous strike was executed with just a fraction of my strength. You do not think that surviving my last attack makes you my opponent, do you? Since you are his master, I shall kill him before your very eyes today. I am eager to see how you will impede me." The middle-aged man laughed arrogantly in response to Li Rufu's challenge. "Enough, enough. I was merely asking casually, and you took it to heart? Let us be on our way. An ant speaks with such arrogance." Clap. With that, Li Rufu snapped his fingers. In the next moment, along with the middle-aged man, dozens of individuals from the Wan Fa Dian were instantly transformed into blood mist. Everything transpired in the blink of an eye. The middle-aged man did not even experience the sensation of death before vanishing. What the? Just like that? How could this be? Shen Fei gasped in disbelief, his face a portrait of astonishment. Zhu Jusi, however, was accustomed to Li Rufu's methods, maintaining a remarkably calm demeanor. Yet, within his heart, a sense of awe rose. Although aware of Li Rufu's formidable strength, witnessing him effortlessly eliminate powerful foes repeatedly stirred admiration within Zhu Jusi. "Oh, how tranquil it has become. Jusi, might you introduce this individual? Who is he?" After dispatching the Wan Fa Dian members, Li Rufu turned to Shen Fei, who had exclaimed in surprise, replying to Master, "This individual is..." Hearing Li Rufu's inquiry, Zhu Jusi stepped forward to respond. "Greetings, esteemed elder. I am Shen Fei, a friend of your disciple." At that moment, Shen Fei introduced himself promptly. "Oh, a friend, is it?" Li Rufu mused upon hearing Shen Fei's words, then scrutinized him intently. Name, Shen Fei. Realm, Golden Immortal 3rd level. Fortune value, 8,888. Special physique, Pai Xiu body. Capable of attracting wealth and possessing an innate sensitivity to treasures. Information, young master of Wan Bao Go, perpetually carrying countless life-preserving means. A Pai Xiu body? Such a physique exists? Capable of attracting wealth? How intriguing. Is this not akin to a fortune cat? When did Jusi become friends with a fortune cat? Li Rufu felt a flicker of curiosity arise within him upon encountering someone who could gather wealth. Though the cultivation realm values strength above all, there is a saying, money can make the world go round. When strength is insufficient, let wealth compensate. Furthermore, if one could amass worldly fortune for the path of cultivation, their prowess would surely not be lacking. Master, I assure you, my association with him is merely that of ordinary friends. It was he who informed me about the reincarnation secret realm. Observing Li Rufu's prolonged silence, Zhu Jusi presumed that Li Rufu disapproved of his casual friendships with strangers and hastened to elaborate. You are fortunate to have met him. He is the young master of Wan Bao Go. Moreover, if I am not mistaken, since entering the reincarnation secret realm, you must have discovered quite a few treasures. Have you not? Li Rufu suddenly remarked with a smile. Young master of Wan Bao Go? Esteemed elder, do you know me? Quickly. Zhu Jusi and Shen Fei both exclaimed in unison. Cough, cough, I do not know you. Well, the trouble is resolved. I must take my leave. The reincarnation secret realm is not as simple as it appears, so you should proceed with caution. Naturally, Li Rufu could not disclose that he had learned of Shen Fei's identity through the system, so he offered a vague response. Not as simple as it appears. Yes. Disciple understands. Thank you for your guidance, master. Zhu Jusi lowered his gaze, replying earnestly. Esteemed elder, are you departing? Upon hearing Li Rufu's intent to leave, Shen Fei's tone grew anxious. Do you have something to say? Li Rufu inquired. Well, it's just. Shen Fei exhibited a hesitant demeanor in response to Li Rufu's questioning. Speak clearly. Noticing Shen Fei's hesitance, Li Rufu gently urged. All right, esteemed elder. I do have a request, and hope you might grant it. Shen Fei finally spoke. A request? You wish to seek my assistance upon our first meeting? While you may be friends with Jusi, I am not a benevolent person by default. Just because you ask does not mean I must comply. At the very least, you should offer something in return. What do you think? Li Rufu began to speak slowly, a distinct expression gracing his features. Yes, esteemed elder is correct. Rest assured, as long as you can fulfill my request, I shall leave the terms entirely to you. Anything within the capabilities of Wan Bao Gu will not be refused. Shen Fei replied respectfully. Oh, your sincerity is commendable. Now, do tell me what assistance you require. After listening, I shall consider whether to help you. Li Rufu responded with a hint of amusement. Indeed. As you know, I am the young master of Wan Bao Gu. The master of Wanbage is my father. I beseech you, esteemed elder, to help me rescue him. At this, Shen Fei knelt before Li Rufeng. Rescue your father? What has happened to him? Li Rufeng inquired, intrigued by Shen Fei's words. 3 months ago, my father received an invitation from the Shifang Xianming to visit Tontian Island. Although Wanbage is a significant force in the immortal realm, it pales in comparison to the might of the Shifang Xianming. Thus, my father could neither refuse nor dare to turn down their summons. I initially believed he would return within a few days. However, since his departure for the Shifang Xianming, he has not returned, nor has he sent any news in these 3 months. I intended to send someone to find him, but Tongtian Island is inaccessible without their permission. I worry for my father, yet I feel utterly powerless. Presently, aside from knowing he is alive, I possess no other information. My father is the backbone of Wanbage, and with his absence for 3 months, many within the organization have begun to stir. If he does not return soon, I fear for Wanbage's future. This journey to the reincarnation secret realm is also an endeavor of chance, hoping to obtain the legacy of the immortal emperor. Only by acquiring such a legacy can I command enough respect to deter those within Wanbage from acting rashly. Now that I have encountered you, esteemed elder, I dare to implore your assistance in rescuing my father. I have witnessed your strength. Only you possess the capability to venture to Tongtian Island. I earnestly request your help. Upon hearing Xin Fei's account, Li Rufeng nodded in understanding. Ah, Tongtian Island? What a coincidence. I was just planning a visit there. Since your father is also on Tongtian Island, I can rescue him while I am at it. Really? Thank you, esteemed elder. Thank you. If you can save my father, I will agree to any conditions. Xin Fei exclaimed with excitement as Li Rufeng nodded in agreement. All right, rise. My assistance will not come without a price. As for the conditions, let me think. Li Rufeng pondered while gazing at Xin Fei. I have it. The condition is you. After a brief pause, Li Rufeng suddenly pointed at Xin Fei and declared, Me? Xin Fei's expression turned to one of astonishment at being singled out. Esteemed elder, Wanbage has many beautiful women. Perhaps you might reconsider? Well, if you truly desire me, I could make that sacrifice. Xin Fei stammered awkwardly. His words left Li Rufeng and Zhu Juicy momentarily dumbfounded, particularly Li Rufeng, whose expression darkened considerably. My heavens, this fellow dares to say such things. I had thought of him as a friend, yet he wishes to become referring to a master as a mistress seems rather inappropriate. What am I even thinking? How could I entertain such thoughts? I must be losing my mind. Zhu Juicy felt a shiver run down his spine at the thought of Xin Fei and Li Rufeng together. Ahem, Xin Fei was it? Please refrain from such comments in the future. I fear for your life, specifically, a life that cannot be lived again. What I meant was that I noticed your good talent and wished to take you as my disciple. Where did you get the idea that I was interested in your looks? After a moment of silence, Li Rufeng finally clarified. Is that what you meant? My apologies. Esteemed elder, I misunderstood. Xin Fei lowered his head, too embarrassed to meet Li Rufeng's gaze, hoping to alleviate his awkwardness. Never mind, I am not one to hold grudges. Let us move past this matter. Now, will you accept me as your master? Of course, I am willing. Disciple Xin Fei pays his respects to his esteemed master. Without hesitation, Xin Fei knelt before Li Rufeng in a gesture of reverence. Rise. From now on, you shall be my 9th disciple. I will take care of your father's affairs. Li Rufeng nodded in satisfaction at Xin Fei and spoke calmly. Yes, thank you, master. Xin Fei replied respectfully. The 9th disciple? Master, aside from Brother Shun, you have taken on 2 more disciples since arriving in the immortal realm? Zhu Juicy reflected, feeling a sense of relief at no longer being the youngest disciple. Very well, I shall take my leave now. This special token shall be yours. If you need me, simply crush the token. Li Rufeng handed Xin Fei a specially crafted token. By the way, Juicy, according to my calculations, your 8th junior sister should be nearing the reincarnation secret realm. Her name is Shangwan Yulei. If you encounter her, do exchange information. I must take my leave. With that, Li Rufeng's figure vanished into thin air without a trace of hesitation. 8th junior sister, Shangwan Yulei? Master, you didn't describe her appearance. Zhu Juicy lamented, wishing to ask more about Shangwan Yulei, but upon looking up, he realized Li Rufeng had already departed. Shangwan Yulei? That name sounds familiar. Xin Fei pondered upon hearing the name. Suddenly, realization struck him. It's her. After a brief pause, Xin Fei exclaimed. Xin Jiushi, do you know about the 8th junior sister? Zhu Juicy inquired, noticing Xin Fei's astonishment. Indeed, the identity of the 8th junior sister is quite remarkable. Compared to her, the young master of Wanbage, and considerably inferior. Have you heard of Kunlun Hall? Xin Fei explained. Kunlun Hall. I have done some research. Kunlun Hall is the most powerful force in the Kunlun Xinyu. Are you implying? Zhu Juicy responded. Yes, the 8th junior sister is indeed from Kunlun Hall, and she is their saintess. In the realm of immortals, few can compare to her status among her peers. However, I find it puzzling how the 8th junior sister could choose to take master as her teacher. Ordinarily, the people of Kunlun Hall would not allow their saintess to take an outsider as a master. Xin Fei voiced his confusion. Why do you concern yourself with such matters? My master takes disciples without regard for their background. Moreover, no one can obstruct his decision to accept a disciple. Now, we must leave this place. Those from the Wanfa Hall may have perished here, but others may be on their way. Zhu Juicy answered without hesitation. Thus, Zhu Juicy and Xin Fei departed, heading towards a location rich in resources. Meanwhile, Shangguan Yulei and the members of Kunlun Hall had finally arrived at the entrance of the reincarnation secret realm. Soon, the members of Kunlun Hall entered the realm together, with each elder accompanied by 10 disciples, embarking on a quest for opportunities within the reincarnation secret realm. Wu Hanshan and Chun Ma have consistently remained by Shangguan Yulei's side, vigilant against any ill-mannered individuals daring to approach her. Besides Wu Hanshan, another figure accompanied Shangguan Yulei, Xiao Kuan, the grand rooster who boasts of being the king among chickens, a pet of Li Rufeng. Chapter 121, arriving at Tianyuan Island, breaking into the Shifang Xianming. Meanwhile, under Ning Yingying's guidance, Li Rufeng finally arrived at the foot of Tianyuan Island. Gazing up at the island suspended thousands of miles in the air, Li Rufeng's interest was piqued. Senior, that is Tianyuan Island. Are you truly planning to ascend directly? The 10 domain masters and the xianxias are all up there. Ning Yingying expressed her concerns. Oh, they're all up there? That is splendid. It saves me the trouble of seeking them out one by one. Of course, if you are afraid, you may stay behind. I will find you after I deal with that Tai Su domain master. Li Rufeng replied nonchalantly, dismissing Ning Yingying's worries. If the senior is unafraid, then I shall accompany you. Besides, I need to retrieve something from Jianxian. Thus, I must ascend. Ning Yingying responded earnestly. Very well. Then let us proceed. With that, Li Rufeng vanished from his spot, swiftly making his way towards Tianyuan Island. Observing this, Ning Yingying gritted her teeth and resolutely followed suit. In no time, Li Rufeng approached the summit of Tianyuan Island. Just as he was about to land, the members of Shifang Xianming noticed his uninvited intrusion. Bold one, who dares to trespass upon Tianyuan Island? Come, let us subdue him. A Shifang Xianming elder bellowed, hurtling towards Li Rufeng. The elder's shout soon caught the attention of more and more individuals from Shifang Xianming. In an instant, hundreds surged into the sky, racing towards Li Rufeng, including formidable beings at the Xianhuang and Xinzuan levels. It is evident that the power of Shifang Xianming stands as the mightiest in the immortal realm. It is noteworthy that even at the periphery of Tianyuan Island, Xinzuan-level experts had already made their appearance, explaining why no one dared to intrude recklessly. However, Li Rufeng regarded the oncoming figures with indifference. In his eyes, even a multitude of ants remains but ants. The next moment, Li Rufeng made his move. Without hesitation, he raised his hand and struck towards those approaching him. Instantly, hundreds from Shifang Xianming, including the Xinzuan experts, were reduced to mere clouds of crimson mist. The prowess of the senior exceeds my imagination. Thankfully, I refrained from risking an attack against him. Otherwise, I would share their fate. Ning Yingying thought as she finally caught up with Li Rufeng, witnessing the ease with which he dispatched so many powerful beings. Having cleared the obstacles, Li Rufeng landed smoothly on Tianyuan Island. He then proceeded directly towards the heart of the Shifang Xianming headquarters. Along the way, Li Rufeng stood calm and composed, hands clasped behind his back, devoid of any hint of panic or fear. Ning Yingying, observing his retreating figure, followed closely behind. Witnessing Li Rufeng's strength instilled within her a newfound boldness. Before long, Li Rufeng guided Ning Yingying to the central region of Shifang Xianming. His arrival immediately attracted the attention of numerous Xian Emperor-level experts. Who are you? Daring to intrude upon Shifang Xianming warrants preparation for death. A black-clad elder swiftly descended from the main hall of Shifang Xianming, landing before Li Rufeng. The elder, Zhao Yuanqing, was the grand elder of Shifang Xianming, a peak Xian Emperor-level powerhouse. Death? Heh, if that is the case, I shall fulfill your wish. In response to Zhao Yuanqing's pressure and provocation, Li Rufeng chuckled lightly, then fixed a cold gaze upon the elder. Boom. The next moment left everyone present in utter disbelief. Zhao Yuanqing, at the pinnacle of Xian Emperor level, inexplicably burst apart, transforming into a cloud of crimson mist. This is impossible. What has transpired? Why did the Grand Elder suddenly turn into blood mist? This defies reason. I refuse to believe that anyone in the immortal realm could instantly slay a peak Xian Emperor. The elders and disciples of Shifang Xianming stood frozen in shock, their faces a mixture of astonishment and fear. In their eyes, Li Rufeng had made no apparent move, leading them to doubt that he had been the one to eliminate their Grand Elder, to achieve such a feat with merely a glance. How could this be? This level of power, could it be divine? The rumors suggest that even the xianxias is merely at the half-divine level. This senior surpasses even the xianxias. Curse Ji Nancian for sending me to assassinate such a formidable being. Being close to Li Rufeng, Ning Yingying clearly witnessed the shift in his gaze. As a fellow peak Xian Emperor, she was all too familiar with Zhao Yuanqing. The ability to eliminate Zhao Yuanqing with a mere glance meant she could easily meet the same fate. Understanding this, her resentment towards Ji Nancian deepened. After all, Placing such a deadly task upon anyone would naturally invoke feelings of animosity. At this moment, apart from her hatred for Ji Nanxian, Ning Yingying felt a mix of fear and respect towards Li Rufeng. She was immensely grateful that, when faced with Li Rufeng earlier, she had made the wisest choice of her life. Your methods are impressive. However, not only did you intrude upon my Shifang Xianming, but you also publicly executed our Grand Elder. This is a grave transgression. A voice suddenly emerged from the Grand Hall, interrupting the stunned silence following Zhao Yuanqing's demise. Simultaneously, a man with flowing white hair and clad in white appeared before Li Rufeng. With his hands clasped behind his back, he emitted no aura. Yet the sense of pressure he exuded was formidable. This man was Ouyang Dantian, the xianxias of Shifang Xianming, recognized as the strongest in the immortal realm. Following Ouyang Dantian's appearance, 10 figures emerged behind him. Although they did not match Ouyang Dantian's strength, they were nonetheless exceptional experts within the immortal realm. These were the 10 domain masters of Shifang Xianming, including Ji Nanxian, the one Li Rufeng sought. Oh, is that so? And then what? Do you intend to seek vengeance for him? In response to Ouyang Dantian's inquiry, Li Rufeng smiled slightly, appearing unconcerned. Li Rufeng's words darkened Ouyang Dantian's expression. As the xianxias, it was the first time he had been so openly disrespected. For Ouyang Dantian, this was akin to public humiliation. Your tone is quite arrogant. I wonder if your strength matches your bravado. Anyone who dares to slay our Grand Elder must pay the appropriate price. Ouyang Dantian's cold gaze fixed on Li Rufeng, his tone laced with malice. Price? You speak of a price? Have you always been this bold? A mere half-divine dares to be audacious before me? Listening to Ouyang Dantian's brazen words, Li Rufeng's lips curled into a faint smile of disdain. In the next moment, his gaze sharpened, and his figure vanished from sight. In an instant, Li Rufeng appeared before Ouyang Dantian. Chapter 122. One palm to slay the immortal lord, one man to annihilate the immortal alliance. Kneel. As soon as the command fell, a terrifying aura enveloped Ouyang Dantian. Bang! With scarcely a chance to resist, Ouyang Dantian knelt before Li Rufeng, blood spilling from his mouth due to the overwhelming pressure. Within mere moments, Ouyang Dantian felt an immense shock in his heart. He never anticipated that with his current cultivation level, he would be forced to kneel and cough up blood under Li Rufeng's might. The domain lords behind him were equally astounded and petrified at witnessing someone overpowering Ouyang Dantian so effortlessly. What do you mean? Did you not demand a price from me? I stand before you now. Is this not an opportunity for you? Alas, you are utterly useless. You cannot even withstand a fraction of my aura. I wonder how you dared to demand a price from me. Forget it. Considering the difficulty of your cultivation, I shall show mercy and relieve you of your training henceforth. Without waiting for Ouyang Dantian's response, Li Rufeng suddenly raised his hand and struck down upon Ouyang Dantian. In an instant, the kneeling Ouyang Dantian was reduced to mere dust. This scene once again left the 10 domain lords behind him in stunned silence. He actually killed the immortal lord. Who is he? How can he possess such formidable strength? This is impossible. Such a being cannot exist in the immortal realm. There is only one possibility. He is from the divine realm. I absolutely cannot oppose him. I cannot perish here. Nearby, witnessing Li Rufeng's calm demeanor, Ji Yanxian was filled with dread, even harboring thoughts of fleeing. Not only Ji Yanxian, but the other domain lords were also thoroughly intimidated by Li Rufeng's display of power. You are the domain lords? You do not wish for me to demand a price, do you? Li Rufeng slightly raised his head and scanned the 10 domain lords before speaking in a nonchalant tone. We dare not. Senior, your strength is formidable, naturally. We would not dare to offend you. May I inquire as to why you have come to the Shifang Xianming? If so, I may be able to alleviate your concerns. Upon hearing Li Rufeng's words, Ji Yanxian, the quickest to react, stepped forward and spoke with utmost respect. To save his life, Ji Yanxian had cast aside his own dignity. Oh, is that so? I am looking for Ji Yanxian. May I ask who among you is he? Li Rufeng casually inquired. Upon hearing this, Ji Yanxian, standing at the front, tightened his brow, a bad premonition surging in his heart. That would be me, Ji Yanxian. May I ask, senior, what is it that you seek from me? As long as it is within my power, I shall do my utmost to assist you. Ji Yanxian cautiously probed. So, you are Ji Yanxian? What a coincidence. I indeed have a matter for you to assist with. Li Rufeng narrowed his eyes and spoke with a mocking tone. Senior, please speak freely. Ji Yanxian replied with his head lowered, his heart already filled with unease. It is quite simple. I need you to die. This task, I trust you will not refuse. With that, without granting Ji Yanxian a chance to decline, Li Rufeng raised his hand and struck down towards Ji Yanxian's head. Bang! A moment later, Ji Yanxian collapsed to the ground, his head now absent. Li Rufeng's sudden attack left the 9 domain lords beside him utterly terrified and despondent. They understood that today, there was no escaping Li Rufeng's grasp. Despairingly, they still had no idea why Li Rufeng had come to the Shifang Xianming, nor why he had consecutively slain the immortal lord and Xianxian. Is the head of Wanbao Pavilion here? I shall only ask this question once. After dealing with Xianxian, Li Rufeng lifted his gaze toward the remaining 9 domain lords and spoke blandly. Yes, he is here. He is in the dungeon beneath the main hall. At this moment, the domain lords dared not hesitate, all replying in unison. Very well. In truth, I came to the Shifang Xianming solely for Xianxian. However, too many here are unappreciative, thus forcing my hand. Yet since I have begun, I can only see it through to the end. One must eliminate the roots. Otherwise, the spring breeze shall bring forth new life. I understand this principle well. Therefore slap. As his words fell, Li Rufeng slowly raised his right hand, and, before the assembly of the Shifang Xianming, snapped his fingers. In the next moment, the 9 domain lords before Li Rufeng turned to ash. The remaining elders and disciples also vanished in that same instant. After the snap, the vast Tongtian Island was left with only Li Rufeng, Ning Yingying, and the head of Wanbao Pavilion, Shun Wanshan, who remained imprisoned in the dungeon. Although she was somewhat prepared, witnessing this scene again left Ning Yingying in shock, unable to calm her heart. Just how powerful is the senior? If he is willing to intervene, could it mean that my sister's life is? Ning Yingying gazed blankly at Li Rufeng's figure in the distance, a peculiar feeling blossoming within her heart. Meanwhile, as Ning Yingying's thoughts swirled, Li Rufeng had already begun walking toward the main hall of the Shifang Xianming. Coming to her senses, Ning Yingying quickly shook her head and hurried to Xianxian's lifeless body. Subsequently, she searched his remains and retrieved a storage ring. Indeed, it is here. Regardless of whether the senior is willing to act, at least for a time, my sister's life can be secured. Upon finding what she needed in the storage ring, a relieved smile graced Ning Yingying's lips. Afterward, she stored the ring and pursued after Li Rufeng. Meanwhile, Li Rufeng had entered the main hall. After scanning with his divine sense, he successfully located Shun Wanshan's figure. Without hesitation, Li Rufeng broke through the ground of the hall and rescued Shun Wanshan. Who are you? Upon being freed, Shun Wanshan immediately questioned Li Rufeng with confusion. I am Li Rufeng. Your son, Shen Fei, entrusted me with your rescue. Li Rufeng replied calmly. Feier, thank you, Senior Li, for your timely assistance. I, Shun Wanshan, shall remember this debt of gratitude. In the future, should you require anything, I will not hesitate to assist. Upon learning that it was Shun Fei who had asked Li Rufeng for help, Shun Wanshan felt deeply moved. At the same time, he was immensely grateful to Li Rufeng for his willingness to act and solemnly promised. No need for such formality. After all, Shen Fei is my disciple. When a disciple's family is in peril, it is only natural for a mentor to extend assistance. Now, tell me, why did the Shifang Xianming imprison you? Li Rufeng inquired curiously. Replying to the senior, the matter is quite lengthy. In brief, the Shifang Xianming demanded that I provide them with a large quantity of immortal stones, immortal jade, and various materials for formations. According to them, they require these resources to set up a grand formation, and the resources needed are immense. The Shifang Xianming could not procure such vast resources, hence they targeted my Wanbao Pavilion. Shen Wanshan explained. Oh, a grand formation? What kind of formation requires such resources that even the Shifang Xianming cannot afford? Li Rufeng mused with interest. I am not quite certain of that, young one. This undoubtedly pertains to the secrets of the Shifang Xianming, and thus cannot be easily disclosed to outsiders. However, during my confinement, I vaguely overheard snippets of information. That grand formation is likely connected to the Tongtian Bay. As for more details, I am not privy to them. Shen Wanshan did not conceal anything, sharing all that he knew. Chapter 123. Rescuing Shun Wanshan, the mysterious sister. The Tongtian Bay, you say? How intriguing. I see. If there are no further matters, you may take your leave. According to Xiao Fei, many within the Wanbao Pavilion have begun to stir. It would be wise for you to return and assess the situation. Li Rufeng remarked indifferently. Wanbao Pavilion. Humph. As long as I am alive, they cannot remain idle. Very well. I had initially intended to exercise restraint out of past consideration. But since you seek your own demise, do not blame me. Thank you for your information, esteemed senior. I shall take my leave now. Once I have dealt with the affairs of Wanbao Pavilion, I will pay you a visit to express my gratitude for today as kindness. After bowing, Shen Wanshan turned and walked towards the hall's exit. Throughout the encounter, Shen Wanshan maintained an attitude of utmost respect and gratitude. Upon exiting the hall, he soon encountered Ning Yingying. Both were taken aback by the unexpected meeting, their expressions revealing surprise and curiosity. Lord Ning, what brings you here? Shen Wanshan inquired first. Lord Shun, I am more curious as to how you came to be here. And how is it that you are still alive? Ning Yingying countered with a question of her own. Lord Ning, While our relationship is rather ordinary, there is no need to curse me, is there? Or has someone from Wanbao Pavilion offended you? Shun Wanshan replied, unable to contain his irritation, for to be cursed upon their first meeting would test anyone's patience. Is that so? You did not encounter anyone while inside, did you? Ning Yingying pondered aloud. Someone? Are you referring to Senior Li? Were you with Senior Li? At her words, Shun Wanshan immediately pressed for clarification. Senior Li? If you encountered him, then why were you not killed? Does he only slay those of the Shifang Xianming? Ning Yingying mused, her brow furrowing in contemplation. Only slay those of the Shifang Xianming? What do you mean? Shun Wanshan questioned, confusion evident in his voice. Quite literally. Have you not noticed that within the entire Shifang Xianming, aside from us and the senior, there are no other presences? Ning Yingying replied calmly. What? It was only after Ning Yingying's revelation that Shun Wanshan grasped the gravity of the situation. Even when Li Rufeng had rescued him, he had not considered this crucial detail. After being imprisoned for so long, all he sought was freedom, not pondering why Li Rufeng was able to free him. Now, with Ning Yingying's words, he finally recognized this fundamental issue. This is the Shifang Xianming. If Senior Li wished to rescue me, then he must. This cannot be possible. Quickly, a bold thought emerged in Shun Wanshan's mind. Are you suggesting that all the members of the Shifang Xianming were slain by Senior Li alone? He swallowed hard, tentatively probing for confirmation. And what do you think? Ning Yingying replied. Now, you should hurry and leave. If the senior has spared you, you should count yourself fortunate. Furthermore, you must not breathe a word of what occurred here. Otherwise, your survival cannot be guaranteed. With that warning, Ning Yingying ceased her conversation with Shun Wanshan and continued towards the hall. This is utterly insane. One person annihilating the Xianming? I would not dare to even dream of such a feat. I never anticipated that Feier would be fortunate enough to have such a formidable master. Truly, it is a blessing for my Shin family. It seems that Wanbao Pavilion has now acquired a powerful backing. Once Ning Yingying departed, Shun Wanshan's face lit up with excitement. He then resolved to leave immediately, soaring towards the outskirts of Tongtian Island. At this moment, his spirits soared, eager to return and reorganize Wanbao Pavilion. Meanwhile, within the hall, Ning Yingying approached Li Rufeng. Why have you not yet departed? You should have already obtained what you sought, Li Rufeng remarked upon seeing her. Returning to the esteemed senior, I indeed acquired the item. Yet I remain here to seek your assistance with the matter, Ning Yingying responded respectfully. Assistance? What is the price? What do you intend to offer to persuade me to act on your behalf? I am not interested in trivial matters, Li Rufeng stated coolly. Whatever conditions you have, I shall comply. If you can save my sister, I am willing to pay any price, even if it costs me my life, Ning Yingying declared resolutely. Your sister? What has happened to her? Li Rufeng inquired, intrigued. Esteemed senior, my sister has been in a deep slumber since birth. Over the years, I have sought help from many, scoured information, yet none have succeeded in awakening her. Moreover, her vitality has waned considerably of late. Were it not for the life essence in Ji Nanqian's possession, my sister would have long since. Although I have obtained a substantial amount of life essence from Ji Nanqian, it is still exceedingly rare. Once it is exhausted, my sister will be unable to escape her fate. You are the strongest I have encountered. Perhaps with your intervention, she might be saved. I implore you, esteemed senior, to save my sister, and I will offer everything. As she spoke, Ning Yingying knelt before Li Rufeng, her face filled with sincere hope. Even so, I cannot guarantee that I can save your sister. After all, without examining her personally, the circumstances remain unknown. Furthermore, your offered conditions hold no allure for me. This matter can be discussed later. Beep. Host, do not be hasty in your refusal. This young woman's sister possesses an extraordinarily unique ability, one that could be considered an advantage. Perhaps you might consider accepting her as a disciple. In time, her sister will undoubtedly become your most formidable ally. Just as Li Rufeng was about to decline Ning Yingying's request, the system's voice suddenly interrupted. An advantage, you say? System, what does this ability entail? Li Rufeng asked, momentarily taken aback, but curious. This is something I must keep under wraps for now, esteemed host. You will understand once you meet this young woman's sister. Rest assured, it is undoubtedly a remarkable ability. Her slumber is a consequence of her extraordinary powers, which attracted the attention of the Dao. The system replied mysteriously. Very well. Your words have piqued my curiosity regarding this extraordinary ability. Is Ning Yingying's ability a 1-for-1 disregard for realms? Could it be that her sister possesses a 0-for-1 disregard for realms? I shall personally investigate this little sister who has drawn the attention of the Dao. Li Rufeng mused within. Ahem, if I may ask, where is your sister currently? Once he regained his composure, Li Rufeng casually inquired. Esteemed senior, my sister is currently in a secret chamber within the Juming Tower, located in the Taishu Xinyu, Ning Yingying replied without hesitation. Her heart filled with hope at Li Rufeng's inquiry. Taishu Xinyu? Very well. Once I have dealt with the matters of Tianyuan, I shall accompany you to the T9 Shi New York, Liar Feng remarked with a calm demeanor. Really? So, does that mean you are willing to rescue my sister, esteemed senior? Thank you very much. Ning Ying exclaimed with excitement. Enough, I shall merely take a look. Whether I can save her depends on your sister's fate. As for gratitude, we can discuss that once she awakens, Liar Feng stated in a composed tone. Yes, I understand. The younger generation acknowledges this. Ning Ying replied with a perceptive nod. If that is the case, let us proceed. With that, Liar Feng ceased further conversation and turned to walk towards the entrance of the grand hall. Observing this, Ning Ying promptly rose and hurried after him. Chapter 124. The Space Within the Monument, Divine Consciousness. After leaving the grand hall, Liar Feng continued onward until he stood before a colossal stone monument. Halting his steps, this monument is indeed the Tianyuan. It appears rather ordinary, aside from its size. Liar Feng mused as he approached the Tianyuan and raised his hand to touch it. The moment his fingers made contact, an unexpected transformation occurred. The seemingly mundane Tianyuan erupted with brilliant golden light. The blinding radiance compelled Ning Ying, standing nearby, to shield her eyes. Esteemed senior, where have you gone? Once the golden light dissipated, Ning Ying realized Liar Feng's figure had vanished, instilling a sense of anxiety within her. Given the senior's formidable strength, he should be safe. Even if I am anxious, it will not change anything. I shall wait and observe the situation for a while longer. Scanning her surroundings, Ning Ying still found no sign of Liar Feng. Yet the thought of his immense power calmed her initial worries. Meanwhile, within the Tianyuan, Liar Feng found himself in an independent space. Is this within the Tianyuan? I did not expect such a hidden realm within. After surveying his surroundings, he began to stroll leisurely. Before long, he arrived at an altar, encircled by several stone pillars, each towering no less than 10 meters. Atop these pillars rested peculiar statues, while at the altar's center stood a grand stone statue, formidable and majestic, wielding a massive stone sword. This altar appears to be a formation. Could this be the array mentioned by SH and WNSHN? So, the xianxiafans has been gathering resources to activate this formation. Liar Feng murmured to himself as he approached the altar. System, can you discern the specific function of this array? After examining the patterns on the altar, he ultimately opted to seek assistance. Dear host, this formation is a one-way teleportation array. Upon investigation, the other side of this teleportation array should lead to the divine realm above the Xian realm. A teleportation array? The divine realm? So that is the case. No wonder it is said that the Tianyuan connects the Xian realm and the divine realm. It is due to this teleportation array. Thus, in order to activate the array to reach the divine realm, the members of the SHFing, Xianxiaaudiobooks sought SH and WNSHN's help to collect resources. What a pity, they were so close to success. Alas, they have crossed paths with me. If they must blame someone, let it be that T9YZH. Were it not for his assassination attempt on me, I would have been indifferent to their plight. Host, even if you do not annihilate the SHFing Xianxiaaudiobooks, they would still be unable to activate this teleportation array. To successfully initiate the formation, not only are vast resources required, but divine power is also necessary to propel it. Therefore, unless someone within the SHFing Xianxiaaudiobooks comprehends the power of divinity, all endeavors will be in vain. Oh, is that so? This seems reasonable, as a teleportation array leading to the divine realm cannot be activated so easily. Having clarified these matters, it is time to exit. I have no immediate plans to journey to the divine realm. When the time is right, I may utilize this array to travel there. Liar Feng mused softly. He then turned and walked down from the altar, preparing to leave this space. As he distanced himself from the altar, the stone statue at the center suddenly flickered to life, its previously dull eyes gleaming with light. In the next instant, it swung the massive sword towards Liar Feng. Bang! Within moments, the sword struck Liar Feng, raising a cloud of dust. Ha ha ha! Is that all the composure you can muster? Furthermore, your attack is rather feeble, is it not? Pray tell, who are you? As the dust settled, Liar Feng stood unharmed, while the sword lay shattered in two. You could withstand my strike? Fascinating. It has been ages since I encountered someone of your caliber. Mortal, I grant you a chance at life. Serve me, and I shall spare you. The statue, retracting the remnants of its sword, addressed Liar Feng with an air of superiority. Is your intellect perhaps underdeveloped? The last individual who sought my submission now has grass 2.5 meters high on their grave. Do you aspire to follow in their footsteps? Liar Feng replied nonchalantly, a hint of mockery upon his features. Boldness. A mere mortal dares to act so insolently before me. Do you not know that I am a divine being? It is an honor to serve me. Kneel and submit at once. This is your final opportunity. The statue retorted coldly. Divine being? Ha ha ha. When did divinity become so weak? Merely a wisp of divine consciousness dares to be arrogant before me? In your next life, remember to avoid my path when you choose to boast. Void annihilation finger. With that, Liar Effing raised his right hand and pointed. In an instant, a beam of black light pierced through the statue's head. You, how could you possess divine? Crack. Boom. Before the statue could finish its sentence, its form shattered and scattered across the altar. Ultimately, astonishment filled its eyes. TCH, what a pathetic divine being. You cannot even withstand a casual strike from me. I shall remember your aura. When we meet again, you shall find yourself seated within my human emperor banner. Casting a disdainful glance at the shattered statue, Liar Effing murmured to himself. Subsequently, he ceased lingering and vanished from the spot. Meanwhile, outside the TNTNBI, Ning Xianxiaaudiobooks remained fixated on the monument, her expression increasingly laden with concern. Just then, a golden light erupted from the TNTNBI. As the light faded, Liar Effing's figure reappeared. Esteemed senior. Upon seeing Liar Effing, Ning Xianxiaaudiobooks was startled and rushed to his side. Esteemed senior, you have finally emerged. I was beginning to fear for your safety, she said. Fear for my safety? Liar Effing replied coolly. Not at all. Esteemed senior, your strength is formidable. Surely, you would not encounter any mishap. Ning Xianxiaaudiobooks quickly responded with respect. Enough. You were simply worried that I would not return to aid your sister, were you not? Now that the matter is resolved, you may take me to see her. Without waiting for Ning Xianxiaaudiobooks to respond, Liar Effing waved his hand and stored the TNDNBI into the xianxiaaudiobooks. Lead the way. What are you waiting for? After saying this, Li Rufu turned to Ning Xianxiaaudiobooks once more. Oh, all right. Senior, I will take you to Juming Lu right away. Ning Xianxiaaudiobooks responded promptly, having regained her composure. In the next moment, the two departed from Tongtian Island. Under Ning Xianxiaaudiobooks' guidance, they made their way towards the Juming Lu headquarters within the Tai Su Xianyu. Consequently, Tongtian Island was left deserted. Chapter 125, Reincarnation Hall, Xian Formation Disc. At this moment, near the Reincarnation Hall, numerous figures had already gathered, and a plethora of cultivators continued to arrive at the site. Within the Reincarnation Secret Realm, the greatest opportunity undoubtedly lay in the inheritance of the Xian, which resided within this very hall. This is precisely why the Reincarnation Hall attracted such a multitude of cultivators. Is this the Reincarnation Hall, the place that harbors the Xian inheritance? But why is no one entering? Zhu Jusi gazed at the densely packed crowd surrounding him, perplexed by the lack of anyone approaching the Reincarnation Hall. Sixth brother, you are unaware. The reason no one dares to act rashly is that the time for the Reincarnation Hall to open has not yet arrived. There have been instances in the past where individuals attempted to enter prematurely, but without exception, those eager souls perished beneath an inexplicable force. Thus, thereafter, no one dared to trespass into the Reincarnation Hall. Shen Fei explained softly. I see. So how much longer must we wait? Had I known, I would have gone to gather some resources first. It wouldn't be too late to come back once the Reincarnation Hall has fully opened, Zhu Jusi murmured. There's no rush. The opening time of the Reincarnation Hall is uncertain. However, it will likely not exceed an hour. Given that the secret realm has nearly been present for an hour, the Reincarnation Hall should open soon. Let us be patient, Shen Fei replied. Suddenly, as Shen Fei's words faded, a loud noise erupted from the direction of the Reincarnation Hall, quickly capturing the attention of all present. In the next moment, they beheld the previously tightly shut doors of the Reincarnation Hall slowly creaking open. The Reincarnation Hall has opened. The Xian inheritance, I, Kai Su, shall claim it. Nonsense. The Xian inheritance belongs to me, Zhang Shang. Haha, that mere inheritance is already within my grasp. Ding Zhun, you should all give up early to avoid wasting your time. Before long, as they gazed at the opening Reincarnation Hall, many began to shout boisterously. Moments later, the doors of the Reincarnation Hall were fully ajar. Xian inheritance. Here I come. In an instant, dozens of individuals leapt forward, racing towards the entrance of the Reincarnation Hall, with others following suit, unwilling to fall behind. Sixth brother, we should hurry inside as well. Although acquiring the Xian inheritance depends on personal fortune, there must be other opportunities within the Reincarnation Hall. If we delay, others may seize them. Shen Fei promptly said to Zhu Jusi, Ninth junior brother, there is no need to rush. Our master has stated that the Reincarnation Secret Realm is not as simple as it appears. While the Xian inheritance is desirable, one must have the life to enjoy it. Since there are those willing to scout the path for us, let us allow them that opportunity, Zhu Jusi remarked. Observing the fray of cultivators vying to enter the Reincarnation Hall, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Moreover, several individuals around them, primarily from significant powers within various xian domains, were also unhurried to enter the reincarnation hall. Their thoughts aligned closely with those of Zhu Jusi. Very well, let us wait a bit longer. I currently have no particular inclination towards the Xian D inheritance. I only hope that the other treasures within the reincarnation hall are not entirely claimed by that crowd. Xin Fei replied nonchalantly. Haha, if that is the case, ninth junior brother, then you need not be anxious. Good things naturally belong to those capable of obtaining them. Even if they acquire them first, they must possess the ability to bring them out of the reincarnation secret realm. Wouldn't you agree, ninth junior brother? Zhu Jusi smiled slightly. Sixth brother, you don't intend to take that, do you? Ahem, isn't that rather inappropriate? After all, such actions are somewhat unethical. Xin Fei's tone seemed hesitant. Yet his smile began to betray him. If it is unethical, then why do you wear such a smile? Furthermore, in the world of cultivation, where is the line of morality? Setting aside the facts, they are taking what belongs to us without our consent. Is that not a decline in ethics? Since they disregard morality, why should we be polite? Zhu Jusi stated calmly. You understand more than I do, sixth brother. Unlike me, who has read little. I nearly fell for their trickery. So what about a 3-7 split? Xin Fei suddenly inquired. You take 3, I take 7? Zhu Jusi replied indifferently. If sixth brother, you can handle them alone, then that would be acceptable. Are you saying I can, but you cannot? Zhu Jusi retorted. Naturally, while my strength may be lacking, I possess many tools to deal with them, Xin Fei declared proudly. Oh, and what do you plan to do? Zhu Jusi asked curiously. This is simple. Directly blocking and robbing them of their belongings is certainly unfeasible. Therefore, I intend to set up an elaborate array around the reincarnation hall. When everyone inside emerges, we shall capture them all at once. Thus, when they are either dead or injured, we can proceed to finish them off. Ultimately, it will be our delightful time for treasure hunting. What do you think, sixth brother? Is my plan not splendid? Xin Fei replied with pride. An elaborate array? Can your formation handle those individuals? Zhu Jusi mused before asking earnestly. Upon hearing Zhu Jusi's words, Xin Fei turned to observe those from powerful factions nearby, including top-tier figures from Wan Fa Hall. Dealing with their disciples and weaker elders should not pose a problem, but elders at the CND level might be a challenge. The CND realm cannot be easily resolved with just one formation. However, there are solutions. We are not without allies. If 8th junior sister from Kunlun Hall stands with us, we could contend with the CND elders from these factions. Furthermore, if it truly becomes difficult, we can call upon our master. With our master's strength, dealing with CND should be a simple task, Xin Fei analyzed. You are quite right. If our master intervenes, the CND would be but a mere flick of the wrist. Very well, let us proceed. What is required to set up your elaborate formation? After hearing Xin Fei's analysis, Zhu Jusi swiftly agreed to his plan. This is very simple. Have you heard of the Xian formation disc, sixth brother? Similar to the Xian formation diagram, it is also a unique method of forming arrays. However, unlike the Xian formation diagram, which is a one-time use and lasts briefly, the Xian formation disc can be reused. Moreover, as long as there are sufficient Xian stones or Xian jades, the formation within the disc can be maintained indefinitely. It can be said that the Xian formation disc is highly effective whether in combat or ambush, Xin Fei whispered. Oh, you possess such treasures? Why keep them hidden? Hurry and share a few with me. Upon hearing of the remarkable treasures possessed by Xin Fei, Zhu Jusi immediately expressed his desire to acquire them. Sixth senior brother. I truly have no surplus. I only possess a few myself, which I intend to use against the group entering the reincarnation hall. If you wish to have some, I can procure a few for you once we return to Wan Baogu, Xin Fei stated, a look of helplessness on his face. All right, we shall agree on that. Once we leave the secret realm, you must provide me with a few to play with. Hearing Xin Fei's words, Zhu Jusi reluctantly set aside his thoughts of the Xian Jinpan. Meanwhile, as Xin Fei and Zhu Jusi were still discussing how to discreetly set up formations around the reincarnation hall, Shangwan Yulei was already en route to the hall. Accompanying her were the Grand Elder Wu Hanshan and Xiao Kuan, along with several other figures. At the forefront was a young man clad in black, named Han Bo, who held the esteemed title of Saint Son of Tai Su Dian. Beside Han Bo stood an elder named Situ Run, whose cultivation had reached the 8th level of the Immortal Emperor realm, serving as Han Bo's protector during this expedition to the Reincarnation Secret Realm. Chapter 126. Arrival of the Saint Son of Tai Su, a familiar face. Miss Shangwan, our encounter here is a testament to the bond we share. I had not intended to visit the Reincarnation Secret Realm, as the legend of the Immortal Emperor's inheritance remains unproven. Even if it exists, it is unlikely that anyone could claim it. If it were that simple, this realm would not be accessible to us. Had I not met you, I would have merely glanced and departed. Han Bo suddenly spoke, gazing intently at Shangwan Youlei's face. Since Saint Sun Han has no interest in the Reincarnation Secret Realm, you may take your leave. Furthermore, you need not concern yourself with my presence, as we are not well acquainted, Shangguan Yulei replied, her expression devoid of emotion. Not well acquainted? How could that be? We have crossed paths several times in the past. Though our conversations were few, from the moment I laid eyes on you, I regarded you as a friend. Do you not see me as one? Han Bo continued, undeterred by her indifference. To be honest, among all the young women I have encountered in the immortal realm, you are the most astonishing. In both appearance and strength, you stand out as the finest in my eyes. I wonder, how do you perceive me? Han Bo remained unfazed by Shangguan Yulei's cold demeanor, continuing his pursuit of conversation. Hearing his words, Shangguan Yulei felt a wave of exasperation wash over her, her expression growing increasingly frosty. Humph, young man, after all this talk, are you merely attempting to flirt with her? I advise you to abandon this foolish pursuit. No amount of flattery will sway her. She will never look your way. At that moment, Xiao Kuan, perched on Shangguan Yulei's shoulder, interjected casually. Huh, you can speak? Han Bo asked, perplexed by Xiao Kuan's sudden interjection. What of it? Am I not allowed to speak? Xiao Kuan retorted. Not at all. It is merely my first encounter with a talking chicken, which piques my curiosity. Besides, how would a mere chicken know whether Miss Shangguan would take an interest in me? In terms of appearance, I consider myself equal to my peers in the immortal realm. In terms of strength, I am now at the 4th level of immortal spirit, and among my contemporaries, I am certainly among the strongest. As for my status, I am the saint son of Tai Su Dian. By all accounts, I am more than worthy of Miss Shangguan, Han Bo declared with confidence. Yes, yes, even if what you say is true, I still urge you to relinquish your hopes. Some individuals are simply beyond your reach. Otherwise, your life may be at stake. Xiao Kuan cautioned. At stake? Ha ha ha. You truly have a sense of humor, dear chicken. With my status. Unless it is an immortal lord or a domain master seeking my life, who could possibly harm me? Do not underestimate Tai Su Dian. Throughout the history of the 10,000 sect wars, it has always emerged victorious. Even Kunlun Dian is no match for us. Han Bo laughed heartily, dismissing Xiao Kuan's words. Enough, Saint Sun Han. If you have designs on me, I advise you to abandon them. I have no interest in you whatsoever. I will pretend I did not hear any of your words today. Finally, unable to contain herself, Shangguan Yulei spoke, her tone icy. Miss Shangguan, I understand that you are not one to be easily swayed. However, my intentions are sincere, though you may not be able to accept me at this moment. I trust that in time, you will come to appreciate my earnestness. I am willing to wait. Han Bo replied, unperturbed by her coldness. Goodness, after all this, he remains a devoted admirer. To that, I can only say 2 words, impressive. Xiao Kuan thought, feeling a mix of disbelief and amusement. And he chose not to respond further. Meanwhile, Shangguan Yulei's expression turned resigned upon hearing his words. Very well. If you wish to wait, then wait you shall. After a brief pause, Shangguan Yulei replied softly and quickened her pace toward the reincarnation hall. Observing her distance from him increasing, Han Bo hastily followed suit. Near the reincarnation hall, the Grand Elder spoke. Are we not to enter yet? It has been some time. Must we continue to wait? A young woman clad in yellow, named Kong Qin, addressed the elder. She was the saintess of Wan Fa Dian. Indeed, the time is right. Therefore, I shall enter the reincarnation hall with you, saintess. The rest shall remain outside. The elder, Dong Xian, considered briefly before responding. Very well, I will follow your lead, Grand Elder, Kong Qin agreed. Then let us proceed. With that, Dong Xian and Kong Qin vanished from the celestial vessel, swiftly entering the reincarnation hall through the grand entrance. Soon after Dong Xian and Kong Qin entered, the cautious factions began to dispatch their members into the reincarnation hall. Among those present, Wan Fa Dian wielded the greatest strength. Hence the other factions had awaited their movement to proceed, ensuring a sense of security in their actions. At last, Wan Fa Dian has made a move. Yet, they remain cautious, not allowing all their members to enter the reincarnation hall. However, it matters not. Without immortal emperor-level power, they will not detect the formations I have set. Xin Fei thought, sensing the opportune moment as he observed Dong Xian's entrance. Before long, nearly all the powerful individuals outside the reincarnation hall had entered. Seizing the opportunity, Xin Fei successfully laid down the encircling formations around the hall. Sixth senior brother, the formations are complete. You may now enter the reincarnation hall. I shall handle matters outside. Xin Fei quietly informed Zhu Jiuxi as he returned to his side. Very well, I shall proceed. Be cautious. Should any danger arise, do not hesitate to alert master. Zhu Jiuxi instructed. Understood, Xin Fei nodded in acknowledgement. Seeing Xin Fei's affirmation, Zhu Jiuxi hesitated no longer and leaped toward the entrance of the reincarnation hall. In no time, Zhu Jiuxi had entered the hall. Within a mere incense stick's duration after Zhu Jiuxi entered the hall of reincarnation, Shangguan Yulei hastened to arrive. It is the 8th senior sister. Yet, The individual trailing behind her seems oddly familiar. Upon witnessing Shangguan Youlei's appearance, Xin Fei, who was lurking nearby, instantly revealed a look of surprise. However, upon catching sight of Han Bo, confusion swiftly clouded his thoughts. He recalled, why is that fellow with the 8th senior sister? Moments later, Xin Fei remembered Han Bo's identity, prompting him to murmur in bewilderment. Never mind, I shall observe the situation first. After much contemplation, Xin Fei resolved to refrain from approaching Shangguan Youlei for the time being. Just as he was lost in thought, Shangguan Youlei had already entered the Hall of Reincarnation. Naturally, Han Bo followed closely behind her. Following them were Wuhan's Han and Situ Run, who also entered the hall together. Meanwhile, in a lofty expanse of the celestial realm, a previously stable space suddenly quivered. In the next moment, the fabric of space tore apart, revealing a slowly manifesting void passage. Moments later, 4 figures emerged from the void. 2 men and 2 women, all radiating an aura surpassing the pinnacle of the Celestial Emperor. Had Su Yang been present, he would undoubtedly have been left in utter astonishment. For among the 4, one was the person he yearned for day and night. Chapter 127, Compulsion and Request, the Shackles of the 3,000 Great Avenues. In the Tai Su Immortal Domain, the location of the Lord of the Deathly Tower. At this moment, guided by Ning Yingying, Li Rufeng arrived here. Without wasting time, Ning Yingying promptly led Li Rufeng into a secret chamber beneath the Deathly Tower. As she opened the chamber door, a bone-chilling cold emanated from within. Senior, my sister is inside. Ning Yingying turned to Li Rufeng and spoke. Indeed, let us enter and take a look. Li Rufeng nodded slightly and stepped forward, entering the chamber with a calm demeanor. Seeing this, Ning Yingying immediately followed. Upon stepping into the chamber, a crystal-clear ice coffin in the center instantly captured Li Rufeng's attention. The ice coffin emanated an intense chill, the source of which was apparent. Through the ice, Li Rufeng clearly saw the body of a young girl, seemingly around 6 or 7 years of age. This girl lying in the ice coffin was Ning Yingying's sister, Ning Xiaoyu. Is she truly your sister? Li Rufeng inquired as he approached the ice coffin. Yes, senior. This is my sister, Ning Xiaoyu. Although she appears to be merely a child, she has been in this ice coffin for tens of thousands of years. Even though I can still sense her presence, she cannot awaken nor live like a normal person. I fear that in this state, she is not much different from the dead. Thus, I implore you, senior, to save my sister. Ning Yingying's voice was laced with both sorrow and helplessness, her emotions coalescing into a heartfelt plea to Li Rufeng. Ning Xiaoyu has been sleeping in this frigid place for tens of thousands of years. Such a pitiable being. Very well. Let me see just how extraordinary you are to have endured such calamity. Name, Ning Xiaoyu. Realm, none. Fortune value. Information, a descendant of the ancient divine shaman clan. She is an existence that should not have been born, yet due to the astounding means of the ancient divine shamans, she was forcibly brought into existence within the world. Ability, compulsion, and request, divided into active and passive forms. Request can encompass any content, even desires for the world's destruction, the collapse of the great avenues, or the return to nothingness. In simple terms, it can fulfill any wish. Compulsion, the matters Ning Xiaoyu demands. Conditions for passive activation of ability. Anyone may present a request to Ning Xiaoyu, with the cost being the need to fulfill one of Ning Xiaoyu's compulsions. Note, any request will generate a corresponding compulsion based on its difficulty level. Note, once anyone articulates a request to Ning Xiaoyu, there is no chance for reversal. They must either fulfill one of her compulsions or face death. Conditions for active activation of ability. Ning Xiaoyu can impose a compulsion on anyone, with the cost being the consumption of a portion of her own lifespan based on the difficulty of the compulsion. Note, should Ning Xiaoyu actively impose her ability on someone, that individual loses the right to refuse. They must either comply with Ning Xiaoyu's compulsion or die. Special. The first person to earn Ning Xiaoyu's complete trust can ignore the condition of compulsion and directly make any number of requests to Ning Xiaoyu, at the cost of her needing to expend a corresponding amount of lifespan. Circumstances. Her body is bound by the shackles of the 3,000 Great Avenues, which incessantly siphon her vitality, leaving her with little lifespan remaining. As Li Rufeng gazed at Ning Xiaoyu's densely packed panel, he felt a surge of cognitive overload. Not only was her fortune entirely obscured, but her ability was also remarkably intricate. Fortunately, my cultural insights allow me to untangle my thoughts. In summary, Ning Xiaoyu's powers are of 2 types. One involves her speaking a demand that others must fulfill. Failure to do so results in death. The other allows others to present a wish to Ning Xiaoyu, with the prerequisite that they must first satisfy one of her demands. Similar to the first type, they must either comply with her demand and then have their wish granted or face death. Goodness, regardless of the approach, if one cannot fulfill Ning Xiaoyu's demand, death is inevitable. Thus, it may be wiser to initiate the demand first, so as to seize the opportunity for a wish without cost. Li Rufeng mused, utterly astounded by Ning Xiaoyu's abilities. At the very least, her powers far exceeded Ning Ying's life-for-a-life exchange. Moreover, the most terrifying aspect is that any wish presented to Ning Xiaoyu can be of any nature. Hold on. If Ning Xiaoyu demands a person's death, that individual must comply with the demand and perish. Conversely, if they refuse her demand, they would also meet death for their defiance. What a game this is. Regardless of whether one is willing to die, death is inescapable. Were it not for the fact that initiating a demand consumes Ning Xiaoyu's lifespan, could she not dictate who must die, ensuring their demise without question? System, if Ning Xiaoyu were to demand my death, would it be active or passive? Would my Hongming undying body and immortal soul still shield me from death? Suddenly, Li Rufeng began to inquire of the system. Ding, esteemed host. That is an excellent question. With your current strength, Ning Xiaoyu would need to expend several epochs of her lifespan to bring about your death. Clearly, at this moment, Ning Xiaoyu lacks the lifespan to activate her abilities. Thus, even if she were to demand your demise, you would not perish. Moreover, if you become the first person to earn Ning Xiaoyu's complete trust, then any demand she makes of you will not take effect. The system responded, is that so? That is reassuring. As long as my life is not in jeopardy, all is negotiable. So, my current task is to become Ning Xiaoyu's first trusted individual. This way, I will not need to fulfill any of her demands, yet I may freely present any requests to her without offering any cost. If Ning Xiaoyu were to possess a sufficient lifespan, would I not simply wish to be invincible in this world? Indeed, esteemed host. It is precisely due to the terrifying nature of Ning Xiaoyu's abilities that the 3,000 Daos do not permit her to continue existing. Once this woman's realm becomes formidable, her lifespan would rapidly expand. At that point, should Ning Xiaoyu desire it, she could effortlessly erase any Dao from existence. Although the lifespan required to obliterate a Dao is substantial, it is not an unattainable feat. A being at the level of Xiandi already possesses a lifespan that exceeds hundreds of millions, even billions of years, and those beyond that have lifespans without limits. This is why the 3,000 Daos have bound her with shackles. Any individual in this world may possess infinite lifespans, yet Ning Xiaoyu is an exception. For the Daos perceive her as a singular threat to their existence. The system interjected. Chapter 128. The Dao is irreversible. The Dao is unyielding. It is thus understandable. Were I a Dao, I too would not allow someone who poses such a threat to persist. Yet, I am not a Dao. I cannot permit such an exceptional individual to perish so easily. Should she become an asset to me in the future, I could confront anyone across the myriad realms with a mere declaration that I abstain from consuming beef. With this thought, Ning Xiaoyu must not die. System. What must I do to save Ning Xiaoyu? To save Ning Xiaoyu, the shackles of the 3,000 Daos within her must be broken. Each shackle released would restore a portion of Ning Xiaoyu's lifespan. Only after all 3,000 shackles are shattered will she awaken. However, while the ideal is splendid, reality is often harsh. With your current strength, esteemed host, you cannot even break the weakest of the 3,000 Dao shackles. What? Am I truly that weak? Even if I were to unleash all my cultivation, I still cannot break a single Dao shackle? Upon hearing the system's response, Li Rufeng expressed his discontent. Esteemed host, these shackles were crafted by the essence of the 3,000 Daos, and thus are not easily overcome. The 3,000 Daos have existed since before the birth of the myriad worlds, evolving over countless epochs, growing stronger at every moment. To oppose the Daos is to invite death. The Dao is irreversible. The Dao is unyielding. These are not mere phrases. At least for now. You are unable to contend with these Daos. Is that so? Then is Ning Xiaoyu truly beyond salvation? What a pity, such a remarkable ability. And yet it may perish before it even blossoms. Li Rufeng sighed inwardly, his tone tinged with regret. Yet, there is not a complete absence of hope. You may first transfer Ning Xiaoyu to the Taichu Xiaoshiji. In the Taichu Xiaoshiji, you would be the sole, true deity, fully capable of ensuring her survival. Once you grow sufficiently powerful, you may then shatter the shackles within her body. Of course, there is also a swifter method. By expending a certain number of kill points, the system can assist you in breaking the shackles within Ning Xiaoyu's body. Consume kill points? How many points are required? Li Rufeng promptly inquired. 100 billion kill points for a single Dao shackle. What? 100 billion? Why not just rob someone? I barely have 10 billion kill points accumulated. And that is only because I recently eliminated those Xiandi realm 9th tier beings on Tianyuan Island. 100 billion points? Even if I slaughtered every being in the xianxia, it would hardly suffice. Moreover, 100 billion points merely breaks one Dao shackle. There are still 2,999 remaining. How long will it take to eradicate them all? System, can you propose a more feasible solution? Rufeng weakly complained. Esteemed host, I understand your distress. However, you must also consider the difficulties faced by the system. I wish to assist you unconditionally, but transgressing the regulations of the system would lead to my complete annihilation. If you find the kill points required to break the shackles excessive, I can offer you an alternative. In truth, it is not necessary to break the Dao shackles to save Xianxiaaudiobooks. System, please clarify your statement. What do you mean by not needing to break the Dao shackles? The 3,000 Dao shackles are what prevent Xianxiaaudiobooks from awakening. If these shackles were to be removed from her body, the issue would be resolved. Therefore, the alternative method is to transfer the Dao shackles from Xianxia's body to your own. However, once the 3,000 Dao shackles are transferred to you, they will continuously drain your power and lifespan. Over time, your cultivation will diminish to the point of rendering you an ordinary person. Yet, due to the existence of the Hongming Bumingti and the undying soul, even as an ordinary person, you would not truly perish. Such a plan, a rather dubious alternative. System, your suggestion is quite remarkable. Perhaps you should refrain from sharing it in the future. After hearing the system's response, Rufeng was nearly driven to exclaim in frustration. An ordinary person devoid of cultivation is hardly different from being dead. Though one may not die, being captured for experimentation or sealed away would be all too simple. This fate, in comparison to mere survival, is far more intolerable for Rufeng. Then there is no other choice. For now, these are the only options available to you, esteemed host. Aside from the method of transferring the Dao shackles, the other solutions are exceedingly difficult to achieve. The system replied. Meanwhile, Rufeng fell into deep contemplation after absorbing the system's words. At the same time, Xianxiaaudiobooks had been cautiously observing Rufeng's reaction. Upon seeing him lower his head, lost in thought, her heart grew increasingly anxious. Even the elder cannot find a solution? Alas, Xiaoya, it seems this is your fate. Nevertheless, as long as there remains a glimmer of hope, I shall not abandon you. If necessary, I will gather every treasure of longevity in the xianxia for you. As long as I still draw breath, I shall not witness your demise. Seeing that Rufeng remained silent for an extended period, Xianxiaaudiobooks gradually began to lose hope in him. However, she bore no resentment towards Rufeng, nor did she easily relinquish Xianxiaaudiobooks. To Xianxiaaudiobooks, Xianxiaaudiobooks was her last remaining family member in this world. To ensure Xianxiaaudiobooks' continued existence, she would not hesitate to sacrifice everything. Eureka! I've got it. I am truly a genius. System, I have conceived a brilliant plan. Please assess its feasibility. As previously mentioned, I shall first transfer all the Dao shackles from Xianxiaaudiobooks to myself. Without the 3,000 Dao shackles, Xianxiaaudiobooks would be able to return to normal and awaken. Subsequently, I need to accomplish only 2 tasks. First, I must become the first person Xianxiaaudiobooks truly trusts. By doing so, I can freely make any request of her without incurring any cost. Secondly, I require assistance in elevating Xianxiaaudiobooks' realm within a brief span, thereby extending her lifespan correspondingly. With this prerequisite sufficiently established, I need only to propose a request to Xianxiaaudiobooks to eliminate the 3,000 shackles of the Great Dao that bind me. Such an operation would directly resolve the troubles posed by these shackles, would it not? What do you think, system? Is this approach feasible? Upon finishing his inquiry, Rufeng immediately sought the system's response. As expected of the illustrious host, this method is truly brilliant, one that even this system could not have conceived at first. However, the system advises against directly wishing for the 3,000 Great Dao shackles to vanish from Xianxiaaudiobooks, for such an action would inevitably attract the attention of the 3,000 Great Dao. Moreover, simply causing the 3,000 shackles to disappear would undoubtedly require a significant sacrifice of lifespan. You could seek a substitute and wish for the transfer of the 3,000 shackles onto them. In doing so, the issue of the 3,000 shackles could be resolved smoothly, and Xianxiaaudiobooks would expend far less of her lifespan. Furthermore, this approach would also obfuscate the 3,000 Great Dao's awareness of Xianxiaaudiobooks' liberation. Indeed, the system's suggestion is commendable. Given this, let us proceed with this method. By the way, system, I have another question. Do you possess any strategies for swiftly enhancing Xianxiaaudiobooks' cultivation? The shorter the duration, the better. Rufeng inquired once more. Chapter 129, The Hall of Reincarnation, Throne of Bones. Rapidly enhancing cultivation is rather straightforward. For the quickest method, it is, of course, to directly transfer your own cultivation to Xianxiaaudiobooks. This can be accomplished in mere moments. To transfer cultivation, I currently have over 600 million years of unused cultivation. A minuscule fraction of that cultivation could grant me a Xianxiaaudiobooks capable of fulfilling infinite wishes. This transaction appears exceedingly advantageous. Once I rescue Xianxiaaudiobooks, Attaining any realm I desire would merely be a matter of a single wish. What a windfall. I can't help but feel that Ning Xiaoyu may surpass even the system. What do you think, system? Of course, I harbor no disdain. Please do not overthink it, system, I merely asked casually. Ha. Li Rufu suddenly chuckled with excitement. Host, you have changed. You seem quite unfamiliar. Though Ning Xiaoyu's abilities greatly aid you, she still pales in comparison to the system, at least for now. Moreover, the wishes you make must take into account Ning Xiaoyu's lifespan. Even if you grant her several epochs, she would still lack the lifespan necessary to realize your wish of achieving a realm capable of contending with the 3,000 Great Dao. Yet with the system's assistance, you need not require such an extensive period to attain the strength to oppose the 3,000 Great Dao. In response to Li Rufu's playful banter, the system spoke with a hint of defiance. Oh, then I should simply wish for Ning Xiaoyu's strength to increase, shouldn't I? Although fulfilling a wish would consume her lifespan, her power would surely augment her lifespan as well. Thus, she would neither suffer a reduction in lifespan, nor would her strength cease to grow. Li Rufu replied, That is impossible, dear host. You must understand that Ning Xiaoyu's abilities cannot be applied to herself. In other words, any wish that would benefit her cannot be realized. Furthermore, Ning Xiaoyu's cultivation must be cultivated by her own efforts. Outsiders cannot assist in her elevation. This hidden constraint has existed since Ning Xiaoyu's inception. A hidden constraint? You mentioned that outsiders cannot aid her cultivation, yet you said earlier that my cultivation could be transferred to her. How is that possible? Li Rufu questioned, puzzled. Because the cultivation being transferred is the unused cultivation you have accrued through your sign-in. Thus, the system can indeed transfer that portion of cultivation to Ning Xiaoyu. Is that so? If that is the case, then the cultivation rewarded by the system cannot be used at will. This cultivation must be employed to expedite Ning Xiaoyu's strength, while my own strength will be enhanced by Ning Xiaoyu. Such an arrangement is acceptable, as long as I do not incur a loss. With everything clarified, Li Rufu nodded in satisfaction. Enough of this discussion. I have finally unraveled all the intricacies. System, how must I proceed to transfer the Great Dao shackles from Ning Xiaoyu to myself? That is simple. You need not take action, as the system can resolve everything for you. You need only consider how to gain Ning Xiaoyu's complete trust. Oh, very well, then I shall leave it all to you. Please await my instructions. Hearing the system's reply, Li Rufu responded contentedly. As long as the system can address the matter, he did not feel the need to inquire further. Soon after, Li Rufu's consciousness returned to the real world. As he lifted his gaze, he noticed Ning Yingying anxiously watching him. I have investigated. Your sister's condition is quite complex and challenging. However, I have devised a promising solution, so do not fret too much. I will need to take your sister to a specific location, for it is there that I can rescue her. Understanding Ning Yingying's concerns, Li Rufu hesitated not and divulged the entire situation to her. So, senior, you truly have a way to save my sister. Upon hearing Li Rufu's words, Ning Yingying's tense and worried expression transformed into one of joy and excitement. Yes, Li Rufu nodded and replied calmly. Wonderful, Xiaoyu, you will no longer need to lie here. As long as my sister can be saved, I will follow your instructions without question. What would you have me do? Ning Yingying promptly spoke. No need, just wait. I cannot be certain how long it will take to awaken your sister, but I assure you, she will be fine. If you have no objections, I shall commence. Li Rufu replied calmly. Very well. Then I entrust my sister to you, senior. Ning Yingying did not hesitate, choosing to place her unwavering trust in Li Rufu. Understood. Li Rufu nodded. In the next moment, without further ado, he raised his hand and drew the ice coffin, along with Ning Xiaoyu within, into the Taichu small world. Following this, Li Rufu's figure vanished from the secret chamber. Observing the disappearing ice coffin and Li Rufu, Ning Yingying exhibited little reaction, instead opting to await in silence. The Hall of Reincarnation. Within the Hall of Reincarnation. After a time spent within the hall, Zhu Jiuxi followed the instinct within his heart, arriving at a grand and resplendent hall. Alongside Zhu Jiuxi, numerous other cultivators had also entered this hall ahead of him. At the front of the hall lay a set of steps, atop which sat a throne. Upon this throne rested a figure, though now that figure had decayed into mere bones, draped in tattered robes. The bones upon the throne captured the attention of many within the hall, and Zhu Jiuxi was among them. Since he first stepped into this hall, Zhu Jiuxi had been drawn towards the bones on the throne, for they exuded a potent aura of reincarnation. Such formidable power of reincarnation. Could this skeletal remains belong to the reincarnation immortal emperor? To my astonishment, even the mightiest of beings ultimately cannot escape their destined demise, reduced to nothing more than a pile of withered bones. Gazing quietly at the skeletal remains upon the throne, Zhu Jiuxi could not help but express a faint sigh of contemplation. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the grand hall, several figures, exuding formidable auras, suddenly materialized. Their presence swiftly heightened Zhu Jiuxi's vigilance. These individuals were none other than Shangwan Yulei and Wu Hanshan from the Kunlun Palace, as well as Han Bo, Situ Rin from the Taishu Palace, and Kong Qin, Dong Xian from the Wanfa Palace. Upon entering the Reincarnation Palace, the three factions encountered one another, and due to the presence of powerful immortal emperors within each faction, significant conflict had yet to arise. However, this was merely a temporary reprieve, as the absence of substantial interests at stake was the only reason for their current restraint. The aura emanating from the three was indeed terrifying. I am far from being their match at this moment. It seems I must bide my time. After casting a glance at the immortal emperors, Zhu Jiuxi calmly pondered. Simultaneously, Wu Hanshan, Situ Run, and Dong Xian had sensed the terrifying aura radiating from the skeletal figure upon the throne. What could this mean? In the past, when the reincarnation secret realm manifested, there had been no mention of such a grand hall within the Reincarnation Palace. Moreover, this skeletal figure had never been referenced before. Could it be that this hall and the bones were making their debut? As Wu Hanshan contemplated the skeletal remains upon the throne, confusion clouded his mind. The various major powers had meticulously recorded the circumstances surrounding the Reincarnation secret realm, yet this hall bore no record whatsoever, leading Wu Hanshan to speculate that it was indeed making its first appearance before the masses. Like Wu Hanshan, Situ Ren and Dong Xian harbored similar thoughts. In an instant, their gazes intertwined. Chapter 130. Contest for the Legacy, 1 against 2. Gentlemen, this place must be making its debut. Wu Hanshan spoke first. Surely you have sensed the aura emanating from the bones. Even the residual aura surpasses our own. Consequently, the identity of this skeletal figure could only be one. He is the ancient reincarnation immortal emperor. Wu Hanshan declared. Humph, we need not your explanation to understand this. So what shall we do next? At that moment, Dong Xian, the Grand Elder of the Wanfa Palace, interjected coldly. Since we are all aware, let us dispense with the pretense. If this skeletal figure is indeed the reincarnation immortal emperor, then the legacy of the immortal emperor must reside with him. I believe none of us are willing to relinquish such a treasure. Thus, let strength dictate the outcome. The legacy of the immortal emperor shall belong to the strongest. Situ Rin from the Taishu Palace then spoke in a measured tone. Excellent, that aligns with my intentions. Let us rely on our abilities then. I shall take the lead. With that, Wu Hanshan wasted no further time and leaped towards the skeletal remains upon the throne. You shall not succeed. Witnessing this, Situ Ren and Dong Xian immediately sprang into action, attempting to impede Wu Hanshan. In an instant, the confined space of the Grand Hall erupted with the clash of three immortal emperor auras. Curse it, I intended to take advantage of the chaos. But now my life is at stake. The residual power from the clash of these three immortal emperors was beyond what Zhu Jiuxi could withstand. Without hesitation, he chose to flee the hall. The remaining cultivators, upon witnessing this, also turned to escape the Grand Hall to avoid the repercussions of the ensuing battle. However, some, caught off guard, failed to escape in time and perished before ever glimpsing the immortal emperor's legacy. Such is the cruelty of the cultivation world. Miss Shangwan, the legacy of the immortal emperor shall surely belong to my Taishu Palace. However, do not worry. Should you agree to be my partner, I can ensure that we share this legacy together. In the future, we shall ascend to the pinnacle of the immortal emperor realm side by side. Outside the Grand Hall, Han Bo approached Shangwan Yulei with a broad smile. His words were devoid of subtlety, quickly drawing the attention of many, including Kong Qin, the saintess of the Wanfa Palace, and Zhu Jiuxi. Taishu Palace? Miss Shangwan, my 8th junior sister is named Shangwan Yulei. Could she be the one? Zhu Jiuxi pondered. Humph. Han Bo, do not be so presumptuous. Let us not forget that this is the domain of my Wanfa Palace. If you wish to seize the legacy of the immortal emperor, you must first consider if we will permit it. Before Zhu Jiuxi could dwell further on the matter, Kong Qin's voice suddenly echoed. As a fellow saintess, witnessing Han Bo's overtures towards Shangwan Yulei stirred a sense of jealousy within her. I acknowledge that this is your Wanfa Palace's territory. However, among the 10 great palaces, your Wanfa Palace ranks at the bottom. Do you truly believe you can challenge my Taishu Palace? Han Bo retorted sharply in response to Kong Qin's biting remarks. Very well. Let us see if your Taishu Palace possesses the capability to claim the legacy of the immortal emperor today. With that, Kong Qin ceased her words, turning her gaze toward the depths of the hall. Miss Shangwan, I wonder how you feel about my earlier proposal? Should you agree? Taishu Palace and Kunlun Palace will undoubtedly become the strongest forces in the immortal realm, second only to the Shifeng Immortal Alliance. Han Bo once again directed his attention toward Shangwan Yulei. Han Bo, do not harbor such fantasies. I have stated that I harbor no interest in you. As for the legacy of the immortal emperor, its final possessor remains uncertain. You might be overly confident. Shangwan Yulei replied coolly. It seems, Miss Shangwan, you are unaware of the might of my Taishu Palace. The legacy of the immortal emperor is destined to belong to us. If you doubt this, let us observe how it unfolds. Hanbo responded with an air of indifference. Meanwhile, within the grand hall, the battle had tilted overwhelmingly in one direction. Leveraging his formidable strength, Wu Hanshan not only faced two opponents, but also gained the upper hand. How is your strength so formidable? Observing Wu Hanshan's escalating might, Situ Ren and Dong Xian ceased their assaults, incredulity etched upon their faces. At this moment, traces of blood appeared at the corners of Situ Ren and Dong Xian's lips, indicating they had sustained internal injuries. Haha, what? Do you require a reason for my increased prowess? I have declared that the legacy of the immortal emperor is mine for the taking, were it not for the presence of Taishu Palace and Wanfa Palace. Do you think you would be standing before me now? However, my patience is limited. Withdraw now, and I may spare your lives. Should you attempt to impede me further, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. At this juncture, Wu Hanshan radiated an aura of thunder, resembling a regal deity of lightning, exuding an imposing presence. His strength surpasses ours. Only by joining forces can we hope to defeat him. Once we deal with Wu Hanshan, we can vie for the legacy of the immortal emperor based on our own abilities. What say you? Faced with the allure of the immortal emperor's legacy, Situ Rin did not relent, but rather discreetly transmitted his thoughts to Dong Xian. Agreed. Without neutralizing Wu Hanshan, neither of us can claim the legacy of the immortal emperor. After a brief moment of contemplation, Dong Xian acquiesced to Situ Rin's proposal for an alliance. Haha, then let us proceed. In the next instant, Situ Rin shouted and charged directly at Wu Hanshan. Dong Xian followed suit without hesitation, raising his hand to strike at Wu Hanshan. Hehe, you have made a most foolish choice. Thus, let me showcase my true prowess. As the words fell, Wu Hanshan's aura gradually intensified. This time, he would not hold back. It was the first instance since his breakthrough that he would unleash his full strength. In an instant, the grand hall was enveloped by an overwhelming force of thunder. Thunder annihilation. All shall perish. With his cold voice echoing, Wu Hanshan raised his hand towards Situ Rin and Dong Xian, preparing to strike together. Upon witnessing Wu Hanshan charging forward, Situ Rin immediately bellowed. Boom. In an instant, the sound of collision reverberated throughout the hall, stirring up clouds of white smoke. Outside the hall, the residual shockwaves from the clash sent Zhu Jusi and others retreating several dozen meters once again. How formidable! Is this the battle between celestial emperors? This power is indeed terrifying. Yet, it pales in comparison to the oppressive aura emanating from my master with the slightest raise of his hand. Thus, it can be inferred that my master's strength surpasses that of the celestial emperor. As he raised his hand to block the residual waves emanating from the hall, Zhu Jusi pondered in his heart. Within the hall, as the smoke from the collision gradually dissipated, tranquility returned. Wu Hanshan still stood within the hall, while Situ Ren and Dong Xian lay on the ground, blood seeping from their mouths, appearing utterly disheveled. Humph, utterly incapable of withstanding a single blow. Casting a cold glance at the fallen Situ Ren and Dong Xian, Wu Hanshan turned and walked towards the skeletal figure upon the throne. Soon, he stood before the bones. After a brief hesitation, Wu Hanshan raised his hand towards the bones, intending to collect them. However, just as his hand was about to make contact, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Without the slightest forewarning, the bones emitted a radiant white light, directly assaulting Wu Hanshan. Chapter 131, Sudden Change, Eerie Bones. This is bad. Without time to contemplate, Wu Hanshan instantly retreated several meters and raised his hand to assume a defensive posture. Bang! Poof! The eerie white light disregarded Wu Hanshan's defenses, piercing a hole through his body. Fortunately, Wu Hanshan reacted swiftly. This blow did not claim his life. Nevertheless, he was severely wounded. This sudden occurrence prompted Situ Rin and Dong Xian, who lay on the ground, to immediately direct their gaze towards the skeletal figure on the throne. The next moment, a scene that sent chills down their spines unfolded. The previously slumped skeleton upon the throne slowly stood upright. After a long slumber, I have finally awaited the arrival of one who meets my requirements. Following this, the skeletal figure emitted a series of rasping sounds. Although the voice was faint, it instilled an overwhelming sense of pressure upon Wu Hanshan and the others. 8th level of Celestial Emperor. No, it is already approaching the 9th level. A rather domineering practitioner of the Thunder Path. Quite impressive, just awakened, and I require a bit of power to supplement myself. The skeleton gazed down at Wu Hanshan, once again emitting that chilling rasp. This is bad. The oppressive aura emanating from this being is beyond my capacity to withstand. I must flee. Otherwise, I shall perish. Under the gaze of the skeleton's hollow eye sockets, Wu Hanshan made a swift decision. In an instant, seizing the moment before the skeleton launched an attack. He turned and leaped towards the hall's exit. Upon witnessing Wu Han's movement, Situ Ren and Dong Xian also quickly grasped the situation. They dared not hesitate, scrambling to their feet and rushing towards the hall's exit. Haha, running? Do you truly believe you can enter and exit my domain at will? Stay and become a part of my power. At that moment, observing the fleeing Wu Han and the others, the skeleton uttered a cold voice. Following that, an attack materialized out of thin air, hurtling towards the entrance of the hall, targeting the fleeing trio. Bang! Moments later, the attack landed, stirring up a cloud of dust at the hall's entrance. Poof! Suddenly, a figure erupted from the dust, landing on the ground outside the hall. It was none other than Wu Han, who had managed to barely survive the onslaught. In contrast, the slower Situ Ren and Dong Xian were directly struck by the attack, transforming into a mist of blood. That is the Grand Elder. Outside the hall, upon seeing that the figure hurtling out was Wu Han's Shangguan Yulei was instantly taken aback. Rushing forward, Grand Elder, are you unharmed? What transpired inside? How did you sustain such grave injuries? Approaching Wu Han's and seeing the gaping hole in his chest, Shangguan Yulei was immediately horrified. Saint Maiden, depart from here at once. Inside, there is a powerful being, exceedingly strong. Wu Han's disregarding his chest wound, hastily rose to his feet and urged Shangguan Yulei. A powerful being? Very well, we shall leave at once. Though unaware of the extent of the strength Wu Han's referred to, upon witnessing his battered state for the first time, Shangguan Yulei promptly agreed to vacate the reincarnation hall. Subsequently, Shangguan Yulei turned and headed in the direction they had come from, with Wu Han's closely following. Their actions immediately drew the attention of those around them. What is happening? Could it be that the Celestial Emperor of Kunlun Hall has been defeated? Choosing to leave out of shame. I suspect that is indeed the case. Truly, the strength of Tai Su Hall is remarkable. It appears that the treasures within belong to Tai Su Hall this time. However, wait. If the Celestial Emperor of Tai Su Hall emerged victorious, should there not also be the Celestial Emperor of Wan Fa Hall? Why has only the Celestial Emperor of Kunlun Hall emerged? Could it be that Tai Su Hall and Wan Fa Hall have allied? In an instant, murmurs erupted among the crowd. Meanwhile, Hanbo suddenly blocked Shangguan Yulei's path. Hanbo, what do you intend to do? Clear the way at once. Upon seeing Hanbo abruptly obstructing her way, Shangguan Yulei spoke coldly. Haha, Miss Shangguan, do not be in such a hurry to leave. Although your people have lost, there is no need for you to depart. As I previously mentioned, if you are willing to become my Dao partner, I can share the Celestial Emperor's inheritance with you. That is the inheritance of a Celestial Emperor. Have you not considered it, Miss Shangguan? At this moment, Hanbo believed Wu Han's had been injured by Situ Run, which fueled his confidence in his remarks. He even assumed the Celestial Emperor's inheritance within the hall had already been claimed by Situ Ren. Upon hearing Hanbo's words, Shangguan Yulei's expression turned ice cold. Just as she was about to respond, a terrifying aura suddenly enveloped the entire area. This turn of events caused everyone's hearts to tighten. It is over. Saint Maiden, you must flee. I will buy you time. Upon sensing this aura, Wu Hanshan's face turned completely pale. Yet, for the sake of Shangguan Yulei's safe escape, he ultimately chose to stand firm. At that moment, all eyes were drawn towards the entrance of the hall, where a chilling skeletal figure stood. As the crowd beheld the skeletal figure, their breaths grew heavy. Leave. Today, none of you shall escape. It is rare for me to awaken. How could I miss such a splendid opportunity to supplement my power? Hearing Wu Hanshan's words, the skeleton spoke indifferently. The skeleton can speak. Just as my master indicated, this place is not as simple as it appears. From this skeleton, I sense a profound force of reincarnation. It must be the rumored reincarnation Celestial Emperor. This situation has become quite precarious. In an inconspicuous corner, Zhu Jusi observed the skeleton, his heart heavy with unease. Unbeknownst to Zhu Jusi, as he gazed at the skeletal figure was also assessing him. Found you. Indeed, you too practice the path of reincarnation. The talent is commendable, yet the strength falls somewhat short. However, it matters not. Once I seize this individual, with the aid of my techniques, I shall surely ascend to the pinnacle in no time. Nay, not merely the pinnacle. Perhaps I might even transcend to the divine realm. The thought lingered in Baigu's mind. The specifics would become clear once I undergo rebirth. For now, I must eliminate those who threaten to expose my existence. Let them all perish. With that thought, Baigu suddenly raised his hand and unleashed an attack upon the surrounding crowd. In an instant, those with feeble powers were reduced to mere ashes. Only a select few, possessing extraordinary gifts or life-preserving trump cards, managed to withstand the onslaught. Damn it! Wasn't it C2 Run who was supposed to obtain the legacy of the Immortal Emperor? Why has a skeletal figure appeared, wielding such formidable strength? Relying on his own trump cards, Hanbo was fortunate enough to survive Baigu's assault. No matter, I have no choice but to use that. If I delay any further, I may never have the chance again. In the next moment, Han Bo retrieved a jade tablet from his robe and shattered it without hesitation. At that very moment, not far away, Kong Qin from the Wan Fa Hall also produced an object and crushed it. Immediately, two powerful auras emanated from Han Bo and Kong Qin. Chapter 132, The Powerful Baigu, Recognition Between Senior Siblings. Han Bo, you actually used the trump card I bestowed upon you. Have you encountered some grave trouble? A white spectral figure appeared before Han Bo, questioning him. Reporting to the Hall Master, the disciple discovered the legacy of the immortal emperor within the reincarnation secret realm. However, I also faced formidable adversaries. Given the significance of the legacy, I had no choice but to employ the trump card you provided. Hall Master, Han Bo replied earnestly. Meanwhile, Kong Qin's response was nearly identical to Han Bo's. Her trump card was also calling forth the Hall Master of Wan Fa Hall. Though it was merely a wisp of divine thought, its power was equivalent to that of an ordinary immortal emperor at the 9th level. 2 divine thoughts? Fascinating. Yet still too weak. It appears the immortal realm has truly fallen. Nevertheless, it matters not. I, the reincarnation immortal emperor, shall return. Such mere divine thoughts can be extinguished with a mere gesture. As the words fell, Baigu raised his hand and launched an attack against the divine thoughts conjured by Han Bo and Kong Qin. Boom, boom. As the attack struck, the 2 divine thoughts were obliterated before they could even mount a defense, resulting in the demise of both Han Bo and Kong Qin. At this moment, the number of survivors present was exceedingly few. A profound sense of despair surged within the hearts of nearly all present. Meanwhile, Zhu Jiuxi had unknowingly approached Shangwan Yulei and Wuhan's Han. Noticing Zhu Jiuxi's approach, Shangwan Yulei turned to look. Do not make a move. Are you Shangwan Yulei? Seeing the wariness on Shangwan Yulei's face, Zhu Jiuxi spoke up immediately. I am. Who are you? You survived that last wave of attacks? Shangwan Yulei inquired in astonishment. What? Do you hope for your senior brother to come to harm? Upon hearing Shangwan Yulei's words, Zhu Jiuxi responded with a look of disbelief. Senior brother? What do you mean? Shangwan Yulei furrowed her brow, her thoughts beginning to turn. All right. No need to be overly anxious. I am Zhu Jiuxi, your 6th senior brother. Just now, I noticed you seemed quite fearful of that skeletal figure. Nay, it is merely a skeleton. What is there to fear? Or were you, perhaps, feigning it? Zhu Jiuxi jested. 6th senior brother? Feigning it. As Zhu Jiuxi continued, a look of profound confusion appeared on Shangwan Yulei's face. What is that expression, junior sister? Seeing Shangwan Yulei's countenance, Zhu Jiuxi felt a twinge of confusion himself. Are you truly my 6th senior brother? Then tell me, what is our master's name? Shangwan Yulei was aware that Li Rufeng had more than one disciple, but she had no knowledge of who they were. Thus, to ascertain Zhu Jiuxi's truthfulness, she cleverly posed the question. My junior sister, could it be that you are mentally challenged? Regardless, since our master accepted you, there must be a reason for it. Zhu Jiuxi shook his head, dismissing further thoughts. Our master's name is Li Rufeng. Now, do you have any further questions? Zhu Jiuxi spoke calmly. Right. You truly are my 6th senior brother. 6th senior brother. Who would have thought we would meet here? What a coincidence. By the way, 6th senior brother, you faced that skeletal figure without a trace of fear. Do you perhaps have a way to deal with it? As the thought of the skeletal figure crossed her mind, Shangwan Yulei immediately inquired. Junior sister, do you truly not know? Or are you pretending not to know? Did our master not give you a token? While speaking, Zhu Jiuxi produced the life-saving token bestowed upon him by Li Rufeng. Token? Oh, that. Indeed, our master previously gave me a token. However, isn't this token a symbol of our identity? Could it possibly have another function? Shangwan Yulei asked, puzzled. That, junior sister, I wish to inquire. After our master accepted you, what exactly did he say? At that moment, Zhu Jiuxi finally recognized where the issue lay. What did he say? He mentioned that I have several senior brothers and sisters, and Shangwan Yulei began to recall. What else? Zhu Jiuxi pressed on. It seems that is all. Shangwan Yulei suddenly replied. Hearing this, Zhu Jiuxi felt a wave of frustration. Truly, our master. I should have guessed it sooner. No wonder our master mentioned your name before leaving. It was to prevent me from clashing with you. At that moment, Zhu Jiuxi finally understood why Shangwan Yulei had exhibited such a series of unusual reactions. On the other side, after eliminating the 2 divine thoughts, Baigu began to target the remaining cultivators. Amidst the conversation between Zhu Jiuxi and Shangwan Yulei, the rest were swiftly dealt with by Baigu. After absorbing their powers, Baigu finally turned his gaze upon the last 3 individuals, Zhu Jiuxi, Shangwan Yulei, and Wuhan's Han, along with the small Kuan who had been sleeping on Shangwan Yulei's shoulder since entering the reincarnation hall. Bai Gu's gaze immediately attracted Zhu Jiuxi's attention. Junior sister, now is not the time for idle chatter. We must first deal with this skeletal figure. Are you not curious why I display no fear in the face of such a formidable skeletal being? That is because the token bestowed upon us by our master is, in fact, a life-saving token. Simply shatter the token, and our master will appear. At that point, no matter how powerful the enemy, our master will assist us in resolving the situation. As he explained, Zhu Jiuxi's grip on the token tightened. I see. This token has such a purpose? Such an important matter, and our master did not inform me. The thought that Li Rufeng had not disclosed such a crucial detail left Shangwan Yulei feeling somewhat disheartened. In her view, it was only because Li Rufeng did not care for her that he would withhold such information. Ahem, junior sister, do not overthink it. Our master has always been like this. Though he may seem indifferent to us on the surface, if we truly encounter danger, he will undoubtedly appear at the first opportunity. Sensing Shangwan Yulei's thoughts, Zhu Jiuxi promptly clarified. Is that so? That is well. I had thought master was. Upon hearing Zhu Jiuxi's explanation, Shangwan Yulei's emotions eased considerably. Meanwhile, the white skeleton had begun to approach Zhu Jiuxi and his companions. Saintess, and this esteemed senior of yours, the skeleton is coming closer. Its power far surpasses mine. I implore you to summon a senior to assist us. Wu Hanshan urgently addressed Zhu Jiuxi and the others upon noticing the skeleton's movements. He had fully overheard the conversation between Zhu Jiuxi and Shangwan Yulei. Upon learning that the tokens in Zhu Jiuxi's possession could summon Li Rufeng, Wu Hanshan felt a measure of relief. All right, I shall do so. Hearing Wu Hanshan's words, Zhu Jiuxi prepared to shatter the token in his hand. Cough, young one. There is no need for such trouble. A mere skeleton does not warrant the master's intervention. At that moment, a languid voice suddenly resonated. This voice caused Zhu Jiuxi to halt his actions. Chapter 133, Xiao Kuan takes action, the pain of reincarnation. Was that you speaking? Following the source of the voice, Zhu Jiuxi fixed his gaze upon Xiao Kuan, perched upon Shangwan Yulei's shoulder. Initially, Zhu Jiuxi had assumed this to be a pet of Shangwan Yulei's, thus paying little attention. It was only when Xiao Kuan spoke that Zhu Jiuxi regarded it with newfound seriousness. That senior there, this is Senior Kuan. Senior Kuan is the pet of our master. Were you unaware of this? Shangwan Yulei inquired with a hint of confusion at Zhu Jiuxi's ignorance of Xiao Kuan. Master's pet? When did master acquire a pet? Is it merely a chicken? Zhu Jiuxi responded, now bewildered. Impudent brat, what do you mean by merely a chicken? Do you look down upon chickens? Also, refer to me as Senior Kuan. You are lacking in respect, Xiao Kuan admonished in an elder tone. Clearly offended by Zhu Jiuxi's disrespect. Senior Kuan? Very well, we shall address this later. What did you mean when you said there was no need to summon my master? Zhu Jiuxi quickly inquired while eyeing the approaching skeleton. It means exactly that. The skeleton is but a remnant soul causing mischief. A trifling remnant soul. I can easily extinguish with a mere gesture, Xiao Kuan replied nonchalantly. Oh, you possess such strength? Zhu Jiuxi questioned skeptically. Indeed, I am the emperor among chickens. If I cannot deal with a mere remnant soul, how could I possibly be worthy of being your master's pet? Now, you all stand back and observe as I demonstrate. No, as I showcase a kick, announced Xiao Kuan as it soared toward the skeleton. In an instant, Xiao Kuan appeared before the skeleton, causing it to halt in its tracks. A chicken? How amusing. You do not believe that a mere chicken can preserve your lives. The hollow eyes of the skeleton regarded Xiao Kuan as it emitted a chilling voice. Humph, how dare you look down upon me, Kuan? If that is the case, I shall personally send you on your way. Taste my kick. With that, Xiao Kuan, undeterred by the skeleton's disdain, launched a kick toward it. Humph. Seeking death, the skeleton, incensed by the provocation from a chicken, retaliated with a powerful strike. Boom. In the next moment, a scene of sheer terror unfolded for the skeleton. With just a single kick, it was reduced to dust. Almost immediately, a spectral form began to emerge, a remnant soul, the ancient reincarnation immortal emperor. How is this possible? How did you accomplish this? A mere chicken cannot possibly destroy my immortal emperor skeleton. At this moment, the reincarnation immortal emperor no longer dared to underestimate Xiao Kuan, but instead appeared as if facing a formidable adversary. Although it was merely a skeleton, it represented the remains of an immortal emperor. To obliterate it into dust would require strength surpassing that of an immortal emperor at its peak. This understanding deepened the reincarnation immortal emperor's fear. If Xiao Kuan could annihilate his skeleton, it signified that his remnant soul was also in peril. In his prime, the reincarnation immortal emperor would not fear a chicken. However, at this moment, he was but a wisp of a remnant soul. He had intended to rely on this remnant soul to seize a new life. Should this remnant soul perish, the esteemed reincarnation immortal emperor would truly face complete annihilation. Humph, is that so difficult? Not only shall I obliterate your skeleton, but I will also extinguish this remnant soul of yours." Seeing the fear etched across the reincarnation immortal emperor's visage, Xiao Kun reveled in delight. "No, I admit I previously offended you. How about this? I shall let you leave. You are free to go. I promise not to act against you again. Will that suffice?" The reincarnation immortal emperor hastily proposed. Are you jesting? Do you take me for a fool? You think I would allow you to leave? I wish to send you off myself. Prepare to meet your end." Without wasting further time on the reincarnation immortal emperor, Xiao Kun suddenly delivered a kick. "No, you brought this upon yourself. If you wish for my demise, then let us journey together." The reincarnation's secret technique, the pain of reincarnation. As Xiao Kun's attack approached, realizing he could not evade it, the reincarnation immortal emperor succumbed to madness. Boom. As the two forces collided, a thunderous roar erupted, accompanied by billowing clouds of white smoke. "TCH, I thought it would be a formidable technique. Its power is rather lacking," Xiao Kun remarked nonchalantly as the smoke cleared, revealing him unscathed. In stark contrast, the remnant soul of the reincarnation immortal emperor had vanished without a trace. Just as everyone believed the matter concluded, a transparent beam of light shot towards Zhu Jusu in the distance. The speed was so swift that even Xiao Kun was momentarily caught off guard. Not good. I've been deceived. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Xiao Kun swiftly turned to intercept the beam. Yet it was too late. The light had already reached Zhu Jusu. Without affording Zhu Jusu any chance to resist, the beam penetrated his forehead. "Young man, this is bad." With a cry, Xiao Kun swiftly returned to Zhu Jusu's side. In the next instant, Zhu Jusu collapsed to the ground, clutching his head with a face contorted in agony. "Senior brother, what has happened to you?" Witnessing Zhu Jusu's sudden distress, Shangwan Yulei was taken aback, her expression turning frantic. "Damn it. I, Kun, have been outsmarted by a remnant soul. Quickly, shatter the token." Recognizing the dire situation, Xiao Kun urged Shangwan Yulei to break the token to summon Li Rufeng. Oh right, the token. Realizing what needed to be done, Shangwan Yulei promptly retrieved the token given to her by Li Rufeng. Without hesitation, she shattered the token in her hand. In the next moment, a figure materialized. It was Li Rufeng. "Master, quickly, save 6 senior brother. I am not sure what happened, but he suddenly collapsed in this state." Upon Li Rufeng's arrival, Shangwan Yulei hurriedly explained. No need to panic, he is not in immediate danger. Allow me to assess the situation," Li Rufeng replied calmly. Afterward, he approached Zhu Jusu, who lay on the ground, suffering in silence. Li Rufeng then raised his right hand and gently pressed it against Zhu Jusu's forehead. In an instant, the anguish on Zhu Jusu's face began to ease. A remnant soul has entered his body. Soon, Li Rufeng discerned the situation afflicting Zhu Jusu. In the following moment, Li Rufeng's figure vanished, directly entering Zhu Jusu's mind. Simultaneously, within Zhu Jusu's sea of consciousness, 2 souls appeared. One path leads to Zhu Jusu, while the other is the remnant soul of the reincarnation immortal emperor. "Young one, to be possessed by this emperor is your fortune. Henceforth, I shall guide this body to ascend to the supreme divine realm. There is no need for further futile struggles. Although I am but a wisp of a remnant soul, I am not something a mere ant like you can contend with. Surrender early, and you may suffer less." At this moment, under the assault of the reincarnation immortal emperor's remnant soul, Zhu Jusu's spirit began to grow increasingly transparent and ethereal, appearing as if it might dissipate at any instant. "Oh, is that so?" Just as Zhu Jusu was on the verge of collapsing, Li Rufen's voice resonated softly. Chapter 134. Annihilating the immortal emperor's remnant soul and transferring the chains of the Great Dao. Who are you? How did you come to be here?" Upon hearing the voice, the reincarnation immortal emperor was startled and swiftly turned to face the source of the sound. Upon seeing Li Rufen, a look of grave concern crossed the emperor's face. "When did this person arrive? I was completely unaware. However, this is my only chance at rebirth. No matter who comes to obstruct me, they shall be mercilessly slain." The reincarnation immortal emperor scrutinized the suddenly appearing Li Rufen, his mind already calculating. "You are not yet worthy to know my identity. A dying person still dares to provoke my disciple. One must say, you are indeed eager for reincarnation." Snap. With that, Li Rufen lightly snapped his fingers. In the next moment, Zhu Jusu's spirit broke free from its restraints and instantaneously appeared beside Li Rufen. "Master." Upon seeing Li Rufen come to his rescue, Zhu Jusu was instantly overwhelmed with emotion. "Enough. I have warned you that this secret realm is not simple. How did you still fall into its trap? Alas, what is done is done. Now, I shall bestow upon you a chance. How much you can absorb depends on your own capabilities." As the words fell, Li Rufen turned his gaze toward the distant remnant soul of the reincarnation immortal emperor. Under Li Rufen's intense stare, the emperor's heart surged with a sense of foreboding. Escape. Without hesitation, the reincarnation immortal emperor turned to flee. Huh, still thinking of running? Do you not think that it is a bit too late? Observing the fleeing remnant soul of the reincarnation immortal emperor, Li Rufeng spoke in a calm tone. Immediately, Li Rufeng raised his hand towards the remnant soul. In the blink of an eye, the remnant soul was firmly under Li Rufen's control. No, I refuse to accept this. I have waited countless days and nights, only to arrive at this outcome. I shall not accept it. Bang. Ultimately, amidst the cries of unwillingness, the remnant soul of the reincarnation immortal emperor exploded completely. Subsequently, a surge of pure soul energy coalesced in Li Rufen's palm. This is the soul energy of that remnant soul, along with a portion of reincarnation power. Absorb it. As he spoke, Li Rufeng infused the energy in his hand into Zhu Jusu's spiritual body. Thank you, Master. Expressing his gratitude, Zhu Jusu promptly sat down to begin absorbing and refining the power. In response, Li Rufeng nodded slightly, then withdrew from Zhu Jusu's sea of consciousness. Master, what of sixth senior brother? Outside, upon seeing Li Rufen's figure reappear, Shangwan Yulei immediately approached with a question. It is resolved. The trouble has been dealt with. Once he absorbs that power, he will awaken. Well then, I have important matters to attend to, and shall not linger further. After providing a brief response, Li Rufen's figure began to dissipate. I bid farewell to you, Master. May you travel safely, my lord. Farewell, Senior. Watching Li Rufeng depart, Shangwan Yulei, along with Xiaoquan and Wu Han's Han, spoke in unison. Following that, the three of them remained in place to protect Zhu Jusu. Meanwhile, within the Taichu small world, Li Rufen's consciousness returned to his physical body. System, we can commence the main task now. Transfer all the chains of the Great Dao from her to me. Understood. Esteemed host. As the system's voice echoed, a mysterious power enveloped both Li Rufeng and Ning Xiaoyu. Suddenly, countless pitch-black chains emerged around Ning Xiaoyu's body. Each of these chains contained the essence of different Daoic powers. Commencing the transfer of the chains of the Great Dao, esteemed host, please prepare, as there may be some discomfort during the process. The system's prompt sounded again. As the voice fell, the originally surrounding chains began to tremble. In an instant, all the chains seemed to come to life, surging towards Li Rufeng. In the blink of an eye, a pitch-black chain pierced directly into Li Rufen's heart. Ouch! The sudden stab caused an unbearable pain to strike Li Rufen's mind. This is excruciating. System, hurry up. I am not accustomed to enduring such torment. Li Rufeng vowed that if there were a next time, he would never wish to experience such agony again. All right, esteemed host, just endure a little longer. As the system exerted its power, the chains from Ning Xiaoyu's body densely swarmed towards Li Rufeng. Damn it, this pain is truly unbearable for anyone. And has she been enduring such physical torment since birth? At this moment, Li Rufen's complexion turned pale, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. In merely a short while, he even began to entertain thoughts of retreating. Yet, recalling the suffering Ning Xiaoyu had endured since childhood, he steeled his resolve to persist a little longer. All right, esteemed host. After several breaths, the system's prompt finally rang out. It is finally over. Hearing the system's voice, Li Rufeng spoke with trembling words. Although the pain in his body had lessened significantly, he could still distinctly feel the lingering discomfort throughout. Yet, this was not the most pressing concern. What mattered was that Li Rufeng should begin to sense his power and lifespan being gradually siphoned away by the chains of the Great Dao. Although the speed was not particularly swift, over time, even the strongest would eventually be completely drained. Thus, disregarding the pain coursing through him, Li Rufeng quickly lifted his gaze to Ning Xiaoyu, who lay within the ice coffin. System, why has she not yet awakened? Is something wrong? Observing Ning Xiaoyu, who still showed no signs of awakening, Li Rufeng furrowed his brow and inquired. Esteemed host, please remain calm. The primary issue is that Ning Xiaoyu has been tormented by the chains of the Great Dao for so long that her body is currently quite weak. You only need to infuse her with celestial energy, and she shall awaken. The system replied. I see. After hearing the system's explanation, Li Rufeng wasted no time and promptly raised his hand to gently infuse celestial energy into Ning Xiaoyu's body. The moment the celestial energy entered, Ning Xiaoyu's consciousness began to gradually awaken. After several breaths, a delicate voice suddenly emerged from the ice coffin. She is responding. Seeing the effectiveness, Li Rufeng was no longer stingy, continuously pouring celestial energy into Ning Xiaoyu's body. In this manner, it was not long before Ning Xiaoyu, who lay in the ice coffin, slowly opened her eyes. Snap! Noticing that Ning Xiaoyu had opened her eyes, Li Rufeng immediately snapped his fingers. In the next moment, the tightly sealed lid of the ice coffin was flung open. Subsequently, Ning Xiaoyu slowly sat up, her innocent gaze turning towards Li Rufeng beside her. Simultaneously, her little eyes sparkled with intense curiosity. Though she had been born for some time, This was Ning Xiaoyu's first time opening her eyes to observe the world, and also her first encounter with another person. Thus, Ning Xiaoyu's eyes brimmed with curiosity. Chapter 135. Ning Xiaoyu awakens, the mysterious friend. You are awake. So, do you remember what happened to you? Li Rufeng approached Ning Xiaoyu and asked with a calm demeanor. Things. I do not know. I only recall something persistently preventing me from leaving a place. No matter how much I called out, no one responded. Nor did anyone come to rescue me from that cage. Until just now. So, big brother, was it you who saved me? Ning Xiaoyu said, her expression adorably naive. Sort of. To be precise, it was your sister who requested me to rescue you. My sister? Do I have a sister? Li Rufeng inquired. Sister? I have one. Indeed. I often heard a voice echoing in my ears, but that was about it. Ning Xiaoyu displayed a puzzled expression, clearly uncertain about the existence of Ning Yingying. It seems that although you were in a state of slumber, you could still sense some sounds from the outside world. Well, now we should discuss some serious matters. Although I am unsure whether you can comprehend, I hope you can. To save you, I took considerable risks and sacrificed a great deal. I will not expend these efforts merely because you are cute and naive. Do you understand? Li Rufeng spoke in a nonchalant tone. Big brother, do you seek benefits? But I possess nothing at the moment, so I fear I cannot offer you anything. Ning Xiaoyu tilted her head playfully and replied. You understand these things? Li Rufeng was surprised that the ever-sleeping Ning Xiaoyu could grasp the meaning of his words. Is that strange? Big brother, you do not regard me as a 3-year-old child. Do you? I was merely trapped on that ground and unable to leave. Moreover, big brother, you are not the first person I have encountered. I had many friends in that place. Hee. Ning Xiaoyu suddenly smiled. You have many friends? Friends from your dreams? Upon hearing Ning Xiaoyu's words, Li Rufeng felt puzzled and a flicker of curiosity ignited within him. I do not know, perhaps so. However, before big brother rescued me, they were the ones who kept me company. I have learned many things from them. Ning Xiaoyu replied softly. All right, let us set that matter aside for now. Since you understand many things, I shall refrain from beating around the bush. Are you aware of your abilities? As he spoke, Li Rufeng's expression grew serious and solemn. My abilities? They informed me that my abilities are unique in this world and transcend the path of existence. Could it be, big brother, that you wish for me to actively grant you a wish? If so, that may not be possible. Ning Xiaoyu replied with a smile. Why not? Li Rufeng asked calmly. Because they told me I can only actively help one person fulfill a wish, and only that person. If I were to assist others, unforeseen calamities would arise. Ning Xiaoyu stated without reservation. Are they the friends you made while in slumber? At that moment, Li Rufeng suddenly felt that Ning Xiaoyu was not as simple as he had presumed. In fact, he began to worry whether awakening her had been the right decision. Yes, they would not deceive me, so I trust their words. Ning Xiaoyu nodded in affirmation. Hearing her response, Li Rufeng's mind began to race. He was uncertain whether the friends Ning Xiaoyu referred to were real or merely figments of her dreams. By the way, you mentioned that you can only actively help one person fulfill a wish. Do you know who that person is? After a moment of contemplation, Li Rufeng continued to inquire. I am unsure. However, they seem to have told me the name of that person. Ning Xiaoyu responded. The name? What is it? Li Rufeng immediately pressed, his expression growing serious. Let me think. It seems to be Wang. No, that is not right. I remember now, it's Li Rufeng. Big brother. Do you know this person? Upon hearing Ning Xiaoyu utter that name, Li Rufeng was instantly struck dumb, his heart filled with astonishment. Li Rufeng? Is it a coincidence, or? If it is not, then who has revealed my name to Ning Xiaoyu? At that moment, Li Rufeng was beset by 100 questions, filled with confusion. Big brother, what are you thinking? You haven't answered my question yet. Do you know Li Rufeng? Just as Li Rufeng was lost in thought, Ning Xiaoyu interrupted him. Oh well, if I were to say that I am Li Rufeng, would you believe me? He said, fixing his gaze on Ning Xiaoyu, eager to see her reaction. However, for a while, neither of them spoke, merely exchanging astonished glances. All right, I knew you wouldn't believe me. If I were you, I certainly wouldn't believe it either. In this world, such coincidences are rare. However, my name is indeed Li Rufeng. Yet, perhaps the Li Rufeng you are searching for is another person who shares my name. Unable to withstand the awkward atmosphere, Li Rufeng finally spoke. Oh, big brother is named Li Rufeng? Then that's it. The person I am looking for is you. Ning Xiaoyu's words took Li Rufeng by surprise. While I am pleased to hear you say that, why are you so certain that I am the one you seek? There are countless people named Li Rufeng in this world. Are you not afraid of mistaking the person? Li Rufeng asked with curiosity. No. They also informed me that the one who awakened me is Li Rufeng. Big brother, you are named Li Rufeng and are the one who saved me. Thus, the person I am searching for is you. Ning Xiaoyu replied with a sudden smile. Upon hearing this, Li Rufeng was momentarily stunned, followed by a wave of exasperation. Could you not say everything in one go? You're making it quite awkward for me. Li Rufeng spoke, exasperated. Hee, big brother, you didn't ask. Ning Xiaoyu continued to smile. All right, well said. Now I ask you, what else have your friends told you? Especially anything related to me? Li Rufeng inquired. Nothing more. Perhaps there is, but I cannot recall it at the moment. Ning Xiaoyu replied. Li Rufeng felt both speechless and somewhat resigned to her answer. Very well. Since you have stated it, I shall not press further. Let us return to serious matters. Since you claim I am the person you are seeking, does that imply you can help me fulfill my wish? Li Rufeng returned to the topic at hand. Chapter 136, Substitute Puppet, the 10th Disciple. Yes. However, to help Big Brother fulfill his wish, I will need to pay a different price. If the price exceeds what I can bear, then the wish cannot be realized. Ning Xiaoyu replied. I am aware of this. Moreover, the price you must pay is your lifespan. I have already devised a solution for this issue, so you need not worry about insufficient lifespan. Li Rufeng stated. Dear elder brother, what wish do you need me to fulfill? Ning Xiaoyu inquired. Quite simply, I require you to transfer all the shackles of the Great Dao from my being onto a substitute. Li Rufeng replied candidly. That should not be too difficult for you. Correct? Indeed, it should not prove too challenging, provided there is sufficient lifespan. Ning Xiaoyu nodded in agreement. Excellent. System, now it is your turn to take the stage. Assist Ning Xiaoyu in enhancing her cultivation. Understood, esteemed host. Before we commence, the system requires confirmation. Esteemed host, you currently possess a cultivation reward of 600 million years. How many years would you like to transfer to Ning Xiaoyu? The system inquired. I have a question. If I were to give all 600 million years of cultivation to Ning Xiaoyu, but due to the restrictions of the immortal realm, her highest realm can only reach that of an immortal emperor, would her lifespan then be aligned with that of an immortal emperor? Replying to the esteemed host. Under normal circumstances, lifespan is determined by the highest realm attained. However, should external factors constrain Ning Xiaoyu's realm to that of an immortal emperor, her true realm being significantly higher, her lifespan would still be based on her actual lifespan. I see. In that case, let all the cultivation be granted to her. The more lifespan she possesses, the more advantageous it will be for me. I have other cards up my sleeve. So there is no need to worry about insufficient cultivation for now. After contemplating the system's explanation, Li Rufeng quickly made his decision. Very well, esteemed host. Upon receiving Li Rufeng's command, the system began to transfer the entirety of the 600 million years of cultivation reward to Ning Xiaoyu. In the next moment, within mere breaths, Ning Xiaoyu's realm soared to the pinnacle of immortal emperor. Were it not for the limitations imposed by the Taichu small world, which prevented her from surpassing Li Rufeng's realm, she might have already transcended the immortal emperor stage. Beep. Cultivation transfer complete. Shortly thereafter, the system's notification echoed in Li Rufeng's ears. Excellent. Xiaoyu, it is now your turn. With that, Li Rufeng produced the substitute he had prepared earlier. This substitute was a humanoid puppet forged from his own blood and rare materials. The infusion of Li Rufeng's essence granted this puppet a semblance of immortality, ensuring it could endure longer under the burden of the 3,000 shackles of the Great Dao. Xiaoyu, please transfer all the shackles of the Great Dao from my body to this puppet, Li Rufeng instructed, gesturing towards the puppet. Understood, elder brother. I shall transfer all the shackles of the Great Dao from you to this puppet, Ning Xiaoyu affirmed without hesitation. In the next moment, a radiant golden light enveloped Ning Xiaoyu. Soon, a wondrous power manifested upon Li Rufeng. As this power surged, Li Rufeng distinctly felt the shackles of the Great Dao shifting towards the puppet. Within a few breaths, all the shackles had been successfully transferred to the puppet, with the entire process unfolding smoothly and without incident. Once the shackles were successfully relocated, Li Rufeng promptly extracted Ning Xiaoyu from the ice coffin and sealed the puppet within it. To ensure the puppet remained intact, he applied additional sealing techniques outside the ice coffin. Now, it should be foolproof. Phew, the matter has been resolved perfectly. After completing these tasks, Li Rufeng exhaled in relief. Ahem, Xiaoyu, there is something else I need to discuss with you, he said as he turned to Ning Xiaoyu. Oh, what is it? Please speak, elder brother, she replied. Her curiosity piqued. Xiaoyu, I perceive that you possess extraordinary fortune and remarkable talent. I wish to take you as my disciple. Would you consent? Li Rufeng proclaimed, feigning nonchalance as he placed his hands behind his back. Become a disciple? Ning Xiaoyu was momentarily taken aback. Yes, do you wish to become my student? Li Rufeng was determined not to let such a prodigious talent slip away. A disciple? Does this mean elder brother will be my master? Ning Xiaoyu mused aloud. Indeed. Li Rufeng nodded in affirmation. But they say that elder brother will become my husband. Ning Xiaoyu suddenly murmured softly. What? Upon hearing Ning Xiaoyu's voice falter, Li Rufeng inquired with confusion. And nothing. Ning Xiaoyu quickly shook her head, opting not to elaborate further. A master is a master. They wouldn't deceive me. Perhaps this is a matter for the future, she thought to herself. Thus, you have yet to respond. Will you become my disciple? Li Rufeng pressed once more. I am willing. I would be honored to be your disciple, elder brother, Ning Xiaoyu replied with a bright smile. Then you shall be the 10th disciple of your master. As for your seniors, I will introduce you to them when the opportunity arises. For now, we must leave this place. Your sister is waiting for you outside. She will surely be delighted to see you awaken, Li Rufeng declared. Sister? Yes, master. Let us depart swiftly. I am eager to meet my sister, Ning Xiaoyu said. Her excitement evident. Very well, Li Rufeng nodded. In the next instant, he waved his hand, and together they departed from the Taichu small world. In the Qingyun Xinyu. At the Qingyun sect, for figures, 2 men and 2 women, stood suspended in the air. Junior sister, is the person you seek truly here? One of the men asked. Yes. The woman replied coolly. Then let us descend directly. The sooner we eliminate that individual for you, the sooner we can return. I find this lower realm intolerable. The man expressed with distaste. Agreed. The woman nodded and began her descent towards the Qingyun sect, followed closely by the other 3. The woman referred to as junior sister was none other than Lu Ruyan, the former fiancée of Su Yang, a person once deceased. She had not only returned to life, but also descended from the mysterious divine realm. In the divine realm, Lu Ruyan had joined a sect known as the Xinghai sect. Accompanying Lu Ruyan to the lower realm were her senior brothers, Qi Yuan, the eldest, Zhou Jinbiao, the second, and Huang Shui, the third sister. Together, they were all direct disciples of the sect leader of Xinghai sect. Due to Lu Ruyan's outstanding talent and exquisite beauty, she was highly favored within the sect, which explained why she had 3 senior siblings accompanying her on this journey. Meanwhile, as Lu Ruyan and her companions approached the Qingyun sect, Su Yang suddenly opened his eyes within the Great Hall. Chapter 137. Lu Ruyan reappears, Divine Realm Xinghai sect. This aura, why does it feel somewhat familiar? Su Yang furrowed his brow. It's her. A look of shock crossed Su Yang's face as he realized. Without hesitation, he sprang to his feet and dashed towards the hall's exit. Outside, Lu Ruyan had already landed on the Qingyun sect's plaza. The sudden appearance of Lu Ruyan and her 3 companions immediately drew the attention and wariness of the Qingyun sect disciples. Who are you? One of the disciples stepped forward to question them, surrounding the group. How dare the ants of the lower realm question us? Truly seeking their own demise. In response to the inquiry of a disciple from Qingyun Zone, Zhou Jinbiao scoffed. In the next moment, Zhou Jinbiao stepped forward and delivered a swift sword strike towards the questioning disciple. In an instant, a fierce sword aura surged forth. The Qingyun Zone disciple, caught off guard, perished beneath this seemingly casual blow. What? He died just like that? How weak. Ha. Gazing at the bisected corpse, Zhou Jinbiao burst into laughter. You dare to kill? Today, none of you shall leave Qingyun Zone. Witnessing Zhou Jinbiao's sudden act of murder, the other Qingyun Zone disciples were filled with rage. Just an insignificant insect. Killing him was trivial. I shall not only slay him, but also you all. Zhou Jinbiao spoke nonchalantly. In the next moment, Zhou Jinbiao swung his sword again, unleashing an even more powerful sword aura that rampaged around him. In the blink of an eye, the sword aura pierced through the bodies of the surrounding Qingyun Zone disciples. Poof. Soon, the 4 Qingyun Zone disciples encircling Lu Ruyan began to cough up blood and subsequently lost their breath. At that moment, Su Yang arrived at the square. Upon arrival, Su Yang was met with the sight of numerous fallen Qingyun Zone disciples. In an instant, Su Yang's expression darkened considerably, and the Shurgun spear quietly materialized in his hand. It is indeed you, Lu Ruyan. Su Yang raised his gaze towards Lu Ruyan. His eyes instantly filled with a fierce intensity. Su Yang, did you not expect that I would still be alive? I had intended to kill you the last time we were on Tianyuan NDL, but after searching for ages, I could not find you. This time, I will personally send you on your way. Lu Ruyan stepped a few paces closer to face Su Yang, a hint of mockery gracing her lips. Humph. You remain just as before. Your every word and action makes me nauseous. I have killed you once, and I can certainly do so again. I do not know why you have returned from the dead, but the foolishness lies in your audacity to appear before me again. Since you have come today, do not expect to leave unscathed. Su Yang replied coldly. You are quite bold, young man. Lu Ruyan, do not waste time with such a frog in a well. Kill him, and your inner demons shall be resolved. Once you return, you can break through to the next realm. At this moment, the eldest disciple, Qi Yuan, stepped forward to speak. Indeed, junior sister, an ant from the lower realm, hurry and eliminate him. Our master advised us to return early. Lingering in the lower realm serves us no benefit. Third senior sister, Huang Shui, echoed in agreement. I understand. Thank you for the reminder, senior brother and sister. Su Yang, do not say I did not offer you a chance. Attack with all your might. If you can force me back even a single step, I shall grant you a quicker death. Lu Rian spoke indifferently. Humph, this is precisely why I say you are foolish. Do you think me a fool? While I am eager to kill you, I am not blind to the disparity in our strengths. Only a fool would engage in such self-deception. Su Yang scoffed. What did you say? You dare call me foolish? You are courting death. Do you think that if you do not attack, I shall spare you today? Since you refuse to heed my warning, prepare to die. Provoked by Su Yang's words, Lu Rian could no longer maintain her composure and drew her sword to strike at Su Yang. Heh, calling you foolish has riled you up? I may not be able to defeat you, but that does not mean I will sit idly by. Come forth, master, Su Yang shouted, instantly shattering the talisman he had held tightly in his palm. As the talisman broke, Li Rufeng's figure appeared before Su Yang. Upon his arrival, Li Rufeng sensed a powerful attack heading towards him. Without hesitation, he raised his hand to block the incoming strike. You are not from the immortal realm. Li Rufeng then turned to glance at Lu Rian and her companions, speaking in a calm tone. Oh, little Yang, is that not your, fiancée? Upon seeing Lu Rian's appearance, Li Rufeng expressed surprise. Cough, master, she is my former fiancée, Su Yang replied. Close enough. You are not of the immortal realm. Could it be that you are from the divine realm? Li Rufeng questioned Lu Rian and her companions. Who are you? What does our origin have to do with you? Be wise and leave at once. Zhou Jinbiao, facing Li Rufeng's inquiries, coldly retorted. Bang! In the next instant, Zhou Jinbiao's body suddenly exploded. Well, now there are no more bothersome flies. Now, answer my question. Li Rufeng withdrew his right hand and turned to Huang Shui beside Lu Rian. You, what have you done? Huang Shui gazed at Zhou Jinbiao, who had turned into a mist of blood, her face revealing disbelief. Bang! Next, you. Li Rufeng again withdrew his right hand and turned to Qi Yuan, speaking indifferently. Yes, we hail from the divine realm's Xinghai sect. At this moment, Qi Yuan dared not hesitate and promptly responded. Oh, from the divine realm's Xinghai sect? What brings you to the immortal realm? Li Rufeng continued to inquire. It is for junior sister Rian. To help her resolve her inner demons, Master sent us 4 to the lower realm. Qi Yuan replied. Inner demons? I see. Thank you for your answer. Since you have come together, you may leave together as well. Bang! In the next moment, Li Rufeng raised his hand and sent Qi Yuan away. After dealing with these 3, Li Rufeng's gaze finally settled on Lu Rian. You seem unafraid of me. Do you not fear that I might kill you? Observing Lu Rian's calm demeanor, Li Rufeng asked lightly. Why should I be afraid? You cannot kill me. If you do not believe it, feel free to try. Lu Rian replied without a change in her expression. Heh, this is somewhat interesting. If I am not mistaken, you are not Lu Rian. Am I correct? Li Rufeng suddenly smiled. What? Not Lu Rian? This is impossible. Master, I would recognize her even if she turned to ashes. She is undoubtedly Lu Rian. Before Lu Rian could speak, Su Yang directly rebutted. Master understands your urgency, but do not be hasty. What I mean is, her current soul is no longer Lu Rian. In other words, someone has taken over Lu Rian's body. You should understand now, right? Seeing Su Yang's agitation, Li Rufeng promptly explained. Occupying a body. What? Then the real Lu Rian. Upon hearing Li Rufeng's explanation, Su Yang was instantly shocked. She should be considered dead. Though the body remains, the soul is gone. Alas, my condolences. Li Rufeng suddenly sighed. Master, I would rather she be dead. What is this nonsense about condolences? Su Yang expressed his exasperation, his face displaying a peculiar expression. Oh, my apologies, it has become a habit. Hee. Li Rufeng chuckled awkwardly. How did you discern it? I believed I had not shown any signs of flaw. Even those from the divine realm could not perceive that this body has been possessed by a different soul. Just then, Lu Rian spoke up from across. That, my secret. All right, enough talk. Should you come seeking trouble again, remember to use your true form. Li Rufeng said lightly. Bang. In the next moment, Lu Rian's body exploded. Unlike the previous trio, Lu Rian did not transform into a mist of blood. Master, has Lu Rian perished? Upon witnessing Lu Rian's disappearance, Su Yang promptly inquired. No. It was merely a projection, came the reply. Yet, I cannot shake the feeling that her appearance this time is far from straightforward. Xiaoyang, be vigilant moving forward. This woman has remained utterly unperturbed from the beginning. Moreover, the strike she aimed at you bore no intent to kill whatsoever. This alone suggests that her visit is not to end your life, Li Rufeng stated solemnly. Not here to kill me, but if that is the case, what could she possibly want from me? Surely it cannot be mere boredom. Su Yang responded with confusion. Who can say? She is your fiancée. And if you are unaware, then how could I possibly know? Just be cautious. Perhaps this woman has inherited Lu Rian's memories and has taken a liking to you. Desiring your body, Li Rufeng jested. Master, your conjecture is quite astute, but please refrain from further speculation. Su Yang felt speechless in response to Li Rufeng's words. Let it be. Be mindful when next you encounter her. I must take my leave. With that, Li Rufeng's figure dissipated into the air. Afterward, Su Yang chose not to dwell on the matter further and turned towards the main hall of the sect. Meanwhile, in a certain location within the divine realm, a figure slowly opened their eyes, bearing an uncanny resemblance to Lu Rian. Beside Lu Rian sat a man clad in black. How did it go? Upon Lu Rian's awakening, the man in black promptly asked, I encountered that individual. Their strength is formidable. Although their realm is merely at the pinnacle of Xiandi, they wield a rather enigmatic power. In the face of that power, even my projection could be extinguished with a mere gesture, Lu Rian replied candidly. Oh, this is rather intriguing. I wondered why that pawn was gradually slipping from my grasp. It seems a significant figure is backing them, the man in black remarked nonchalantly. What do you intend to do? Lu Rian inquired. What to do? No, I have no intention of intervening in this matter. You know me. I am most averse to death. To offend an unknown powerful entity over a mere pawn is not worth the risk. Sometimes, allowing things to unfold naturally is the best approach. My previous interventions have caused numerous pawns to lose their utility prematurely. Thus, this time, I shall take on the role of mere observer. At worst, I will accept the most unfavorable outcome. After all, I have ample time. Should this pawn fail, I can simply acquire another. However, I have a hunch that this time, perhaps the outcome I desire may indeed materialize, the man in black articulated with a tranquil demeanor. Suit yourself. But what of the promise you made to me? Lu Rian inquired. Rest assured, I am a person of my word. This divine elixir will enable you to successfully break through to the next realm, the man in black said as he produced a pill and handed it to Lu Rian. Thank you. I have conveyed all that I needed to say. I shall take my leave now. After stowing the elixir, Lu Rian exchanged a few words before resolutely departing. Su Yang, do not disappoint me. I have high hopes for you. And as for that significant figure behind you, I truly wish to meet them face to face someday. Lu Rian murmured to herself as she left, a glimmer of anticipation dancing at the corners of her lips. On the other side, near Tianyuan Dalu, two figures stood in the boundless void. Their gaze was fixed upon the location of Tianyuan Dalu. Are you certain you wish to proceed with this? I do not believe such a place would harbor the kind of person you describe. It would be a waste of time, the woman remarked. No, that individual is undoubtedly extraordinary. I have investigated them before. While I did not uncover anything unusual, I have an instinct that they conceal secrets even I cannot fathom. The man replied, Very well, do as you wish. I still doubt anyone in this place can pass your test. I will go see my daughter. With that, the woman vanished, transforming into a streak of light as she entered Tianyuan Dalu. Ah, if only you knew of your daughter's connection to that individual, and the depth of that connection, perhaps you would reconsider your stance. Regardless, ignorance may be bliss. I genuinely fear that a moment of impulsiveness on your part could result in that young one being lost to us. The man sighed as he contemplated the direction in which the woman had vanished. Ling Tian. In the next moment, the man softly called out, Your Excellency. Instantly, a figure appeared before the man, presenting a demeanor of utmost respect. Soon, you shall test that young one. Just do not kill him. I need you to draw out all of his hidden cards, the man instructed. Understood, Your Excellency. Should I go find him now? Ling Tian inquired. No need. Let him come here. The celestial realm cannot withstand your presence. Do you see that protective barrier? Shatter it, and he will surely come rushing over, the man directed, gesturing towards the barrier surrounding Tianyuan Dalu. Yes, Ling Tian acknowledged. In that case, off you go, the man concluded. Yes, Your Excellency. After responding, Ling Tian turned towards Tianyuan Dalu. In the blink of an eye, he found himself before the outermost barrier of Tianyuan Dalu. Without hesitation, Ling Tian raised a finger and lightly prodded the barrier. The moment he made contact, the barrier shattered effortlessly, a testament to Ling Tian's overwhelming strength. Simultaneously, as the barrier crumbled, Li Rufeng, who was situated within the celestial realm, abruptly sat upright. What is happening? The protective barrier I established has been breached. Could it be the people from the Temple of Time? Li Rufeng mused. Aside from the Temple of Time, he could not fathom who else would venture to Tianyuan Dalu. Regardless, Tianyuan Dalu is not as simple as it appears. Even if the Temple of Time sends someone, they will undoubtedly gain nothing. After all, the energy from that previous encounter was beyond my comprehension. With such a presence, Tianyuan Dalu should be safe. With this thought, Li Rufeng settled back down, choosing to disregard the shattered barrier. Chapter 139, 3 Moves to Determine Victory, the Appearance of the Run Huang Banner. Meanwhile, outside Tianyuan Dalu, Ling Tian remained patiently awaiting Li Rufeng's arrival. However, as time passed, the atmosphere grew increasingly awkward. What is going on? That young man should have sensed the barrier's breach by now. Why has he yet to appear? The man, who was eager to observe the unfolding events, could no longer contain his murmurs. After waiting for the better part of a day without Li Rufeng showing as anticipated, it was undeniably a blow to his pride. Your Excellency, should I go find him? I could send a projection into the celestial realm. It should not burst the celestial realm, Ling Tian suggested. Shortly thereafter, Ling Tian returned to the man and said, forget it. Since this young man has not come, I shall summon him myself. As long as he does not die, you are to give him a thorough beating. The man declared with indignation. All right, understood, Your Excellency. Witnessing the man's flustered demeanor for the first time, Ling Tian's expression revealed a hint of discomfort. You may prepare now. As the words fell, the man raised his hand and grasped at the void before him. In the next instant, a spatial rift materialized. On the other side, within the realm of the xianxia, Li Rufeng was leisurely savoring a cup of tea. Suddenly, a spatial tear appeared out of thin air right in front of him. Sensing the abrupt spatial fluctuations, Li Rufeng instantly adopted an expression of utmost caution. However, before he could react, a formidable force enveloped him and pulled him into the rift. When Li Rufeng's figure reemerged, he found himself in the void adjacent to the Tianyuan Continent. What is happening? Li Rufeng's expression turned grave, his heart filled with astonishment. From the aura he sensed moments ago, it was clear that the individual who had acted against him possessed immense power. Li Rufeng could not fathom what kind of formidable being had targeted him or why. Who are you? Did you bring me here? Soon, Li Rufeng spotted Ling Tian's figure, and his countenance darkened. For within the system panel, Ling Tian's realm was marked with a perilous red, accompanied by a title he had never encountered before. Thus, Li Rufeng instantly became alert, daring not to exhibit any carelessness. If you wish to know who I am, then it depends on whether you possess the qualifications to ask. Come, do not say I am bullying you. I shall allow you 3 strikes. Use your utmost strength to attack me. After 3 strikes, if you manage to compel me to utilize defensive measures, I shall concede that you have won. Ling Tian did not engage in idle chatter, directly prompting Li Rufeng to attack him. You expect me to attack just because you say so? And who do you think you are? You bring me here just to provoke me? At this moment, Li Rufeng was utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend why the figure before him would seek him out. Before discerning the true intentions of the other party, Li Rufeng resolved to observe the situation further. You lack the qualification to refuse. You should be able to sense that my power vastly exceeds yours. Allowing you to strike first is not a matter of soliciting your opinion. Moreover, should you choose not to attack, you will find no opportunity to do so afterward. Ling Tian looked down upon Li Rufeng, speaking in a calm tone. Damn it, this is the first time someone has acted so arrogantly in my presence. System, with my current strength, can I defeat him? Feeling underestimated for the first time, Li Rufeng could no longer tolerate it, and thus discreetly inquired of the system. Ding. To the esteemed host, under normal circumstances, you are certainly not a match for this individual. However, there is no need for excessive concern. With the Hongmeng immortal body and the indestructible soul, this person cannot kill you. At most, you will merely be soundly thrashed. I have always been the one to beat others. How could I possibly endure such humiliation? If I were to harness the power of the Taichu small world, could I contend with this individual? With the current power of the Taichu small world, the odds are roughly even. However, the system does not recommend that you utilize the power of the Taichu small world. Why not? Li Rufeng pressed for an explanation. Firstly, the Taichu small world has only recently entered the early stages of evolution. If the power of the Taichu small world is overexerted, it may lead to unforeseen consequences. Secondly, a presence even more powerful than the one before you is concealed nearby. Exposing the existence of the Taichu small world prematurely is not a wise choice. What? There is a more powerful presence nearby? Damn, I am being targeted. The Time Divine Hall? Or who? Moreover, if their aim is my life, why do they not act directly? What could their true intentions be? Hearing the system's words, Li Rufeng's expression grew exceedingly grave, while his heart was filled with confusion. According to the system's investigation, the other party has not displayed any murderous intent toward you, esteemed host. As for their intentions, you must seek them out for yourself. No murderous intent. So, they are not members of the Time Divine Hall. Alas, the situation seems to have grown more complicated. Very well. I shall take it step by step. After all, I am indestructible. At worst, I can find an opportunity to escape. Once my strength is sufficient, I will return to settle the score with them. After contemplating for a long while without arriving at any clarity regarding why the other party had sought him, Li Rufeng decided to cease his pondering. So, are you certain you want me to strike first with 3 attacks? If after 3 strikes I do not compel you to use defensive measures, what will happen then? Li Rufeng collected himself and raised his head to glance at Ling Tian, inquiring calmly. It is nothing, except that you might end up getting soundly beaten. However, do not worry too much. I will not kill you. If I wanted to kill you, You wouldn't even have the chance to see me. Ling Tian continued to speak with an expression of tranquility. Very well. In that case, I hope you can maintain your composure just as you are now. Li Rufeng replied indifferently. As his words fell, Li Rufeng's figure vanished from his position and reappeared directly opposite Ling Tian. Get ready, here comes my first strike. The Human Emperor banner, arise. With a loud shout from Li Rufeng, a banner exuding a dense black aura materialized in his hand. After a long period of nurturing, the power of the Human Emperor banner had reached a terrifying level. Even a peak CND would be mere chaff before it. Had it not been for encountering a formidable opponent like Ling Tian today, Li Rufeng would not have resorted to using the Human Emperor banner. After all, he found it beneath him to utilize such a grand weapon for trivial matters. Demonic energy? Are you a demon cultivator? Upon seeing the Human Emperor banner, Ling Tian's expression shifted slightly, particularly as he sensed the overwhelming black aura emanating from it. What, does it bother you? Li Rufeng replied calmly to Ling Tian's remark. No, I am merely somewhat surprised. However, I must caution you. While demonic energy possesses immense power, it can easily affect a person's mind. Once you succumb to the demonic influence, it is exceedingly difficult to extricate yourself. Ling Tian spoke with an air of calmness. Oh, you are quite kind-hearted. In light of your warning, I shall be gentler in my approach. Li Rufeng had not anticipated Ling Tian would offer such advice, and he felt that perhaps Ling Tian was not so insufferable after all. Nevertheless, one matter does not negate the other. Li Rufeng would not forget Ling Tian's earlier underestimation of him. No, please, do not hold back. Come, direct your attack here. Let me see just how powerful you are, that you have garnered the attention of your master. Hearing Li Rufeng's words, Ling Tian suddenly burst into laughter, then raised his hand, pointing to his chest, signaling Li Rufeng to attack him there. Chapter 140. Crossing the River of Time, Summoning the Future Self. Master? It seems the master he refers to is the powerful being concealed nearby. Li Rufeng mused internally. Very well, since you have said so. To refuse would be to disrespect you. Human Emperor banner, go. As he spoke, Li Rufeng lifted his hand and hurled the Human Emperor banner toward Ling Tian. In the next moment, countless souls surged forth from the banner, charging directly toward Ling Tian. In an instant, the dense black aura enveloped a vast expanse of the void. Too weak. Yet, in such a place, being able to refine such a powerful treasure is commendable. Given enough time, perhaps this artifact could indeed harm me. Ling Tian regarded the souls rushing towards him, wrapped in swirling black energy, and spoke without changing his expression. Bang, bang, bang. Soon, the attack from the Xianxiaaudiobooks FN struck Ling Tian with precision. In an instant, Ling Tian was entirely engulfed by a black mist. Within this shroud of darkness, the sounds of violent collisions echoed incessantly. After what felt like several breaths, the cacophony finally began to subside. With a sharp snap of his fingers, LRFN commanded the Xianxiaaudiobooks FN to retract the black mist. Gradually, as his command was executed, the mist surrounding Ling Tian dissipated, revealing him once more. However, to LRFN's grave concern, Ling Tian bore no marks of injury. Not even a tear marred his garments. Moreover, LRFN sensed no defensive measures had been employed by Ling Tian. This indicated that Ling Tian had withstood the ferocity of the Xianxiaaudiobooks FN solely through the strength of his corporeal form. Continue. You have 2 more moves? Ling Tian's voice resonated again. No need for you to remind me. LRFN replied coolly, recognizing the challenge posed by Ling Tian's words. The situation had become rather intricate. Conventional tactics would undoubtedly prove insufficient, and the powers of the Taichu, xianxiaaudiobooks, could not be summoned lightly. Thus, he resolved to employ a particular technique, hoping it would yield success. I will only make one more move. If you can withstand it, I shall concede defeat. However, it is a pity that the word defeat does not exist in my lexicon. Spatial forbidden technique. As these words left his lips, a fierce surge of energy erupted from LRFN's body. Simultaneously, tendrils of temporal force began to manifest around him. This sudden display caused Ling Tian's brow to furrow in alarm. What is this? This is the power of time. Such a profound understanding of the temporal path at your age is truly astonishing. Even that renowned figure could not have achieved such mastery at this stage. Nearby, a man observing the scene was equally astounded upon perceiving the temporal energy emanating from LRFN. This revelation reinforced his belief that LRFN concealed secrets beyond his comprehension. Well done, you are impressive. I am Ling Tian. I admit I underestimated you. Yet, Ling Tian cautioned, if you believe this level of temporal power can harm me, you are sorely mistaken. This time, Ling Tian no longer underestimated LRFN, even voluntarily revealing his name as a gesture of respect. Ling Tian, a splendid name. However, you are mistaken in one regard. I never presumed that such an attack could wound you. The main event is yet to come. Prepare yourself to savor it. Transcending the river of time. Summon forth the future self. Appear. With a thunderous command, the surrounding space began to tremble. In an instant, a void passageway slowly materialized above Rufeng. Boom. Suddenly, a cataclysmic change occurred. Above the void passage, torrents of purple and black lightning erupted. What is this? The Xiaomi. How can this be? What means has this young one employed to summon such ancient thunder? The observing man gasped in shock. At that moment, a figure appeared beside him. It was the woman who had accompanied him earlier. What is happening? How did you attract the ancient divine thunder? Do you wish to strike down my daughter? She demanded sharply. No, it wasn't me. Besides, even if you gave me 10 times the courage, I would not dare to harm your daughter, the man replied, feeling aggrieved. Not you? Then who else could summon such power? Apart from us. Who else possesses the capability to attract ancient divine thunder? The woman pressed on. Good question. Aside from us, there is indeed one other who can summon the ancient divine thunder. Look in that direction. It is that young one who has drawn it forth, the man indicated, pointing towards Rufeng. Upon seeing the temporal energy radiating from Rufeng, as well as the void passage above him, the woman fell silent. It seems that ancient divine thunder is indeed directed at that void passage. I wonder how that young one managed to conjure it, the man mused. Is he the person you mentioned? The woman inquired suddenly. Indeed, that is him. Now you must trust my judgment. From the moment I first laid eyes on this young one, I sensed he was extraordinary. It appears my instincts were correct, the man said with a hint of pride. So, you intend to nurture him? The woman asked. Naturally. To attract the ancient divine thunder speaks volumes of his extraordinary potential. Moreover, we require more powerful allies to confront those adversaries. I have a feeling that if this young one matures, his strength may surpass ours. Perhaps he could stand alongside that figure, or even surpass him. The man nodded solemnly. What? Are you placing too much faith in him? Surpassing us is one thing. But that existence is not easily surpassed, the woman challenged. Haha, who knows? It is merely a hunch. Moreover, I hope my intuition proves correct. The man gazed at Rufeng in the distance, a knowing smile gracing his lips. What are you smiling about? Even if he reaches or exceeds that existence, how does that concern you? The woman questioned, perplexed by the man's sudden mirth. Is it not? Currently. It may not pertain to me, but the future is uncertain. Perhaps it will involve you as well, the man replied with a soft chuckle. Wait, what do you mean it concerns me? The woman was increasingly bewildered by his words. Some things cannot be spoken. In due time, you shall understand. After all, nothing has transpired yet, so discussing it now would be futile. The man shook his head, speaking mysteriously. Meanwhile, on Rufeng's side, the void passage had fully formed. In an instant, a cataclysmic aura emanated from the passage. Chapter 141. The Ancient Divine Thunder, the Future Self appears. Boom. At that moment, torrents of purple Xiaomi in I descended upon the void passage. The spectacle sent shivers down Lingtian's spine. Ancient Divine Thunder. This young one has managed to summon the Ancient Divine Thunder. Even I cannot achieve such a feat. How is he capable of it? Oh, master, please forgive me for not being able to strike him down. This young one can summon ancient divine thunder. His future strength will undoubtedly surpass mine. To offend him now would be akin to courting death. At this moment, Lingtian's gaze towards Rufeng had completely transformed, now tinged with a hint of trepidation. Bang, bang, bang. Soon, wave after wave of Xiaomi in I crashed against the void passage, intent on utterly obliterating it. Please, do not fail. In order to execute this technique, I have drained my strength. Should I fail, I fear I may not wield this power again for some time. Rufeng silently prayed as he observed the void passage being bombarded by the ancient divine thunder. A mere divine thunder dares to be so arrogant. Begone. Suddenly, an immensely authoritative and intimidating voice resonated from the void passage. Bang. In an instant, the Xianxiaaudiobooks, which was near the void passage, was dispersed by an inexplicable force. Success. I did not expect that the forbidden technique I conjured out of boredom would actually succeed. This will become a significant trump card for me in the future. Upon hearing the voice emanating from the void passage, Rufeng instantly revealed a delighted smile. Meanwhile, from within the void passage, a figure gradually emerged, identical in appearance to Rufeng. Only Rufeng knew that this figure was his future self. I have only felt this overwhelming pressure from my master. Moreover, how could this figure resemble him so closely? Gazing at the future self stepping out from the void passage, Lingtian was struck with astonishment. Boom. At that moment, the previously scattered Xiaomi reassembled and charged towards the future self emerging from the void passage. You think you can act with impunity? If you don't leave now, I shall obliterate you. The future self coldly addressed the approaching Zixiao Mishi Shunlei. You have crossed the line. Depart now, and I shall consider this matter as if it never occurred. In the next moment, an astonishing spectacle unfolded. The Zixiao Mishi Shunlei, originally hurtling towards Li Rufeng's future self, suddenly halted, transforming into a figure that spoke. Nonsense. I did not choose to come here of my own volition. I was summoned, so it does not count as crossing the line. Leave quickly, or I won't hesitate to annihilate you once more. In response to the warning from the Zixiao Mishi Shunlei, the future self retorted fearlessly. You. Hearing the future self's words, the Zixiao Mishi Shunlei trembled with rage. Enough. I understand your concerns. Rest assured, I will merely observe and will not wreak havoc upon this space-time. Furthermore, if I truly intended to act, do you think you could stop me? Even your master would find it difficult to impede me. The future self continued. Very well. I shall leave now. I hope you uphold your promise. Moreover, you must vacate this space-time within the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, to avoid causing unnecessary trouble. The Zixiao Mishi Shunlei spoke, its tone filled with concession. Why not say so earlier? Hurry and depart. The future self calmly replied. As expected of him, he could summon his future self at such a moment. Alas, it is better to avoid unnecessary conflict. Hearing the future self's words, the Zixiao Mishi Shunlei cast a glance downward at Li Rufeng, quietly reflecting. Subsequently, the Zixiao Mishi Shunlei began to dissipate slowly. Finally, it has departed, leaving a serene atmosphere. With a murmur, the future self vanished from sight, reappearing before Li Rufeng in the blink of an eye. You. Upon seeing the future self suddenly appear before him, Li Rufeng found himself at a loss for words. You need not say anything. Everything is proceeding as I anticipated. My time is limited, so you must remember what I am about to say. Otherwise, one day, you will come to regret it. The future self spoke abruptly. What do you mean? Li Rufeng responded with confusion. First, gather the power of belief to accelerate the evolution of the Taichu Zai. Second, the method to leave the Xiwan Hundong Hai is to comprehend the Xiwan Daoqi. Third, the future self disregarded Li Rufeng's inquiry and continued speaking. What is the third? Please go on. Observing the future self suddenly pause mid-sentence, Li Rufeng urged him to continue. Well, I forgot. The future self scratched his head, offering an apologetic smile. You. Forget it. Scolding you is akin to scolding myself. I shall endure it. What do you wish for me to do with this information? And what exactly is the Xiwan Hundong Hai? Li Rufeng pressed on. When the time is right, you will know. Some things, if spoken of too much, may lead to unforeseen consequences. Very well, I have said all that I needed to. How much you can change depends solely on you. I hope you do not repeat the mistakes I made. This time, do not lose those who are important to you. I trust you, my own self. As the words fell, the future self began to dissolve slowly. What? What do you mean by that? And who will I lose? Before departing, you must clarify your words. Seeing the future self start to fade, Li Rufeng immediately inquired. All. In response to Li Rufeng's question, the future self replied suddenly. All. What do you mean by all? Upon hearing this, Li Rufeng felt an ominous premonition. The literal meaning. By the way, I expended a great deal of energy to come see you this time. It is unlikely I will be able to visit you again in the near future. Everything now rests upon you. I believe you will not disappoint me. No. You must not let me down. As his voice faded, the future self completely dissolved. Yet, unbeknownst to anyone, before vanishing entirely, the future self surveyed the Tianyuan Dalu and the xianxia with his divine consciousness. Seemingly sensing something, a smile crept upon his face in the final moment of his disappearance. After the future self vanished, Li Rufeng fell into deep contemplation. Initially, he sought to summon his future self to aid him against Ling Tian. But the trajectory of events had clearly exceeded his expectations. Especially the words spoken by the future self, laden with profound implications that left Li Rufeng momentarily bewildered. The system. The power of belief can accelerate the evolution of the Taichu Zai. After pondering for a while, Li Rufeng suddenly inquired the system. Chapter 142, The Appearance of the Divine Lord, Two Respected Lords. Ding. Indeed. However, this power of belief must originate from within the Taichu Zai. Belief power from other worlds can only augment your strength and will not contribute to the evolution of the Taichu Zai. The power of belief from the Taichu Zai. The Taichu Zai has already birthed some life forms. It seems I must find time to meet them and begin arranging the matter of belief power. Reflecting on the system's words, Li Rufeng mused. Then what about the Xiwan Hundong Hai and the Xiwan Daoqi? What are they? The Xiwan Hundong Hai is a very mysterious region. It is said that it existed long before the birth of the world. The 3,000 Daos were born from the Xiwan Hundong Hai. Moreover, the emergence of the myriad realms and heavens is inextricably linked to the Xiwan Hundong Hai. As for the Xiwan Daoqi, It is a type of power contained within the Xiwan Hundong Hai. Furthermore, the power of the 3,000 Daos is nurtured by the Xiwan Daoqi. To master the Xiwan Daoqi is to command the power of the 3,000 Daos. Such powers include those of time, space, causality, fate, and so forth. So powerful. If I master the Xiwan Daoqi, would I not equivalently command the power of the 3,000 Daos? Indeed, esteemed host. However, due to the exceedingly formidable nature of the Xiwan Daoqi, mastering it will prove to be an immensely challenging endeavor. Challenging? I fear nothing more than challenges. Besides, system, you surely have a method to assist me in mastering the Xiwan Daoqi, do you not? Li Rufeng declared. Although uncertain why the future self spoke of the Xiwan Daoqi, he understood that no matter how daunting the task, he must master the Xiwan Daoqi. Naturally, as long as the number of kill points is sufficient. Not to mention the power of Xiwan Daoqi, the system can assist the host in achieving even greater strength. Of course, if fortune smiles upon you, there may be a chance to acquire Xiwan Daoqi through sign-in rewards or certain task rewards. The system replied. Kill points? Such power undoubtedly requires a substantial amount of kill points. To gather enough points to obtain Xiwan Daoqi, when might that be? As for sign-in and task rewards, those seem even less likely. After so many sign-ins, only a few instances of Dao Zhili have appeared. Alas, let us take it one step at a time. I do not even know where the Xiwan Chaos is. How can I expect to master Xiwan Daoqi? Li Rufu said weakly. Meanwhile, as Li Rufu remained engrossed in his conversation with the system, a figure quietly appeared beside the man and woman who had been watching the spectacle. The newcomer was an elderly man with a full head of white hair, dressed in white robes. Lord Shinju. Upon seeing the appearance of the elder, the man and woman immediately bowed respectfully. It is you two, Tiandao Zun's master, Qiyun Zun's master. How is it that you both are here? Lord Shinju inquired nonchalantly. Reporting to you, we came to visit our daughter, which is why we are here. May I ask what brings you to this place? The man, Tiandao Zun's master, stepped forward to speak. I almost forgot about that young girl. How is your plan progressing? Do you require my assistance? Upon hearing Tiandao Zun's master's words, Lord Shinju suddenly smiled and asked, Thank you for your concern, my lord. Everything is proceeding smoothly for now, replied Tiandao Zun's master. Well, that is good. Your actions are also aimed at dealing with those individuals. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to speak to me, Lord Shinju offered. Of course, if we require anything, we will certainly reach out to you, my lord, Tiandao Zun's master responded respectfully. All right, there are no outsiders here, so you need not be overly formal. I have come here because I sensed a power that is not inferior to my own. You should have some knowledge of what transpired here moments ago. Please, enlighten me. Lord Shinju inquired. Not inferior to your power. Could it be that figure from earlier? Upon hearing Lord Shinju's words, both Tiandao Zun's master and Qiyun Zun's master displayed expressions of astonishment. It seems you do indeed know something. Then please, share with me, Lord Shinju urged. Noticing their exaggerated reactions. Yes, the situation is as follows. At that moment, without hesitation, Tiandao Zun's master promptly recounted the earlier incident involving Li Rufu summoning his future self. I see. A future self, you say? That is quite intriguing. What are your thoughts on this individual? Upon finishing Tiandao Zun's master's account, Lord Shinju suddenly inquired. My lord, would you prefer the truth or a falsehood? Tiandao Zun's master tentatively asked in response to Lord Shinju's inquiry. Naturally, I desire the truth. Speak freely, Lord Shinju replied. Ahem, then I shall be candid. To be honest, I believe this individual possesses talents in the Dao of Time that are entirely comparable to yours. In fact, he may even surpass you, Tiandao Zun's master stated honestly. Haha. Well said. I appreciate your straightforwardness. You are correct. In the Dao of Time, his talent indeed surpasses mine. No, it should be said that it is far superior. At the very least, I am incapable of summoning my own future self. If only such an extraordinarily gifted person had appeared earlier. Now that he has, I wonder if it is still timely. Lord Shinju lamented as a look of concern crossed his face. My lord, how can one know without trying? Moreover, if he truly possesses such abilities, we must create opportunities for his growth, even if it requires our utmost effort, Tiandao Zun's master interjected. Indeed, you are correct. Perhaps I have overthought this. Alas, I am getting old, and my worries have increased. Lord Shinju shook his head, speaking with a hint of resignation. My lord, you need not be so. If it were not for you over the years, this world would have long since. Tiandao Zun's master began, his tone filled with reverence. Haha, enough of that. It is not solely my effort. You two have sacrificed much for this world, even your own daughter. Alas, here I go rambling again. Since you both have faith in this individual, I shall grant him an opportunity. If he cannot seize it, then it is simply fate. Lord Shinju sighed, seemingly having made a decision. My lord, are you suggesting that? That opportunity was hard-earned. Will you truly give it away so easily? Although this child has extraordinary talent. Upon hearing Lord Shinju's words, Tianyuan Zun's master exclaimed in surprise. Enough, I have made my decision. I know what you wish to say, but I have visited that place twice, and each time returned disappointed. Even if I were to go again, it would likely yield the same results, with no gains. Therefore, why not take a chance? You too have high hopes for this young man, do you not? Must it only be you who believes in him, while I cannot? Without waiting for Tianyuan Zun's master to finish, Lord Shinju interrupted. I would not dare. Since you have decided, I shall not speak further. Whatever choice you make, I will support, Tianyuan Zun's master replied respectfully. Good, that is how it should be. Now, let us go meet that young man. Lord Shinju nodded, and then vanished from sight. Tianyuan Zun's master and Qiyun Zun's master followed suit, disappearing as well. Soon, the three figures appeared before Li Rufu. Chapter 143, The Purple Token and Two People's Affections. Upon seeing the sudden appearance of Lord Shinju and the others, Li Rufu's brow furrowed. Ling Tian, I greet you, Lord Shinju. Master, mistress. At the sight of Lord Shinju's arrival, Ling Tian hastily approached to pay his respects, especially upon seeing Lord Shinju. Lord Shinju, are they the hidden powers? Wasn't he it said there was only one? Why are there three? As Li Rufu gazed upon Lord Shinju and the others, he pondered internally. Ah, young one, what is your name? Lord Shinju inquired kindly after a brief pause. Shouldn't one introduce themselves before asking for names? Li Rufu retorted. His response left Tianyuan Zun's master and the others momentarily speechless. It was their first time encountering someone speaking so boldly to Lord Shinju. Haha, you are correct. They all refer to me as Lord Shinju. You may call me that as well, Lord Shinju responded, his demeanor warm and devoid of any reproach towards Li Rufu. Li Rufu, your sudden appearance here surely is not solely to inquire about my name, Li Rufu stated calmly. Li Rufu is indeed a fine name. Since you have asked, I shall be forthright. I have an opportunity that could aid you in enhancing your strength, though I wonder if you would be interested, Lord Shinju proposed. Enhance my strength? Is there such a fortunate opportunity in this world? Just tell me, what must I offer in return? Li Rufu replied nonchalantly. Nothing is required. If one must mention something, it would be that when our world faces an invasion from external enemies, I hope you will lend your assistance. Of course, this is contingent upon your ability. Should your strength be insufficient to protect yourself, there is no need for you to intervene, Lord Shinju gently explained. An invasion from external enemies? First, let me know how you can help me enhance my strength, and then I will consider whether to agree to your terms. Li Rufeng replied slowly after a moment of contemplation, furrowing his brow. Very well. I can send you to a location where you may comprehend the various forces of the Great Dao. Naturally, the extent of your understanding will vary from person to person. I have visited this place twice and barely grasped 6 types of Dao power. Given your talent, you may very well surpass me, the Divine Lord stated, raising his hand to unleash his own power. In the next moment, 6 orbs of differing attributes manifested in the palm of his hand. These are the powers of time and space. Li Rufeng discerned upon observing the orbs, recognizing the 2 dominant forces he also wielded. Indeed, besides these, there are also destruction, thunder, sealing, and slaughter. I can sense that, in addition to the power of time, you possess other forces as well. Thus, should you train there, your strength is bound to see considerable enhancement, the Divine Lord continued. What specific location are you referring to? Li Rufeng pressed for more details. The specifics are unclear. I only know that it exists within an endless void. To enter, one must utilize a special teleportation array controlled by a faction known as Xixiao Tiangong. With this token, you can gain entry into Xixiao Tiangong and subsequently access the mysterious void through the teleportation array. Originally, this token had 3 uses. Now, only 1 remains. I intend to bestow this opportunity upon you, the Divine Lord explained, producing a violet token. Xixiao Tiangong, mysterious void? Li Rufeng pondered, lowering his head in deep thought. He was uncertain of the truth behind the Divine Lord's words. However, he sensed no deceit in his intentions. A realm capable of nurturing various Dao powers. Could it possibly be connected to the primordial chaos sea, the birthplace of the 3,000 Great Daos? Li Rufeng found himself filled with questions, contemplating whether he should accept the Divine Lord's terms. Are you certain there are no other conditions? After a prolonged silence, Li Rufeng raised his head with a serious expression. Naturally, there is no need for me to deceive a junior. The choice is yours. If you suspect any ulterior motives on my part, you are free to refuse, the Divine Lord smiled and replied. Very well, I agree. How do I reach this Xixiao Tiangong? Ultimately, Li Rufeng acquiesced to the Divine Lord's terms. His desire to uncover the connection between the mysterious void and the primordial chaos sea outweighed his concerns for enhancing his strength. After all, The future self had specifically mentioned the primordial chaos sea before his dissolution. Although Li Rufeng still struggled to comprehend the significance of those words, he felt an undeniable pull to visit the primordial chaos sea. With limited clues, he decided to tempt fate. It is simple. Activate this token, and it will guide you to Xixiao Tiangong. Once there, someone will escort you to the teleportation array, the Divine Lord responded. Is that so? Very well, then. Time is of the essence. I intend to go immediately. Is that acceptable? Li Rufeng inquired. Now, I have no objections. I wish you good fortune, the Divine Lord said, raising his hand to channel power into the violet token. In the next moment, the token emitted a brilliant glow. As the radiance dissipated, a spatial passage appeared before Li Rufeng. Go now. Take this token with you. Remember, once you arrive at Xixiao Tiangong, do not cause trouble. If the inhabitants there turn against you, I will be unable to assist you. Moreover, act within your limits. While I hold great expectations for you, the priority is your safe return, the Divine Lord cautioned as he handed the token to Li Rufeng. Rest assured, no one in this world can kill me. Li Rufeng replied confidently. By the way, may I ask about the external enemies you mentioned? That I will reveal upon your safe return. For now, all I can say is that even I cannot prevent their invasion. It will spell disaster for our world. My only recourse is to delay their entry for as long as possible. I see a glimmer of hope in you, which is why I am entrusting this token to you. When you return, if you do not disappoint me, I will devote all I have to aid your swift growth. Otherwise, let us act as if we have never met, the Divine Lord replied. With such a statement, I feel quite pressured. Given your sincerity, I will intervene when the external enemies invade, based on the situation. As for your assistance in my growth, I prefer to follow my own path without others' interference. However, I do have several disciples with great potential. You seem quite formidable. Why not teach them the ways of cultivation? They might assist you against those external foes in the future, Li Rufeng suggested. Your disciples? Are you implying that I should teach them for free? The Divine Lord inquired. Very well, I have nothing better to do, so I shall assist them. However, this means you owe me 2 favors now. He stated with a hint of a knowing smile. Just favors. After all, I have nothing to lose. Here is the information about my disciples. Do not hold back. Teach them the true skills, Li Rufeng jested, handing over the details of Su Yang and the others. Haha, fear not. Instructing a few juniors is no burden for me. The esteemed Divine Lord. I am not one to keep secrets, the Divine Lord chuckled. Excellent. I shall entrust my disciples to you, Li Rufeng said, waving his hand before stepping into the nearby spatial passage. Soon, his figure vanished, and the passage disappeared as well. Chapter 144, Xixiao Tiangong and the Tianma clan. I hope his journey is smooth, the Divine Lord sighed as he gazed at the spot where Li Rufeng had vanished. My lord, we have done all that we can. The outcome is beyond our control, the Dao of Heaven's sovereign remarked. Indeed, it is time for me to depart as well. That lad has gathered some promising disciples. I shall go observe, the Divine Lord concluded before disappearing from sight. Farewell, Divine Lord. The Dao of Heaven's sovereign and the sovereign of fortune exclaimed in unison as the Divine Lord departed. I never anticipated that this young man would garner the Divine Lord's attention. Quite impressive. My satisfaction with him grows, the Dao of Heaven's sovereign reflected. Why do I sense that you care for him more than your own daughter? The sovereign of fortune suddenly questioned. You must confess, he is not your illegitimate son. Is he? Well, I wouldn't mind. With such talent, he could be my son, or I could be his father. Either way, it would not be an issue. The Dao of Heaven's sovereign replied. If those words reach others, they would likely laugh at you for eternity. Now, let us discuss serious matters. When do you plan to unravel the seal within your daughter's body? We certainly do not have the luxury of time to continue waiting. After a moment of speechlessness, Qi Yinzunzhu became serious. Let us wait a bit longer. I have my own sense of discretion. Alas, those wretched individuals. Were it not for them, we would not have to plot for so long. The next time I encounter them, I shall unleash my pent-up frustrations. As his words fell, Tian Dao Zunzhu suddenly exuded a terrifying aura. Under this pressure, Ling Tian nearly collapsed to his knees. Enough, do not destroy the Tianyuan Continent. Since you have made your decision, I shall refrain from further commentary. I shall take my leave now. The matter concerning my daughter is entrusted to you. With that, Qi Yinzunzhu turned and vanished from sight. Ling Tian, you should return as well. I have some matters to attend to. Tian Dao Zunzhu said to Ling Tian beside him. Yes, my lord. After responding, Ling Tian also turned and disappeared from the scene. Following this, Tian Dao Zunzhu raised his gaze toward the distant Tianyuan Continent, then headed in that direction. Once again, tranquility enveloped the surroundings. Upon stepping into the spatial passage, Li Rufeng felt a whirlwind of disorientation. Shortly thereafter, he found himself in a vast square. Surrounding the square were towering and magnificent edifices, each emanating an aura more potent than that of a divine lord. Is this the Zishao Tiangong? It is indeed quite opulent. Observing the surrounding architectural marvels, Li Rufeng couldn't help but sigh inwardly. At that moment, a figure approached him. Li Rufeng quickly sensed the presence drawing near and turned to face its direction. In the next instant, a middle-aged man appeared before him. Dressed in a robe of purple and black, the man bore a serious expression. Soon, the middle-aged man stood before Li Rufeng. Who are you? Li Rufeng inquired first. I am an elder of the Zishao Tiangong. You may call me Elder Zhao. Given your presence here, you must already understand what this place is. Now, I need to examine your token. Once I confirm its validity, I will guide you to the location of the teleportation array. Elder Zhao spoke with a solemn demeanor. Understood. Li Rufeng nodded and presented the purple token entrusted to him by the Divine Lord. Elder Zhao took the token without hesitation and began his inspection. After a moment, Elder Zhao stowed the token and raised his gaze to Li Rufeng. The token is in order. Follow me. With that, Elder Zhao turned and walked in a specific direction. Seeing this, Li Rufeng did not hesitate and promptly followed suit. Along the way, Li Rufeng encountered numerous individuals from the Zishao Tiangong, including disciples and elders. Without exception, their realms far surpassed his own, further igniting his curiosity about the nature of the Zishao Tiangong's power. Before long, under Elder Zhao's guidance, Li Rufeng arrived at the location of the teleportation array. There were dozens of arrays of various sizes, with many people entering and exiting. That teleportation array can send you to your intended destination. However, I advise you to forego this opportunity. Elder Zhao pointed to a nearby array and spoke with a faint tone. Elder Zhao, what do you mean by that? Why should I give up? Li Rufeng questioned, perplexed by Elder Zhao's words. It was the Divine Lord who sent you here, correct? Elder Zhao countered with a question. Yes. Is there an issue with that? Li Rufeng replied, confused. No, I am acquainted with the Divine Lord. Out of respect for him, I suggest you abandon this opportunity. Elder Zhao stated. What is the reason? Li Rufeng asked directly. Because the people of the Tianyuan clan have also entered that teleportation array. If you go in, you will have to confront them. Your strength is far too weak. In the face of the Tianyuan clan, death is all that awaits you. You can still withdraw now. Elder Zhao spoke indifferently. The Tianyuan clan? I am afraid I do not fully grasp your meaning. Upon hearing Elder Zhao's words, Li Rufeng displayed a puzzled expression. You are unaware? The Divine Lord did not inform you? Seeing Li Rufeng's bewildered expression, Elder Zhao appeared slightly surprised. No. Is the Tianyuan clan truly formidable? And even if they are, why should I fear them? Li Rufeng said nonchalantly. If the Divine Lord has not revealed anything to you, then why did he send you here? Never mind. This matter does not concern me, since you have inquired. I will share this information with you on behalf of the Divine Lord. The Jiotian world you inhabit is currently under invasion by the Tianyuan clan. With that said, you should understand now, correct? Elder Zhao articulated. Is that so? I see. This is indeed the first time I have heard of such a thing. Thank you for your warning, Elder Zhao. However, I do not intend to retreat. The mere Tianyuan clan, if they do not provoke me, all will be well. Should they seek their own demise, I will not hesitate to assist them on their journey. Li Rufeng declared without concern. Your words are quite bold. Since you are so resolute, I shall say no more. You may proceed. I will inform the Divine Lord of your demise. Elder Zhao remarked with a stoic expression. Elder Zhao, as long as you are pleased. With that, Li Rufeng strode toward the teleportation array in the distance, disregarding Elder Zhao. Soon, Li Rufeng arrived before the indicated teleportation array. Without hesitation, he stepped into the array. A mere mortal without even divine realm cultivation, yet he speaks with such bravado. Very well, he seeks his own end, and I cannot hinder him. Watching Li Rufeng disappear, Elder Zhao shook his head slightly before turning to leave. Chapter 145, The Array Patterns, Son of the Demon King. After traversing the teleportation array, Li Rufeng found himself in a square nearly 10 miles wide. The entire square was enveloped by a protective barrier. In the center of the square stood a colossal circular stone platform, upon which numerous figures were seated in meditation. Without hesitation, Li Rufeng leaped onto the stone platform. Soon, he noticed several vacant spots on the platform, each inscribed with intricate array patterns. Those who were already seated had activated the patterns beneath them. It appeared that these patterns were drawing in some force from outside. Li Rufeng looked up at the barrier above and quickly discerned a certain power outside of it, being continuously absorbed by the patterns into the seated individuals. Thus, it seemed the patterns were drawing in a particular force from beyond the barrier, allowing these individuals to absorb and refine this power. Quite intriguing. Could it be that beyond this barrier lies the origin chaos sea, and the power being drawn in is that of the origin chaos sea? This would explain how one could comprehend various paths of power here. After all, the origin chaos sea is the birthplace of the 3,000 Daos. Consequently, the power within the origin chaos C must also encompass the essence of the 3,000 Daos. In just a short while, Li Rufeng formed a bold hypothesis in his mind. System, am I correct? Beyond this barrier is indeed the origin chaos C, is it not? To confirm his speculation, Li Rufeng promptly inquired with the system. Host guess is indeed correct. This is the origin chaos C. The power being absorbed by the patterns is derived from the essence contained within the origin chaos. By comprehending this power, one may grasp the essence of the 3,000 Daos. I truly guessed right. It appears that fortune is on my side, as I have swiftly located the Xiwan Hunlong Hai. Thus, the next step is to comprehend the essence of Xiwan Daoqi. With this thought in mind, Li Rufu proceeded towards a secluded area devoid of any onlookers. Soon, he arrived at an unoccupied space and seated himself. No sooner had he settled down than the intricate patterns on the ground were activated. In the next moment, a mysterious force enveloped Li Rufu's body. Is this the power contained within the Xiwan Hunlong Hai? It is indeed marvelous. Within it lies an abundance of Dao power. Upon a subtle exploration, Li Rufu discerned that the energies surrounding him were interwoven with the threads of time and space, as well as various other Dao forces. However, the majority consisted of Dao powers that Li Rufu had never encountered before. He felt confident that he could grasp the essence of various Dao powers through this force. Nevertheless, this was not his ultimate pursuit. What Li Rufu sought to understand was the more formidable Xiwan Daoqi. Yet, he was entirely oblivious to the nature of Xiwan Daoqi, plunging him into a profound state of confusion. Meanwhile, as Li Rufu pondered how to comprehend Xiwan Daoqi, several figures had already set their sights upon him. The aura he exuded marked him as one from the Jotian world. How intriguing. I never expected someone from the Jotian world to present themselves so readily. Since that is the case, you shall remain here permanently. A man named Moe, the son of the Demon King from the Tianma clan, fixated his gaze on Li Rufu, a sinister expression creeping onto his face. The Tianma clan possesses various titles based on strength, with the Demon King being one of them. Besides the title of Demon King, the Tianma clan also recognizes the titles of Demon Lord, Demon Emperor, and Demon Sovereign. The Demon Lord is the most powerful, while the Demon King is the least potent. However, even the Demon King's power should not be underestimated. It is worth noting that there are only 10 Demon Kings in the entire Tianma world, which attests to their formidable might. As the son of a Demon King, Moe naturally attracted numerous followers. At this moment, Moe had risen to his feet, prompting many of the Tianma clan members to cease their cultivation. Subsequently, Moe and the others advanced toward Li Rufu's location. Kid, are you from the Jotian world? You truly are unfortunate. Encountering me today means your life is forfeit. Moe approached Li Rufu and spoke coldly, his voice booming and quickly drawing the attention of those nearby. Are you speaking to me? Li Rufu raised his head slightly, responding with indifference. What do you think? I expected you to be formidable. Yet you turn out to be an insignificant insect who hasn't even stepped into the divine realm. TSK, how dull. Kid, I grant you a chance to live. Kneel and bow 3 times, loudly proclaiming that all from the Jotian world are worthless. Perhaps, if I am in a good mood, I might spare your miserable life. Ha! Upon uttering these words, Moe erupted into raucous laughter. Insect from the Jotian world, why are you in a daze? Hurry and bow to our young master. Our young master is merciful. Do not be ungrateful. At this moment, the members of the Tianma clan began to ridicule Li Rufu shamelessly. How amusing. You are the first to demand I bow. I am quite curious about who has given you the audacity to speak to me in such a manner. As Li Rufu spoke, his gaze turned icy, and he swiftly stood before Moe. In an instant, to the astonishment of all present, he seized Moe by the throat and lifted him off the ground. Your strength. This is impossible. Moe began to struggle violently as fear flooded his eyes. He could not fathom how Li Rufu, merely at the peak of the immortal emperor realm, could exhibit such overwhelming power. Under this force, he found himself devoid of any chance to escape. You, kid, what do you intend to do? Release our young master at once. Otherwise, you will undoubtedly meet your demise today. After a moment, the Tianma clan members regained their composure and threatened Li Rufu. At this moment, their hearts brimmed with shock and fear. They had never anticipated that Li Rufu could so effortlessly subdue Moe. Are all of you from the Tianma clan fools? You dare to threaten me while he is in my grasp. It seems you are eager for his demise. Li Rufu revealed a disdainful smile in response to the threats from the Tianma clan. Kid, release the young master, and I can ensure your death is swift. Just then, a cold voice suddenly emanated from behind Li Rufu. Upon hearing this, Li Rufu's expression hardened, and he turned to face the speaker while still holding Moe. He had not sensed the presence of this person, indicating they were likely a protector of Moe. After discerning the appearance of the individual, Li Rufu contemplated briefly. Chapter 146, Tianma Mo Yuan, the Ancient Demon God. Greetings, Lord Mo Yuan. Simultaneously, the members of the Tianma clan knelt before the one who had just spoken, expressing their reverence. Mo Yuan, do hurry and rescue me. Act swiftly. I want this kid dead. Upon seeing Mo Yuan's arrival, Mo Yi's face lit up with delight. Casting aside his previous fear. Silence. Suddenly, Li Rufu swung his hand, striking Mo Yi with a vicious slap. This blow was immensely powerful, causing blood to stream from Mo Yi's mouth. You, insect, you dare strike me. You seek death. Mo Yuan, what are you waiting for? Act now. Mo Yi, humiliated in front of so many, was consumed by rage and lost all semblance of rationality. In the next moment, Mo Yuan wasted no time in attacking Li Rufu. His confidence to act came from knowing that Mo Yi possessed life-saving measures. Should Li Rufu harm Mo Yi, those measures would activate, allowing Mo Yuan to seize the opportunity to eliminate Li Rufu. Yet, Li Rufu would not allow their scheme to unfold as they wished. As Mo Yuan launched his attack, Li Rufu unhesitatingly transported Mo Yi into the Taichu Xiaoshiji. Once within the Taichu Xiaoshiji, no matter how many life-saving measures Mo Yi possessed, he would surely meet his end. Mo Yi's sudden disappearance caused Mo Yuan to halt in his tracks. Damn it, where have you taken the young master? I give you one last chance. Release him, and I may spare your life. Mo Yuan glared at Li Rufu, astonished by his abilities. To conceal Mo Yi right before his eyes without revealing any flaw was something Mo Yuan could scarcely believe, considering Li Rufu was merely an immortal emperor. Oh, you dare to boast? Since you care so much for that fellow, I shall send you to meet him. With that, Li Rufu's figure vanished from sight. Not good. This guy is up to something. Mo Yuan turned abruptly and unleashed a powerful punch without hesitation. Too late. You shall join him. With a snap of his fingers, Li Rufu's figure reappeared beside Mo Yuan, a peculiar smile gracing his lips. In an instant, Mo Yuan's figure also vanished from the scene. This spectacle rendered the onlookers utterly speechless, while the members of the Tianma clan began to tremble in fear. Next, it was your turn. After dealing with Mo Yuan, Li Rufeng suddenly cast his gaze upon the surrounding members of the Tianmo clan, revealing an unsettling smile. This is bad, everyone attack. Observing Li Rufeng's demeanor, the more perceptive members of the Tianmo clan immediately shouted and charged towards him. Kill. Soon, the remaining Tianmo clan members also launched their assaults on Li Rufeng. Rather than feeling fear in the face of the dozen or so attackers, Li Rufeng's lips curved into an excited smile. Crack. In the next moment, he seized one of the Tianmo clan members by the neck and effortlessly snapped it. Bang. Crack. With no pause, every breath that followed saw another Tianmo clan member fall to Li Rufeng's hand. Whether it was by a broken neck or a fist piercing through the chest, within less than 10 breaths, every member of the Tianmo clan lay lifeless on the ground. Is that all? How dull. Shaking off the blood that stained his hands, Li Rufeng remarked with a hint of dissatisfaction. Damn, is this guy a demon? After killing so many, he still appears unsated. The Tianmo clan, usually so arrogant, never anticipated provoking a harbinger of death today. I wonder what this harbinger's name is. I truly wish to make his acquaintance. However, it's best to prioritize my own life. If that harbinger assumes I am seeking trouble, it could be fatal. Li Rufeng's actions swiftly incited both caution and curiosity among the onlookers from other realms. Many yearned to be acquainted with him, but upon recalling the brutal scene they had just witnessed, they quickly dismissed the thought. After all, nothing is more precious than one's own life. Li Rufeng naturally observed the reactions of those around him, yet he felt no interest in them. Once he had dealt with every member of the Tianmo clan, he returned to his original position and sat cross-legged. Soon after, his consciousness transcended into the Tai Chu small world. Kid, you finally appeared. Where's this place? Hurry and release me. Otherwise, my father will not let this go. Upon seeing Li Rufeng, Mo Yi began to scream frantically. Bang. In the next instant, before Mo Yi could finish his sentence, Li Rufeng raised his hand and obliterated his body. Young master, you. Witnessing Mo Yi dissolve into a mist of blood, Mo Yuan's eyes instantly filled with crimson. Bang. Again, without granting Mo Yuan a chance to speak, Li Rufeng crushed him as well. Thereafter, Li Rufeng began to probe into their memories. 1 demon lord, for demon emperors, 8 demon kings, 10 demon monarchs, 10 ancient demon gods, 10 layers of heaven. The seal is loosening. At most, it will take 1,000 years. Soon, Li Rufeng gleaned some critical information from their memories. The 9 heavens world is indeed sealing 10 ancient demon gods of the Tianmo clan. Moreover, in merely 1,000 years, these ancient demon gods could break free from their confinement. It appears that the concern previously expressed by the Divine Lord pertained to this matter. One demon lord posed a significant challenge for the divine lord, and should 10 ancient demon gods, even more formidable than the demon lord, emerge, the nine heavens world might be in peril. However, there is still some time. The outcome remains uncertain. Forget it. I will contemplate how to obtain the chi of the origin path. The matter of the ancient demon gods is not urgent. Shaking his head, Rufeng chose not to dwell on it further. In the next moment, his consciousness departed from the Tai Chu small world and returned to his body. Meanwhile, in the Tian Mo world, the news of Mo Yi's death was swiftly relayed to the demon king Mo Yang, who happened to be Mo Yi's father. This is unacceptable. The power absorbed by this array is far too little. It seems I must delve deeper into the chaos sea of origin. With my strength, exposing myself in the chaos sea of origin will undoubtedly be perilous. However, to comprehend the chi of the origin path, I have no choice but to take this risk. I have a feeling that if I fail to grasp the chi of the origin path this time, dire consequences will ensue. The words from my future self have indeed left me quite unsettled. After nearly half an hour of effort, Rufeng still had not figured out how to comprehend the chi of the origin path. Thus, to enhance the likelihood of understanding it, he made a bold decision. In the next moment, Rufeng rose and walked towards the edge of the barrier. This movement quickly attracted the attention of many around him. Subsequently, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Rufeng halted at the barrier's edge. The one who set up this barrier possesses unfathomable strength. Yet, they cannot stop me. I just wonder if breaking the barrier will provoke the Zi Xiao Tiangong into action. Although I struck first, it would be wise for them to remain compliant. After all, I do not consume beef. As his words fell, Rufeng raised his right hand and, without hesitation, struck the barrier before him. With the power of the Tai Chu small world augmenting his strength, Rufeng easily punched a hole through the barrier. Following this, his figure vanished from the spot, directly entering the Chaos Sea of Origin through the breach. Chapter 147, Chaos Sea of Origin, Chi of the Origin Path. What the hell? This harbinger of death actually shattered the barrier. Does he wish for us all to perish here? This is bad. We must leave quickly. On the stone platform, as they witnessed the barrier beginning to fracture, panic ensued among the crowd. They knew nothing of the Chaos Sea of Origin, but any reasonable person understood the purpose of this barrier. Now that the barrier was breached, their first thought was to curse Rufeng. Their second thought was to flee the area immediately. Run. That lunatic is determined to die, and he wants to drag us down with him. Hurry and leave. If we delay, we won't be able to escape. Soon, everyone ceased their cultivation and hurried toward the exit. In an instant, the scene became chaotic. Meanwhile, Rufeng had already reached a position several dozen miles away from the barrier. Good heavens, I am fortunate to possess two of the finest physical constitutions in existence. Were I an ordinary person, I would likely have been reduced to ashes. As he felt the eerie power continuously eroding his body and soul, Rufeng couldn't help but sigh. At that moment, he truly understood what the Chaos Sea of Origin entailed. He also comprehended why the Zhixiao Tiangong had established that barrier within the Chaos Sea of Origin. Ding. Host, in the Chaos Sea of Origin, all rules are chaotic and disorderly. In other words, here, time and space are unbound by any rules. Just then, the system's voice suddenly resounded. System? What do you mean by that? Hearing the system's words, Rufeng inquired in confusion. It means you may not be able to return. What? What do you mean by not being able to return? System, do not frighten me. It is as it sounds. Because the time and space here are chaotic. What seems like only a second may have already spanned a year. Similarly, what appears to be within arm's reach may, in reality, be separated by billions of miles. Thus, it will be exceedingly difficult for you to leave here. System, since you are aware of this, why did you not inform me beforehand? This is it. I cannot be trapped here indefinitely, can I? After listening to the system's explanation, Rufeng felt as if the sky were collapsing. Although he would not die, being eternally trapped in the Chaos Sea of Origin would be little different from death. Just thinking about it made Rufeng's expression grow increasingly grim. Ah, dear host. You did not even inquire of me, the system responded. Moreover, it is not impossible to leave this place. Once you comprehend the essence of the primordial Dao Qi, the primordial Chaos Sea will feel as familiar to you as your own home, allowing for effortless comings and goings. Such ease of movement. I thank you, system. If I had any confidence in grasping the primordial Dao Qi, would my countenance be so grim? I know not even what the primordial Dao Qi is, so how am I to comprehend it? Rufeng said weakly. Ahem, this matter is beyond the system's purview, the system replied. Dear host, persevere, and the system shall quietly support you. Upon hearing the system's response, Rufeng felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. Considering your utter lack of direction, the system can provide you with a clue. All powers within the primordial Chaos Sea are derived from the transformation of primordial Dao Qi. This is a complimentary clue from the system. Should you require further hints, you must expend your kill points. The system's voice echoed once more. Powers within the primordial chaos sea are all derived from primordial Dao Qi. Is this truly a clue? System, you are rather unreliable, Li Rufeng complained. However, the system offered no further reply to his grievances, prompting Li Rufeng to fall into silence. Though he did not understand why the system would offer such seemingly useless advice, he found himself contemplating its meaning. Thus, time passed quietly, and what Li Rufeng perceived as the burning of a stick of incense elapsed. As for the actual duration, none could ascertain. Transformation. Primordial Dao Qi transforms various powers. Primordial Dao Qi transforms. Primordial chaos. Wait, I seem to grasp the method. Suddenly, a look of excitement lit up Li Rufeng's face as he murmured to himself. He then settled into a cross-legged position. In the next instant, the powers of the primordial chaos sea surged toward him from all directions. No, the pace is too slow. A thought occurred to him, and Li Rufeng shut his eyes, directing his consciousness into the Taichu small world. In an instant, under Li Rufeng's control, the Taichu small world began to exert its influence. In the external realm, a small vortex gradually formed at the location of Li Rufeng's dantian. Soon after, the powers of the primordial chaos sea were continuously drawn into the vortex. The other end of the vortex connected to the Taichu small world. As vast amounts of primordial chaos powers entered the Taichu small world, a joyful smile broke across Li Rufeng's face. It is effective. Utilizing the Taichu small world not only accelerates my comprehension of primordial Dao Qi, but also significantly enhances the power within the Taichu small world. Thus, it is indeed a double boon. Feeling the multitude of Dao powers accumulating within the Taichu small world, Li Rufeng chuckled to himself. The method for comprehending primordial Dao Qi is quite simple. Since primordial Dao Qi evolves into various Dao powers, the reverse must also hold true. By merging all Dao powers together, one can attain primordial Dao Qi. Although this method may not guarantee success, Li Rufeng held considerable confidence in it. As time gradually passed, the array of Dao powers in the Taichu small world grew increasingly abundant. It is time to begin. I hope for success. Seeing that the Dao powers had reached sufficient quantity, Li Rufeng initiated the final fusion steps. Within the Taichu small world, he effortlessly grasped the various Dao powers. He then forcefully gathered these disparate Dao powers into his palm. After a few breaths, an energy sphere composed of hundreds of Dao powers materialized in Li Rufeng's hand. Due to the significant repulsion among the various Dao powers, the fusion process proved exceedingly arduous. Without the strength of the Taichu small world, Li Rufeng would undoubtedly have struggled to achieve this step. Merge. Gazing at the chaotic clash of powers in his hand, Li Rufeng's eyes narrowed as he increased the force he wielded. Thus, after nearly half an hour of persistence, the various Dao powers in his hand finally fused together. At this moment, the energy sphere had undergone a substantial transformation. Its most notable change was its color. Unlike before, which was a vibrant array of hues, the current sphere radiated only black and white. However, upon closer inspection, one would discern that these colors were not pure, as traces of other colors intertwined within. Is this primordial Dao Qi? No, it is still lacking. Presently, approximately 90% of the Dao powers have been fused. It appears that to fully manifest primordial Dao Qi, all Dao powers must be integrated. The surrounding Dao powers have largely been absorbed into the Taichu small world, yet there remains a deficit of that final 10%. Next, I must change locations. Having arrived at this realization, Li Rufeng retracted the black and white energy sphere in his hand, withdrawing his consciousness from the Taichu small world. Soon, Li Rufeng's consciousness returned to his body. He then stood up and began to walk in a random direction. While the primordial chaos sea contains all the Dao powers of the world, not every area possesses every type of Dao power. Thus, the next phase would test Li Rufeng's fortune. If luck is on his side, he may collect all the Dao powers in the next location. However, if misfortune befalls him, it could take days, months, years, or even a lifetime for him to gather all the Dao powers. Yet this time, fortune seemed to favor Li Rufeng. The process of collecting Dao powers proved far more seamless than he had anticipated. In just 2.5 days, he had nearly gathered the remaining 10% of Dao powers. System, which Dao powers are still lacking? As the collection of Dao powers approached completion, Li Rufeng inquired of the system. For remain, fate, causality, creation, and belief. 4. All highly ranked Dao powers. I recall that the power of belief can accelerate the evolution of the Taichu small world. Perhaps that method may assist me in acquiring the power of belief. As for the other 3, it seems I must continue to rely on chance. Upon hearing the system's response, Li Rufeng murmured to himself, alas, let us first secure the power of belief. After a moment of contemplation, he sighed softly. Subsequently, Li Rufeng created dozens of avatars. sending them to roam the primordial chaos sea in search of fortune. Meanwhile, his main body entered the Taichu small world. Once inside the Taichu small world, Li Rufeng sensed his surroundings before vanishing, heading straight in a particular direction. The Taichu small world had undergone hundreds of thousands of years of evolution. During this time, it transformed from a lifeless realm into one teeming with various forms of life, including humanity. However, as the human race had only recently emerged, they had yet to develop a comprehensive cultivation system. At the foot of a mountain, a village nestled in the landscape. Home to a few hundred members of the human race, the first generation born within the Taichu small world. Although there was no guidance, the inhabitants of this village had embarked on the path of cultivation through a series of explorations. However, among them, the most formidable warriors barely possessed the strength of the foundational stage. The purpose of Li Rufen's journey was this village, specifically, the inhabitants within. Suddenly, a frantic shout pierced the tranquility of the village. Sound the alarm. We are under attack by demon beasts. Everyone, grab your weapons and prepare for battle. The once serene village erupted in chaos. Ernyo, what is the situation? What kind of demon beasts are we facing? How many of them are there? An elderly man with white hair hurried to the village entrance and inquired of a brawny figure. Village chief, it's the Chinyu wolves. There are quite a few of them. Initial estimates suggest at least 100, Ernyo promptly replied. What? 100 Chinyu wolves? This is dire. If there is a wolf king leading them, we may be doomed. The village chief's expression turned grave upon hearing Ernyo's response. Village chief, you should quickly take the elderly, children, and women to safety. The remaining villagers will fend off the Chinyu wolves and buy you time to escape, Ernyo proposed. In this situation, it seems we have no choice. But those who remain may. The village chief hesitated momentarily. Someone must hold the Chinyu wolves at bay. As long as you can escape safely, I, Ernyo, will have no regrets. I believe those willing to stay with me feel the same way, Ernyo spoke earnestly. Very well. I will stop the evacuation. This area is entrusted to you. The village chief finally acquiesced for the greater good. The village chief then departed to gather the elderly, children, and those without combat capability. Upon hearing of the invasion by over 100 Chinyu wolves, the men of the village did not hesitate to remain behind. Soon, nearly 70 robust villagers gathered at the entrance. Everyone, we must buy enough time for the village chief and the others to retreat. This means those who stay will face great peril. However, dying for our loved ones is worth it. As the dense pack of Chinyu wolves drew near, Ernyo began to shout. For our loved ones, we die without regret. For our loved ones, we die without regret. The villagers echoed in unison, inspired by Ernyo's fervor. Meanwhile, under the village chief's call, the remaining villagers had gathered, ready to flee. Everyone, the Chinyu wolves are fierce. We must evacuate immediately. As long as the mountains remain, we need not fear the absence of firewood. Now, everyone, head east at once. No one is to stop without my command, the village chief declared, his tone filled with gravity. Understood. Soon, obeying the village chief's orders, the villagers began to leave the village, heading eastward. Huh, who's there? Show yourself. After the elderly, women, and children had vacated the village chief suddenly turned to a direction and spoke coldly. In the next moment, a figure emerged from the corner of a house. Sang, what are you doing here? Hurry and evacuate with the others, the village chief admonished sternly upon recognizing the person. Grandfather, I want to stay with you. If you do not leave, I will not leave alone, Sang murmured, her gaze lowered, unable to meet the village chief's eyes. Nonsense. Leave at once. Normally, it would be fine, but today you must listen to me, the village chief scolded loudly. Then why aren't you leaving? Aren't you also an elder? You should evacuate as well, Sang replied, feeling wronged. I am an elder, yet I am also the village chief. The villagers, including Ernyo, are still fighting against the demon beasts. As their leader, how can I abandon them? The village chief explained. Sang, your grandfather is old and has not many years left. Whether I leave or not is no longer significant. But you are still young, your parents entrusted you to me, and I cannot let you perish here. Please, just listen to your grandfather this once. Hurry and go. If you delay, it will be too late. The village chief approached Sang, his expression softening. But Sang continued to lower her head, tears brimming in her eyes. Very well. I will stay to help Ernyo fend off the demon beasts. Once you are a safe distance away, we will follow after you. Although I am old, in terms of strength, those young ones are no match for me. A few demon beasts are not enough to harm me, the village chief continued, trying to reassure her. Really? Grandfather, you wouldn't deceive me, would you? I've heard there are 100 Chinyu wolves. No matter how strong you are, you cannot be their match. Sang raised her head to question the village chief. Rest assured, there is still Ernyo and the others. While we may not be able to eliminate all the Chinyu wolves, we should be able to retreat safely. Now, Sang, you must leave quickly. Only when you are safe can your grandfather follow to catch up with you. Seeing time was of the essence, the village chief urged her. Okay then, grandfather. Please be safe. I will wait for you ahead. After much persuasion, Sang finally agreed to evacuate the village first. Sigh, Sang, I am sorry. Do not blame your grandfather for deceiving you. I only wish for your survival. I will bless you from below. The village chief murmured as he watched Sang-Sang's figure grow distant. As Sang-Sang's silhouette began to blur, the village chief resolutely turned around and walked toward the entrance of the village. Chapter 149. The Wolf King Submits. The Creator God. Kill. Do not let a single Qingyu wolf pass the village entrance. With a command from Ernyo, everyone charged towards the approaching Qingyu wolves. Each face bore an expression of fearless determination, none willing to retreat even a step due to the threat of death. Upon seeing Ernyo and the others emerge from the village, the leading Qingyu wolf, the Wolf King, let out a howl. In the next moment, all the Qingyu wolves surged forward towards the villagers. The battle was about to commence. Meanwhile, the village chief had also arrived at the village entrance. Upon witnessing the multitude of Qingyu wolves, he decisively joined the fray. Instantly, chaos erupted as humans and wolves clashed. What a coincidence. According to the natural law of survival of the fittest, I should not intervene. However, I still need the belief power these people provide. If they all perish, it would pose quite a challenge for me. Therefore, little wolves, today is your unlucky day. High above, Li Rufeng happened upon the scene of the human-wolf battle and began to murmur to himself. Originally the master of the Tai Chu small world, Li Rufeng had not intended to interfere in the conflicts among the various species within. However, considering his urgent need for belief power, he resolved to save these beleaguered human inhabitants from the onslaught of the Qingyu wolves. Upon reaching a decision, Li Rufen's figure vanished from sight in an instant. In the next moment, he appeared before the Wolf King. The moment Li Rufen materialized, the chaotic combatants and wolves alike found themselves immobilized, their movements stifled by his overwhelming presence. Soon, Ernyo and others, as well as the Qingyu wolves, turned their gazes towards the suddenly materialized Li Rufen. What is happening? Why am I unable to move? When did this person appear? Furthermore, his attire is quite peculiar. Not far away, Ernyo stood frozen, his eyes fixated on the unexpectedly appearing Li Rufen. Upon noticing Li Rufen's distinctive clothing, curiosity sparked within him. Not only Ernyo, but the others were also filled with intrigue regarding Li Rufen. On the side of the Wolf King, upon locking eyes with Li Rufen, it trembled uncontrollably, its gaze betraying profound terror. This little wolf possesses remarkable discernment. No wonder beasts are inherently adept at sensing danger. Observing the frightened demeanor of the Wolf King, Li Rufen spoke, somewhat taken aback. Let us negotiate. You and your pack, depart at once. In return, I will show you mercy and spare you this time. How does that sound? Given the scarcity of races emerging in the Taichu small world, Li Rufen chose not to eliminate these Qingyu wolves directly. Of course, should the Wolf King prove obstinate, the matter would be different. However, it was evident that the Wolf King would not be foolish enough to grant Li Rufen the chance to slaughter them. Upon hearing Li Rufen's words, the Wolf King nodded in agreement. To demonstrate its submission, it lay down and exposed its belly. Oh, you are rather understanding. Very well. Now, hasten and lead your wolves away. Witnessing the Wolf King voluntarily reveal its most vulnerable position, Li Rufen smiled and spoke. In the next moment, the Wolf King rose and cautiously took a few steps. Regarding the Wolf King's comical actions, Li Rufen merely chuckled and paid it no mind. Oh well. Seemingly assured that Li Rufen would not harm it, the Wolf King grew bolder. Soon, it turned and ran towards a distance, not forgetting to issue a retreat command to the other Qingyu wolves. Upon hearing the Wolf King's call to retreat, the remaining Qingyu wolves wasted no time, each turning to follow the Wolf King's lead. The Wolf King is actually leading the pack in retreat. Who is this person? Merely by speaking a few words, he has caused the Wolf King to flee in disarray. Nearby, the village chief stared in astonishment at the retreating Qingyu wolves. Particularly, his gaze towards Li Rufen began to brim with respect. Are you their leader? Just as the village chief was still reeling in shock, Li Rufen suddenly appeared before him and inquired nonchalantly. Yes, indeed. I am their village chief. Without a moment to ponder, the village chief hurriedly responded. Village chief? Whatever. I have matters that require your attention. First, lead me into your village for a look. Then, gather all your people. Li Rufen instructed. Very well, esteemed deity. Please come this way. Hearing Li Rufen's words, the village chief immediately spoke with utmost reverence. Deity? Haha, how amusing. To you, I truly qualify as a deity. A creator god. After jesting lightly, Li Rufen proceeded towards the village entrance, disregarding the village chief and his companions. Creator god. The village chief was so taken aback by Li Rufen's casual mention that he struggled to articulate a coherent response. Village chief, what did that person just say to you? While the village chief was still in a state of shock, Ernyo approached him and asked, Be cautious. That is the creator god. If you wish to live, show him the respect he deserves. The wrath of the divine is not something mere mortals like us can endure. Seeing Ernyo's lack of respect towards Li Rufen, the village chief immediately admonished him sternly. Creator god? This. Village chief, I was unaware earlier, hence my disrespectful remarks. I hope I have not brought calamity upon the village. Hearing the village chief's words, Ernyo immediately became flustered and panicked. I do not know. However, since the creator god has not punished you, he likely does not hold your insolence against you. But you must approach the creator god and apologize to demonstrate your sincerity. The village chief instructed. Yes, I will go and apologize to the creator god at once. Ernyo nodded vigorously. Very well, hurry and gather the villagers. Furthermore, inform them of the creator god's identity. Be sure to remind them not to engage in any disrespectful behavior before the creator god. Afterward, call back those who previously retreated. The village chief commanded Ernyo. Understood, village chief. Without hesitation, Ernyo complied with the village chief's instructions. Seeing this, the village chief said no more and turned to follow after Li Rufen. Meanwhile, Li Rufen had already entered the village. Observing the primitive architecture surrounding him, a sense of nostalgia washed over Li Rufen. Esteemed sir, please follow me. I have sent someone to summon back the villagers who previously retreated. You may rest for a while. Once they return, I will inform you immediately. At that moment, the village chief caught up to Li Rufen and spoke with utmost respect. Hearing the village chief's words, Li Rufen offered no further comment, merely nodding slightly. Subsequently, the village chief led Li Rufen to the most luxurious room in the village for him to rest. On the other side, Ernyo had already begun pursuing the villagers who had retreated. Chapter 150, Divine Envoy Sang, Cultivation Enlightenment. A quarter of an hour later. Esteemed sir, the villagers have all gathered. The village chief entered Li Rufen's resting room and spoke respectfully. Oh, then lead me there. Upon hearing the village chief's words, Li Rufen rose and replied calmly. Yes, esteemed sir, please follow me. The village chief responded. Following the village chief's lead, Li Rufen arrived at an open space within the village. Here, over 200 villagers had already assembled. The moment Li Rufen appeared, all the villagers turned their attention towards him, especially those elderly and women who had retreated. Their faces were filled with curiosity. Ahem, what are you all dawdling for? Why aren't you greeting the creator god? Meanwhile, seeing the villagers' lack of response, the village chief immediately raised his voice to remind them. Salutations to the creator god. In the next instant, all the villagers knelt on the ground and reverently proclaimed. Observing the villagers kneeling before him, Li Rufen maintained a calm demeanor and began to sense their cultivation talents. With a mere glance, the cultivation aptitude of over 200 individuals became clear to him. Alas, all quite ordinary. Truly, extraordinary talents do not arise so easily. However, it matters not. I only require the power of faith. Subpar talent is acceptable. As long as they are devout, it is sufficient. Despite the number exceeding 200, Li Rufen did not discover anyone with remarkable cultivation talent. Yet, he remained unconcerned by this. All right, you may rise. The reason I summoned you here is that I have certain tasks for you. Furthermore, I intend to select one among you to become my divine envoy. The responsibilities of the divine envoy are simple. First, gather the power of faith for me. Second, manage and uphold the order of this realm. Third, disseminate the methods of cultivation. Before long, Li Rufen began to articulate his intentions. Esteemed sir, may I ask whom you plan to choose as your divine envoy? Beside him, the village chief inquired with a trace of curiosity. You have indeed asked me a question. With such ordinary talents, whom should I select? As he spoke, Li Rufen cast a sweeping gaze over the hundreds of villagers gathered before him. Ahem, esteemed sir, I dare to ask. Do you have any particular requirements for this divine messenger? I am quite familiar with the abilities of the villagers. Perhaps I could assist you in finding a suitable candidate. Noticing Li Rufen's indecision, the village chief approached respectfully. Is that so? There are no special requirements. The age must not be too young or too old, and they must be wholly devoted to serving me. Other than that, it matters not. Li Rufeng replied with a nonchalant tone. Just these? If so, I can certainly help you choose a fitting candidate. Perhaps you should rest for now. I will bring someone to meet you shortly. The village chief suggested upon hearing Li Rufeng's response. Very well, I shall entrust this matter to you. However, do not keep me waiting too long, Li Rufeng said, turning to leave in the direction from which he came. Yes, my lord. The village chief replied hastily as Li Rufeng departed. The village chief then began the task of selecting someone who would satisfy Li Rufeng. After a short while, at the entrance of Li Rufeng's resting chamber, There was a knock. "My lord, I have brought the person you requested," came the village chief's voice from outside. "Come in." Li Rufeng's calm voice resonated from within the room. The door creaked open, and a figure stepped inside, followed by the village chief, who closed the door with a beaming smile as he exited. Inside the room, Li Rufeng looked up at the figure that had entered, revealing a hint of surprise on his face. "What is your name? And who told you to dress this way?" he inquired, observing the young woman before him, her cheeks slightly flushed and appearing somewhat bashful in her revealing attire. I am Xianxiang," she stammered, lowering her head. "Xianxiang, was it your grandfather who advised you to dress this way? Who is your grandfather?" Li Rufeng continued his questioning. "My grandfather is the village chief," she replied softly, her small hands trembling slightly with nervousness. "I see. That explains why your grandfather was so eager earlier. It seems he wished to offer you the position of divine messenger," Li Rufeng realized. Understanding the village chief's intentions and why Xianxiang had come to his chamber clad in such minimal clothing. "My lord, this has nothing to do with my grandfather. It is I who wish to be your divine messenger. If punishment is to be given, let it be to me, but do not harm my grandfather." Xianxiang suddenly knelt before him, pleading earnestly. Did I ever say I would punish your grandfather? Nonetheless, he has done well this time. After all, you are quite pleasing to the eye, and I am satisfied," Li Rufeng replied calmly, maintaining his composure. "Rise. Who becomes the divine messenger is not a matter of concern. It shall be you," he declared. "Thank you, my lord," Xianxiang exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy as she stood, adopting a posture of utmost respect. "Let us discuss serious matters. You should recall the 3 duties of a divine messenger that I mentioned earlier. Next, I will impart to you the methods of cultivation and elevate your abilities. After all, as my divine messenger, you must manage this realm for me. And being too weak would reflect poorly on my reputation," Li Rufeng stated. "I will follow your every command, my lord," Xianxiang replied earnestly. "Very well, let us begin," Li Rufeng said, and in an instant, he appeared before her. He then raised his right hand and placed it upon her forehead. In the next moment, a comprehensive system of cultivation methods flooded into Xianxiang's mind, covering everything from qi refinement to immortal emperor. This process was swift, lasting but a few breaths, and soon the teachings were imprinted in her consciousness. Following this, Li Rufeng produced dozens of heavenly spiritual materials and infused them into Xianxiang's body. As these materials merged with her, her physique became increasingly ethereal and alluring. "System, is there a way to elevate her to the realm of immortal emperor?" Li Rufeng inquired internally, gazing at Xianxiang, whose potential had already significantly improved. Ding! To the esteemed host. Consuming 10 million kill points will allow the purchase of 1 elevation to immortal emperor level. This elevation will incur no side effects. 10 million? Very well. Commence the elevation, Li Rufeng instructed. Consuming 10 million kill points, the elevation to immortal emperor begins. In the next instant, a tremendous force appeared above Xianxiang's head and surged directly into her being. Qi refinement, foundation establishment, great emperor, immortal sovereign, immortal emperor. In the blink of an eye, Xianxiang's cultivation soared from qi refinement to immortal emperor. Throughout the process, she exhibited no signs of distress. So powerful. This elevation feels even more potent than my own rewards. It seems I need to acquire more kill points, Li Rufeng mused internally. Meanwhile, Xianxiang, who had never experienced the hardships of cultivation, slowly opened her eyes. Upon sensing the knowledge of cultivation within her mind and the power coursing through her body, she found herself momentarily dazed. "My lord, what is this?" she asked, a hint of bewilderment in her voice. "It is merely the immortal emperor level, nothing extraordinary. You need not be overly astonished. The cultivation methods beyond the immortal emperor will be imparted to you in due time. For now, your abilities are sufficient to manage the Tai Chi small world. The task of gathering faith power will be entrusted to you. Do not let me down," Li Rufeng said with a composed demeanor. "Rest assured, my lord, I will exert every effort to gather faith power for you," Xianxiang replied with utmost seriousness. "Very well. From this moment forth, you are the divine messenger of Tai Chi, and I shall be the lord of Tai Chi when gathering faith power. Use my title," Li Rufeng stated, nodding in affirmation. "Understood," Xianxiang responded earnestly. "Since you have noted that, you may return now." Having conveyed all he needed to say, Li Rufeng dismissed her. However, upon hearing his words, Xianxiang appeared hesitant. Do you have something else to say?" Li Rufeng inquired, observing her indecision. My lord, do you not require my services?" Xianxiang, aware that she had little to offer in return, suggested, "If you wish, I can." She looked down, her delicate features flushed with shyness. "What do you take me for? Do you think I am a man who covets beauty?" Li Rufeng responded sternly, his expression serious. "No, my lord, you misunderstand. If you do not desire it, I shall take my leave," Xianxia quickly retorted, fearing she had offended him. Immediately, without waiting for Li Rufeng to speak, Xianxia turned to leave the room. Wait a moment. At that instant, Li Rufeng suddenly called out to stop Xianxia. My lord, do you have any further orders? Upon hearing Li Rufen's voice, Xianxia quickly turned around and inquired respectfully. Ahem. Indeed. There are a few matters I neglected to mention to you. Moreover, this is of utmost importance and must not be overheard by outsiders. Therefore, please come closer. Li Rufeng said calmly, a hint of caution evident on his face. Understood. Although puzzled by Li Rufen's sudden demeanor, Xianxia dared not refuse his command. Soon, she stood before Li Rufeng. What would you like to discuss, my lord? Xianxia asked curiously. Hearing her question, Li Rufeng leaned closer and whispered a few words into her ear. Ah, what a surprise. After a few breaths, Xianxia suddenly gasped, her face flushing with embarrassment. Following that, she began to fulfill the task assigned to her by Li Rufeng. The following day, high above the skies, Li Rufeng stood in the air, his complexion noticeably more vibrant than before. Is this the power of belief? It truly is a remarkable force, he mused, feeling the surge of energy within him. With the power of belief now in his possession, it was time to depart. Li Rufeng spoke softly, his gaze drifting down toward the village below. Moments later, he withdrew his gaze, and his figure instantly vanished. Meanwhile, in the village below, Xianxia stood outside the door, gazing at the spot where Li Rufeng had disappeared. Behind her stood the village chief. Xianxia, the Lord is a creator deity, not someone we mere mortals can approach. So do not overthink it. Consider it a beautiful memory, the village chief advised solemnly. Yes, I understand. I have known from the beginning. Grandfather, the Lord has left. We too must attend to our duties. Gather everyone in the village. I will share the cultivation methods the Lord passed on to me. After that, I shall leave the village to assist the Lord in gathering the power of belief, Xianxia stated calmly. All right, I will do so immediately. The village chief responded with a nod before turning to walk away. Sighing to himself, he thought of how Xianxia seemed to have transformed entirely. On the other side, in the primordial chaos sea, after departing from the Tai Chu small world, Li Rufeng recalled all of his avatars. Excellent. It appears fortune has consistently favored me, he said. A joyful smile spreading across his face as he sensed the 3 additional powers coursing through his body. Now, all the powers of the great paths have been gathered. Next, I shall condense the primordial path energy. With that, Li Rufeng raised his hand, summoning the mass of pseudo-primordial path energy that was just missing 4 types of great path energy. Without hesitation, he merged the remaining 4 powers into that mass of energy. However, to his surprise, this final step proved to be more challenging than the previous fusion of the pseudo-primordial path energy. So close to the finish line, and you wish to hinder me? Humph. Mere primordial path energy, merge. With a commanding shout, the power of the Tai Chu small world surged into Li Rufeng. Boom. A loud explosion echoed as the 4 types of great path energy successfully integrated into the pseudo-primordial path energy. Instantly, the energy in his hand split into 2 spheres. One black and one white. Haha. It worked. It worked. I have finally succeeded. Feeling the overwhelming aura emanating from the black and white primordial path energy, Li Rufeng could not contain his laughter. Congratulations, esteemed host. With the primordial path energy now in your possession, you may leave the primordial chaos sea at any time. At that moment, the system's voice resonated. Finally, I can escape this wretched place. I thought it would be difficult. Yet it took merely 3 to 4 days to achieve this. I truly am a genius, Li Rufeng mused. Time to depart. I wonder if the Xixiao Heavenly Palace will seek retribution for shattering the barrier? However, trouble would be welcomed. I am eager to test the might of the primordial path energy. They had best recognize the opportunity one offer. Furthermore, he thought, I hope the Tianma clan sends more people to confront me. That previous individual seemed to hold a significant status. Li Rufeng murmured, a glimmer of anticipation gracing his features. In the next moment, he vanished from his location. Before long, Li Rufeng arrived at the site of the broken barrier. Repaired so quickly? This speed is astonishing. Are you not compelling me to shatter it once more? He remarked, gazing at the fully restored barrier. Without hesitation, he raised his hand and struck the barrier. Bang! Crack! As the attack landed, a large hole appeared in the barrier once more. Seeing this, Li Rufeng stepped through the opening, entering the interior of the barrier. However, this time he found no one within. Could it be that it only opens at certain intervals? No matter, it does not concern me. I shall exit first. Without further contemplation, he leaped toward the nearby exit. Moments later, he re-emerged within the Xixiao Heavenly Palace. Chapter 152. Time waits for no one. A flick of the fingers spans 100,000 years. Who are you? How did you emerge from this teleportation array? Wasn't it stated that the next activation would be in 3 years? Upon his appearance, Li Rufeng quickly drew the attention of many disciples nearby. One disciple boldly approached him, demanding an explanation. What business is it of yours? I have someone on high. Is that not permissible? After a few indifferent remarks, Li Rufeng chose to ignore the curious disciples of the Xixiao Heavenly Palace and turned to leave. What? Someone on high? That cannot be. This regulation was issued personally by the palace master. Could he be a newly accepted direct disciple? The questioning disciple pondered aloud. Nonsense. Even direct disciples do not possess such privileges. I suspect he is the palace master's son, another disciple chimed in. I think otherwise. Perhaps he is an heir from an extraordinary power or the young master of a prominent clan, suggested yet another disciple. I disagree. I believe he is. Thus, a multitude of disciples engaged in speculation about Li Rufen's identity. Meanwhile, Li Rufeng had already arrived in the plaza of the Xixiao Heavenly Palace, oblivious to the rampant conjectures sparked by his casual remarks. How do I return? It seems I need to inquire with someone from the Xixiao Heavenly Palace. Upon reaching the plaza, Li Rufeng suddenly realized he had no idea how to return to the celestial realm. Just as he contemplated seeking someone from the Xixiao Heavenly Palace for assistance, a figure suddenly descended from the sky, appearing before him. You, Elder Zhao. Li Rufeng exclaimed upon recognizing the newcomer. It's you. How could you possibly be alive? This is impossible. In stark contrast to Li Rufen's calm demeanor, Elder Zhao looked as though he had seen a ghost. Elder Zhao, you are somewhat ill-suited for delivering cold humor. Just as I pondered how to return, I thought perhaps you might know the way back to the xianxia. Li Rufeng, undeterred by Elder Zhao's reaction, inquired about the method of returning to the celestial realm. How on earth did you survive? In response to Li Rufeng's question, Elder Zhao remained in a state of shock, his curiosity piqued. It was simply a matter of doing this, then that, and finally the other thing. Thus, I managed to survive. Understand? Li Rufeng replied nonchalantly. What do you mean by this and that? What do I comprehend? I don't understand anything. Upon hearing Li Rufeng's dismissive response, Elder Zhao's lips twitched, filled with silent exasperation. Very well, since you are reluctant to elaborate, I shall not press further. Returning is quite simple. I can open a passage for you. After a brief pause, Elder Zhao spoke softly. Oh, then please hasten to open the passage, Li Rufeng responded promptly. By the way, Elder Zhao, I damaged the barrier there. Are you not planning to take any action against me? Suddenly recalling something, Li Rufeng asked, his face betraying a hint of anticipation. Elder Zhao's expression turned quizzical at Li Rufeng's inquiry. Is this lad unwell? I haven't even spoken yet, and he is already asking. What does that eager expression mean? Is he afraid we want to trouble him? Elder Zhao mused silently to himself. Ahem. It is merely a barrier. For my Xixiao Tiangong, it is insignificant. Had you emerged sooner, perhaps the palace master would have sought an explanation from you. However, now, the palace master has likely forgotten about this matter. Thus, you are fortunate this time. And do you truly wish to return now? Your survival from that place indicates you possess unique abilities. If you are willing, you may join my Xixiao Tiangong. I can guarantee you will become a true disciple. This way, not only need you not worry about the barrier, but you also stand to preserve your life. I see you have made no progress in your cultivation. Remaining in Xixiao Tiangong is your best option at this juncture. After a moment of silence, Elder Zhao suddenly spoke. What do you mean? What do you mean by preserving my life? Elder Zhao, do you truly believe Xixiao Tiangong could take my life? Li Rufeng replied calmly. What are you saying? Why would Xixiao Tiangong desire your life? Elder Zhao countered. Then what did you mean by that? Li Rufeng asked in confusion. I was referring to the people of the Tianma clan. If you return now, aren't you delivering yourself to them? The God Lord is struggling to safeguard himself. Do you still expect him to protect your growth? Elder Zhao stated nonchalantly. The Tianma clan? Is it because I killed those members of the Tianma clan? But didn't the God Lord say he could hold on for at least 10,000 years? Why has it suddenly become a matter of self-preservation? Upon hearing Elder Zhao's words, Li Rufeng began to ponder aloud. 10,000 years. Are you truly unaware, or are you feigning ignorance? At that moment, Elder Zhao suddenly asked with an unusual expression. What? Elder Zhao, if you have something to say, please do. What should I know? Li Rufeng frowned at Elder Zhao's questioning, an uneasy premonition creeping into his mind. It seems the flow of time in that place differs from reality. Very well, since I see you genuinely do not know, I shall enlighten you. Nearly 100,000 years have passed since you shattered the barrier and entered that realm. Your assertion that the God Lord could last for at least 10,000 years is indeed correct. In fact, to fend off the invasion of the Tianma clan, the God Lord endured for 5 decades. I do not know from where he summoned such strength to prolong the struggle for so long. Unfortunately, there are exceedingly few strong individuals in the Jutian world. To endure for 5 decades is already a miracle. I have advised the God Lord to join my Xixiao Tiangong. This way, the Tianma clan would not dare to assault him. However, He is too obstinate, claiming that with the Jyotian world gone, what meaning is there in his existence? After attaining such a level, should one not pursue an even higher realm? I cannot fathom his thought process. Given his strength and talent, had he joined Zixiao Tiangong, he would at least be an intersect elder. Alas, it is truly regrettable. I have always regarded him as a friend. Were it not for the prohibition against Zixiao Tiangong intervening in conflicts among lower realms, I would have been inclined to aid him. Elder Zhao spoke slowly, his tone imbued with sorrow. What? 100,000 years. Is that true? Wasn't he at only 3 or 4 days? How did it suddenly become 100,000 years? Li Rufeng exclaimed, unable to contain himself. He had anticipated that due to the primordial chaos sea, a few days might have passed in the outside world. Even if it were years or decades, Li Rufeng could accept it. After all, decades are not particularly long in the xianxia. However, 100,000 years left him utterly astounded. This is not good. Elder Zhao, what do you know about the current situation in the xianxia, or rather, the Jyotian world? Suddenly, Li Rufeng recalled his disciples, and his heart tightened. Especially upon learning that the God Lord was struggling to survive, he feared for his disciples' fates. He was also concerned for Su Ming'er on the Tianyuan Continent. Chapter 153. The past has already occurred. The future remains uncertain. Although intervention is not possible, I still keep an eye on the Jyotian world. 5 decades ago, the 10 ancient demon gods of the Tianma clan sealed within the Jyotian world broke free. This significantly augmented the power of the Tianma clan. Even without regaining their peak strength, the ancient demon gods are not something the Jyotian world can contend with. Subsequently, the Tianma clan, in concert with the ancient demon gods, completely breached the defenses of the Jyotian world. Thereafter, the Tianma clan nearly swept through the entire Jyotian world with an unstoppable force. However, just as they prepared to annihilate the Jyotian world, a mysterious force suddenly emerged within. Consequently, the 10 ancient demon gods, along with the demon lord of the Tianma clan, found themselves trapped in the tenfold heaven, alongside the God Lord and several top-tier experts of the Jyotian world. This force is beyond even the palace master's comprehension. Nonetheless, this is no longer significant. With the threat of the ancient demon gods and the demon lord neutralized, the Jyotian world managed to survive. Alas, the Tianma clan possesses far superior numbers and strength compared to the Jyotian world. This has led to the current state of the Jyotian world, where only a few small areas remain unoccupied by the Tianma clan. The complete occupation of the remaining regions is merely a matter of time. This is also the reason I urged you to join Zixiao Tiangong. After all, you were sent by the God Lord, and I would prefer not to see you perish. Elder Zhao spoke gradually. Upon hearing Elder Zhao's account, Li Rufeng's expression grew exceedingly grave. Is this the situation referred to by my future self? Without the future self's warning, I would have never considered relying on the primordial Dao Qi to escape the chaos sea in such a short time. Thus, should I emerge, would it not be far more than 100,000 years? If it were 1,000,000,000 years, or even longer, the Jyotian world would likely no longer exist. What of the people in the Jyotian world? Now it makes sense. Now it truly makes sense. The future self might declare that I would lose everything. Wait, something seems amiss. If my future self had not informed me about the origin chaos sea, I might have never ventured into that place. Consequently, I would not have been trapped in the origin chaos sea for 100,000 years. Even if I inadvertently entered the origin chaos sea, the existence of the system would have allowed me to understand that the origin Dao Qi is the means to depart from the origin chaos sea. Thus, although 100,000 years have elapsed since my emergence, it should not have led to the destruction of the Jyotian world. Therefore, my future self should not claim that I have lost everything. Unless the system. Yes, that must be it. After some contemplation, a sudden realization struck Li Rufeng, and surprise flickered across his face. System, could it be that my future self does not possess you? Immediately, Li Rufeng inquired within his mind, System. Ding. Indeed, esteemed host. You have deduced correctly. This system possesses uniqueness and is not bound by any worldly rules. In other words, this system is only bound to your present self and has no relation to any version of you from other timelines. Moreover, none of your other selves in alternate timelines retain even a trace of memory concerning the system. The system replied, Is it truly so? Is my future self still me? Why am I becoming increasingly perplexed? After hearing the system's explanation, Li Rufeng's confusion deepened. The specifics are intricate. You may consider your past and future selves as parallel versions of yourself. Typically, an individual exists solely within a single timeline. However, due to the system, you possess multiple timelines. Your past self inhabits one timeline, your present self occupies another, and your future self exists in yet another. These 3 timelines are entirely distinct. Yet, they are not entirely unrelated. Certain aspects of these timelines are intertwined. Thus, mutual interference between these timelines is possible. For instance, Your future self previously informed you about the origin chaos sea. Had your future self not shared this information, you may not have entered the origin chaos sea so swiftly. In that case, the Jiutian world might not have been invaded by the Tianma clan at this moment. The system elucidated. If it were not for the lessons learned from culture, I would surely be ensnared by your system's intricacies. Fortunately, I am astute and had no intention of comprehending it from the outset. Never mind the past and future. I choose to believe in the present. Seizing the moment is the most pragmatic approach. The past has transpired, and the future remains uncertain. Why should I fret over this? Is it not merely a source of unnecessary worry? With these thoughts clarified, Li Rufeng ceased his inquiries regarding the past and future. Elder Zhao, thank you for your information. Now, please open the passage. The current state of the Jiutian world is dire, and I must return swiftly. Subsequently, Li Rufeng expressed his gratitude to Elder Zhao while requesting the opening of the passage back to the Jiutian world. After all I have said, you still wish to return? Upon hearing Li Rufeng's words, Elder Zhao appeared somewhat perplexed. Elder Zhao, did you not just express your confusion regarding why the Divine Lord is unwilling to join the Zixiao Tiangong for self-preservation? I can now answer that question. Li Rufeng chose not to respond directly to Elder Zhao's query, but instead spoke calmly. Why? Elder Zhao inquired. Because the Divine Lord surely has someone or somewhere in the Jiutian world that he wishes to protect. Perhaps the entire Jiutian world and its inhabitants are what the Divine Lord seeks to safeguard. In comparison to the Divine Lord, I consider myself far less grand. My desire to return is solely because there are individuals I care about there. If they were not in the Jiutian world, I might not be as concerned about whether it is destroyed by the Tianma clan. Of course, this is not absolute. After all, if I suddenly come to believe that annihilating the entire Tianma clan would be an enjoyable endeavor, I may still choose to venture into the Jiutian world today. Such are the unpredictable nature of worldly affairs and human thoughts. What do you think, Elder Zhao? Li Rufeng spoke softly. Elder Zhao, upon hearing Li Rufeng's words, found himself momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Alas, perhaps you are right. However, I, at this moment, find it difficult to comprehend and accept. Since you have made your decision, I shall not press further. Yet, let me reiterate, should you wish to join the Zixiao Tiangong, you are always welcome here. As his words fell, Elder Zhao produced a token and infused it with a measure of power. In the next moment, a void passage appeared before them. This is the passage to the Jiutian world. If you have made your decision, you may enter. After opening the void passage, Elder Zhao turned to Li Rufeng and spoke. Thank you. Should you encounter difficulties in the future, I shall offer my assistance once, as a token of gratitude for the information you have shared today. Having said this, Li Rufeng no longer hesitated and stepped directly toward the void passage, entering it with a single stride. In the next moment, a radiant white light enveloped Li Rufeng, and he vanished from sight as the void passage gradually closed. Alas, he has ultimately returned. Young one, I hope you can survive. Watching the void passage close, Elder Zhao shook his head helplessly before turning to leave the square. Chapter 154. Returning to the immortal realm. Everything has changed. In the Jiutian world, amidst an expanse of void, a passage suddenly materialized. Moments later, a figure emerged from the passage, Li Rufeng, having returned. What an unpleasant aura. It appears the situation is dire. Li Rufeng stood suspended in the air, immediately sensing the pervasive presence of the Tianma clan. The aura of Tianyuan Continent has vanished? Just as Li Rufeng intended to head to Tianyuan Continent, he suddenly realized he could not sense its existence at all. This realization caused him to furrow his brow tightly. Damn it, could the Tianma clan have destroyed Tianyuan Continent? What about Xiaoming? Upon this thought, Li Rufeng's gaze sharpened, and an uncontrollable aura emanated from him. Meanwhile, less than 100 miles away, a group of Tianma beings lurked in the void. This aura does not belong to the Tianma clan. Could it be the inhabitants of the Jiutian world hiding nearby? Come, let us investigate the situation. I was just feeling bored. And now the Jiutian world's ants have presented themselves. The speaker was Jinsha, the leader of this group of Tianma beings. Following Jinsha's command, nearly 30 members of the Tianma clan approached Li Rufeng directly. At that moment, just as Li Rufeng was preparing to return to the immortal realm, the presence of Jinsha and the others caught his attention. Oh, Tianma clan members? Just what I need for some questioning. They have come right to me. Upon recognizing the presence of the Tianma clan, a sly smile crept across Li Rufeng's lips. In the next instant, Li Rufeng's figure vanished from sight. Moments later, he reappeared before Jinsha and the others. Who? Li Rufeng's sudden emergence startled Jinsha and his companions. They instinctively drew their weapons to confront him. I am your superior. Li Rufeng scoffed disdainfully and, in an instant, appeared before Jinsha, who stood at the forefront. Before Jinsha could react, Li Rufeng grasped his throat with one hand. With a sharp snap of his fingers, in the blink of an eye, All the other members of the Tianma clan were reduced to dust, leaving only Xianxia, who was now wide-eyed with terror, his face reflecting sheer horror. Subsequently, Rufeng began to employ the soul-searching technique on Xianxia. Moments later, he extracted some fundamental information from Xianxia, along with a trace of insight regarding the Tianyuan Continent. With a resounding crack, Rufeng crushed Xianxia to oblivion. It became evident that the Tianyuan Continent had not been destroyed by the Tianma clan. Rather, it had vanished suddenly before they could act. This suggested that Xiao Meng'er had not yet encountered any misfortune. Therefore, it was prudent for me to first return to the xianxia to assess the situation. After some contemplation, Rufeng vanished from sight and swiftly made his way to the location of the xianxia. Moments later, he appeared in the vast emptiness surrounding the xianxia. Without hesitation, he entered the realm. His initial destination was the Kunlun Xianyu. He intended to visit the Kunlun Hall first, should he encounter familiar faces. He might inquire about the current state of the xianxia. Meanwhile, within the Kunlun Hall, the once grand structure had transformed into a desolate shell of its former self. The remnants of its architecture lay in ruin, scattered with lifeless corpses that had long since lost their vitality. The air was thick with the acrid stench of blood. Inside the great hall, numerous figures had gathered, those who remained in the xianxia and had yet to submit to the Tianma clan. A glance around revealed that all bore the stains of blood, a testament to their fierce resistance. Xianzhu, we are but a dwindling few now. Rather than passively awaiting death, why not let us go down fighting? One man declared, his voice tinged with sorrow and indignation. These days, filled with the dread of a sudden attack from the Tianma clan, have numbed my spirit. If we are to die, why not strike first? Having survived this long, I have paid my dues. If I can take a few Tianma with me in the end, my life will not have been in vain. Yes, Xianzhu. Instead of waiting for the Tianma clan to come to us, let us seek them out. I will be the first to charge into their stronghold and self-detonate. This way, we can take down more of them, another added. I share your thoughts. It is inevitable that we will die. If I can take a few of those wretched creatures with me, it would be worth it, echoed a third voice. As excitement surged through the crowd, it seemed that the notion of self-detonation held little fear for them. Above, seated in a position of authority, the man known as Xianzhu gazed calmly at the impassioned crowd below. Listening to their fervent words, a wave of melancholy washed over him. Alas, have we truly reached this point? After enduring so long, have we finally succumbed? Senior, if it were you, what would you do? Surely, you could easily handle the Tianma clan, he mused inwardly, feeling a twinge of inadequacy. The man was none other than Wu Hanshan, the former elder of the Kunlun Hall. Thanks to a pill gifted by Rufeng, he had successfully ascended to the peak of the Xiandi realm, allowing him to assume the role of Xianzhu even in Rufeng's absence. As the strong of the xianxia fell or submitted, only Wu Hanshan remained steadfast in organizing resistance against the Tianma clan. Nevertheless, one man's strength was ultimately limited. Despite Wu Hanshan's valiant efforts, he found himself unable to contend with the current might of the Tianma clan. Had the invaders not been comprised primarily of those at the peak of the Xiandi realm, he might not have lasted this long. Very well. If you all feel this way, would it not appear that I am more afraid of death than you? Self-detonation, you think only you can do it? With your meager strength, you should stand back. I shall lead the charge. You have likely never witnessed a self-detonation at the peak of the Xiandi realm, have you? To be honest, I have not either, Wu Hanshan declared, rising from his seat and laughing heartily. However, his laughter held no trace of joy, instead resonating with profound sorrow and desolation. The crowd below looked up at the laughing Wu Hanshan, their eyes misting with emotion, their hearts heavy. They remained silent, unsure of what to say. They understood that without Wu Hanshan, they would not have survived to this day. They feared not death, but the thought of witnessing Wu Hanshan perish filled them with dread. Xianzhu, you need not accompany us to death. With your strength, if you wish to escape, the Tianma clan would find it difficult to locate you. Perhaps one day, when you have grown stronger, you could return to exact vengeance on our behalf. Let us undertake this self-detonation endeavor, spoke a figure who stepped forward, revealing himself as Shun Wanshan, the father of Shin Fei. At this moment, Shun Wanshan was missing his left arm, and the once grand Wanbao pavilion was now left with only him. Yes, Xianzhu, you cannot perish. We are counting on you for revenge against the Tianma clan. They are not worth your attention, others quickly chimed in, their voices united in support of Wu Hanshan. Enough. My mind is made up. If you wish to die, I will not hinder you. Why is it that when it comes to me, you disagree? Moreover, if I were only concerned with survival, what have I endured this long for? If it were merely to stay alive, I could have easily submitted to the Tianma clan. Wu Hanshan retorted, his words eliciting another round of silence from the crowd. Very well, it is settled. Tomorrow, we shall head to the Tianma clan's stronghold. If you have any unfinished business or matters to attend to, hurry and take care of them. Shin brother, you remain, Wu Hanshan calmly instructed as the others fell silent. Yes, Shun Wanshan replied, and soon, the remaining crowd departed, leaving behind only Wu Hanshan and Shun Wanshan. Alas, Xianju, why must you be this way? Here. You are the strongest, Shun Wanshan lamented as he approached Wu Hanshan after the crowd had left. Enough, Shin brother. I may die, but I will never flee, let alone submit to the Tianma clan for the sake of survival. We are beings of the xianxia, whose life is not precious. The Kunlun Hall and your Wanbao Pavilion. How many remain? We cannot betray their memory. Moreover, I believe that one day, the Xingnu will return. At that time, the Tianma clan will be driven out of the xianxia. In that case, I shall have no regrets in death, Wu Hanshan interjected before Shun Wanshan could finish. Indeed, the people of Wanbao Pavilion stood firm until the end, refusing to flee or beg for mercy. As their leader, I cannot waver in the face of adversity. Additionally, I believe my son will return one day. When that time comes, our grievances will not go unavenged. It is indeed regrettable that, in the end, there was no opportunity for a final meeting. I wonder how that insufferable lad is faring now. As he spoke, Shun Wanshan revealed a hint of nostalgia. Do not worry. Whether it be the saintess or your son, they are both disciples of that esteemed predecessor. Although the reason for the predecessor's sudden disappearance remains a mystery, given their character, they would surely not allow their disciples to come to harm. Everything I possess today is a bounty of the predecessor's grace. It seems I shall not have the chance to express my gratitude to them again. Wu Hanshan remarked softly. Ah, your words ring true. I never imagined you would ascend to the position of a mortal lord. If only I had requested a pill from the predecessor back then. Would it not be you calling me a mortal lord now? Ha ha. Shin Wanshan suddenly laughed, alleviating the previously heavy atmosphere. You rascal, even at this moment. You still think of my position? Very well, tomorrow I shall indulge you. However, it is utterly impossible for me to call you a mortal lord. Ha ha. Wu Hanshan also joined in the rare banter. Thus, laughter echoed throughout the great hall, a sound long absent. Meanwhile, in the skies above Kunlun Hall, Li Rufeng's figure manifested. Gazing down at the tragic scene below, he frowned slightly. Is that the aura of Wu Hanshan? Oh, is that not the aura of Shun Fei's father? At that moment, sensing two familiar auras within the hall, his furrowed brow eased somewhat. They are still alive. This is indeed good news. Perhaps I can glean some information from them. After muttering to himself, Li Rufeng's figure vanished from the high altitude. Moments later, he appeared within the grand hall of Kunlun. I say, Shin brother, you must still have a few bottles of fine wine hidden away, do you not? Since we have come to this point, why not bring them all out? I am quite tempted by your wine. Just as Wu Hanshan was about to continue speaking, he suddenly froze. He even raised his hand to rub his eyes vigorously, fearing he was imagining things. Brother Wu, what are you doing? Is it not merely fine wine? Fear not. This time I shall certainly not hold back. After all, if we do not drink now, we may never have the chance again. Therefore, let us indulge tonight until we are thoroughly intoxicated. Upon noticing Wu Hanshan's sudden silence and peculiar behavior, Shin Wanshan immediately spoke up. Predecessor. Beside them, Wu Hanshan completely disregarded Shun Wanshan's words, his eyes fixated on the suddenly appearing Li Rufeng. He feared that if he blinked, Li Rufeng's figure would vanish from the hall. Predecessor? Yes, it is truly you. Fear not. I shall save a few bottles of fine wine for you, predecessor. Although I cannot be certain if you will be able to find this fine wine in the future, at least our intentions are conveyed. Shin Wanshan spoke. It was evident that Shin Wanshan had entirely misconstrued Wu Hanshan's meaning. Oh, fine wine. That is splendid. To be honest, I have yet to taste the exquisite wine of the immortal realm. You must not try to deceive me with inferior products. Just then, Li Rufeng jested lightly. Rest assured, I am the master of the Wanbao Pavilion. The wines in my collection are certainly not of inferior quality. I assure you, once you take a sip of my wine, you shall not regret it. As he spoke, Shin Wanshan suddenly sensed something amiss. Regret what? Why do you not continue? At that moment, Li Rufeng's voice resounded once more, and Shun Wanshan abruptly turned to fix his gaze on Li Rufeng. Predecessor. In the next instant, Shun Wanshan exclaimed in disbelief. At that moment, he finally understood why Wu Hanshan had displayed such unusual expressions and actions earlier. Predecessor, is it truly you? I cannot be mistaken. Brother Shun, did you see the predecessor? Am I imagining things? Like Wu Hanshan, Shun Wanshan was also fearful that the Li Rufeng he saw at that moment was merely a phantom. Thus, he excitedly turned to Wu Hanshan and asked repeatedly. I see it. It is real. Ha ha. We do not have to die. Ha ha. This time, Wu Hanshan laughed, though his eyes began to glisten with tears. Is that so? We do not have to die? Ha ha ha. Indeed we do not. Beside him, Shin Wanshan also laughed with excitement. In that moment, the two seemed to glimpse a beacon of hope. Their long-suppressed emotions, buried for countless years, were released in that instant. Even they were unaware of how long it had been since they had laughed so heartily. Meanwhile, Li Rufeng observed the two, laughing and crying, and felt a twinge of helplessness. Ahem. Is it necessary to be this excited? Quickly gather yourselves. I still have matters to inquire about. Li Rufeng gently coughed, and then spoke calmly, striding toward the elevated seat. Yes, we were overly excited. Please do not mind us, predecessor. Hearing Li Rufeng's words, Wu Hanshan and Shun Wanshan hurriedly wiped away their tears and responded with smiles. What happened to your arm? Li Rufeng took his seat at the main position and, after glancing at Shun Wanshan, asked nonchalantly, Oh, it is a trifling matter. During a battle with the Tianma tribe, I was careless and lost my left arm. It is merely a left arm. It is nothing. Shun Wanshan replied as he stepped forward. The Tianma tribe. Losing a left arm is indeed trivial. It is merely an arm. Next time, remember not to be so careless. As he spoke, Li Rufeng flicked a surge of power toward Shun Wanshan's severed arm. The moment the power touched the wound, a miraculous scene unfolded. In the blink of an eye, Shun Wanshan sprouted a brand new left arm. This spectacle left both Shun Wanshan and Wu Hanshan utterly astounded. It is known that the stronger one's power, the more difficult it is to restore a severed limb. Especially since Shun Wanshan's left arm had been utterly destroyed in battle, the likelihood of restoration seemed even more remote. Yet now, Li Rufeng had effortlessly restored Shun Wanshan's severed arm with a mere flick. How could this not astonish both Shun Wanshan and Wu Hanshan? It has returned. Raising his left arm and waving it, Shun Wanshan spoke excitedly to himself. Thank you for your immense kindness, predecessor. In the next moment, Shun Wanshan knelt before Li Rufeng in gratitude. Enough, rise. It is just an arm. It is not a difficult matter. Besides, you are Shun Fei's father. So there is no need for such formality with me. Now, tell me about the events that have transpired in the immortal realm over these years, as well as the current state of affairs in the immortal realm. Li Rufeng spoke calmly. Yes, predecessor. Upon hearing Li Rufeng's words, Shun Wanshan stood up from the ground. Following that, Shun Wanshan and Wu Hanshan began to recount the significant events that had unfolded in the immortal realm over the past 100,000 years to Li Rufeng. Their narration continued for several hours until darkness enveloped the sky, and Wu Hanshan and Shun Wanshan had conveyed the main events. After listening to their accounts, Li Rufeng lowered his head slightly, his mind beginning to ponder. Chapter 156. The Human Emperor banner emerges, a city annihilated. Su Yang and the others mysteriously vanished from the immortal realm 100,000 years ago. They must have been taken by the Divine Lord. Thus, I must venture to the higher realms to seek them. In that case, I shall first resolve the issues with the Tianma tribe in the immortal realm. Afterward, I will proceed directly to the divine realm. I hope the situation in the divine realm is not too dire. Li Rufeng contemplated quietly. Wait, Su Yang and the others have been taken away by the Divine Lord. Does that mean they won't participate in the Wanzhong War? What about my task rewards? Suddenly recalling the matter of the task rewards, Li Rufeng couldn't help but curse internally. System, in this situation, how should it be calculated? You must know that as long as Su Yang and the others participate in the Wanzhong War, certainly no one would be their match. If necessary, once I find them, I will have them participate in the Wanzhong War again. You cannot withhold this task reward. In the next moment, Li Rufeng communicated with the system in his mind. Considering the impact of unforeseen factors, the system task will undergo corresponding adjustments. After the system's assessment, all your disciples possess formidable strength. Thus, the previously issued system task is directly deemed fully completed. Next, the task rewards will be distributed. First, reward, Divine Ancestor Realm Cultivation. Second, reward, 1 billion kill points. Third, reward, Hongmeng Divine Eye. Fourth, reward, Forbidden Supreme Treasure, Devouring Path, Demon Sword. Fifth, reward, Primordial Law. Rewards have been fully distributed. As the system's voice faded, Li Rufeng suddenly felt a tremendous power surging within his body. Simultaneously, his eyes began to exhibit a peculiar glow. After a few moments, tranquility returned, and Li Rufeng slowly opened his eyes. Is this the Hongmeng Divine Eye? Why do I feel that I can now perceive the entire immortal realm with a single glance? And this power, is this the Divine Emperor realm? By the way, system, what level is the Divine Ancestor realm? The realms in the Divine realm, from low to high, are classified as Divine Human Realm, Divine Soul Realm, Divine Mysterious Realm, Divine Spirit Realm, Divine Monarch Realm, Divine King Realm, Divine Emperor Realm, Divine Ancestor Realm. The Divine Ancestor Realm is the highest realm in the Divine Realm. The highest realm in the Divine Realm? What about the others? Please elucidate the other rewards as well. Hongmeng Divine Eye, the strongest divine eye in the world, capable of breaking myriad laws and extinguishing the source with a single glance. Devouring Path, Demon Sword, feeds on the essence of 3,000 great avenues. When drawn, The Great Avenues collapse. Note: anyone other than the host who comes into contact with the devouring path demon sword will be completely devoured, becoming nourishment for the sword. The more essence of the Great Avenues consumed, the greater the power of the devouring path demon sword, with no upper limit. Primordial law, above power. Regarded as law, an advancement of the primordial Dao Qi. Note: mastering the primordial law equates to mastering the 3,000 laws of the world. Impressive system. This time, the rewards are all exceedingly remarkable. With these, no one shall stand as my opponent in the future. Even if the Great Avenues come personally, I shall extinguish them with a single sword strike. After listening to the system's explanations, Rufeng felt a surge of excitement within. Ensuring the host's satisfaction is the duty of this system. Future rewards will not disappoint the host. Haha, splendid. Having you as my system in this lifetime is my greatest fortune. Now, it is time to attend to some serious matters. Rufeng slightly retracted his thoughts, preparing to address the affairs in the immortal realm. Ahem. I have a general understanding of the situation in the immortal realm. Next, I intend to thoroughly eliminate all the Tianma clan within the immortal realm. You should know their locations, right? Rufeng suddenly addressed Wu Hanshan before him. I know. Senior, I am willing to guide you. Not only the Tianma clan, but also those traitors in the immortal realm who have allied with the Tianma clan. Please deal with them as well. Upon hearing that Rufeng was going to take action against the Tianma clan, Wu Hanshan immediately responded excitedly. Very well. It is a simple task. Lead the way. The sooner we resolve the Tianma clan, the sooner I can proceed to my next destination. Rufeng spoke gently. Yes, senior. Please follow me. Wu Hanshan respectfully replied, and then turned to lead Rufeng. Observing this, Rufeng did not hesitate and immediately rose to follow Wu Hanshan's pace. Moments later, Rufeng followed Wu Hanshan out of Kunlun Hall. The first destination Wu Hanshan aimed for was naturally the gathering place of the Tianma clan within the Kunlun immortal domain. Before long, Wu Hanshan arrived above a vast city. Senior, this is the residence of the Tianma people in the Kunlun immortal domain. Moreover, several immortal emperors are stationed here. Pointing to the city below, Wu Hanshan spoke to Rufeng beside him. Immortal emperors stationed? That seems rather weak, doesn't it? Hasn't the Tianma clan sent stronger individuals down? Now that he was aware of the realms above the immortal emperor, Rufeng naturally found the immortal emperor somewhat inadequate. Senior, perhaps the Tianma clan believes it unnecessary. After all, why use a bull to kill a chicken? Wu Hanshan replied timidly. Indeed. Well, an immortal emperor is still an immortal emperor. Snap. Not wanting to dwell further, Rufeng raised his hand and casually snapped his fingers. In the next moment, the Wanhun banner appeared before him. What is this? Such terrifying demonic energy. Upon seeing the Wanhun banner, Wu Hanshan felt his very soul tremble. It seemed that at any moment, his soul might detach from his body, becoming nourishment for the Wanhun banner. The human sovereign banner, those below are yours. Do not hesitate to take them. Rufeng spoke calmly to the Wanhun banner. The next moment, as if understanding Rufeng's words, the Wanhun banner began to sway up and down, like a joyful child. Very well, go forth. After dealing with this, I have more to attend to. Rufeng continued, receiving Rufeng's command. The Wanhun banner no longer hesitated and dove straight towards the city below. Within moments, it hovered a few miles above the city. Following this, an endless stream of black mist poured forth from the Wanhun banner. In just a few breaths, the entire sky above the city was completely shrouded in dense black mist. What is happening? Why has it suddenly turned dark? Is it going to rain? Why do I feel something is amiss? In the city, more and more people looked up at the suddenly darkened sky, a sense of unease rising within them. No, don't. What is happening? No. What is that sound? What is going on? No, help me. Just then, a series of chilling and terrified screams echoed throughout the city. Gradually, the atmosphere within the city became increasingly eerie. Meanwhile, high above, the Wanhun banner had already begun to unleash its power. Endless black mist surged into the city. Anyone touched by the black mist had their souls directly devoured. The ensuing moments were the pinnacle of the Wanhun banner's glory. The wretched cries echoed continuously within the city. Even these sounds reached the ears of Rufeng and Wu Hanshan. However, rather than feeling any sympathy for this situation, both Rufeng and Wu Hanshan felt immense satisfaction. Especially Wu Hanshan, whose smile never faded. Approximately half a stick of incense later, the sounds within the city gradually fell silent. The black mist also began to slowly dissipate, gathering back towards the Wanhun banner. In no time, the Wanhun banner had absorbed all the black mist, its aura growing even stronger. Afterward, the Wanhun banner returned to Rufeng's presence, circling around him as if expressing gratitude. Cough, cough. This place has been dealt with. Let us proceed to the next location. Without paying any heed to the Wanhun banner, Rufeng turned to Wu Hanshan and spoke. Very well, senior. The individuals were indeed too inexpensive, dying so swiftly without enduring even the slightest torment. Wu Hanzhan expressed his indignation. Enough. Upon entering the Wan Hun Fan, there awaits an abundance of suffering for them. The torment of the soul is infinitely more excruciating than that of the flesh. If you feel unsatisfied, shall I send you into the Wan Hun Fan to witness the torment they currently endure? Li Rufeng remarked coolly. Senior, that won't be necessary. Hee. Upon hearing Li Rufeng's words, Wu Hanzhan immediately declined. It is no jest. Only those with a troubled mind would voluntarily enter such a thing. Having barely held on until now, I certainly do not wish to perish so easily. Wu Hanzhan cast a sidelong glance at the Wan Hun Fan beside him, feeling a shiver run down his spine upon seeing the dense black aura emanating from it. What are you still hesitating for? Hurry and lead the way. Li Rufeng spoke indifferently. Yes, senior. I shall take you to the next location right away, Wu Hanzhan promptly replied. Then led Li Rufeng to the next gathering place of the Tianma clan. The events that transpired thereafter were largely uneventful. Wu Hanzhan took the lead while the Wan Hun Fan consumed souls. As for Li Rufeng, he could only be regarded as a means to pass the time. Throughout the entire process, Li Rufeng made no move. After all, the Tianma clan in the celestial realm was exceedingly weak, which deprived Li Rufeng of any interest in killing them. An hour later, atop a mountain peak, Li Rufeng arrived at the final gathering place of the Tianma clan in the celestial realm. However, just moments ago, the members of the Tianma clan here had also completely perished. Senior, the Tianma clan in the celestial realm has essentially been dealt with. Only a few scattered remnants remain. They are not of great importance. My primary concern is that once the Tianma clan learns of the events in the celestial realm, they might dispatch more of their kind here. They may even send stronger individuals. What shall we do then? Wu Hanzhan spoke with a troubled expression. Quite simple. I shall establish a barrier outside the celestial realm. Anyone from the Tianma clan who approaches shall be directly vanquished. Thus, the celestial realm will be secure. Li Rufeng replied calmly. That is splendid. Thank you, senior. If it were not for your intervention, the celestial realm would surely have been completely overtaken by the Tianma clan. Wu Hanzhan expressed his gratitude. It is but a trifling matter, do not dwell on it. Now, moving forward, the celestial realm still requires you to handle the aftermath. As for those remnants, with your strength, I need not assist you further, and this is a gift for you. Upon finishing his words, Li Rufeng conjured a sphere of purple light and handed it to Wu Hanzhan. Senior, what is this? Receiving the sphere, Wu Hanzhan inquired with confusion. The law of thunder. Meditate upon it. It is possible that one day you will ascend to a higher realm, Li Rufeng responded. What? The law. The law. Is this not the legendary artifact? You have actually mastered it? Upon hearing Li Rufeng's words, Wu Hanzhan was astonished to the point of nearly dropping his eyes. Enough. Do not display such a lack of worldly experience. It is merely a law, nothing particularly rare. After accepting it, hurry back. From now on, the celestial realm is in your hands. Li Rufeng waved his hand and then spoke softly. Is that so, senior? Are you leaving? In an instant. Wu Hanzhan spoke with a hint of reluctance. Yes. Once the barrier is established, I will depart. After all, I remain somewhat concerned for my disciples. Li Rufeng nodded. Very well, then, senior, I shall take my leave. You take care. With me in the celestial realm, you need not worry, Wu Hanzhan stated earnestly. Subsequently, after bowing deeply to Li Rufeng, Wu Hanzhan's figure vanished from the spot. Next, it is my turn to depart. Watching the direction in which Wu Hanzhan left, Li Rufeng murmured softly to himself. Boom. Just then, an unexpected phenomenon occurred in the sky. With a resounding boom, dark clouds began to roll ominously overhead. What is happening? Glancing upward at the suddenly appearing dark clouds, Li Rufeng furrowed his brows. Ding. Detected that the Wan Hun Fan is about to undergo a thunder tribulation. Thunder tribulation? What on earth? Why is there suddenly a thunder tribulation? Li Rufeng questioned in confusion. To the esteemed host, the power of the Wan Hun Fan has reached its current limit. Hence it is advancing towards a more formidable level. Upon overcoming this thunder tribulation, not only will the Wan Hun Fan's rank increase, but other transformations will also occur. However, the resentment within the Wan Hun Fan is too intense, making it intolerable to the laws of heaven and earth. Thus, it is uncertain whether the Wan Hun Fan can successfully navigate this thunder tribulation. Boom. Just as the system's voice faded, an even louder rumble echoed. Simultaneously, increasingly fierce lightning began to manifest. Oh, intolerable to the laws of heaven and earth? What a joke. Why should my possession concern the whims of the laws of heaven and earth? I was just lamenting the lack of opportunity to test the power of the Great Dao magic sword. Laws of heaven and earth, you had better show yourselves quickly. Let us see if I can cleave you in two. With that, Li Rufeng summoned the Great Dao magic sword without hesitation. As the Great Dao magic sword emerged, It emanated a black aura even denser than that of the Wanhun fan, and the black mist had even begun to liquefy. Moreover, the Wanhun fan trembled in fear at the very moment the Dao magic sword appeared. Ahem, Dao magic sword, you go. Who cares about this trifling thunder tribulation? Just slay it directly, Li Rufeng commanded, gazing at the Dao magic sword before him. Clang. In the next moment, the Dao magic sword emitted a fierce cry. Following this, it soared into the sky, charging toward the rolling dark clouds and the myriad bolts of lightning. Boom. Before long, the Dao magic sword struck at the thunder tribulation. With a resounding clash, the dark clouds were cleaved in two by the Dao magic sword. Even the thunder tribulation that surged toward the Dao magic sword was instantaneously reduced to nothingness. After that, the Dao magic sword did not pause, unleashing several more strikes at the dark clouds above. Boom. Bang. After a few moments, all returned to tranquility. The rolling dark clouds were utterly obliterated under the assault of the Dao magic sword. TCH, is that all there is to it? I expected a more formidable thunder tribulation. How disappointing. Observing the dissipated thunder tribulation, Li Rufeng scoffed derisively. Boom. Just as Li Rufeng thought the thunder tribulation had concluded, the sky suddenly stirred again. Endless layers of clouds were forcefully parted by an unseen power. It appeared as though something had pierced through the very heavens. In the next instant, a colossal hand descended from the sky, rushing straight toward the Dao magic sword. Provoking the laws, I shall eradicate. Immediately after, a voice of immense authority, one that brooked no contradiction, resonated from the heavens. Chapter 158, Golden Light Baptism, Sword Spirit Xiaoyu. Hehe, interesting. This is more like it. It is rare for me to witness the power of the Dao magic sword. Do not let me down. As Li Rufeng beheld the suddenly appearing colossal hand, he felt no fear but instead displayed a glimmer of anticipation. Simultaneously, upon sensing the enormous hand's emergence, the Dao magic sword did not hesitate and actively surged forward to meet it. In an instant, boundless black sword energy enveloped the Dao magic sword. Bang! After a brief moment, the two forces collided with a thunderous roar. The surrounding area, spanning hundreds of miles, was reduced to a desolate wasteland by the aftermath of the clash between the Dao Magian and the colossal hand descending from the heavens. With a resonant clang, the Dao Magian pierced through the giant palm, emitting a series of sharp, echoing sounds. How can this be? Crack! Boom! In the next instant, the massive hand exploded violently at the point of penetration. Simultaneously, murmurs of astonishment echoed within the high school. Damn! No matter who you are, I have taken note of you. One day, I shall personally annihilate you. And this sword too. Ultimately, an endless roar of fury resonated from the unknown void into Li Rufeng's ears. He chuckled, threatening me? How amusing, for threats are what I fear the least. The same goes for you. Whoever you are, if you provoke me, prepare to be utterly obliterated. Li Rufeng spoke with a nonchalant tone, a hint of disdain gracing his lips. Yet, in response to his retort, his adversary remained silent. As the giant hand was vanquished by the Dao Magian, a sudden golden radiance illuminated the sky. In the next moment, the Wanhun fan soared upward, heading straight for the golden light. However, just as the Wanhun fan approached the luminous glow, the Dao Magian unexpectedly appeared before it, blocking its path. This sudden obstruction caused the Wanhun fan to tremble once more. Despite the allure of the golden light, it obediently halted in place, not daring to make a move in the presence of the Dao Magian. This scene did not escape Li Rufeng's keen observation. Alas, this is most unsettling. Fortunately, the Wanhun fan bears my essence. Otherwise, it might have been cleaved in two, he lamented, shaking his head in exasperation as he looked at the quivering Wanhun fan, resembling a lamb awaiting slaughter. Cough, cough. Dao Magian, do not bully the weak. You, a newcomer, have frightened the Emperor's banner. Hurry back. After his playful complaints, Li Rufeng called out to the Dao Magian not far away. With a ringing sound, the Dao Magian responded to Li Rufeng's summons, seemingly expressing something. Moments later, it ceased its pursuit of the Wanhun fan and flew directly towards Li Rufeng. Once the Dao Magian departed, the Wanhun fan gradually stopped shaking. Without further ado, it resumed its ascent towards the golden radiance. Soon, the Wanhun fan vanished into the luminous glow, beginning its baptism following the thunderous tribulation. Now, it merely awaited the dispersal of the golden light to evolve to the next tier, significantly enhancing its power. On another front, the Dao Magian had returned to Li Rufeng's side. Just as he intended to retrieve the sword, it underwent a sudden transformation, morphing from a black long sword into a diminutive figure, roughly the size of a palm. What is this? Li Rufeng stood in astonishment. A look of perplexity etched upon his face. Master, I am the sword spirit, The tiny girl, no taller than a hand, chirped, sensing Li Ruofeng's confusion. Sword spirit? Ah, very well. Do you have a name? Upon hearing the sword spirit's introduction, Li Ruofeng quickly regained his composure. Although he had never encountered a sword spirit before, he felt little surprise. After all, the Sherdao Majin was a forbidden treasure, and the birth of a sword spirit was not unexpected. I suppose not. After all, you are my first master, she replied with a playful giggle. First? With your prowess, how could no one have chosen you? Li Ruofeng inquired. Oh no. There have been many who sought me, far too many for me to remember. Yet, none were worthy. Only you, master, qualify to be my master, she responded. Is that so? Then henceforth, you shall be called Xiaoyu. After pondering for a moment, Li Ruofeng declared. Xiaoyu? Thank you, master, for bestowing me with a name. From now on, Xiaoyu shall be my name. The sword spirit exclaimed joyfully. I am glad you like it. By the way, Xiaoyu, can you handle the one who attacked you earlier? Li Ruofeng suddenly inquired. Earlier? You mean the one who descended with the giant hand? That is not a problem. He wouldn't dare show his face. Otherwise, I would have slain him with a single strike, Xiaoyu confidently replied, hands on her hips. Oh, then may I ask how much of your strength you used just now? Li Ruofeng curiously probed. How much strength? At this, Xiaoyu hesitated. What? Is that question difficult to answer? Li Ruofeng asked, puzzled by her reluctance. Well, it is somewhat challenging to articulate. I merely unleashed a casual strike. It hardly counts as substantial strength. If I were to quantify it, it might amount to just a fraction of my power, Xiaoyu explained. Master, rest assured. I am exceedingly powerful, she added. Fine. In terms of bravado, I cannot compete with you, since you are so formidable. You shall assist me in dealing with any enemies we encounter from now on. After all, you are exceptionally powerful, Li Ruofeng weakly conceded. Understood, master. As long as you command, I shall slay anyone with a single strike. However, if I exert myself so much, I wonder if master has any rewards for me? Xiaoyu suddenly stood before Li Ruofeng, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Rewards? What do you desire? You are so powerful. Surely you would not be interested in the trifles I possess? Li Ruofeng inquired. Anything will do. As long as it contains power, I can devour it. Of course, if there is anything related to the essence of the Great Dao, that would be even better, Xiaoyu replied. The essence of the Great Dao? Do not jest. Who wouldn't want that? I do not possess such a treasure. However, I have plenty of items infused with power. Feel free to consume them. I have no use for them, Li Ruofeng stated, producing a storage ring and emptying its contents, all acquired from his daily sign-ins through the system. Having been in this realm for nearly a year, Li Ruofeng had accumulated countless items through the system's sign-in rewards. Yet, these items were largely of little use to him, which is why he had not paid them much mind. Had Xiaoyu not spoken up, those rewards would have continued to languish in some corner of the system's space. Here, take it. Everything is inside. If I acquire more in the future, I shall provide them to you, Li Ruofeng said, handing the storage ring to Xiaoyu. Thank you, master. Xiaoyu exclaimed joyfully as she received the ring from him. Eagerly, she began to extract various items from the storage ring, devouring them indiscriminately, whether they were elixirs, rare materials, or weapon crystals. She consumed them all in one gulp. As the items gradually vanished, wisps of dark substance occasionally appeared around Xiaoyu. Goodness, at this rate, even signing in 100 times a day would not suffice. Well, I have none, but others surely do, Li Ruofeng mused, watching in awe at Xiaoyu's voracious appetite. Meanwhile, as Xiaoyu continued to consume various items, the evolution of the Wan Hun fan in the high heavens approached its conclusion. After a moment of silence, a sudden sound erupted, and the Wan Hun fan radiated an aura of formidable power in all directions. Before long, the golden light dissipated, and the aura of the Wan Hun fan began to retract, signifying its successful evolution. Once its energy stabilized, the Wan Hun fan swiftly changed direction and approached Li Rufu below. Within a few breaths, it returned to stand before him. However, upon noticing the petite figure of Xiaoyu nearby, the Wan Hun fan involuntarily trembled. After all this time, you remain so feeble? Master, it is incredibly weak. Shall I devour it? After all, I will protect you, master. Wouldn't that suffice? Casting a glance at the Wan Hun fan, Xiaoyu suddenly stowed away her storage ring and playfully pouted at Li Rufu. This scene instantly sent the Wan Hun fan into a state of panic, turning its form dark. Enough. I have warned you not to bully the elderly. The Renhuang fan has been with me for quite some time. Although it may be weaker than you, it is not without merit. Moreover, the Renhuang fan can continuously evolve by devouring souls. Who knows, it may even catch up to your strength in the future. After a moment of exasperation, Li Rufu decisively rejected Xiaoyu's request. Very well. Since you say so, master, I shall refrain from devouring it. By the way, why are you still dawdling? Transform back already. Saying this, Xiao Yu suddenly turned to the Wanhun fan and instructed it. Transform back? What do you mean? Li Rufu, hearing Xiao Yu's words, was momentarily taken aback. Yet, the next moment, his confusion was dispelled. In his gaze, the Wanhun fan abruptly morphed into a small, pudgy figure, no larger than a fist. It appeared chubby and particularly endearing. Following this, the small figure bowed its head and floated before Li Rufu. Throughout the encounter, it did not dare to glance at Xiao Yu, its face betraying a look of sheer terror. Zhuzhu Run Master. Seemingly struggling to articulate its first words, the small figure spoke with a slight stutter. Are you not a sword spirit? You are the spirit of the Renhuang fan? Having witnessed the transformation of the Shi Dao Majin before, Li Rufu was no longer surprised by the Wanhun fan's change. Yes, master. I am the weapon spirit. The small figure bowed its head in response. All right then, let us give you a name. I shall call you Xiao Xian. Li Rufu pondered briefly. Thank you for bestowing me a name, master. Xiao Xian expressed gratitude immediately. Though still somewhat fearful on the surface, a hint of joy colored its tone. Now cough. You both must coexist peacefully. Especially you, Xiao Yu. Look how you have frightened Xiao Xian. Observing Xiao Xian's trembling form, Li Rufu turned to Xiao Yu. How is that? It is merely too timid. Master, you cannot wrongfully accuse me, Wah. Upon hearing Li Rufu's words, Xiao Yu feigned a pitiful expression. You, a sword spirit, possess the audacity to act coy? Enough. We have lingered here long enough. It is time to depart. Let us go. Slightly exasperated by Xiao Yu's theatrical display, Li Rufu decided it was best not to dwell on it any longer. In the next moment, his figure vanished from the spot. Shortly after, Xiao Yu and Xiao Xian followed suit, disappearing in tandem. A few breaths later, Li Rufu materialized in the vast expanse outside the xianxia. Perched on his shoulders were Xiao Yu and Xiao Xian. Gazing at the xianxia before him, Li Rufu wasted no time and raised his hand to establish a protective barrier around it. To ensure complete security, he added several additional layers of protection beyond the xianxia. Once he completed these preparations, he nodded with satisfaction. This should be sufficient to ward off the invasion of the Tianyuan clan. Now, it is time for me to proceed to my next destination. With that, Li Rufu summoned a stone tablet. This tablet was the Tongtian tablet he had previously acquired from Tongtian Island. Without hesitation, he infused a surge of power into the Tongtian tablet. The next moment, it emitted a brilliant glow. As the light faded, a void passage appeared atop the Tongtian tablet. Upon seeing the void passage, Li Rufu's expression remained calm as he stepped into it. Soon, his figure vanished at the entrance of the void passage. After his disappearance, the Tongtian tablet also dissipated from sight, and the void gradually returned to its previous tranquility. In the divine realm, at Biyun City, a sudden impact was heard as a figure crashed against the city wall, stirring up clouds of dust. Cough. Damn it, why hasn't the reinforcements arrived yet? As the dust settled, a woman, battered and bruised, collapsed from the city wall to the ground. Bloodied wounds marred her body, and she knelt weakly, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth, her breath unsteady and weak. Do you think you can thwart our Tianma clan's grand scheme with your meager strength? Truly overestimating yourself. Now, you shall meet your demise. At that moment, a man clad in black appeared before the city, looking down at the woman below, gathering a sphere of dark power in his hand. Is this how it ends? The woman lifted her head, glaring at the man in the sky, a glimmer of despair crossing her face. She was gravely injured, and facing such an assault was tantamount to certain death. Even evasion was beyond her capabilities. City Lord. Damn it. Is the heavens intent on destroying Biyun City? The distress signal has been sent for so long, yet no one has come to assist. Must the vile Tianma clan eradicate us completely? On the city wall, the weaker soldiers looked up at the man in the sky, their faces contorted with rage and frustration. Die. At that moment, the man in black hurled his attack toward the kneeling woman below. In that instant, both the woman and those on the city wall wore expressions of utter despair. Ultimately, they had failed to hold their ground. As the attack drew near, the woman felt a bitter self-mockery wash over her. Slowly, she closed her eyes, awaiting the inevitable arrival of death. This is the fate of those who oppose my Tianma clan. Fear not. Once you perish, I will ensure that everyone in the city accompanies you. Seeing the woman relinquish all resistance, the man in black laughed heartily, reveling in his triumph. It's over. Without the city lord, no one in Biyun City will escape the clutches of the Tianma clan. The soldiers on the wall were consumed by despair and helplessness. They longed to resist. Yet the chasm of power rendered them powerless to confront the grim reality of death. Before long, the attack loomed before the woman, the specter of death enveloping her. Just as everyone believed the end was nigh, a figure suddenly appeared before her. Chapter 160. Xiao Xian takes action, Jiu Yu Xinxiao. Is this the divine realm? The figure that had emerged was none other than Li Rufu, who had arrived in the divine realm through the Tongtian tablet. However, before he could assess his surroundings, an attack barreled toward him. Boom. In the next moment, the attack erupted, sending forth a cloud of black smoke. City Lord, damn the Tianma clan. Brothers, if we are to perish, let us fight the Tianma people to the bitter end. On the city wall, the soldiers, witnessing the assault aimed at the woman, erupted in furious cries. They believed she had perished under the attack. Mere ants. Even your lord of the city cannot match my prowess. Since you all are so eager to meet your demise, allow me to escort you to join your lord. Observing the audacious individuals atop the city wall, the man clad in black revealed a disdainful smile. Simultaneously, he lifted his hand to gather power, preparing to eliminate those on the wall. Tianyuan, how fortunate I am to encounter you right upon my arrival. At that moment, several mocking voices suddenly emerged from the black mist below. Who dares to speak? Upon hearing the unfamiliar voice from the depths of the black fog, the black-clad man immediately became alert and exclaimed, "What is happening? How can someone be speaking from the mist? Could it be reinforcements have arrived? Is the Lord still alive?" Hearing the voice from the black mist ignited excitement within those on the wall, who swiftly turned their attention toward it. Meanwhile, the black mist gradually began to dissipate. Moments later, the figure of Li Rufeng appeared before the crowd. Behind him, a woman struggled to raise her head and gaze at him. "Are you the reinforcements?" The woman weakly inquired, looking at Li Rufeng's silhouette. "Reinforcements? What reinforcements? Never mind. First tell me, where is this place in the divine realm? Furthermore, what is the current situation in the divine realm?" Upon hearing the woman's voice, Li Rufeng turned to her and asked, "Are you not the reinforcements? Then you should leave this place at once. The opponent is formidable, at least at the xianxian level. You alone stand no chance against him." Upon realizing that Li Rufeng was not there to offer aid, the woman quickly warned him. "Oh, xianxian level? Is that truly strong? It is merely xianxian. No more than an ant." In response to the woman's concern, Li Rufeng smiled leisurely. His words were overheard by everyone present, including the black-clad man. "Boy, do you truly seek death? After coming to the Jiutian world for so long, this is the first time I have encountered someone who dares to call me an ant. Die." Infuriated by Li Rufeng's humiliation, the black-clad man raised his hand and unleashed an attack toward him. "Be careful." Seeing the sudden attack from the black-clad man, the woman immediately warned. Ants should be aware of their place. Xiaoxian, he is yours. And as for the surrounding Tianyuan, send them all to the elegant quarters of the Ren Huang fan. Sensing the approaching attack from behind, Li Rufeng scoffed dismissively and instructed the figure on his shoulder. "Xiaoxian." "Understood, master." Xiaoxian responded sweetly before vanishing from Li Rufeng's shoulder. In the next moment, Xiaoxian appeared before the incoming attack. Subsequently, Xiaoxian raised a hand and released a surge of black energy, neutralizing the black-clad man's assault effortlessly. What is this? Witnessing Xiaoxian's ease in countering his attack, the black-clad man furrowed his brow. Before he could consider further, Xiaoxian leaped directly in front of him. "No matter who you are. Opposing my Tianyuan means death." Faced with the sudden appearance of Xiaoxian, the black-clad man ceased to ponder and promptly raised his hand to strike at her. Unperturbed by the black-clad man's attack, Xiaoxian summoned the Wanhun fan. In an instant, boundless black energy surged forth from the Wanhun fan, enveloping the black-clad man entirely within a blink of an eye. This demonic energy. How can this be? Who are you? Before the black-clad man could continue in shock, his soul was completely consumed by the black energy. After dispatching the black-clad man, Xiaoxian wasted no time and directed the Wanhun fan towards the distant Tianyuan army. The body of the black-clad man fell heavily to the ground. The swiftness of these events left everyone, except for Li Rufeng, utterly stunned. He is dead? Surely not. The Tianyuan, who could not even be matched by the lord of the city, has perished so easily. Why does this all feel somewhat surreal? Upon gazing at the lifeless body of the black-clad man on the ground, everyone on the city wall was filled with astonishment. So powerful. Just a glance at that demonic energy made me feel as though my soul might be torn apart. Moreover, why would a demonic cultivator come to my aid? After witnessing the might of the Wanhun fan, the woman now regarded Li Rufeng as a demonic cultivator. After all, that overwhelming demonic energy was synonymous with demonic practitioners. This fellow is truly weak. Master, if I were to strike, no matter how many Tianyuan there are, one sword would suffice. There would be no need for such trouble. Observing Xiaoxian's display of prowess from a distance, Xiaoyu expressed her jealousy. "Enough. There will be opportunities for you to take action in the future." In response to Xiaoyu's complaint, Li Rufeng could only shake his head in resignation. Ahem. Now let us return to our earlier discussion. Where's this place? What is the current state of the divine realm? After addressing Xiaoyu, Li Rufeng turned his gaze back to the woman kneeling on the ground and inquired calmly. Although I do not comprehend your reasons for saving me, does it truly serve a purpose to toy with me? If you wish to kill me, then do so. Facing Li Rufeng's question, the woman replied with a calm demeanor, though her tone was somewhat weak. What do you mean? When did I toy with you? Just now. I helped you deal with that Tianyuan. I merely asked you a few questions. Is it truly so difficult to answer? Upon hearing the woman's bewildering remarks, Li Rufeng responded in confusion. Where this place is, anyone should know. Furthermore, you are a demonic cultivator. The demonic cultivators in the divine realm have long colluded with the Tianyuan. Countless lives have been lost at the hands of demonic cultivators. Do you believe that because you saved me once, I would be eternally grateful? If you wish to kill me, then do so without employing these futile tactics. Ahem. As she spoke, the woman could not help but cough up blood. Yet throughout it all, her expression remained as serene as water, her gaze resolute as ever. Oh, so you regard me as a demonic cultivator from the divine realm. That is indeed a unique perspective. After contemplating the woman's response, Li Rufeng mused. You are mistaken. I am not a resident of the divine realm. As for your claims of being a demonic cultivator, if that is what you believe, then so be it. In my eyes, power knows no distinction between righteousness and darkness. Very well, now you may answer my previous inquiries. Li Rufeng stated matter-of-factly. You are not from the divine realm. You hail from the lower realms? That is impossible. The passage between the lower realms and the divine realm has long been under the control of the Tianyuan. Could it be that you, like the Tianyuan, are also from another world? The woman queried. Do not jump to conclusions. I come from the xianxia. As for how I arrived in the divine realm, I have my own means. In response to the woman's skepticism, Li Rufeng replied impassively. This. You truly are from the lower realms? But your strength? The woman questioned again. Strength? Is there a rule that those from the lower realms must be weak? Li Rufeng responded indifferently. Well, there is no such rule. Ahem. Since you are indeed from the lower realms, your inquiries are understandable. This place is by Yuncheng, located on the outskirts of the Jiuyu Xinqiao. Currently, in the divine realm, apart from the Jiuyu Xinqiao, the rest has fallen into the hands of the Tianyuan. In recent years, the Tianyuan has been eyeing the Jiuyu Xinqiao with malicious intent. Were it not for the 4 divine emperors, including the Jiuyu Xindi, and the protective formation left by the divine lord in the Jiuyu Xinqiao, the Jiuyun divine dynasty has likely fallen. Upon confirming that Li Rufeng did not appear to be lying, the woman began to relay the current state of the divine realm to him. Chapter 161. Lord of Biyun City, the 6th son of the divine dynasty. The Jiuyun divine dynasty, a formation left by the divine lord. How extensive is the Jiuyun divine dynasty's territory within the divine realm? Li Rufeng continued to inquire. Less than 1/6. Originally, the Jiuyun divine dynasty occupied a quarter of the divine realm. However, in recent years, the attacks from the Tianma clan have become increasingly frequent, and many cities have already fallen to their invasion. If it were not for you, or rather for the esteemed elder, Biyun City would have also succumbed to the Tianma clan. Although Li Rufeng had not revealed his strength from the beginning, the woman instinctively felt that his power was undoubtedly superior to hers. Thus, she began to refer to him as esteemed elder. In this light, the situation in the divine realm appears to be considerably better than that in the immortal realm. Thank you for your thorough explanation. As compensation, I shall aid in healing your injuries. As she spoke, Li Rufeng raised his hand and infused a surge of power into the woman's body. The moment this force entered her, her injuries were completely healed in an instant. Even the wounds on her body returned to their original state, leaving no trace behind. What extraordinary skill is this? Upon feeling her body restored to its peak condition, the woman was momentarily stunned and astonished. This was a method she had never witnessed before. Were it not for her personal experience, she would have found it utterly unbelievable. Thank you, esteemed elder. I am Wang Li, the Lord of Biyun City. I hope you will not hold my previous doubts against me. After witnessing Li Rufeng's prowess, Wang Li had entirely regarded him as an unparalleled powerhouse. Consequently, her demeanor towards him was now markedly more respectful than before. Indeed, ignorance is no sin. I have not taken this trivial matter to heart. Furthermore, I have some questions regarding the divine realm and the Tianma clan that I wish to inquire about. Li Rufeng nodded slightly and spoke plainly. Please feel free to express your thoughts. I will relay everything I know to the esteemed elder. Wang Li replied with a bow. Excellent, then I shall begin. What is the current combat capability of the Tianma clan and the Jiuyun divine dynasty? Just the top-tier strength will suffice. Li Rufeng stated. Very well. The current top-tier powerhouse of the Tianma clan is. Wang Li responded without hesitation. However, at that moment, several sudden auras interrupted her train of thought. In the next instant, a group of individuals descended before Biyun City. Leading them was a middle-aged man clad in a blue-black interwoven robe, his face displaying an air of authority. Behind him stood a dozen figures, among whom the most striking was a young man in a green robe. Wang Li, why did you not come to pay your respects upon seeing this elder? As everyone turned their attention to the suddenly appeared group, the middle-aged man spoke in a cold tone. I am Wang Li, and I have met with Elder Zhua and the sixth son. Upon hearing the middle-aged man's voice, Wang Li hastily approached them, bowing her head in respect. Elder Zhua is an elder of the Jiyun divine dynasty, named Zhua He, with a power level reaching the sixth stage of the divine king. The sixth son, known as Fu Yin, is a descendant of the Jiyun divine emperor, being the sixth in rank. Why have they come here? At that moment, a hint of confusion arose in Wang Li's heart, and her expression grew more solemn. I have heard that you are facing an invasion from the Tianyuan clan. What is the situation? Elder Zhua inquired with a slight nod. In response to Elder Zhua, the Tianyuan clan has already been dealt with by an esteemed elder. I wonder what brings you and the sixth son to this place. Wang Li raised her head and spoke. Esteemed elder? Upon hearing Wang Li's response, a flicker of something unusual crossed Elder Zhua's face, though he quickly regained his composure. Meanwhile, Fu Yin, the sixth son, displayed a glint of peculiar interest in his eyes. Haha, we have come in response to the distress signal from Miss Wang. Upon hearing that you were in danger, I requested Elder Zhua to accompany me to rescue you. Now that I see you safe and sound, I can finally relax. At that moment, Fu Yin, who had remained silent until now, stepped forward and smiled. Hearing Fu Yan's words, Wang Li's expression shifted to one of discomfort. Thank you for your concern, sixth son. Now that the crisis in Biyun City has been resolved, it would be best for you to leave as soon as possible. After all, your safety is far more important than mine. Quickly regaining her composure, Wang Li spoke respectfully. There is no rush. Miss Wang, considering you have come all this way, why not invite me in for a visit? As he spoke, Fu Yin approached Wang Li. Furthermore, I wonder what your thoughts are on that matter. You must understand that I am the only one who can assist you, your father, and your Wang family. Fu Yin leaned closer to Wang Li, whispering in her ear. Upon hearing Fu Yan's words, Wang Li's expression turned icy. At that moment, she finally comprehended the true purpose of Fu Yan's visit to Biyun City. Sixth son, I have matters to attend to, so I cannot accompany you into the city. If you do not wish to leave, feel free to do as you please. Wang Li raised her head and spoke coolly, her tone devoid of the previous respect. How audacious. Wang Li, do you dare to speak to the sixth son in such a manner? Do you think you still hold your former status? For your blatant disrespect towards the sixth prince, I have the authority to execute you on the spot. Before Fu Yin could speak, Elder Zhua interjected with a cold reprimand. If that is the case, then why does Elder Zhua not take action? Or do you lack the courage? You are merely an insignificant elder. Do you think you have the right to kill me? As for the sixth son, even without you, I can still clear my father's name. As for that matter, I will never agree to it, so you might as well give up. With that, Wang Li turned and walked towards Li Rufeng, completely disregarding Fu Yin and Elder Zhua. This scene undoubtedly struck hard against Fu Yan's pride as the sixth son. At that moment, Fu Yin glared icily at Wang Li's retreating figure, his fists clenched involuntarily. That damned woman. If she were not of any use, I would have been the first to slay her. Once I obtain that item, I will ensure that she suffers endlessly. Fu Yin thought grimly to himself. Sixth son, Wang Li truly does not regard you with any respect. Should I teach her a lesson? Although I cannot kill her at present, a little discipline should not provoke any repercussions from His Majesty. Elders was softly suggested to Fu Yin. No need. She is merely a woman. I have other means to deal with her. If this matter were to become an issue with my brothers, it would be greatly disadvantageous for me to inherit the imperial throne of the divine dynasty. One cannot afford to be careless. Fu Yin replied coldly. Indeed, you have given it much thought, sixth son. Shall we return to the divine capital then? Elder Zhua inquired. Not yet. Do you not wish to know who the esteemed elder that Wang Li spoke of is? This individual has disrupted my plans, and I must ensure to host him properly. As Fu Yin spoke, his gaze turned towards Li Rufeng in the distance. At this moment, Wang Li had returned to Li Rufeng's side, continuing to answer his questions with utmost respect. It was Wang Li's demeanor that convinced Fu Yin that Li Rufeng was indeed the esteemed elder who had dealt with the Tianyuan clan. As Fu Yin prepared to approach Li Rufeng for a discussion, a figure soared directly towards him, ultimately landing steadily upon his shoulder. This figure was none other than Xiao, who had just returned after dealing with the Tianyuan clan nearby Yuncheng. Xiao's return captured the attention of both Fu Yin and Zhua He. Chapter 162. A glimpse of clarity, the sixth prince falls. Zhua elder, if my senses are not mistaken, that aura is demonic, isn't it? Fu Yin inquired playfully. Indeed, your highness, the creature exudes a potent demonic aura, Zhua He promptly replied. How intriguing. Only demonic cultivators possess demonic pets. Zhua elder, demonic cultivators are our sworn enemies. I trust you know what to do next? Fu Yin remarked with a smirk. Yes, I understand. So he affirmed. As a demonic cultivator, he deserves immediate punishment. With that declaration, Zhuohe unleashed a fierce aura directed squarely at Li Rufeng, who promptly took notice of the murderous intent. Wang Li, standing nearby, also sensed the impending danger. Quickly, both Li Rufeng and Wang Li turned to face Zhuohe. What is this fellow scheming now? Senior, I apologize. They are after me. Perhaps you should retreat to my lord's estate for a moment. Once I deal with them, I will return to address your inquiries, Wang Li suggested, believing that Fu Yin had sent Zhuohe after her. Ah no, they are coming for me. Li Rufeng replied nonchalantly, a glimmer of amusement dancing at the corner of his lips. What? That can't be. They have no reason to target you, senior. Could it be because of me? They dare not strike at me, so they vent their anger on you? Wang Li pondered aloud. Who knows? Perhaps, Li Rufeng mused. But who are these individuals? What trouble do they bring? Senior, the situation is rather complicated. If there is an opportunity, I shall explain everything later. As for their identities, that middle-aged man is an elder of the Jiu divine dynasty, his strength reaching the divine monarch realm. The youth beside him is Fu Yin, the sixth divine son of the Jiu divine dynasty. His father is the Jiu divine emperor. Fu Yin is notoriously ruthless. Once he has his sights set on you, escape is nearly impossible. I will hold them off. You must leave quickly. It would be wise to find a place to hide for a time. Wang Li spoke earnestly. Oh, the sixth divine son? It seems your background is quite remarkable. I did not expect to encounter such intriguing matters upon arriving in the divine realm. It appears the coming days will not be dull, Li Rufeng remarked, his eyes glinting with mischief. Do not concern yourself with what follows. A mere sixth divine son does not pose a threat. Not even his father holds any fear in my eyes. Senior, tread carefully. If word of this reaches the Jiu divine emperor, your existence in the divine realm may be in jeopardy, Wang Li cautioned, astonished by Li Rufeng's arrogance. At that moment, Zhuohe flashed into view before Li Rufeng. Kid, you are a demonic cultivator, are you not? How dare you show your face on the territory of the Jiu divine dynasty? It seems you are prepared to meet your demise, Zhuohe coldly stated, his expression grave. Oh, so you intend to kill me? Huh. Are there truly fools like you in the divine realm? Li Rufeng replied with a faint smile, laced with derision. How dare you insult me? You seek death, Zhuohe roared, raising his hand to strike at Li Rufeng. A wave of murderous intent surged towards him. Humph. A fool, utterly unaware of his limits. Li Rufeng remained unfazed, disdainful laughter escaping his lips. In the next moment, his eyes narrowed, and a beam of golden light shot forth, piercing Zhuohe's hand and striking his head, leaving a gaping hole. Blood flowed from the wound. And Zhuohe collapsed, lifeless, his eyes wide open in shock and confusion. He is dead. Just like that. Wang Li stood in shock, unable to comprehend the means by which Li Rufeng had dispatched Zhuohe. You actually killed Zhuohe, Fu Yin exclaimed, appearing beside Zhuohe's fallen form. Astonished. Oh, I killed him. And what of it? Do you seek vengeance? Li Rufeng replied dismissively, regarding Fu Yin with indifference. How dare you? Do you know who I am? Do you comprehend the significance of Zhuohe's identity? You are doomed. By killing an elder of the Jiu divine dynasty, you have sealed your fate, Fu Yin threatened venomously. Huh, you are the real fool here. With a swift motion, Li Rufeng appeared before Fu Yin and seized his throat, lifting him effortlessly. Feeling the constriction at his throat, Fu Yin began to struggle. Senior, you must not kill him, Wang Li interjected, rushing to Li Rufeng's side. Senior, he is the sixth divine son. His status is unique. If he dies here, it will provoke the entire Jiu divine dynasty, bringing you considerable trouble. Yes, what she says is true. I am the sixth divine son. You cannot kill me. My father is the Jiu divine emperor, a formidable figure. If you spare my life, I will consider today's events as if they never happened. Fu Yin pleaded desperately. Huh, I preferred your previous defiance. Moreover, those who provoke me do not escape unscathed. With a decisive grip, Li Rufeng crushed Fu Yin's neck. And with a thud, he discarded the lifeless body to the ground. Throughout the ordeal, Li Rufeng maintained a calm demeanor, his expression unwavering. Is this how it ends? I never anticipated the esteemed sixth divine son would meet his end so easily, Wang Li murmured, staring at Fu Yan's lifeless form in shock. What are you dawdling for? I've merely eliminated a few fools. I have many more questions for you. Hurry and follow. Casting a glance at the dazed Wang Li, Li Rufeng turned and strode towards Bai Yunxiang. All right. Snapped back to reality by Li Rufeng's words. Wang Li glanced one last time at the fallen Fu Yin and Zhuohe before hastily following after him. Soon, Wang Li caught up to Li Rufeng, guiding him toward the Lord's estate. In no time at all, they arrived at the city Lord's abode. Chapter 163. The Heritage of Wang Li and the Divine Source Dao Fruit. Respected Elder, the Tianma clan currently has 4 demon emperors stationed. Each of these 4 demon emperors has reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of the divine emperor realm. In addition to these 4, the Tianma clan boasts 8 demon sovereigns and 10 formidable demon kings. The demon sovereigns are all at the 9th level of the divine lord realm, while each demon king is at the 9th level of the divine emperor realm. As for the Jiyu divine dynasty, apart from the Jiyu divine emperor, there are 3 other divine emperors: the Yanyang divine emperor, the Pumye divine emperor, and the Tianquan divine emperor. Among these, only the Jiyu divine emperor and the Pumye divine emperor are at the 9th level, while the other 2 are at the 8th level of the divine emperor realm. The Jiyu divine dynasty possesses 5 individuals at the 9th level of the divine lord realm, and only 8 at the 9th level of the divine emperor realm. Thus, it can be said that in terms of high-end combat power, the Jiyu divine dynasty is significantly weaker than the Tianma clan. Were it not for the protective formation in place, the Jiyu divine dynasty would have long since been obliterated by the Tianma clan. Within the grand hall of the city lord's residence, Wang Li respectfully spoke. I have a basic understanding of the situation. However, I have one more question. Do you know where the divine lord is currently located? Li Rufeng suddenly inquired. Divine lord? Wang Li was momentarily taken aback. What? Do you not know? If you do not know, then it matters not, Li Rufeng replied casually. No, esteemed elder, you misunderstand. That is not what I meant. I am merely curious as to why you would be concerned about the current whereabouts of the divine lord, Wang Li said with curiosity. It is nothing significant. I have several disciples who were taken by the divine lord, which is why I inquired about his current location, Li Rufeng responded. Disciples? To be favored by the divine lord. It appears that your identity is quite remarkable, Wang Li thought to himself upon hearing Li Rufeng's words. Thousands of years ago, several unfamiliar powerful figures suddenly appeared by the side of the divine lord. Could it be that these unfamiliar figures are the disciples of this esteemed elder? This seems improbable, as it is said that those unfamiliar figures possess terrifying strength. Were it not for their assistance in resisting the Tianma clan, the divine realm would have long ceased to exist. Wang Li continued to ponder. Why have you fallen silent? From your earlier demeanor, it seems you know where the divine lord currently resides, Li Rufeng asked, perplexed by Wang Li's sudden silence. Indeed, this matter is known not only to me but to nearly everyone in the divine realm. The divine lord is currently in the Xianxian, Wang Li promptly replied. Xianxian? And where might this Xianxian be? Li Rufeng pressed further. Esteemed elder, Xianxian is a mysterious place that exists independently above the divine realm. Prior to the invasion of the Tianma clan, one had to obtain a corresponding quota to enter Xianxian. It is rumored to be a sacred ground for cultivation, where the speed of advancement can be increased 5-fold. Thus, in the divine realm, all prodigies and powerful beings aspire to enter Xianxian for training. It is said that Xianxian is divided into 10 layers, each filled with various opportunities and divine treasures. The residence of the divine lord is located at the highest layer of Xianxian. However, the entrance to Xianxian has long since vanished. Thousands of years ago, alongside the disappearance of the entrance, the divine lord and the demon lord of the Tianma clan also vanished. As for further details, I am not well informed. Wang Li slowly explained. The entrance has disappeared? Are there any other means to access Xianxian? Li Rufeng furrowed his brow and continued to inquire. This, I am not certain. However, perhaps the Jiyu divine emperor is aware, for the divine lord visited the Jiyu divine dynasty once before his disappearance. It was during that visit that the divine lord established a protective formation in the Jiyu divine dynasty, Wang Li answered. The Jiyu divine emperor? In that case, I must pay a visit to this Jiyu divine emperor, Li Rufeng murmured to himself upon hearing Wang Li's words. That would be inadvisable, esteemed elder. You have just slain the 6th divine son, and now to seek out the Jiyu divine emperor in the Jiyu divine dynasty would be akin to walking into a trap. Moreover, the Jiyu divine emperor may not even know how to enter Xianxian. It is not worth the risk you are taking, Wang Li urgently cautioned. Risk? No. He is merely a divine emperor. There is nothing to be concerned about. By the way, what exactly is your identity? To have drawn the attention of the 6th divine son, you must possess something of great importance or perhaps know some vital secret. Li Rufeng suddenly fixed his gaze on Wang Li and spoke calmly. This. Wang Li hesitated upon hearing Li Rufeng's words. You are correct. I do possess something of great significance. The Jiyu divine dynasty is led by the Jiyu divine emperor, and there has always been someone silently assisting him, a trusted aide. If you will, this individual is named Wang Hengyi, and he is also my father. However, my father is currently imprisoned in the divine prison of the divine dynasty. Wang Li eventually replied after a moment of silence. Oh, what is the reason for this? Li Rufeng inquired with curiosity. The reason is that someone falsely accused my father of colluding with the Tianma clan. I am not entirely clear on the specifics. But I know that during a great battle with the Tianma clan, my father was supposed to lead his men to support the Jiyu Divine Emperor. Yet for some unknown reason, he failed to arrive in time. Furthermore, all those he took with him to provide support mysteriously perished, due to the lack of timely assistance. The Jiyu Divine Emperor was severely injured by the powerful Divine Emperor of the Tianma clan. Ultimately, had my father not desperately led the Jiyu Divine Emperor to escape, the consequences would have been dire. Wang Li's voice suddenly faltered at the end of his explanation. Since your father fought desperately to help the Jiyu Divine Emperor escape, why is he still imprisoned? Li Rufeng probed further. Although my father ultimately managed to lead the Jiyu Divine Emperor to safety, he not only failed to arrive at the battlefield in time, but also was the sole survivor among those who had gone to provide support. This led many in the Jiyu Divine Dynasty to believe that my father had colluded with the Tianma clan. At that time, most people in the Divine Dynasty wanted to execute my father along with the entire Wang family. In the end, the Jiyu Divine Emperor, considering my father's years of service and his desperate rescue, merely stripped my father of his cultivation and imprisoned him in the divine prison. After that, the Wang family fell into complete decline. Yet, throughout these years, I have always believed in my father's innocence. Unfortunately, despite my lengthy investigation, I have yet to find sufficient evidence to prove his innocence, Wang Li recounted. Is that so? Then what is the thing that the sixth divine son covets so dearly? Li Rufeng asked with curiosity. The divine source Dao fruit, Wang Li replied candidly. The divine source Dao fruit? What effects does it have? Li Rufeng inquired. The divine source Dao fruit can greatly enhance a person's cultivation talent and has a 30% chance of allowing one to comprehend a form of Dao power. My father obtained it by chance from a secret realm. Initially, he acquired 3 divine source Dao fruits. He consumed one himself and gifted another to the current Jiyu Divine Emperor. It was thanks to the divine source Dao fruit that the Jiyu Divine Emperor successfully ascended from the 8th to the 9th level of the Divine Emperor realm and also comprehended a new form of Dao power. This demonstrates the remarkable potency of the divine source Dao fruit. For this reason, my father bequeathed the last remaining divine source Dao fruit to me. However, I am aware of my average cultivation talent, so I did not wish to waste such a precious item. Somehow, this information reached the ears of the 6th divine son, who has been seeking the divine source Dao fruit in my possession for many years. However, I am acutely aware that the Tianyuan Daohua is my ultimate trump card. Unless absolutely necessary, I cannot part with it. A single Tianyuan Daohua, even if it cannot absolve my father of his grievances, can at the very least ensure his survival. Wang Li slowly spoke. There exists a possibility that it may aid someone in comprehending the power of the Great Dao, which indeed makes it a valuable item. Given its significance, why would you share this with me? Are you not afraid that I might slay you and seize the Tianyuan Daohua for myself? Upon finishing, Li Rufeng suddenly wore a mocking expression as he gazed at Wang Li. Chapter 164. The Divine Dynasty and the Divine Capital, Jiyu Shindi. I would not be alive if it were not for you, senior. Hence, I trust that you are not the kind of person who would kill for gain. Moreover, if you desire the Tianyuan Daohua, I would gladly offer it to you as a token of gratitude for saving my life. Wang Li replied earnestly. Oh, do you not still need the Tianyuan Daohua to protect your father's life? If you give it to me, would you not lose your last card? Li Rufeng inquired curiously. In truth, I do not hold much hope for the Tianyuan Daohua. If Jiyu Shindi intends to kill my father, no amount of Tianyuan Daohua will suffice to stop him. Therefore, whether I possess the Tianyuan Daohua is not of paramount importance to me. Of course, if possible, I would still prefer to have that last card in my hand. Wang Li responded calmly. You are quite forthright in your answers. Rest assured, I have no interest in a mere Tianyuan Daohua. It merely increases the chances of comprehending the power of the Great Dao, which holds no effect for me. Given your candidness, I am willing to assist in rescuing your father. Li Rufeng remarked softly. Really? Wang Li exclaimed in delight. However, concerning Jiyu Shindi, it seemed she recalled something, and a look of hesitation crossed her face. The Divine Emperor is of little concern. Coincidentally, I need to meet Jiyu Shindi as well, and I shall ask him to release your father. Should he prove uncooperative, I would not hesitate to teach him a lesson in civility. Li Rufeng stated nonchalantly. May I be so bold as to inquire about your strength, senior? Wang Li tentatively asked. My strength? Ah, that is indeed an intriguing question. How should I put it? In the divine realm, I am invincible. Do you understand now? Li Rufeng replied with a slight smile. Invincible? Then, senior, are you also at the 9th level of the Divine Emperor? Hearing Li Rufeng's response, Wang Li momentarily felt dazed. Approximately so. Moreover, rank does not necessarily equate to strength. You need only know that I am invincible in the divine realm. Li Rufeng stated indifferently. Very well. Having said so much, it is time to depart. I have noted your father's situation. As he spoke, Li Rufeng gradually rose to his feet, preparing to leave the city lord's residence. Senior, Upon seeing Li Rufen's intention to leave, Wang Li's expression turned anxious. Is there something else? Li Rufen inquired calmly. Senior, may I accompany you to meet Jiyu Shindi? Wang Li asked. Accompany me? Certainly, I could use a guide. Without much thought, Li Rufen readily agreed to Wang Li's request. Excellent. Thank you, Senior. Upon receiving Li Rufen's nod, a joyful smile blossomed on Wang Li's face. Soon, the two departed the city lord's residence. Under Wang Li's guidance, Li Rufen set forth from Biyun City, heading directly toward the divine capital of the Jiyu divine dynasty. Unbeknownst to Li Rufen, shortly after his departure from Biyun City, several formidable figures descended upon the city. These individuals had come due to the matter concerning Lu Shenxi, through the guards of Biyun City. News of Li Rufen's slaying of Lu Shenxi quickly reached them. Ultimately, these figures left with Lu Shenxi's corpse, making their way back to the divine capital. In the Jiyu divine dynasty, divine capital, following Wang Li's guidance, it did not take long for Li Rufen to arrive at the site of the divine capital. Gazing at the bustling capital, which dwarfed Biyun City in grandeur, Li Rufen wasted no time and proceeded directly toward the royal palace of the Jiyu divine dynasty with Wang Li. Simultaneously, atop a secluded mountain peak behind the palace, a figure sat cross-legged before a table. On the table rested a teapot and several cups. This figure was none other than Jiyu Shindi, a powerful being at the 9th level of the divine emperor. At this moment, Jiyu Shindi lifted a cup of tea, savoring its flavor without the slightest awareness that someone was approaching him. Before long, Li Rufen's figure suddenly appeared on the mountain peak where Jiyu Shindi resided. Upon noticing the unexpected appearance of Li Rufen, Jiyu Shindi was taken aback. Who is this person? How could he evade my senses? Is that not the girl? What is she doing here? Jiyu Shindi slowly set down his teacup, regarding Li Rufen and Wang Li with a wary gaze. Just how formidable is this senior? He can disregard the numerous powerful beings within the palace and effortlessly intrude here. Could it truly be, as he claims, that he is invincible in the divine realm? If that is the case, perhaps my father truly has a chance of being saved. In stark contrast to Jiyu Shindi's astonishment, Wang Li had already been completely captivated by Li Rufen's prowess. Others may be unaware, but Wang Li was acutely aware of the difficulty of approaching Jiyu Shindi without alerting the palace's strong guardians. Yet, despite this nearly impossible feat, Li Rufen accomplished it. And moreover, he brought her along for the experience. Who might you be? At that moment, Jiyu Shindi could no longer contain himself and posed the question first. You are Jiyu Shindi? Li Rufen strolled to stand before Jiyu Shindi, inquiring as he casually poured himself a cup from the teapot. Without awaiting Jiyu Shindi's permission, he nonchalantly seated himself and began to drink. Throughout the encounter, Li Rufen did not cast a single glance at Jiyu Shindi nor display any signs of tension or fear. This scene did not go unnoticed by either Jiyu Shindi or Wang Li, both of whom exhibited distinctly different expressions of astonishment. Truly, only a senior of your caliber would dare behave in such a manner. Were it someone else, their entire clan might be obliterated. Observing Li Rufen from a distance, Wang Li felt immense respect. This individual, were it not for the obscurity of the opponent's realm, I would have demonstrated my own prowess. Jiyu Shindi silently regarded the composed Li Rufen, inwardly commenting, I am indeed Jiyu Shindi. You have yet to answer my question. After a moment of silence, Jiyu Shindi spoke again. Although Li Rufen's demeanor may have been somewhat disrespectful, Jiyu Shindi refrained from acting rashly. After all, someone capable of evading his senses must possess considerable strength. Until he understood Li Rufen's intentions, Jiyu Shindi was not inclined to act recklessly. Li Rufen replied. Li Rufen, is there a figure by that name in the divine realm? Why have I never heard of him? Upon hearing Li Rufen's name, Jiyu Shindi felt a wave of confusion wash over him. So you are Dao Yuli. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit today? Jiyu Shindi asked tentatively. A pleasure to speak, indeed. However, before discussing the main matter, I have a small request for Jiyu Daoyu. Wang Li, come here. With that, Li Rufen gestured toward Wang Li, who stood a short distance behind. Oh, all right. Hearing Li Rufen call her, Wang Li appeared somewhat flustered. However, upon contemplating Li Rufu's prowess, Wang Li ceased to hesitate and directly advanced towards him. Before long, she stood beside Li Rufu. Senior. Wang Li raised her hand in a respectful greeting. Did you not have matters to discuss with Jiyu Daoyu? Li Rufu inquired softly. Well. Wang Li understood the implication of Li Rufu's words, yet she instinctively felt a twinge of nervousness in the presence of the Jiyu Shindi. You need not fear. With me here, you may speak freely, Li Rufu reassured her, noticing her hesitation. You are the young lady from the Wang family, are you not? I have a deep bond with your father. Speak your mind, the Jiyu Shindi added in agreement. Then, I shall speak candidly. Your Majesty, my father would never conspire with the Tianyuan clan to betray the Jiyu Shinchao. There must be some misunderstanding. I hope your majesty can restore my father's honor. Wang Li stated with dignified composure. So it is indeed for your father. The Jiu Yushindi sighed upon hearing her words. Your majesty, what do you mean? What has my father said? Wang Li pressed urgently. Haha. Your father mentioned that you would not idly watch him be wrongfully accused. It seems he was quite correct. I was pondering how you would seek to vindicate him. I did not anticipate that you would enlist Li Dao Yu's support. The Jiu Yushindi replied with a faint smile. Your majesty, this is all mere coincidence. I did not expect to encounter my senior here, Wang Li responded, her tone betraying a hint of serendipity. Ahem, if you wish to reminisce, that can wait. You are aware of the situation. I have promised to assist in rescuing your father. Jiu Dao Yu, what are your thoughts on this? Li Rufu interjected. This matter is negotiable. However, to release her father, I must ascertain whether Li Dao Yu possesses the capability to do so. After all, as the sovereign of the Xin Chao, I cannot simply release a suspected traitor based on your word alone. What say you, Li Dao Yu? The Jiu Yushindi stated with a calm demeanor. Oh, this is indeed intriguing. You are correct, Jiu Dao Yu. One must maintain a semblance of dignity. Since you wish to test my abilities, I shall graciously oblige. Given that I am a guest, I shall refrain from taking direct action to avoid any appearance of bullying. Li Rufu remarked, a smile playing at the corners of his lips. Are you not going to act personally? Do you perhaps have assistance? The Jiu Yushindi inquired. Puzzled. Patience, you shall soon find out, Li Rufu responded mysteriously, then raised his hand and snapped his fingers. In an instant, Xiao Yu and Xiao Xian appeared before him. Master, did you summon me for something? Are you about to bestow another delightful treasure upon you? Xiao Yu exclaimed eagerly as she approached Li Rufu. Did I not already give you some? It has not been long. I have nothing new for you, he replied with a chuckle. Then turned to face the Jiu Yushindi with a broad grin. The Jiu Yushindi, under Li Rufu's gaze, felt an ominous premonition arise within him. Ahem, we can discuss that later. Jiu Dao Yu, you may choose between the two of them, Li Rufu continued. Upon hearing Li Rufu's words, the Jiu Yushindi furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Xiao Yu and Xiao Xian. Are these spirit tools, or are there two? Does he intend for the spirit tools to engage on his behalf? Haha, I have indeed underestimated him. In that case, I shall demonstrate that a Shindi is not so easily trifled with, he thought to himself. Li Dao Yu, are you certain? While spirit tools are rare, it does not imply they possess the strength to contend with me. Should I inadvertently slay them, you would not demand compensation, would you? The Jiu Yushindi remarked coolly. Haha, slay them. Jiu Dao Yu, if you truly possess such capability, feel free to act. You need not offer compensation. If you wish for me to compensate you, that would also be acceptable. Alas, you shall not have that opportunity, Li Rufu replied with a laugh, genuinely amused. For he had not heard such a jest in quite some time. Very well, let it be settled thus. I hope, however, that you do not come to regret this decision, Li Dao Yu, the Jiu Yushindi stated, his expression turning serious. He then began to assess Xiao Yu and Xiao Xian, seeking to determine which of them was the weaker. This spirit tool harbors potent demonic energy. It must be a demonic artifact. Moreover, the aura of death it emanates is unsettling. The other spirit tool, however, appears unremarkable, devoid of any threatening presence. For the sake of prudence, I shall select her, he concluded after careful deliberation. I have made my choice. It is her, the Jiu Yushindi declared, pointing confidently at Xiao Yu. Jiu Dao Yu, are you certain? Perhaps you should reconsider? Li Rufu barely repressed a laugh upon seeing the Jiu Yushindi choose Xiao Yu. No need for further contemplation. She is the one. The Jiu Yushindi affirmed. Indeed, I knew that this spirit tool was weaker than the one radiating demonic energy. Did he think I was foolish enough to select the stronger spirit tool? If I could not discern such a simple truth, I would be less than a fool. The Jiu Yushindi mused. Very well, I shall refrain from further commentary. Xiao Yu, you have seen it for yourself. It is he who has chosen you. This is not my affair. Alas, I had warned you against bullying Xiao Xian, yet you did not heed my words. Now you find yourself underestimated. You shall entertain Jiu Dao Yu, and remember to spare a life, Li Rufu remarked nonchalantly, his expression a mix of amusement and delight. Humph, master. He has underestimated me. Why should I spare him? I do not wish to endure such indignities, Xiao Yu retorted, her voice filled with discontent. Ahem. He is the Shindi of the Jiu Xinchao. He possesses ample treasures and resources. As for what you can acquire, that depends on your own capabilities. I trust this clarifies your understanding? Li Rufu replied leisurely. Oh, I understand. Hey, old man, you wish to fight me, do you? Then let us proceed. My time is precious, Xiao Yu declared impatiently, turning towards the Jiu Yushindi, her eyes gleaming with the thrill of the hunt. Humph, a mere spirit tool? Yet such boldness. Let me see the extent of your abilities. The Jiu Yushindi, already irritated by Li Rufu's dismissive attitude, now found himself further provoked by the spirit tool's arrogance. How tiresome. This place is too confined. Let us battle in the skies. With that, Xiao Yu soared into the air, and the Jiu Yu Shindi, without hesitation, leaped after her. Senior, that is, your majesty is indeed a peak-level Shindi. Is your weapon spirit truly all right? After Xiao Yu and Jiu Yu Shindi departed, Wang Li inquired with a hint of concern. Peak-level Shindi? Rest assured, Xiao Yu is certainly fine. However, I cannot ascertain whether Jiu Yu Shindi will be all right. Most likely, he will pay a heavy price. After all, I have encountered many who seek death. It is the first time I have seen someone actively courting their demise. Li Rufeng raised his gaze towards the receding figure of Jiu Yu Shindi, murmuring with a tinge of pity. Is that so? He. Upon hearing Li Rufeng's inexplicable words, Wang Li's lips twitched involuntarily, her expression turning somewhat peculiar. In the next moment, she ceased to inquire further and instead looked up into the sky. Chapter 166. Shindi acknowledges defeat, hidden truths. I will grant you an opportunity. You may strike first, utilizing your utmost strength. Otherwise, I fear you may not have another chance. In the high skies, Xiao Yu regarded the opposing Jiu Yu Shindi with a benevolent expression as she spoke. Humph, a mere weapon spirit, what confidence do you possess? Since you have said so, I shall teach you what true strength is. Great Sun's silent flame palm. In response to Xiao Yu's condescension, Jiu Yu Shindi's countenance darkened with anger as he raised his hand to unleash his signature move. In an instant, a palm enveloped in raging flames descended from the heavens, aimed directly at Xiao Yu. Is this all your strength? You are even weaker than that chubby fellow. Were it not for my master instructing me to spare your life, I could extinguish you in one breath. Glancing at the fiery giant palm, Xiao Yu spoke in a calm tone. Arrogant. I shall see how you intend to extinguish me in one breath. Jiu Yu Shindi retorted dismissively upon hearing Xiao Yu's words. Confronted with the overconfident Jiu Yu Shindi, Xiao Yu summoned her enchanted sword with a wave of her hand and lightly swung it towards the fiery palm above. In an instant, an incredibly violent sword energy erupted forth, effortlessly dissipating Jiu Yu Shindi's attack in the blink of an eye. How is this possible? I refuse to believe it. Just now, I used merely 10% of my strength. Next, I shall be serious. Witnessing his full force strike so easily turned to nothingness, a hint of panic clearly flashed in Jiu Yu Shindi's heart. Simultaneously, his gaze towards Xiao Yu began to fill with astonishment. The next moment, Jiu Yu Shindi launched a flurry of over a dozen attacks toward Xiao Yu. This is uninteresting. You are far too weak. I have lost interest in playing. My master has merely instructed me to spare your life, yet did not say I could not harm you. In the face of Jiu Yu Shindi's renewed assault, Xiao Yu had completely lost interest. Observing the strange smile that suddenly appeared on Xiao Yu's face, Jiu Yu Shindi felt an involuntary chill run down his spine, and a sense of foreboding arose within him. Just as Jiu Yu Shindi feigned calmness, Xiao Yu's figure abruptly vanished from her original position. What followed was a merciless play at Jiu Yu Shindi's expense. Soon, the air was filled with the haunting cries of terror. Hiss, cough. This might hurt a bit. Alas, why did you choose her? You brought this upon yourself. Below, Li Rufeng slowly withdrew his sympathetic gaze and sighed. The esteemed Jiu Yu Shindi is actually so weak? I must be seeing things. Wang Li's eyes were glued to the scene in the heavens, her heart already shaken to its core. No, it is not that he is weak. He is far too weak. Even if he were 100 times stronger, he would still be unable to withstand a casual strike from Xiao Yu. Li Rufeng coldly added. Is that so? That indeed seems far too weak. Wang Li replied, dazed. No, could it not be that the weapon spirit is too strong? Forget it. The outcome is ultimately the same. I previously doubted the strength of my senior. Reflecting on it, I am truly fortunate to still be alive. If the weapon spirit of my senior is so overwhelmingly powerful, then my senior must be even more formidable. No wonder my senior claims to be invincible in the divine realm. Wang Li mused internally. Boom. Just then, a figure rapidly descended to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. What is this? The sudden commotion abruptly pulled Wang Li's thoughts back to reality. Gradually, as the dust settled, a deep pit several meters wide came into view. In the center of the pit lay a figure, none other than the previously confident Jiu Yu Shindi. At this moment, Jiu Yu Shindi's eyes were glazed over, his body convulsing uncontrollably, and blood flowed continuously from the corners of his mouth. Additionally, his limbs displayed varying degrees of shattering fractures. Yet, these were not the most harrowing injuries. The most grievous was the sword wound on his chest, emanating a sinister black aura. Master, following your command, I have left him with a breath of life. How is it, Master? I have done well, have I not? At that moment, Xiao Yu returned to Li Rufeng's side, wearing a charming smile as she sought his approval. Indeed, he still possesses a breath of life, but it is merely that. Gazing at Xiao Yu's seemingly innocent smile, Li Rufeng suddenly felt that his previous measures had been excessively merciful. After all, Li Rufeng would not resort to such tormenting methods. He would only send his enemies away lightly, joyfully, and without pain. Senior, if this continues, will the Shindi perish? Should we not do something? Wang Li suddenly interjected weakly. Rest assured, with me here, he will not die. I still have some questions that require his answers. I cannot allow him to die just yet. With that, Li Rufeng slowly rose to his feet and strode towards the deep pit nearby. Soon, Li Rufeng arrived at the edge of the pit and looked down at the barely alive Jiu Shindi. Subsequently, Li Rufeng raised his hand and infused a surge of energy into Jiu Shindi's body. As the energy entered, Jiu Shindi's aura began to stabilize. Moments later, all of Jiu Shindi's injuries vanished without a trace. Do not kill me. Do not kill. Suddenly, Jiu Shindi shouted in panic. Upon opening his eyes, he saw Li Rufeng and Wang Li standing at the edge of the pit. Without a moment to ponder, Jiu Shindi abruptly sat up and reached for his chest. I'm alive. I'm alive. Hee, I'm alive. After a few breaths, Jiu Shindi suddenly broke into a foolish grin. At the edge of the pit, Li Rufeng and the others exchanged bewildered glances at the seemingly dazed Jiu Shindi. No way, has he really lost his mind? Li Rufeng mused softly. Thank you for your mercy. Thank you for sparing my life. Just now, it was it was my arrogance that led to this folly. I hope the senior will not hold it against an old man like me. Just as Li Rufeng was lost in thought, Jiu Shindi suddenly appeared before him, kneeling on the ground in gratitude. Enough, you may rise. Had I known it would come to this, why endure such a beating? Seeing Jiu Shindi's sincere demeanor, Li Rufeng felt it unnecessary to say more and urged him to rise quickly. Yes, you are right, senior. It was my arrogance that blinded me to my own strength. Had I known that the senior possessed such a formidable weapon spirit, even if I had 100 times the courage, I would not have dared to act presumptuously. Jiu Shindi hastily replied respectfully, his heart already filled with tears. Ahem, well then, let us discuss serious matters. What of her father? Li Rufeng feigned a cough, and then spoke nonchalantly. Understood, the junior understands. Senior, are you suggesting that I should release her father? In truth, even without your guidance, I have never restricted her father's freedom. The Jiu Shindi spoke with a dignified tone. Your Majesty, what do you mean by that? Is it possible that my father does not wish to leave the divine prison? Upon hearing the words of Jiu Shindi, Wang Li immediately interjected with a question. Alas, I understand that you may find it hard to believe at first. However, the reality is precisely as you have articulated, Jiu Shindi remarked, casting a glance at Wang Li before sighing. How could this be? Even if what you say is true, why would my father choose to do this? Wang Li pressed on, skepticism evident in her tone. This matter is rather complex, Jiu Shindi replied. Then let us keep it concise, Li Rufeng interjected suddenly. Indeed, senior, the reason your father entered the divine prison was due to a particular scheme. Jiu Shindi stated without hesitation as he recognized Li Rufeng's eagerness to know. What scheme? Wang Li inquired further. You should be aware that your father had previously sent support to me. Yet, ultimately, not only did he fail to provide timely assistance, but those who accompanied him also perished. I nearly fell into the hands of the Tianyuan clan during that incident, and even now, I have yet to uncover the truth behind it. However, your father and I have been united in the belief that this occurrence was due to the presence of a traitor among us. As he reached the conclusion, Jiu Shindi's expression turned icy. What? A traitor? Wang Li exclaimed, astonished. Indeed. The reason your father was unable to assist me in time was that he was obstructed by a powerful adversary. The timing and route of your father's support were unknown to the Tianyuan clan. Thus, the only possibility is that someone from our side leaked information. It is precisely because both your father and I recognized this that we devised a plan to lure the traitor into the open. On the surface, I have stripped your father of his powers and imprisoned him in the divine prison, but in reality, we are waiting for that traitor to reveal themselves. At which point I shall capture them all in one fell swoop, Jiu Shindi explained. So it is like that. I knew my father could not possibly conspire with the Tianyuan clan, Wang Li realized after hearing the explanation of Jiu Shindi. It is not difficult to deduce, after all. If your father were in league with the Tianyuan clan, you would not be safe. If I were in his position, not only you, but even a mere worm from your Wang family would be in peril. Every connection to your Wang family would undergo thorough investigation. In contrast to Wang Li's astonished demeanor, Li Rufeng remained remarkably calm, his inner emotions undisturbed. Haha, senior speaks the truth. If there were truly someone conspiring with the Tianyuan clan, I would undoubtedly not let them off the hook. Jiu Shindi chuckled in agreement. Very well. Have you identified the traitor yet? Li Rufeng asked. To be honest, I do have a few suspects. However, at the moment, I lack conclusive evidence. which is why I have refrained from taking any rash actions for fear of alerting the snake, Jiu Yushindi admitted gravely. Moreover, that individual is not significantly weaker than I am. I fear that if pressed too hard, they might act out of desperation. This is the reason I have been uncertain about how to proceed. What? Not significantly weaker than you? Then that means. Wang Li was momentarily taken aback. Her voice filled with incredulity. Alas, the current Jiu Yushin dynasty is indeed beset by both internal and external troubles. Lord God entrusted the divine realm to me. Yet I have regrettably disappointed him, Jiu Yushindi lamented. But they are merely a few traitors. It is not a significant matter. I can assist you in dealing with them. Furthermore, I can also help you confront the Tianyuan clan. Just as the atmosphere grew heavy, Li Rufeng suddenly spoke in a light tone. Senior, do you truly mean this? If you are willing to take action, I would be immensely grateful. Jiu Yushindi exclaimed, visibly excited. Enough. Save your verbal gratitude. While I have always held disdain for the Tianyuan clan, I must emphasize that assistance without any benefit is not acceptable, Li Rufeng interjected. What is it that senior requires? I assure you, I shall not be ambiguous about what I can offer. Jiu Yushindi responded earnestly. My demands are not excessive. Firstly, I wish to enter the tenfold heaven. Do you know of any means to achieve this? Li Rufeng inquired with a calm expression. The tenfold heaven? That may prove somewhat troublesome, Jiu Yushindi replied, his face showing signs of difficulty. That is good. Troubles indicate that you possess a solution, correct? Please elaborate. If your response is satisfactory, I shall assist you in eliminating those traitors and the Tianyuan clan, Li Rufeng stated indifferently. Since senior has said so, I shall not beat around the bush. The tenfold heaven is currently entirely sealed off. However, the passage that once led to it still exists. The only problem is. Jiu Yushindi began. What is the problem? Li Rufeng pressed as he noticed Jiu Yushindi's sudden pause. The passage is sealed by an inexplicable force. I have attempted several times. But even with all my strength, I could not budge that seal. If you truly wish to enter the tenfold heaven, you must first break that seal. That is all I know, Jiu Yushindi concluded. Ah, a seal? Please take me to see that seal. We shall then ascertain whether it can be broken. Li Rufeng said, a spark of interest igniting within him. That is not an issue. Senior, please follow me, Jiu Yushindi replied. As for you, he added, suddenly turning to Wang Li, go and find your father. Inform him that there is no longer a need to continue luring the snake from its hole. After all, those little snakes will soon have no opportunity to show themselves. Before Jiu Yushindi could finish, Li Rufeng interjected, this. Hearing Li Rufeng's words, Wang Li turned to look at Jiu Yushindi, seemingly seeking his approval. Since senior has said so, you should go, Jiu Yushindi encouraged, handing Wang Li a special token. Take this token. It will allow you to enter the divine prison smoothly. When your father sees my token, he will trust your words. Upon receiving the token, Wang Li respectfully acknowledged and then turned to head towards the divine prison. We should be on our way as well. Li Rufeng urged after Wang Li departed. Yes, senior. This way please, Jiu Yushindi responded promptly, leading the way for Li Rufeng. Throughout the journey, Jiu Yushindi maintained a respectful demeanor, showing no signs of negligence towards Li Rufeng. Before long, under Jiu Yushindi's guidance, Li Rufeng arrived at the entrance of the passage leading to the tenfold heaven. Senior, this is the passage. The layer of mysterious power above is the seal. Jiu Yushindi indicated. Li Rufeng nodded slightly, then stepped closer to the passage. After a few steps, he halted less than half a meter from the passage. This seal seems to carry a familiar aura, he mused, furrowing his brow as he approached. In the next moment, Li Rufeng raised his hand towards the seal in the passage. As soon as his right hand made contact with the seal, a formidable repulsive force surged towards it. Chapter 168, The Divine Hall, leaving everyone in astonishment. It turned out to be that girl's doing. It seems they must all be in the xianxia. Yet, I wonder how their circumstances are now. Soon, Li Rufeng discerned who had laid this seal. Simultaneously, concern for Su Yang and the others welled up in his heart. After a brief contemplation, he dismissed his thoughts, and a power intertwined in black and white began to manifest on his right hand. This was the primordial law power that Li Rufeng had mastered. As this force collided with the seal, it met with virtually no resistance, allowing his right hand to pass directly through the seal. What is this power? How could it so effortlessly dissolve the seal? Moreover, why does merely witnessing this force evoke a sense of death? Nearby, the Jiu Yushindi watched Li Rufeng's primordial law power with a mix of astonishment and dread. In that moment, his reverence for Li Rufeng deepened. Just then, Li Rufeng slowly retracted his right hand, drawing the primordial law power back into his body. Enough. Time is limited. Let us address the internal traitors first. Gather all those of considerable strength and status. After ensuring we can smoothly pass through this passage to enter the xianxia, I will begin to handle matters in the divine realm. Yes, I will see to it. Senior, how about you rest in the divine hall first? I will soon summon everyone to discuss important matters there. This way, you can act directly as you wish. The Jiu Shun Di suggested. Very well. Let it be as you say. Let us proceed. Upon hearing the Jiu Shun Di's proposal, Li Rufeng nodded slightly. Soon, the two departed from the passage and headed towards the Jiu Shin Hall. In the Jiu Shin Hall, within the resplendent chamber, Li Rufeng sat upon the highest seat. The usually imperious Jiu Shun Di now stood respectfully beside him. Below, numerous elders of the divine court had gathered, with Wang Hengyi, who had just emerged from the divine prison, standing at the forefront. Beside him was his daughter, Wang Li. Father, that is the senior I mentioned. He is remarkably powerful. If you had seen it, without his intervention, his majesty might have. Wang Li leaned close to her father, whispering in his ear, her tone laden with admiration and respect for Li Rufeng. I know he is formidable. My eyesight is not failing. Glancing briefly at Li Rufeng on the main seat, and then at the Jiu Shun Di beside him, Wang Hengyi felt an overwhelming shock. Had he not witnessed the Jiu Shun Di displaying such reverence towards Li Rufeng, he would never have believed it, even under duress. Only those esteemed figures in the Shihangshan could command such respect from the Jiu Shun Di. Yet the only one who could elicit such a response from him must be the Divine Lord. Could it be that this seemingly youthful man possesses a cultivation level comparable to the Divine Lord? If so, it would be utterly astounding. As Wang Hengyi discreetly scrutinized Li Rufeng, disbelief coursed through his thoughts. Jiu, why have you summoned us? Is there yet another significant action from the Tianma clan? Just then, several voices shattered the tranquility of the hall. As they spoke, two figures appeared on the elevated platform. Both were elderly men, their auras only slightly weaker than that of the Jiu Shun Di. They were the Yin-Yang Shun Di and the Pumye Shun Di. The Yin-Yang Shun Di wore a crimson robe adorned with fiery patterns, while the Pumye Shun Di donned a plain black robe without any elaborate embellishments. You have arrived. The reason for your summons is indeed of great importance. Please refrain from further inquiries. You will soon understand. By the way, have you not come to greet the senior? The Jiu Shun Di stepped forward to respond, gesturing frantically towards the two divine emperors. What, senior? Jiu, you must be losing your mind. You want us to address this young lad as senior? How shameless. I still have my dignity. Following the Jiu Shun Di's gaze, the Yin-Yang Shun Di quickly spotted Li Rufeng seated on the throne. At that moment, Li Rufeng appeared to be meditating, exuding an amiable and harmless demeanor. Are you courting death? Senior, I hope you can overlook this small offense. Yin-Yang is simply of this temperament. He did not intend to offend you. Without time to scold the reckless Yin-Yang Shun Di, the Jiu Shun Di immediately turned to Li Rufeng, bowing and pleading for leniency. Upon hearing the commotion, Li Rufeng slowly opened his eyes and turned to regard the Jiu Shun Di and the others. He glanced at the bowed Jiu Shun Di, then shifted his gaze to the Yin-Yang Shun Di. In that instant, their eyes met, and a brilliant golden light flashed from Li Rufeng's gaze, piercing deep into the soul of the Yin-Yang Shun Di. In that fleeting moment, Yin-Yang froze, a deathly aura emanating from his very essence. Thud. Moments later, the Yin-Yang Shun Di collapsed to his knees, trembling uncontrollably, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Junior Pumye pays respect to the senior. The Pumye Shun Di, having never witnessed such a scene, was so frightened that he raised his hand and bowed deeply towards Li Rufeng, naturally more composed than the Yin-Yang Shun Di. The Pumye Shun Di had been observing Li Rufeng from the shadows ever since he realized the young man's significance. Just as he pondered why he could not discern Li Rufeng's cultivation, the Yin-Yang Shun Di's sudden display made him recognize an astonishing possibility. To command such respect from the Jiu Shun Di and to induce trembling in the Yin-Yang Shun Di with a mere glance, this individual was beyond his reckoning. It must be acknowledged that the Pumye Shun Di not only possessed considerable strength, but also keen insight. Only the impulsive Yin-Yang Shun Di would find himself in such a predicament. You are quite perceptive. As for you, rise. Remember to engage your mind before you speak next time. Not everyone is as magnanimous and benevolent as I am. A careless word could cost you your life. Li Rufeng withdrew his gaze and spoke calmly. Yes, you are correct, senior. Yin-Yang, what are you still doing? Hurry and express your gratitude for the senior's magnanimity. Noticing the Yin-Yang Shun Di still paralyzed by fear, the Jiu Shun Di hastily prompted. Yes, senior, you are right. I previously offended you, and I thank you for your generosity in not holding it against someone like me. Having regained his senses, the Yin-Yang Shun Di hurriedly expressed his respect, though his tone still carried traces of fear and trepidation. Meanwhile, below in the hall, the elders watched in stunned astonishment as the Yin-Yang Shun Di knelt, their eyes filled with confusion and shock. My heavens, the Yin-Yang Shun Di has actually knelt. I sensed that this young man seated at the head was extraordinary. It seems my intuition was correct. The identity of this young man is likely more terrifying than I had anticipated. Could it be that this significant figure has descended from the Shichong Tian? However, wasn't Shichong Tian long ago sealed off? Has the ban on Shichong Tian been lifted? The elders, witnessing the unfolding scene above, began to speculate wildly. Some even started to suspect that Li Ruofeng was a descendant of a prominent figure from Shichong Tian. Chapter 169, Identification of Traitors and the Hidden Force Behind Them. Well, is everyone present now? In response to the words of the Yin Yang Shindi, Li Ruofeng merely acknowledged with a slight nod before turning to inquire of the Jiu Yu Shindi, returning to the esteemed elder. All the elders of the divine dynasty have arrived. However, we are still missing a crucial figure. Jiu Yu Shindi replied. Oh, who might that be? Li Ruofeng asked with keen interest. It is the Tianyuan Shindi. Jiu Yu Shindi glanced at Yin Yang and Pamia, the two other divine emperors nearby, and then spoke in a calm tone. Tianyuan. Indeed, why has he not yet arrived? Normally, he is more proactive than us when matters arise. Yin Yang echoed with confusion. Esteemed elder, should I go check on the situation? Jiu Yu Shundi's eyes gleamed with determination as he respectfully inquired of Li Ruofeng. No need. He has already arrived. Li Ruofeng smiled faintly, then lifted his gaze towards the entrance of the hall. Seeing this, Jiu Yu Shindi and the others immediately turned to look at the entrance. At that moment, a man clad in a gray robe stepped calmly into the grand hall. It was none other than the tardy Tianyuan Shindi. Who is this? Upon his arrival, Tianyuan immediately noticed Li Ruofeng seated in the main position, while Jiu Yu Shindi and the others stood respectfully to the side. This unusual scene instantly aroused Tianyuan Shindi's wariness. Tianyuan, you have finally arrived. If you had delayed any longer, I would have had to personally come to fetch you. Jiu Yu Shindi jested with a smile as he welcomed the arrival of Tianyuan Shindi, appearing completely at ease. Not at all. I was held up by a minor matter. May I ask who this esteemed individual is? Tianyuan Shindi inquired cautiously. Cough. Cough. This is... As Jiu Yu Shindi began to respond, Li Ruofeng stood up and directly interrupted him. Enough. Since everyone is here, let us commence with the main business. Yes, esteemed elder. Upon hearing Li Ruofeng's words, Jiu Yu Shindi ceased to address Tianyuan and promptly fell silent. This display of respect from Jiu Yu Shindi further piqued Tianyuan Shindi's curiosity regarding Li Ruofeng's true identity. Li Ruofeng, however, paid little mind to the reactions of Jiu Yu Shindi and the others, as he gracefully made his way to the forefront of the dais. Gazing down at the hundreds of elders standing below, his eyes shimmered, and a brilliant golden light erupted from them. In an instant, this golden radiance enveloped everyone present. After a brief moment, the golden light receded and normalcy returned. Yet, those below appeared stunned, as if their souls had been momentarily lost, standing frozen in place. Esteemed elder, what is happening to them? Jiu Yu Shindi stepped forward, curious. You will know soon enough. Without wasting time on explanations, Li Ruofeng's voice resonated throughout the hall. Those among you who have colluded with the Tianyuan clan, step forward. Li Ruofeng's calm voice echoed through the grand hall. Then, an astonishing scene unfolded. The previously motionless individuals suddenly began to stir. Within mere moments, nearly 10 people, with blank expressions, stepped to the front of the hall. Is it really this simple? Jiu Yu Shundi's realization dawned upon him, his face revealing unmasked astonishment. The expressions of Yin Yang Shindi and Pamia Shindi also shifted, clearly reflecting their own incredulity. Meanwhile, Tianyuan Shindi's demeanor became somewhat unnatural, his pupils betraying a fleeting hint of panic. How is this possible? No, this cannot be. What kind of method is this? Even I could not perceive it. Tianyuan Shindi was deeply shaken. As the divine emperors each contemplated their own thoughts, the commotion below gradually subsided. It appears there are more of them than I had anticipated. Jiu Yu Shinchao, it seems your dynasty is not as formidable as I believed. Were it not for my intervention, in a few years, we might not even know if this dynasty belongs to the divine realm or the Tianyuan clan. Observing the nearly 50 figures standing at the forefront, Li Ruofeng remarked with a hint of jest in his tone. Hearing Li Ruofeng's words, Jiu Yu Shundi's expression shifted between shades of black and white. It is my incompetence. Esteemed elder, you are correct. Had it not been for your assistance today, I would have remained oblivious to the fact that so many have already pledged allegiance to the Tianyuan clan. As he spoke, Jiu Yu Shundi's tone turned cold and filled with resentment, his hands clenching into fists, the aura around him fluctuating with his rising emotions. What? You mean to say these individuals have defected to the Tianyuan clan? Damn it, these treacherous scoundrels. I nearly lost my life battling the Tianyuan clan, and they dare betray us in secret. I will slay them all. At that moment, as Jiu Yu Shindi and Li Ruofeng conversed, Yin Yangshan Di finally grasped the purpose behind gathering so many individuals in the Grand Hall. Instantaneously, Yin Yangshan Di erupted with rage, raising his hand to deal with the traitors below. Not so fast. They lack the courage to conspire with the Tianyuan clan. Do you not wish to know who is behind them? Speak up. Why have you allied with the Tianyuan clan? And who is the mastermind behind you in Jiu Yushindi's court? With a snap of his fingers, Li Ruofeng restored the consciousness of all present. Aside from the traitors, his intention was clear, to allow these individuals to hear the truth for themselves. By aligning with the Tianyuan clan and assisting them in seizing control of the Jiu Yushin Chao, we can ensure our survival. Moreover, the Tianyuan clan has promised that anyone who joins them will receive a Shinzu Dan. Under Li Ruofeng's influence, one of the traitors spoke devoid of emotion. This revelation immediately reached the ears of everyone in the Grand Hall. What? They have indeed colluded with the Tianyuan clan. And the Tianyuan clan has promised a Shinzu Dan. An elder exclaimed in astonishment. What fools. The Shinzu Dan is not so easily obtained. It is a divine pill that aids in breaking through to the Shinzu realm. This is merely a temptation laid by the Tianyuan clan. Another elder interjected. Moreover, even if their offer were genuine, it would not justify our betrayal of the divine realm. The Tianyuan clan has slain so many of our kin. I would rather die than submit to them. Voices of indignation quickly arose, their loyalty unwavering in the face of the Tianyuan clan's enticing conditions. Kill the traitors. Kill the traitors. Kill them. As more and more elders began to shout in fervent outrage, the atmosphere grew increasingly charged. Esteemed elder, what do you see? Jiu Yushindi approached, cautiously gauging the rising tension below. Not yet. Everyone, please calm down. Li Rufeng suddenly uttered a calm command. In an instant, tranquility enveloped the Grand Hall. The elders, regaining their senses, gazed upward at Li Rufeng. He continued, who is the one behind you? Noticing the silence among the crowd, Li Rufeng directed his words at the infamous traitor. Our benefactor is none other than heaven. The manipulated traitor emotionlessly replied, colluding with the demon clan deserves a death sentence. Let them all perish. At that moment, the previously motionless Tianyuan Shindi erupted with a thunderous shout and took action. Everything unfolded with such swiftness that the Jiu Shindi and others had no time to react. With a resounding crash, every traitor below was ruthlessly slain by Tianyuan Shindi, leaving no remnants, not even ashes. Chapter 170. A mere divine ancestor lifts a hand to exterminate. Tianyuan, what are you doing? Jiu Shindi, now alert, questioned with fiery anger. What am I doing? I am sending these traitors to their end, of course. Am I in the wrong? Or do you have allies among these traitors? Tianyuan Shindi responded with calm assurance. You slanderous fiend. I see you are intent on silencing witnesses. Jiu Shindi retorted fiercely. Jiu, you must not speak carelessly. If you claim I am silencing witnesses, you ought to provide evidence. Otherwise, it would be mere slander. Tianyuan Shindi chuckled nonchalantly, disregarding Jiu Shindi entirely. Damn it. Who gave you the audacity? You act on your own accord, and yet you dare to be so arrogant before me. Do you think I will not dare to act against you? Jiu Shindi no longer extended any courtesy, coldly reprimanding Tianyuan Shindi. Act against me? You do not think I can hold my own against you, do you? As he spoke, Tianyuan Shindi no longer concealed his aura, unleashing a terrifying pressure that enveloped the entire hall. This, divine ancestor realm. You are actually in the divine ancestor realm. Were you not at the 8th layer of the divine emperor? Yin Yang Shindi exclaimed in utter shock. I had intended to continue in my previous state, but alas. You have shown me no respect. Since that is the case, I reveal my hand. I am now a divine ancestor. To me, you are but ants. Tianyuan Shindi proclaimed with a derisive laugh. It is indeed you. Tianyuan, you are the one behind all this, aren't you? The demon clan truly is generous. Your breakthrough to the divine ancestor realm is due to the divine ancestor pill, is it not? Jiu Shindi confronted Tianyuan Shindi with a calm demeanor. So what if it is? So what if it is not? Those who understand the times are the true heroes. The divine realm will inevitably belong to the demon clan. The divine lord has been missing for tens of thousands of years, and we have been retreating steadily. If you insist on seeking death, I will not accompany you. At this point, there is no need for me to conceal anything further. After today, the Jiu divine dynasty will cease to exist, and all of you here shall perish. With his identity exposed, Tianyuan Shindi no longer felt the need to hide, straightforwardly confessing everything. What? Tianyuan Shindi has betrayed us. No wonder we have been in a passive state all these years. Whatever plans we had, the demon clan always managed to evade. It seems all of this is due to the traitor Tianyuan Shindi. The crowd below, absorbing Tianyuan Shindi's words, felt a tumultuous wave of shock. Even they had not anticipated that one of the four supreme divine emperors of the Jiyu divine dynasty would resort to such despicable acts of allegiance to the demon clan. As the atmosphere in the grand hall grew unbearably tense, a round of applause suddenly erupted. Everyone turned their attention towards the source of the sound. The one applauding was none other than the previously silent Li Rufeng. "Young man, what is the meaning of this? Are you eager for death?" Tianyuan Continent spoke icily, observing Li Rufeng's nonchalant demeanor. It means nothing. Your performance was simply amusing, and your words were rather ignorant and arrogant." Li Rufeng replied calmly in the face of Tianyuan Continent's cold scrutiny. "You seek death." Tianyuan Continent, incensed by Li Rufeng's words, raised his hand and unleashed a powerful strike towards him. In an instant, an overwhelming attack from the divine ancestor realm surged towards Li Rufeng's face. Commendable courage, but lacking in wisdom. As the fierce assault approached, Li Rufeng merely smiled lightly, revealing a hint of disdain. "How could you? What on earth?" In the next moment, Tianyuan Continent spewed a mouthful of blood, his eyes filled with boundless fear and reluctance. "A mere divine ancestor dares to claim he will kill everyone here?" Li Rufeng remarked. "This is what I mean by ignorance and arrogance." With a snap of his fingers, Tianyuan Continent's body erupted into a cloud of blood mist. The assembly in the grand hall stared in disbelief at the scene before them, not daring to breathe. Their minds went blank, unable to comprehend how such a formidable divine ancestor could fall before them. Throughout the ordeal, they had not even witnessed Li Rufeng make a move. Having experienced death once, Jiyu Continent's emotions settled slightly, yet the shock lingered. The divine ancestor had been killed with such ease. Truly, he was an elder. It was no wonder he possessed such a terrifying weapon spirit. With an elder like him, the divine realm was secure. Realizing Li Rufeng's overwhelming power, Jiyu Continent felt a surge of excitement. After all, as long as Li Rufeng was willing to intervene, the threat from the demon clan would be swiftly resolved, and the crisis in the divine realm would dissipate entirely. Though he had just entered the divine ancestor realm, was it not a bit too weak? He couldn't even withstand a single breath of my aura. Or perhaps it was that I was too strong. I can only hope to encounter opponents in the 10 layers that pique my interest. Gently lowering his right hand, Li Rufeng murmured, his tone rife with disappointment and boredom. Weak in the divine ancestor realm? Then am I not even a weak chicken? Truly, he was an elder. Meanwhile, Jiyu Continent was left speechless by Li Rufeng's muttering. Jiyu Continent. After a moment, Li Rufeng called out softly. "I am here. How may I serve you, elder?" Jiyu Continent promptly stepped forward, his demeanor respectful. "It is time to take action against the demon clan. Spread the word. Tomorrow, gather everyone for a decisive battle with the demon clan, and arrange a location for the confrontation. This way, I can capture them all in one fell swoop. The divine realm is vast. I do not wish to search for them one by one," Li Rufeng instructed. "Yes, rest assured, elder, this matter is in my hands." Jiyu Continent, fully supportive of Li Rufeng's plan against the demon clan, readily agreed. "Well then, I will await your news. I will only strike once, and you should understand my meaning. Also, gather various heavenly materials, earthly treasures, and divine weapons. Any useful resources, the more the better. This shall serve as my remuneration for taking action. You have no objections, do you?" Li Rufeng continued, speaking calmly. No problem. I will arrange for someone to gather the resources immediately. Soon, I shall deliver the collected assets to the esteemed elder." The Jiyu God Emperor dared not hesitate and promptly responded with respect. Indeed, engaging in conversation with an astute individual is truly effortless. "You may proceed with your tasks." Li Rufeng nodded slightly before his figure vanished from the grand hall. After Li Rufeng's departure, the Jiyu God Emperor let out a slight sigh of relief. After all, the strength of Li Rufeng was overwhelmingly fearsome. Merely standing there instilled a profound sense of pressure. "Jiyu, what should we do next? The Tianyuan clan may not necessarily comply with our wishes and engage us in a decisive battle." At this moment, the Tianyuan God Emperor stepped forward and inquired softly. They have no say in the matter. Tianyuan, are you bold enough to join me in a grand venture? We have but one opportunity. We simply need to lure out all the powerful MOD of the Tianyuan clan. Once the MOD have fallen, the remaining adversaries can be dealt with effortlessly, even without the elder's intervention. The Jiyu God Emperor stated indifferently. "Jiyu, speak plainly. As long as we can eliminate this group of scoundrels, I fear not even death." The Tianyuan God Emperor declared resolutely. "I share the same sentiment. Speak. How do you intend to draw out the MOD of the Tianyuan clan?" At this moment, the Pumye God Emperor also stepped forward to voice his thoughts. Since it has come to this, I shall not mince words. My approach is quite straightforward. If we were to confront the 4 MOD of the Tianyuan clan individually, we would undoubtedly be outmatched. However, their offspring do not possess such formidable strength. If we capture the children of the 4 MOD and use them as bait, I refuse to believe the MOD will not come forth. If we can also attract those Mo Huang and Mo Wang, it would be even better, the Jiu God Emperor articulated. This method is indeed feasible. However, to capture the children of the MOD, we must first contend with the MOD themselves. That may prove challenging, the Pumye God Emperor murmured, his expression grave. Thus, I asked if Yin Yang would dare to join me in this grand endeavor. My plan is simple. Yin Yang and I will draw away the MOD, while you, Pumye, take the opportunity to capture their children. With no MOD to impede you, this task shall be trivial for you. The Jiu God Emperor conveyed. This. Perhaps it would be better if Yin Yang and I attract attention while you seize the opportunity to capture the MOD's children. The Pumye God Emperor replied earnestly. Enough. Will you contest me on this matter? You are more adept at concealing your presence. This task is yours alone. Moreover, Yin Yang and I will merely divert the MOD's attention, not engage in direct confrontation. Hence the danger is minimal. Once you succeed, we shall retreat without hesitation. If we cannot contend with them, can we not escape? The Jiu God Emperor chuckled. Very well, I shall defer to your judgment. When shall we act? After contemplating. The Pumye God Emperor ultimately agreed to the plan proposed by the Jiu God Emperor. There is no rush. Once night falls, that shall be our prime opportunity. Let us first gather resources for the elder. At that time, I will inform the elder of our plan to ensure that all goes flawlessly. The Jiu God Emperor replied. That seems agreeable. Thus, it is settled. The Pumye God Emperor nodded slightly. Soon, the Jiu God Emperor and his companions departed the Grand Hall to gather resources. Everything commenced its steady progression towards the direction they had envisioned. The following day, upon a vast and boundless plain, Li Ruo Feng hovered in the air, his expression tranquil. Are you certain the Tianyuan clan will come? Why has there been no movement for so long? Shortly after, Li Ruo Feng spoke softly, casting his gaze downward at several figures below. On the plain, several figures knelt, their energies waning. These individuals were the offspring of the MOD, captured by the Pumye God Emperor. Their cultivation had been entirely stripped, rendering them mere pawns to lure the powerful MOD of the Tian Mo clan. Rest assured, esteemed elder, given the nature of the Tian Mo clan, they will not rest until they reclaim their kin, so they will undoubtedly come. The Jiu God Emperor reassured confidently. Let us hope so. Observing the Jiu God Emperor's confidence, Li Ruo Feng ceased his inquiries and continued to wait patiently for the arrival of the Tian Mo clan. Soon, a moment passed in silence. At this juncture, a multitude of shadowy figures suddenly appeared not far from Li Ruo Feng. Simultaneously, several undeterred auras of God Emperors surged forth. They have finally arrived. Sensing the commotion nearby, Li Ruo Feng uttered softly. Jiu God Emperor, I did not expect you to truly be unafraid of death. We have come now. Today marks your demise. Moments later, 4 figures materialized before Li Ruo Feng, each exuding an aura of the 9th level of God Emperor. These 4 were the MOD of the Tian Mo clan. Mere outsiders dare to speak so brazenly. Today shall be your last. In response to the provocation from the MOD of the Tian Mo clan, the Jiu God Emperor retorted without hesitation. Very well. I shall witness how you withstand the might of my Tian Mo clan's forces. Should you continue to cower within that shell, you may survive a while longer. Alas, you have foolishly chosen to confront my Tian Mo clan in a decisive battle. How utterly ludicrous. Ha! One of the MOD laughed maniacally. Enough with the banter. Since you have delivered your last words, it is time for your journey to commence. I also thank you for providing such ample nourishment. To express my gratitude, I shall ensure your passage is peaceful. At this moment, Li Ruo Feng interjected coolly, interrupting the ongoing exchange. As his words concluded, the Wan Hun fan materialized before him. Such audacity. You, alone, dare to claim you will send us on our way? Since you seek death, I shall oblige. Tian Mo Palm, perish. Upon hearing Li Ruo Feng's proclamation, one of the MOD could not contain himself and launched an attack. In an instant, a tremendous demonic palm surged toward Li Ruo Feng. Commendable courage, yet your strength is somewhat lacking. Ren Huang fan, it is your turn to take the stage. Go. In the face of the MOD's assault, Li Ruo Feng smiled indifferently and raised his hand to summon the Wan Hun fan. In an instant, the Wan Hun fan darted forth, directly targeting the attacking MOD. How is this possible? In the blink of an eye, not only was that demonic palm neutralized, but the assailant was also reduced to mere sustenance for the Wan Hun fan. This, not good. This fellow is not right. Attack together. The remaining 3 MOD, witnessing this, dared not underestimate the situation and simultaneously launched an assault on Li Ruo Feng. A futile effort. Die. In response to the assault of the 3 MOD, Li Ruo Feng spoke calmly. and then beams of golden light shot forth from his eyes. As the golden light dissipated, the heads of the three MOD vanished, leaving behind lifeless husks. Xiao Xian, eliminate the remaining Tianyuan clan members below. After swiftly dispatching the three MOD, Li Ruofeng commanded the Wanhun fan. Upon receiving Li Ruofeng's order, the Wanhun fan wasted no time, darting towards the countless forces of the Tianyuan clan. In an instant, an endless torrent of dark energy surged forth from the Wanhun fan, enveloping the sky for miles in shadow. Chapter 172, The Destruction of the Army, Reciprocity. What is this? Demonic energy? Could it be that the Demon Emperor has made his move? It must be so. This group of insignificant beings from the divine realm is about to perish beneath the might of the Demon Emperor. Our TNM tribe is the strongest. Below, as they gazed at the suddenly darkened sky, the members of the TNM tribe became increasingly exhilarated, wholly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Just as the TNM tribe reveled in their cheers, under the manipulation of Xiao Su-en, an endless tide of black mist surged towards the TNM army. In an instant, wherever the black mist swept, one after another, the members of the TNM tribe fell. Though their bodies bore no visible wounds, these individuals were undeniably as good as dead. Before the WNHNFN, the TNM army was like meat on a chopping board, utterly defenseless, left to be slaughtered. Thus, tens of millions of the TNM army succumbed to the black mist of the WNHNFN until their last breath. They did not comprehend the reason for their demise. After all, in their perception, the minuscule divine realm could not possibly harbor powers capable of contending with their TNM tribe. High above, Li Rufeng observed the unfolding events below with an air of calm, his heart unperturbed. Yet beside him, the GYSHND and others were already beset by tumultuous emotions. Even though they had witnessed Li Rufeng's prowess, the current scene stirred waves of unrest within them, especially the WNHNFN. They had seen magical artifacts before, but this overwhelming artifact was a first for them. Goodness, I never expected this artifact to be so formidable. It turns out that regardless of which choice I made previously, the outcome would have been the same. Gazing at the WNHNFN as it continued to reap the TNM army, GYSHND was reminded of the fateful decision Li Rufeng had compelled him to make. Thus, time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, the TNM army was utterly annihilated. The WNHNFN then transformed into the likeness of Xiao Su-en and returned to Li Rufeng's side. Thank you for your assistance, esteemed senior. Had it not been for you, the divine realm would inevitably have fallen to the TNM tribe. On behalf of all beings in the divine realm, I express my gratitude for your aid. Soon, GYSHND approached respectfully. It was a trivial matter, hardly worth mentioning. Now that the TNM army has been vanquished, you may handle the remaining minor nuisances as you see fit. After a glance at GYSHND, Li Rufeng spoke softly. Yes, I understand. The remaining matters do not require your intervention. We can manage them ourselves. GYSHND replied. If that is the case, then we shall part ways for now. Consider this collection of Dao laws as your return gift for the resources you have given me. How much you comprehend is contingent upon your own fortune. Upon finishing his words, Li Rufeng's figure vanished from the spot, leaving behind a collection of Dao laws. Thank you, esteemed senior. We bid you farewell. Upon witnessing the Dao laws left by Li Rufeng, GYSHND was immediately filled with excitement. Even the Yin Ying SHND and Pmi SHND, upon seeing that collection of Dao laws, exhibited glimmers of envy in their eyes. Cough, cough. GY, do you see that collection of Dao laws? Hee hee. Such a treasure, you cannot hoard it all for yourself. After Li Rufeng's departure, Yin Ying approached with a sycophantic grin. Enough, put away that nauseating smile. This collection of Dao laws is for all of you. However, now is not the time to comprehend the Dao laws. The remnants of the TNM must still be dealt with. Once we have completely eradicated the TNM from the divine realm, we can then contemplate the Dao laws. GYSHND gently stated. Agreed. Let us act swiftly. I can hardly wait to grasp the Dao laws. Soon, the three divine emperors dispersed, each heading toward different directions within the divine realm. At that moment, Li Rufeng had already arrived at the passage leading to the 10 heavens. However, to his surprise, he encountered a familiar face there. What are you doing here? As soon as he landed, Li Rufeng inquired with curiosity. Esteemed senior. Upon hearing Li Rufeng's voice, Wang El, who had been sitting on the ground in a daze, suddenly stood up, a look of joy illuminating her face. Esteemed senior, you have returned so soon? What about the TNM tribe? Wang El approached Li Rufeng and asked. It has been resolved. The remaining aftermath can be handled by GYSH and D and the others. Li Rufeng replied. Is that so? Truly, you are formidable. The immensely powerful T and M tribe has been dealt with so swiftly. Then, esteemed senior, are you going to leave now? Wang El suddenly asked, her expression becoming slightly awkward. Yes, I have others awaiting me. You are not merely here to ask me this, are you? Li Rufeng nodded and countered with a question. I. Upon hearing Li Rufeng's words, Wang El found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Well, esteemed senior, you have helped me immensely before. I came to express my gratitude, and this, I wish to present to you. After a few moments of hesitation, Wang El gathered her courage and spoke while retrieving an item from her bosom, presenting it to Li Rufeng with both hands. What is this? Observing the multicolored fruit resting in Wang El's palm, Li Rufeng displayed a look of confusion. Esteemed senior, this is the Xianxiaaudiobooks goo. Wang El replied. Xianxiaaudiobooks goo? Is that the divine object that can enhance the chances of comprehending the Dao? I had mentioned that this item would be of no use to me. You should keep it for yourself. Li Rufeng had not anticipated that Wang El would present the Xianxiaaudiobooks goo to him. However, he was indeed correct. While the Xianxiaaudiobooks goo was precious, it was of no necessity to him now. Even if consumed, it would yield little effect. I know that your prowess makes you indifferent to the Xianxiaaudiobooks goo, but this is my heartfelt intention. I hope you will accept it. Wang El insisted. Gazing at the stubborn Wang El before him, Li Rufeng found himself at a loss for words. Very well, since you insist, I shall accept it without reservation. After a moment of silence, Li Rufeng extended his hand to take the Xianxiaaudiobooks goo from Wang El. Although he had no need for it himself, he could give it to his disciples. Accepting the Xianxiaaudiobooks goo, Li Rufeng promptly tossed it into the xianxiaoshg. The moment the Xianxiaaudiobooks goo landed, it plunged directly into the soil, and a seedling quietly emerged from the ground. 1 meter, 2 meters. In the span of mere moments, the seedling grew into a towering tree several dozen meters high. Outside, Li Rufeng noticed the transformation of the Xianxiaaudiobooks goo and could not help but show a satisfied smile. As the saying goes, reciprocity is essential. Since you have gifted me the Xianxiaaudiobooks goo, I shall offer you a small token of my appreciation. With that, Li Rufeng raised his hand and touched Wang El's forehead. In the next instant, a marvelous energy began to flow freely within Wang El's body. Simultaneously, a surge of information flooded into Wang El's consciousness. Esteemed senior. Moments later, sensing the changes within her body and the influx of vast information in her mind, Wang El could not help but smile with delight. However, just as she intended to express her gratitude to Li Rufeng, she discovered that he had already vanished without a trace. This caused Wang El's heart to tighten, and she quickly turned to gaze at the entrance of the passage. Train diligently. I hope that by the next time we meet, you will have grown capable of standing on your own. Just then, a few voices emanated from within the passage. Esteemed senior, will I truly see you again? Only the sound remained, yet he was nowhere to be seen, prompting Wang El to call out loudly. However, in response to her inquiry, the passage remained silent. Hearing no response, Wang Li stood dazedly, gazing towards the direction of the passage. A shadow of despondency crossed her face, and her eyes began to shimmer with a hint of bewilderment. If you wish to see me, strive to keep pace with my steps. Just then, Li Rufeng's voice echoed once more from the passage. Yes, senior. I shall exert every effort to cultivate. One day, I will surely catch up to your silhouette. No matter how arduous the journey may be, I will never relinquish my resolve. Upon hearing Li Rufeng's words, Wang Li's heart quivered, and a smile of delight blossomed at the corners of her mouth. Subsequently, an expression of unwavering determination graced her visage, and her gaze gradually hardened with resolve. Chapter 173, The First Layer of Heaven, the Time Sovereign. The 10 Layers of Heaven. The First Layer of Heaven. Upon entering the passage, Li Rufeng's figure materialized here. As soon as he arrived, a frown creased his brow. In the first layer of heaven, the air was thick with dense demonic energy. Within a radius of 100 miles, Li Rufeng sensed not a trace of life. This peculiar circumstance immediately led him to ponder the safety of Su Yang and the others. With no time to dwell further, Li Rufeng swiftly extended his consciousness in search of any signs of life. After several breaths, he gradually withdrew his mental probing. I have found them. Whether they are on this layer remains uncertain. With a murmured thought, Li Rufeng's figure vanished from sight. Meanwhile, billions of miles away, a city loomed, Longshu City. At this moment, outside Longshu City, two figures confronted each other in midair. I ask, why must you be so stubborn? The Lord of Demons has proclaimed that if you willingly submit, he shall spare the lives of those within Longshu City. Moreover, should you pledge allegiance, the Lord of Demons will assist you in breaking through to a higher realm. granting you immense power. For the sake of these mere ants, and for your own future, you should contemplate this carefully. The Lord of Demons holds you in high regard. Submitting to him could lead you to a more formidable world. Are you not tempted by these prospects? One figure spoke slowly. Humph. It is only someone of your ilk who would yield to such a so-called Lord of Demons. The esteemed Time Sovereign, I dare say, is far more than that. If you can abandon your last shred of dignity, your path of cultivation has reached its end. I would rather die than submit. The other figure retorted coldly. Should Li Rufeng be present, he would undoubtedly be filled with joy, for the speaker was none other than his disciple, Su Yang. He, incorrigible. Thus, today shall mark the demise of Longshu City. Attack. The Time Sovereign's expression remained impassive as he raised his hand, commanding those behind him to launch an assault on Longshu City. In an instant, a multitude of the Tianma clan and those who had submitted to the Lord of Demons surged toward Longshu City. I will handle the Time Sovereign. You deal with those foes. Witnessing the enemy's advance, Su Yang wasted no time and communicated with a figure atop the city walls. You truly know how to delegate. Very well, I shall ensure that none shall step foot into Longshu City. By the way, are you capable? The Time Sovereign appears even stronger than before. The figure atop the walls relayed to Su Yang. The Lord of Demons does not concern me. A mere buffoon, I shall not falter. Su Yang replied nonchalantly. Time Sovereign, prepare for battle. With a fierce shout, Su Yang leaped into the skies, soaring to an altitude of 10,000 meters. Humph, arrogant. I shall see how you intend to slay me. Unfazed by Su Yang's provocation, the Time Sovereign leaped into action, pursuing Su Yang directly. Everyone, kill them. The first to breach Longshu City shall receive a divine ancestor pill. Below, amidst the ranks of the Tianma clan, a man suddenly shouted, kill. Upon hearing the mention of the divine ancestor pill, both the members of the Tianma clan and the traitors became invigorated, as if they had received a surge of adrenaline. Senior, what shall we do? A woman atop the city walls inquired of the man standing at the forefront. The woman was none other than Lu Xianxia, the senior sister of Qingyun's sect from the immortal realm. The man she queried was Su Jie, the one who had previously communicated with Su Yang. If one were to observe their appearances, it would become apparent that Su Yang and Su Jie bore a striking resemblance. What is there to ponder? A mere swarm of ants must be exterminated. Everyone, charge with me. With that command, Su Jie vanished from sight. In the next moment, he appeared amidst the ranks of the Tianma clan. Boom. With a resounding crash, Su Jie began his rampage. We shall join. Seeing Su Jie initiate the attack, Lu Xianxia swiftly drew her long sword and resolutely charged into the fray against the Tianma clan's forces. Kill. Before long, more and more individuals emerged from Longshu City, engaging in fierce combat with the army of the Tianma clan. Simultaneously, a familiar figure took the forefront atop the city walls. After years of slaughter, why do the members of the Tianma clan only seem to multiply? Is it my fate to be halted at this very juncture in this lifetime? Gazing down at the throng of Tianma clan soldiers, the figure sighed in resignation. This figure was Lu Ruyan, or rather, the soul that had occupied her body. However, the spirit occupying Lu Ruyan's body had long since grown accustomed to her name, thus referring to her as Lu Ruyan posed no issue. After a moment of silence, Lu Ruyan cast aside her thoughts and, with a flash of her figure, joined the massacre against the Tianma clan. High above, at an altitude of 10,000 meters, Su Yang and the Time Sovereign engaged in fierce combat, both unleashing their full power. Humph, I underestimated you. I find myself reluctant to slay you now. I am curious. How did you acquire the power you possess? You are but a mere chi refinement cultivator. How can you unleash strength comparable to that of a divine ancestor at the peak of the 9th level? If you reveal this secret, I may consider retreating. The Time Sovereign spoke flatly, his gaze upon Su Yang brimming with avarice. Heh, you truly possess a remarkable lack of shame. To seek knowledge of my secrets, one must first possess the capability to extract them. 9 styles of god-slaying, all 9 styles combined, god-slaying. Su Yang raised the god-slaying spear, and in an instant, his aura erupted forth, power coalescing around the spear. Humph. If you refuse to speak, I shall compel you to do so. Time's secret art, time strangulation. In response to Su Yang's strike, the Time Sovereign did not hesitate, deploying his trump card. In that moment, 2 overwhelmingly terrifying auras clashed violently against one another. The mere aftermath of their collision tore the surrounding space asunder, creating countless rifts in the void. Those embroiled in the chaos below were drawn to the magnificent energies radiating from the 2 combatants. Truly troublesome. You all continue. I shall assess the situation. Sensing the intense disturbance from above, Su Jie communicated briefly before soaring toward the high altitude. Die. With that, both Su Yang and the Time Sovereign completed their preparations for their ultimate attacks. In unison, they unleashed their most formidable strikes against each other. Bang! The collision of their attacks produced a deafening explosion. The shockwave radiated outward, scattering in all directions. Pooh! Following the clash, Su Yang was suddenly sent flying backward, a mouthful of fresh blood erupting from his lips. The Time Sovereign fared no better. His hands trembled uncontrollably, blood dripping incessantly from his arms into the air. Chapter 174. Su Jia's Strength, A Strange Emergence. Excellent. Splendid. Ha! The stronger you become, the more intrigued I am by the secrets that dwell within you. How does such a brash youth possess such formidable power? This strength belongs solely to me. Ha! Exclusively mine. I must acquire it. Time confinement. The Master of Time suddenly erupted into maniacal laughter, raising his hand to grasp the wounded Su Yang. In an instant, the power of time enveloped Su Yang. This is bad. Damn it. If it weren't for needing to conserve my strength to deal with the ancient demon god, how could you, of all people, injure me? Cough, cough. Realizing he was surrounded by the power of time, Su Yang could not help but speak coldly. Ha! Absurd. Do you think you can contend with the ancient demon god? Over the years, the demon god has been recuperating from the wounds inflicted during the ancient war. That is why it has not taken action. Were it not for this, you would have perished long ago. Do you think I would choose to bow to the demon god? Your ignorance stems from your lack of experience with its terrifying power. Yet I have witnessed it firsthand. That strength far surpasses the pinnacle of the divine ancestor realm. For such power, what is the harm in mere subservience? If I could possess that strength, would not everything in this world be dictated by me? Ha! Thus, my resentment grows. I have toiled through countless nights to barely reach the pinnacle of the divine ancestor realm. Yet you, a mere youth, what right do you have to wield power greater than mine? And that damned Godmaster. This world of the 9 heavens rightfully belongs to me. Sooner or later, I will personally deal with him. For now, I shall uncover the secrets you possess, and then send you on your way. Ah! Suddenly, the Master of Time's expression twisted into a grimace, unleashing an unervingly maniacal laugh. TSK, TSK, TSK. Such audacity. One might think you are more formidable than the ancient demon god. At that moment, several mocking voices rang out. Who? Refining Chi realm? You are also of the refining Chi realm? The Master of Time turned to gaze at the suddenly appearing Su Jia, and upon sensing the latter's realm, his expression transformed. What brings you here? Su Yang inquired nonchalantly at the sight of Su Jia. I found the individuals below to be rather feeble, and I was somewhat bored. Thus, I came to observe your battle. So, do you require my assistance? Of course, my assistance comes at a cost. You understand, don't you? Su Jia responded with playful banter towards Su Yang, ignoring the Master of Time. Do you take me for a fool? If I were to provide you with the technique, what would stop you from fleeing? I still need your help against the ancient demon god. Su Yang replied coolly. Very well, then do your best. That person over there, you may continue without concern for me. Upon hearing Su Yang's words, Su Jia casually strolled to the side, appearing as if he were merely a spectator. This scene left Su Yang utterly speechless. Even the Master of Time furrowed his brow in confusion. Since you have appeared, I shall seize you along with your secrets. You are also of the refining Chi realm, and you must possess your own secrets. Time confinement. Although Su Jia feigned disinterest, the Master of Time would not let him off so easily. After all, being of the same realm, the Master of Time was equally intrigued by the secrets Su Jia harbored. Are you certain you wish to act against me? I have stated that I am merely here to observe. What is the necessity? Su Jia raised his hands in surrender, sighing at the Master of Time's aggression. I care not whether you are merely observing. Since you are here, there is no chance for you to escape. The Master of Time, cold and indifferent, declared as the surrounding power of time began to converge upon Su Jia. Did you truly believe I would be so easily intimidated? With such feeble time power, you cannot even trap a dog. Su Jia replied with a tone laced with mockery. At this, Su Yang's expression darkened. Who are you insulting? By your implication, am I lesser than a dog? He retorted, exasperated. I did not say that. If you interpret it that way, I bear no opposition. Su Jia responded with a grin. To speak so boldly in my presence, I shall observe how you intend to breach my power of time. Confinement. Seeing the smirk on Su Jia's face, the Master of Time felt insulted, thereby amplifying the power in his grasp. Ignorant and arrogant. You possess ambition, yet your intellect is lacking. Break. As the power of time surged toward him, Su Jia waved his hand. In an instant, the surrounding forces of time were forcibly dispersed. What? How is this possible? How did you accomplish this? The Master of Time was left in shock, unable to comprehend how his time confinement was so easily shattered by a mere gesture from Su Jia. Alas, you are truly ignorant. Do you truly believe that the time power you comprehend is formidable? At best, it merely signifies that you have touched the threshold of the path of time. There remains much you must learn. Regrettably, it appears you shall not have the opportunity. Su Jie remarked, observing the Master of Time's stunned expression. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. No one can surpass me on the path of time. You must have employed some unseen method. I refuse to believe you could break free once, let alone a second time. Time confinement. Unwilling to accept defeat, the Master of Time attempted to ensnare Su Jie with time confinement once more. Yet, this effort proved futile. In the face of the Master of Time's renewed assault, Su Jie casually waved his hand once more. Unsurprisingly, the time confinement was effortlessly dispelled. How can this be? I refuse to believe it. No one can easily break my time power. This is a lie. It must be a lie. Ha ha. All lies. Suddenly, the Master of Time's aura began to spiral out of control. Following this, a thick cloud of black energy erupted from his being. The aura has changed. This situation seems to have grown dire. Observing the transformed Master of Time, Su Jie's expression shifted to one of slight concern. Without hesitation, Su Jie immediately approached Su Yang, raising his hand to dispel the time confinement. This individual's state is quite unsettling. It appears to be the aura of the ancient demon god. Can you still fight? Su Jie inquired. The ancient demon god. Is it a possession? Su Yang asked with a grave expression. It does not seem so. Moreover, there is no necessity for it. I have an unsettling premonition. Su Jie replied, his tone heavy. Simultaneously, as the chaotic battle below reached a fever pitch, a strange scene unfolded. All the members of the Tianma clan, along with those subservient to the ancient demon god, began to exhibit a state of frenzied energy. Simultaneously, they emitted thick black energy akin to that of the Master of Time. Everyone retreat. Realizing the anomaly, Lu Rian decisively commanded. Heed the elder's words. Everyone fall back. Lu Xianxia shouted in unison. Swiftly, the people of Longshu City retreated to the city walls. Subsequently, all eyes fixated on the strange scene unfolding below. No one knew precisely what had transpired, nor did anyone comprehend how to proceed next. Elder, what is the situation? Upon returning to the city wall, Lu Xianxia approached Lu Rian to inquire. Chapter 175, Beyond Humans, Beyond Heavens. Uncertain. However, this should not be a pleasant development. Commanding forth, the city's protective barrier must be activated at once. Furthermore, no one is permitted to leave Longshu City lightly. Like Su Jie, Lu Rian felt an ominous premonition rising within her heart. Thus, to be on the safe side, Lu Rian directly ordered the activation of the city's protective barrier. Yes. Upon receiving Lu Rian's command, Lu Xianxia did not hesitate and swiftly turned to inform everyone to initiate the barrier. Soon, a golden light curtain enveloped the vast expanse of Longshu City entirely. Meanwhile, the strange occurrences not far away continued unabated. Before long, an atmosphere of overwhelming oppression and panic engulfed the entirety of Longshu City. In the sky, at an altitude of 10,000 meters, Su Jie suddenly spoke. This is not right. Even in a frenzy, it should not persist for this long. This could very well be the handiwork of an ancient demon god. Unforeseen circumstances may arise soon. Perhaps we should make our escape. Our lives are paramount. You were quite formidable just now, were you not? That technique, even I do not possess. You have concealed your depths well. Moreover, if this truly is the ancient demon god's trickery, there is no way for me to flee. Regardless, I cannot allow this ancient demon god to leave this lair. Otherwise, should this ancient demon god of the first heaven enter the other realms, my junior brothers and sisters would be in grave danger. Su Yang stated earnestly. If you fear, you are free to depart now, Su Yang added. I would like to leave, but the items I seek remain with you. Alas, I created you with my own hands. Yet, here I am, unable to control you. How amusing, yet a tad exasperating, Su Jie sighed, a complex expression crossing his face. Therefore, do you perceive nothing but my techniques? Su Yang suddenly inquired. What else would there be? Do you suppose I have taken a liking to you? Please, I assure you, my inclinations are quite normal, Su Jie replied meekly. Upon hearing Su Jie's response, Su Yang fell into a moment of speechlessness. Without my techniques, your power remains formidable, perhaps even surpassing mine. I am curious as to why you are so intent on obtaining my techniques, Su Yang pressed on, voicing his greatest doubt. Would you truly like to know why? In response to Su Yang's inquiry, Su Jie suddenly adopted a serious demeanor. Indeed, Su Yang nodded. In truth, it is quite simple. You think me powerful, indeed. In this world, I am strong enough that, if I exert my full strength, even an ancient demon god could be vanquished. But what if I were to tell you that there are beings beyond beings, realms beyond realms? The Jiutian world is not the pinnacle, and the Shinzu realm is not the end of cultivation. Beyond this place, my strength is merely slightly superior to that of an ant. Thus, I require your techniques. Your techniques can assist me in breaking through the shackles of my current realm. Only by growing stronger can I confront what lies ahead. Haha, I have said too much. You need only understand that your techniques are of great significance to me, Su Jie remarked softly. Beings beyond beings, realms beyond realms? Does this imply that my master may have ventured beyond the Jotian world? If that is the case, my master may still be alive. No, my master is undoubtedly alive. In light of this, I absolutely cannot perish here. I must seek out my master, Su Yang exclaimed with excitement. Ah, your imagination is indeed vivid. In such a place, even if your master were extraordinary, it would be impossible for him to survive and leave. If fortune favored him and he escaped that realm, then all these years, if he were alive, he would have certainly relayed some information back to us. Therefore, alas, Su Jie sighed lightly. No, I believe in my master. My master must have encountered some trouble, which is why he has not returned to us for so long, Su Yang declared earnestly. Whatever you wish to believe is of no concern to me. I care only for the techniques you possess. Seeing Su Yang's serious demeanor, Su Jie was disinclined to further elaborate. At that moment, not far away, the Time Sovereign suddenly howled towards the heavens. Subsequently, the Time Sovereign was enveloped entirely by dark energy, resembling a pitch-black cocoon. Simultaneously on the ground, the members of the Tianma clan and the traders were also encased in swirling black energy. This sudden occurrence sent a wave of heightened tension throughout Longshu City. Meanwhile, beneath a mountain range tens of thousands of miles away, a figure abruptly opened his eyes wide. I am finally on the verge of complete restoration. Only the final step remains, and it is now time for you to demonstrate your worth. Fear not, once I reclaim my peak, I shall send the people of this realm to meet you. The speaker was none other than the ancient demon god, Yu Ming. Boom. In the next moment, Yu Ming shot into the sky, piercing through the mountain range and ascending to the heights above. Casting a glance towards Longshu City, a sinister smile crept across Yu Ming's lips. Then, in a flash, he vanished from sight. Meanwhile, in Longshu City, at an altitude of 10,000 meters, Su Yang and Su Jie simultaneously turned to face a particular direction. This aura belongs to the ancient demon god. He has emerged. Upon sensing the increasingly potent aura approaching, Su Yang's expression turned grave. It appears that his strength has returned to its peak state. This spells trouble, Su Jie added. Did you not assert that you could face the ancient demon god without fear? Su Yang suddenly turned to Su Jie and spoke earnestly. Indeed, that is true. However, to exert my full strength would deplete too much of my fundamental power. Moreover, such an action would easily expose my aura, should those individuals detect me. What the Jotian world would face would not merely be these ancient demon gods. Truly, I find myself in a precarious predicament, Su Jie replied. His tone heavy and his countenance darkened. Is there truly no way out? If only my master were here. Upon hearing Su Jie's words, Su Yang felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. Let us observe the situation for now. If we are indeed driven to a dead end, then we shall disregard all else. At that point, it will be a matter of luck. With good fortune, my aura will remain concealed. With bad fortune, I may yet survive a few more days. It is not a loss, Su Jie stated nonchalantly. Very well, let us proceed as you suggest. I shall take the lead. And if it proves futile, you may act thereafter, Su Yang concurred. Upon hearing Su Yang's words, Su Jie offered no further comment, merely nodding slightly. The ancient demon god approaches. We should descend and prepare, Su Yang said, sensing the ancient demon goddess aura drawing ever closer. He turned, vanishing from sight. Following suit, Su Jie also disappeared from the spot. After a few moments, the two returned to Longshu City. Ancestor, Senior, Ancestor, has that individual been dealt with? Upon seeing Su Yang and Su Jie return, Lu Xianxia quickly approached with a question. Not yet. We shall set aside that matter for now. What we must confront next is the ancient demon god. This battle is fraught with peril. Xianxia, you must lead the people of the city to flee. Though the chances of escape are slim, it is better than waiting idly for death, Su Yang urged earnestly. But, Ancestor, with your strength and that of the other seniors, are you not a match for the ancient demon god? Lu Xianxia inquired. Upon hearing Lu Xianxia's question, Su Yang shook his head slightly. This time is different. The ancient demon god has regained its peak strength. To be frank, even if we were to win, we would undoubtedly suffer significant losses. Just heed my words. Remaining here will not aid us. Instead, you may become collateral damage. Go now. Su Yang spoke decisively, his tone leaving no room for dissent. I understand. Lao Zu. I will lead the people in the city to retreat immediately. Upon hearing Su Yang's words, Lu Xianxia refrained from further inquiries and turned away from the city walls. Moments later, the vast Longshu city was left with just 3 individuals, Su Yang, Su Jie, and Lu Ruyan, all gazing towards the distance, silently awaiting the arrival of the ancient demon god. Chapter 176, The Demon God of the Underworld, A Final Struggle. Here it comes. Soon, the expressions of the 3 tightened, tension enveloping them. With a cacophony of derisive laughter, a figure cloaked in thick, demonic energy appeared before Longshu City. How intriguing, knowing that I am here. You choose not to flee. Do you truly believe that the three of you can contend with me? The demon god of the underworld spoke ominously, fixing his gaze upon Su Yang and the others atop the walls. Humph. You will soon discover whether or not we are your match. Demon god, today, with the three of us present, you shall meet your end. With that, Su Yang slowly ascended into the air until he faced the demon god directly. Su Jie and Lu Ruyan swiftly positioned themselves beside him, and the confrontation began. Haha, how utterly arrogant. Those ancient ones merely managed to seal me away. If they could not kill me, do you truly think you can? The demon god scoffed. If it were that young girl, I might fear her a little. But you, in my eyes, are no different from ants. The methods of that girl are too peculiar. You should have perished 50,000 years ago. 50,000 years ago, the Jiutian world became the territory of my Tianma clan. Once I eliminate you, I shall personally hunt her down. Such anomalous power must be eradicated, otherwise, it will eventually bring calamity to my Tianma clan. The demon god of the underworld's voice turned cold, an aura of murderous intent seeping from him. Upon hearing his words, Su Yang's expression turned frigid. This fiend has set his sights on my junior sister. Thus, under no circumstances can I allow him to leave alive today. With my master absent, it is my duty to protect her. Su Yang contemplated grimly. Enough with the idle chatter. Let us fight. The god-slaying spear, come forth. Without granting the demon god any further opportunity to speak, Su Yang raised his hand, summoning the god-slaying spear and charging forward. Attack! Su Jie and Lu Ruyan, witnessing this, decisively followed suit. In an instant, 3 fierce attacks surged towards the demon god of the underworld. Huh, ants daring to shake the tree, utterly delusional. Since you seek death, I shall oblige. The demon god proclaimed. Now witness the true power of a demon god. Sacrifice. Underworld black hole. As Su Yang and his companions charged, the demon god did not hesitate. He raised his hand, gathering his demonic power. In the next moment, the individuals enveloped in demonic energy below, including the traitorous Zun Zhu, had their powers converging towards the demon god. Within mere moments, the terrifying energy of the demon god was fully unleashed. An endless swarm of demonic energy began to whirl around him, coalescing into a black moon in his right hand. Die. Moments later, the demon god hurled the amassed energy towards Su Yang and his companions. Virum. The attack sliced through the air, creating a resonant hum. Altogether, god-slaying 9 styles break. Su Yang shouted, launching the god-slaying spear toward the demon goddess assault, followed closely by Su Jie and Lu Ruyan's attacks. Boom. In an instant, the 4 attacks clashed, producing a thunderous explosion. Humph. Is this the extent of your power? How disappointing. If so, you shall perish. Realizing the inadequacy of Su Yang and his companions, the demon god quickly lost interest, intensifying the power in his hand. Uft. Is this truly the ancient demon god at his peak? I anticipated his strength, but this is beyond my expectations. Su Yang spat blood, his face paling. A flicker of apprehension ignited in his eyes as he looked at the demon god. Haha, at my peak? Boy, do you think you are worthy of me unleashing my full power? I am merely using a fraction of my strength, and you cannot withstand it. You are weaker than those ancient fools. I had hoped for a warm-up, yet I find not a single worthy opponent. How utterly dreary. The demon god of the underworld spoke disdainfully. Cough, cough. Su Jie, you have always desired my techniques, haven't you? Although my master instructed me to keep them secret, you have been of great help to me over the years. Thus, even if my master were to learn that I shared my techniques with you, he would not hold it against me. As Su Yang spoke, he could not suppress his cough, blood spilling from the corners of his mouth. What are you planning? Su Jie asked, his expression turning grave at Su Yang's words. Nothing much. I will not simply hand it to you. Soon, I shall unleash a full-force strike. Should I succeed in slaying the ancient demon god, all is well. If I fail, you must assist me in killing him. If you can accomplish this, I will grant you the techniques. Su Yang replied slowly, his voice laden with weakness. Very well. I assure you he will die. However, I cannot predict what troubles this will bring to the Jiutian world afterward. Su Jie responded mildly. No matter. We shall do our utmost, and leave the rest to fate. If fortune does not favor us, then it is simply destiny. It is regrettable that I may never see my master again. I cannot repay his kindness, Su Yang remarked, his tone tinged with nostalgia and melancholy. In the next moment, Su Yang lifted his hand, sending forth a beam of light towards Su Jie, which entered his forehead. This is the technique you seek. Remember your promise. You must intercept this attack while I confront the ancient demon god. With his words, Su Yang withdrew his hand, his form blinking out of sight as he soared above the demon god of the underworld. Haha, the struggles of an ant. Come, let me see what formidable techniques you possess. The demon god gazed up at Su Yang, his expression mocking rather than anxious. Haha, then prepare yourself. Whoever retreats is the coward. In the face of the demon god's provocation, Su Yang remained remarkably calm, an unsettling tranquility enveloping him. God-slaying spear. You have accompanied me for so long. You have endured much. It is a pity that my talent is mediocre, and I lack any extraordinary constitution. Do you recall our first meeting when you looked down upon me? Haha, had it not been for my master's intimidation, you probably would not have chosen me. I know I am unworthy of you. In my hands, you have been shamed. For the sake of our friendship, I ask you for one last time, assist me. After this, you will be free. Su Yang tenderly caressed the god-slaying spear, conversing as if with an old friend. As his voice faded, the once inert god-slaying spear began to tremble slightly. The next moment, it detached from Su Yang's hand and hovered before him. Haha, it seems I am not so inept after all. Old friend, let that damned demon god witness our true strength. Ignite the essence. After a hearty laugh, Su Yang's aura surged dramatically. At that moment, he held nothing back, as the primal energy within him ignited, flowing ceaselessly. In the blink of an eye, Su Yang's hair turned completely white. His skin rapidly withered and decayed. In just a few breaths, Su Yang appeared as though he had reached the end of his life. In exchange, an utterly terrifying aura emanated from him, surpassing even the formidable presence exuded by the Yum-Ing-Msh in at that moment.